Audiobook title: The Princess No One Could Seduce Genderbender. Chapter 01 to 269 completed. Original title: As a princess, there is absolutely no way I could be seduced genderbender. Chapter 01 to 269 completed. Part 02. Karen said sourly, "After all looking like you do now, there really is no way to do certain things." Hedgel said, feigning calmness, but in reality, his heart had long been excited to no end. Hey, how is the topic getting stranger and stranger? Karen hurriedly interrupted Hedgel's words, because she felt that if he were truly allowed to continue talking, absolutely no good thing would happen. If she had to say, this must be intuition, right? She only felt that if she let him continue talking, she would definitely fall into an unusually awkward predicament. Strange. I don't think so. In the end, Hedgel did not continue discussing this matter, and at the same time released Karen in his two arms. Right. What kind of ale are you planning to give those fellas at that time? Finding herself untied, she hurriedly picked up another topic to avoid the scene being too awkward. There is still a large amount of melee weapons in the armory, and for now, they probably won't be used anymore, because we are currently stepping up mass production of firearms. I believe that in 2 or 3 months, we can achieve large-scale deployment in frontline troops. Therefore, I've decided to give away these things that are temporarily not needed. Hearing this question, Hedgel immediately answered in detail. Woohoo! Tilda them with the reserves of this armory. If all the old items are dumped on them, it should make them endlessly grateful. No need, just ask them how much they need. The remaining swords, spears, and so on can all be remelted and used as raw materials for production. There's no need to waste them like this. Hedgel shrugged, directly rejecting this proposal. You probably won't give them food, right? That's natural. After all, our current food reserves are also not high. Let's wait until this season's food crops are harvested before talking. In just 4 months' time, a batch of food can be harvested. Section 67. Hedgel nodded. After all, being located in the southern region, heat, sunlight, and water sources were relatively abundant. Harvesting 3 times a year was also quite normal. Generally speaking, the Caboge Empire would not lack food. However, due to years of warfare, the granaries were now basically almost empty, and wanting to recover naturally would take some time. The pity is that it's currently impossible to shrink the power source and make it lightweight and then tinker with tractors or anything. After all, it's completely driven by the power generated by the explosion of magic crystals. Moreover, the materials are also relatively fragile. If the cylinder wall is made thinner, it will probably blow up. If it's too thick, the volume and dead weight are too big. There's nothing I can do, Karenina said with an aggrieved expression. It looks like it will still take a considerable amount of time to figure out how to achieve this. TCH, I'm not a materials major, and even if you ask me to make it, I can't. Then we can only see if there are any other methods. Don't talk to me about using magic to strengthen it. Those mages simply cannot strengthen things of that size. Karenina directly crossed her arms, tilted her head, and uttered words of denial. Since it cannot be miniaturized, what do you think of trains? Do you have some misunderstanding about trains? Do you know the material requirements for steel rails? How to handle tunnels? As well as the costs of laying and maintenance? You must know that railway transportation is notoriously money-burning. Why don't you break down the word iron and see? As soon as Karen heard this, her expression became even uglier. Losing money, huh? Hedgel also seemed to understand the meaning within. Anyway, these things can only wait to see what opportunities arise later. What we do now will basically only result in some useless monstrosity. The mistake of the Great Leap Forward must not be repeated. Karenina said this just like an elder imparting life experience to a younger generation. All right, I understand. Hedgel didn't say anything either, only replying softly. Woo Tilda, if there's nothing else to say, I'll go refine the prototype model of the anti-aircraft machine gun first. After it's completely finished, I'll call you to take a look, Tilda, although there's no ammunition. Finally, she stretched and then trotted all the way out of the dining room. Meanwhile, Hedgel gazed at her departing back without saying a word. Although she still looks silly and a bit mischievous, she is actually quite reliable. He couldn't help but think to himself. It's just I wonder when she will realize my thoughts. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh silently again. Although I've thought about attacking directly. But I always feel that if I just say it out like this now, things afterwards will definitely be quite difficult to clean up. Whether for me or for her. Although this is just pure intuition, without basis. But I still don't want to lose her because of my recklessness now. Not wanting any accidents to occur. This was Hedgel's biggest thought in his heart. After that, it's also time to consider how to deal with those guys who were sent over. Right, forget it. In the border area, randomly purge a few nobles with bad reputations, and then clear out their mansions for them to live in. After all, this way they won't be able to enter this palace. It won't disgust me, and it won't make her distance herself from me. And for those nobles whose reputations have long stunk, their houses certainly won't be bad either. This won't make us lose face, nor will it make those young ladies feel uncomfortable living there. It looks like the solution can be considered excellent. Anyway, let's try it this way. However, since I didn't accept the exchange item they offered, then I must definitely ask them for some other things to compensate for my loss. Hedgel's mouth corners lifted unconsciously again. Yes, this book will be launched on February 15th, Collin's and we are preparing to start a new round of bonus updates on February 1st. Each update is of the 2K worth kind of bonus updates will be made up after the launch. Trying to get more monthly votes at the beginning of the month. 185. Fetish. Never expected that this guy would actually reject all of them. Interesting, it's really interesting, Tilda. Karenina walked leisurely down the corridor, her mind still thinking about some strange things. And made Chen Tilda, then maybe it's because he already has someone he likes. This guy doesn't want the person he likes to be suspicious. She seemed to have thought of a quite reliable answer. Woohoo, Tilda, the possibility seems quite high. Let me guess who on earth it is. A mischievous smile curved the corners of her mouth, and then she began the process of elimination. But come to think of it, there don't seem to be any females around him. But this way, the process of elimination should be very useful. She thought with a face full of certainty. First, eliminate herself. After all, how could a freak like herself be liked by anyone? Naturally, it must be given priority to pass. And afterwards for real. It didn't seem entirely impossible. After all, it seemed they had been together since childhood. Childhood sweethearts. This possibility still seemed very high. In her mind, Karenina first marked Friel as to be determined. Then she continued to eliminate downwards. After that was Archbishop Calanza. It looked like they should be very familiar. Moreover, Archbishop Calanza's appearance was also extremely high, especially that pair of heterochromatic eyes. It's really amazing. Coupled with that head of silver hair, it definitely hits Hedgel's fetish right on the head. After all, people from Country Seal are all silver white hair lovers, but Archbishop Calanza's identity seemed to have some problems. After all, she is a member of the clergy, and Hedgel happens to be the emperor. This is a bit not so good. As for Rhys, she also happens to have silver hair, and even her eyes are silver. Furthermore, in terms of appearance, she is definitely not bad. This definitely hits the fetish of Hedgel, who used to be a person from Country Sea. Alright, combined with the previous deductions in this regard, it seemed the candidate could already be determined. Thinking of this, Karenina seemed to feel that she had discovered Hedgel's little secret, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curve even higher. What a pity, with my current body, I can't stir up trouble just like Hedgel. Otherwise, I would definitely want to be a scumbag. But thinking of her current situation, she couldn't help stomping hard on the ground a few times. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing high heels, otherwise she would have to put on the look of a bullet punching bag again, with bulging cheeks, biting her lips tightly, tears welling in her eyes, wobbling as she climbed up from the ground. Will this really work? In a small market, in imperial capital, Ayaki was holding a big pile of things at this moment, muttering softly while shuttling through the crowd. Anyway, we have to try. Maybe it'll really work. If this is really feasible, it can also save me a lot of energy and reduce unnecessary casualties. In the end, she still forced herself to accept this reality. What she was holding in her hand right now was a full set of craftsmen's commonly used tools. She now was ready to return to the inn where she was temporarily staying first and tinker with these things properly, then go apply for the job, although in some aspects she might not do as well as skilled craftsmen. But in terms of precision, she was still very confident. After all, the sensors in her eyes were the highest grade ones of the Ahala Empire at that time. If it was just this level of precision, she would definitely be able to far exceed the resolution capacity of the naked eye. Therefore, she had the confidence to implement this plan, although it couldn't be guaranteed that she would definitely get this position. But what if she got it? Anyway, the only path she could take now was this one. If she were really asked to go find trouble with the Northerners, it was unknown how much longer she would have to prepare. Then, in a moment, I'll go to another blacksmith shop, buy some rough ironware, and then carry out fine processing. Let's see to what extent I can achieve. Anyway, this emperor just wanted to find someone who could do fine processing. Basic skills being a bit worse, the problem shouldn't be big, right? Right, she muttered inwardly, hoping he would think so. And from the start of their assessment, it seemed there was still 6 days left. Well, let's practice a bit these few days. Having made up her mind, Hayeki also quickened her pace, walking fast under the sunlight that was gradually slanting west. The things you wanted, I've got them. Night fell, still in that small town around the imperial capital. At this time, Wutong was still standing at the place where she had always done business, and that big man also arrived as scheduled. Before he could ask the first sentence, Wutong spoke first. "What did you hear inside Count Sleden's mansion?" The big man slowly said. "Didn't hear anything, sir. Are you playing with me?" The big man's voice suddenly became quite fierce and stern. "No, because the whole family has already died in that mansion." Wutong didn't want to sell much suspense. She truthfully reported everything she knew to this guest of hers. "What you said, is it all true?" The man's words carried full vigilance. "It is true. Here is the hair of Count Sleden's wife and daughter." As she spoke, Wutong took out the small bag containing the hair of the mother and daughter, and the man just took the bag but did not open it to check. Section 68. Although he couldn't be certain either whether these hairs were real, but based on the information he had previously gathered, the annihilation of Count Sleden's family was, with a high probability, true. Tusk, what a pity for such a fine girl. If she were handed over to me, I could definitely make a huge profit. But even if it were her corpse, if it was still relatively fresh, there would probably be some guys with special hobbies who would buy it, right? A bizarre and terrifying thought suddenly ignited in the big man's heart. "Understood. This is the remaining money. Take it." And he didn't want to make things difficult for the little fellow in front of him either. After all, she was just trying to earn a mouthful of food. Besides, she had already completed her task. Just as he wanted to take out his money pouch and hand it to the little fellow, but a sharp black blade, however, mercilessly pierced through his chest. Seeing this scene, Wutong wanted to scream and run away, but her mouth was tightly covered, and the next instant, the big man's head rolled right to Wutong's feet. The big man's terrified expression at the time of his death was deeply engraved in the depths of her eyes and heart. As the sturdy headless corpse collapsed, a figure in black wearing a strange mask on his head also appeared in Wutong's field of vision. "Take her away first. Confirm this fellow's identity." The man in black covering Wutong's mouth said in a muffled voice. The man in black opposite remained silent, only nodding silently. The next second, Wutong was lost in this darkness that suddenly eroded her consciousness. 186. A lifeline? Boss, it seems this is an intelligence peddler of this town. After catching the little fellow wrapped in a cloak all over, a guy who should be a subordinate of Blackblade reported to Blackblade. Intelligence peddler? Could it be that she previously sneaked into that Count Sleden's house just to investigate something the slave merchant handed over to her? Thinking of this, Blackblade couldn't help frowning. Pretty close. After all, the bag she handed to Scarlet contained hair. I guess this can be considered a token of discovering the corpses inside that house. The masked man, who seemed to be the subordinate, said noncommittally. Then there is temporarily no need to meddle too much with her. Not only that, I even think maybe we can make use of her. Anyway, even if she dies outside, we won't have any losses. After some thought, Blackblade slowly uttered these words. You mean we can hand over some peripheral investigation tasks to her? That's right. Right now, we are severely short-handed, and there are some utterly unimportant scouting missions that we still have to split our focus to do. Why not simply hand over some non-essential matters to her and grant a certain reward? This way we can also save a lot of energy to deal with more troublesome things. But is she reliable in this regard? Will she leak everything we want to investigate? The subordinate seemed a bit worried about this. After all, in this line of work, the most important thing was confidentiality. You must absolutely not forget this most important matter just to save a little time and effort. This is not a problem. At most, we will just have her investigate the trading locations of some great industries. This kind of information is not just something we want to know. We can completely disguise ourselves as a few merchants wanting to enter the circle and then put forward this commission to her. Moreover, as an intelligence peddler, she definitely knows something. Blackblade seemed to have considerable confidence in this. Since you've said so, this subordinate will definitely obey your decision. In the end, that subordinate just bowed and slowly retreated. After that, it was to untie the little fellow who was still in a coma and then send her back to her original place. Presumably, she will panic for quite a while by then, but in the end, driven by livelihood, she will surely come back out to take on jobs, right? Through the small holes on his mask, Blackblade silently looked at the little fellow being untied, thinking to himself, can this little rabbit really complete these so-called commissions? Oh well, anyway, even if she fails to complete them, she will probably just be crushed to death. That can only blame her poor skills. Only beastman? I wonder how long it has been since I last saw one. May she reduce a little pressure for our work. The so-called backup plan doesn't exist at all. That puppeteer also left the forest long ago and is nowhere to be found. My lord, what on earth should we? Inside the grand cathedral of the papal state, the saintess lowered her head at this moment and asked cautiously, although she didn't feel that this pope had any substantive means either. But at least she still had to ask the pope to settle a few subordinates under her whose hearts were already a bit restless. If it's purely on hard strength, we might still be unable to cope at the current stage. With his eyes closed and after deep and thorough consideration for quite a long time, the Pope slowly spoke. However, if we cannot find a sufficient plan in the near term that can hold the situation and maintain the strategic balance with the cabbage hippia, our military morale will definitely be shaken. The saintess, however, pointed out the current situation so clearly and neatly, which was rare. Karina, we were never solely reliant on this so-called hard strength. Our infiltration into the citizens of the cabbage empire is what matters most. Lightly calling out the saintess's name in his mouth, the Pope slowly opened his eyes and said with full confidence, "You mean?" Hearing these words, the saintess seemed to understand a lot in her heart. "That's right. If cabbage declares war on us, will our believers sit idly by? At that time, we only need to carry out small-scale agitation to naturally trigger riots within cabbage territory. As long as we can firmly control the believers in our hands, cabbage will not dare to take over the top actions against us." The Pope seemed to feel that victory was already in his grasp regarding this. Over the years, we have always been pursuing how to make our fists harder and bigger, but we almost forgot that when establishing this great kingdom of God, the primary force was precisely these lowest class believers. Right now, we must make good use of them, whether to protect ourselves or to continue expanding outward. Understood? In the Pope's words, at some unknown point, a hint of fanaticism was once again woven in. Understood. Obeying your will. The saintess also dared not say much more. She just lowered her head and responded loudly, although deep down she still vaguely felt uneasy about this. But she couldn't find the source of this sense of unease. What the Pope said was indeed not wrong. As long as they were willing to work hard to mobilize believers, cabbage should not dare to make any more actions detrimental to the papal state at the present stage. This was also the final means they had prepared long ago. But this inexplicable sense of hollowness and unease really made one a bit flustered. She slowly retreated from the main hall and spoke no more. But in her heart, she was still pondering whether it would be better to find a few more reliable fellows. Depending solely on believers was simply too hasty. After all, what if cabbage truly made up its mind and wanted to annex the papal state? If it were just domestic, the rebellion of that group of peasant believers, under the sharp blades of the regular army, would probably just be a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, right? She still felt that the Pope's decision was truly a bit unreliable. However, it wasn't that she couldn't understand the Pope's current state. He probably also had gone through long-term thinking and truly couldn't find a better solution, so he could only tightly grip this remaining lifeline, continuously beautify it in his heart, and carry out psychological suggestions of this kind. Only then would he say such words to her in the end. But she couldn't think of any better ideas either. After all, the things inside the ruins were simply too bizarre. Let alone utilizing them, even figuring out what kind of object that was completely could not be done, because every single knight who went down never came out alive. She even felt that the things underground might be fellows of the exact same nature as that group of monsters in the north. Currently, apart from sealing off the ruins, there was no other way. The saintess sighed slightly in the corridor, and then, carrying a bellyful of unease and confusion, walked toward the assembly place of the church's upper echelons. 187. Barely holding on. Has the supply not arrived yet? The quartermaster of the 4th Army deployed by the Cavilla Empire in the Kovlo Kingdom was at this moment swallowing saliva that was almost unable to be secreted and asked in a low voice toward the other end of the communication magic stone. He hadn't eaten solid food for almost a week. These past few days, it had all been a gruel soup made by mixing a little flour into salt water and boiling it. And today, even clean water could not be found. They urgently needed food and water sources. Even he himself had left the remaining water inside his canteen to his subordinates, but the supplies expected to arrive originally still hadn't arrived. This made the already crumbling defense line even harder to sustain. They are already being raised. The previous batch of supplies that was supposed to arrive was burnt to a crisp on the road by those damned fire-breathing monsters. His Majesty has already tried his best to procure food and weapons. Please definitely hold on. The voice coming from the other side of the magic stone was quite impatient, seeming to have been rushing around busily for a long time. Indeed, this was also the true situation of the Empire's logistics department at present. But hold on, this sentence was so simple to say, but doing it? Forget about it. Originally, in front of those monsters launching joint attacks from land and air, they already had no surplus strength left whatsoever. And now, food and forage were in short stock, and the consumption of weapons and troops could not be replenished, and they were still required to confront head-on those monsters with tough flesh, terrifying postures, and extreme ferocity that surged over like a tide while not being allowed to retreat. How could that be possible? This simply wasn't something a human could do. Generally speaking, it took 5 or more soldiers to surround a monster to have a relatively high chance of winning. And now, due to the depletion of troops, let alone 5-on-1, even 3-on-1 was difficult. He was just a quartermaster, and now he had to be dragged onto the front lines. But what other choice was there? Understood, I will definitely not live up to His Majesty's expectations. He swallowed down the long string of words, already pressing against his throat. This bitterness was truly unforgettable for the rest of his life. Afterwards, with a voice that had begun to tremble, he firmly and solidly spoke this passage into the magic stone, and the person on the other end of the magic stone only gave a sentence of good luck, then hung up the communication. Silence. Section 69. A long silence enveloped the narrow room. At this moment, the quartermaster's eyes were gazing at the starlit sky outside the window, and the moon hanging high above. His thoughts had already drifted far away. Finally, it was the subtle sound of the communication magic stone slipping from his hand and colliding with the table that pulled him back from his wandering consciousness. What did he see during that time when his thoughts were flying? Was it his wife, friends, or that lovely child waiting for him to come home? He didn't know. The only thing that was clear was now he had to face this dark reality filled with the smell of blood once again. He didn't say much. He simply picked up the magic stone gently from the desktop and put it back into the special containment box. He pursed his lips, which were showing signs of cracking, and let out a silent sigh. After that, he stood up, lay down on his already messy bed, and fell fast asleep with the fatigue of the entire day. Sleep, sleep. Tomorrow he still had to continue fighting those guys. If he didn't sleep a bit now tomorrow, he might not even have the chance to sleep. Other reinforcements still nowhere in sight. In this temporary command post, a man whose attire suggested he was a general was staring at the map and asking the surrounding subordinates. Not yet. The subordinates naturally dared not give any extra answers. They could only lower their heads and respond in a faint voice. The general didn't say a word either. He simply swept his gaze over the subordinates in front of him again and again. The military uniforms on their bodies were already tattered, stained with a large amount of blood and dirt. On their faces, there were already scars scratched out by monsters, or traces left after wounds sapped and fell off. The general also understood in his heart that his subordinates had already reached their limits long ago. 4 years ago, the 4th Army served as the vanguard and marched straight into the hinterland of the Kovalo Kingdom. At that time, their morale was high, their soldiers and horses were strong, and even their swords and armor carried a stern chill, and they were worthy of the names of the Empire's vanguard and fierce tiger, dealing a heavy blow directly to these northerners. As time passed and the battle reached a stalemate, this sharpness and glory were gradually eroded. Most of the veterans died in battle on the front line, and the new recruits only knew the most basic combat movements. The weapons transported over were completely inferior in sturdiness and reliability compared to the original ones, and even became disposable items. Because after killing a monster, that spear, one-handed sword would probably have its edge chipped and become unusable. And now, even sufficient food and drinking water had become extravagant hopes. Meanwhile, the monsters of the Northerners poured toward their front lines like a tide, giving them no chance to catch their breath at all. Not only that, now, the Caboch Empire had withdrawn from this war. This made matters even worse for the Kavila Empire. How should the vacancy on the flank be filled? The already scarce supplies made it even harder to support the frontline warfare now. Even this general, who bore the pride of the Kavila Empire, could not help but harbor deep doubts about whether this war could be won. Right now, they had been pushed back to an area close to the homeland of the Kavila Empire. Behind them was the motherland. They could no longer retreat. He roared like this in his heart as well. But the Northern Army would not think this way. They would only think about how to attack and how to invade the Kavila Empire faster. The monsters under their command completely lacked normal reason. They only obeyed the instructions of the Northerners and then rushed desperately toward the defense line of the Kavila Empire's army without fear of death. What else could be done? By now, supplies had long been completely exhausted, and the next batch of supplies was still nowhere to be heard of. This was equivalent to sentencing the 4th Army to death, expecting those lizards not to attack in the next couple of days. Keep dreaming, except at night when they would behave a bit and not launch large-scale attacks. Once daytime arrived, green scales covered the mountains and plains. He now felt that it was already a gigantic miracle that his troops could hold them until now. He really didn't know why their ancestors had created such a large batch of strange things. Perhaps their civilization perished because of these things, he thought with a bitter smile. 188. A head in hand, what other conditions did Koba put forward? Still in the capital of the Kavila Empire Fosalons, the Empress asked the foreign minister below the stage, with an anxious look on her face. It's just that they hope to obtain data and experience on Her Majesty's army fighting the unique monsters of the Kovalo Kingdom. Moreover, I hope to have the body size, appearance, and attack methods of those monsters all written down and drawn into images. Although the foreign minister looked quite calm on the surface, his words still revealed a faint uneasiness. What are they planning to do this time? After listening to what the foreign minister said, the Empress was silent for a long time before muttering. This subject believes that they should also be preparing to become enemies with these monsters. But haven't they withdrawn now? And shouldn't what they have to face directly be those green lizard men and those bat-like things roaring and screaming in the air? The Empress increasingly felt that there was more to this matter. After all, if they wanted to rejoin the war now, there was certainly no need to know in such detail about the monsters encountered by the Kavila Empire here. After all, they were directly facing the Jers Duchy. In the Jers Duchy, there would definitely not appear things like the red, giant flying lizards encountered by the Kavila Empire. After all, the special creatures contained within the ruins mastered by each country of the Northerners were different, and there were agreements between them. Such technologies would not be mutually circulated. Therefore, if the Coburg Empire truly wanted to rejoin the war, then as long as the Kavila Empire did not fall, it would certainly not encounter the flying lizards of the Kovalo Kingdom. As for those ground lizards with green scales, they played a role similar to mox and seemed to be possessed by every country in the north. And the Coburg Empire's move was very bizarre. Could it be that they are thinking of confronting these Northerners alone after we fall? The Empress suddenly blurted out an immature idea. This subject believes that this possibility cannot be ruled out, and the foreign minister bowed deeply, replying cautiously. After all, he also felt that this possibility seemed really a bit high. Crazy. The Empress didn't say much more. She just took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and repeated it over and over again. Her body was trembling, not because of excitement or fear, but because she felt this idea was too ridiculous. I don't know how long passed before she slowly squeezed out these two words from her twitching mouth. Yes, I think so too. If they really think like that, then they are indeed crazy. The foreign minister responded similarly. After all, this was also what he thought in his heart, because he also knew how troublesome these monsters were. If he really thinks like that, then is there water in Hegel's brain? Even in its prime, Coburg failed to swallow the Jers Duchy, and now he actually wants a single country to fight the entire alliance alone. Isn't this just waiting to be surrounded and annihilated? She heavily slapped the armrest of her seat and roared angrily. In this spacious room, the voice was so harsh and startling. But, Your Majesty, we have now also reached the end of our rope, the foreign minister said helplessly. Then do as they say, and give them everything they want. Anyway, we won't suffer any losses. By then, they will also know what the despair and fear of being alone and helpless mean. The Empress grasped the armrests tightly and said indignantly, there should still be quite a few disabled veterans in the city, right? Take scribes and painters and go ask them. The more detail they're written, the better, understand? As you command. After saying that, the foreign minister cautiously withdrew from the hall. At this moment, only the Empress was left in the hall again. She raised her head and looked at the large chandelier located in the center of the ceiling. That dazzling magical brilliance made her feel a bit in a trance. If these texts could make that Hedgel realize that these guys were not something they could deal with alone, and then rejoin the war, or give us more assistance, that would be for the best. However, we can only take it one step at a time, right? After all, I cannot control that guy's thoughts and consciousness. However, according to past intelligence about him, this Hedgel should be a very shrewd fellow. He shouldn't make such a move. After all, he should also know a little bit of information about how vicious the Northerners were. But why would he do this? Why? After calming down a bit, the Empress fell into deep confusion once again. This was simply too bizarre. Section 70. Could it be that he still has some trump card up his sleeve? The suppression of the domestic rebellion so quickly before was also the case. In less than a month, he completely wiped out the domestic rebel party. Looking at the past, this was a task that was basically impossible to complete. Yet now he has accomplished it. Could it be that he also discovered this kind of ruin within his own territory? Otherwise, this sudden increase in military strength simply cannot be explained. Should we also restart the search for ruins within our country? Maybe we could find some useful things. The Empress swallowed hard, seemingly feeling that there was room to act on this matter. After all, it seemed that she could only pin her hopes on such illusory things right now. There is no other way. Thinking of this, she once again rang the bell to summon the minister. I heard that this rebellion in the Gulag province happened because the general stationed there, Gran, was bewitched and brainwashed by the people of the Ristan church. Only then did he think that the current emperor is fake and wanted to lead troops to overthrow this emperor. Meanwhile, in a restaurant within the Kaboji Empire, two plainly dressed fellows were drinking, eating dishes, and whispering to each other. Really? The man across the dining table asked in a low voice. It should be true. Otherwise, why would he say something like restore the imperial family? Obviously, Hedgel is a member of the imperial family, and even the 7th prince. Where does he need him to help with the restoration? The fellow who brought up this topic also chewed on peanuts and said with a sarcastic expression all over his face. Not only that, I heard that theocracy even conferred some kind of bishop title on Gran. Isn't this openly falling out with the emperor? Yo! This is amazing. Is theocracy really this powerful now? The man across the table said with feigned surprise, his voice quite loud as well. Yes, let's just start the February extra release event tonight disordered, and it will last until the evening of February 14th. An extra chapter for every 4K coupon or 40 monthly tickets. The extra chapters will be fully made up for after the book goes on shelves. At that time, at least 3 chapters a day. I just wonder if anyone will feed me shivering. 186. Accident benefits. Isn't it? There are also 2 medals and a knight's sword. This is really rare. The person who brought up the topic was chewing on peanuts, looking like he was whispering, but actually speaking at a volume that everyone around could perfectly hear. If that's the case, then those soldiers must have also been bewitched by those guys from theocracy. HMPH, in the end, isn't it all just some trick stirred up by that Ristan church? The listener across the table said with hatred, and even slammed the table heavily, for fear of not attracting others' attention. Naturally, after the crisp sound of this slap, the surrounding diners naturally had their attention drawn to it. They began to intentionally or unintentionally listen to the conversation between these 2 people. Who is saying it isn't? I have a relative in the 7th Army of the Imperial Army. I heard that those brainwashed soldiers are just a bunch of lunatics. Apart from roaring like beasts and waving the weapons in their hands, they don't know a damn thing else. Are people who do these things even human anymore? Exactly. Those so-called guys who bully us under the will of God and even attack our brothers and friends should all go to the gallows. Hey, keep it down, keep it down. This is all inside information. Pay attention, the shady inner dealings of the Ristan Church are definitely more than just this little bit. Wasn't it rumoured earlier that the Ristan Church provided protection for those extremely vicious noble lords? I heard that just for the protection fee alone, it costs 4,000 gold coins per person. He also glanced around in a lifelike manner and then said in a low voice to his drinking companion across the table, "It's them who let those pests continue living." Of course, if it weren't for them, how could the taxes in our regions have gone up again recently? Here they were asking and answering each other, putting on a double act, and the surrounding diners just listened silently. Many restaurants and taverns within the country were staging this scene at this moment. An invisible wall was also slowly raising its curtain. Today, let's go over and drag her up again. Early in the morning, Hedgel stretched and walked in the corridor of this palace. Today's itinerary for him was also exactly the same as usual. First was the usual morning exercise, then breakfast, and after that was handling official business. And before this morning exercise he had to first drag a certain lazy bug out of the quilt, although calling her lazy really couldn't be said. After all, when she started working, she could be said to be quite diligent. But when getting up in the morning, this fellow was quite troublesome. Generally, if she isn't tugged a few more times, she won't get up. Hearing her say it herself, this kind of thing had only appeared recently. The specific reason is unknown. Hedgel opened her room door as usual. Inside the room it was still pitch black, except for a few spots of light at the curtains. Forget it, let's pull open the curtains first. Saying this, he first moved to the edge of the window and quickly pulled open the curtains. The morning sunlight was just like breaking free from restraints, filling the room at a speed of 2s. After that, Hedgel walked silently to the bedside, found the right position on the large cloth bundle on the bed, and gave it a pull. I saw that cloth bundle spinning several times on the bed at an extremely fast speed, and then a humanoid object scattered out from inside. That humanoid object with a faint golden colour rolled limply half a circle on the bed, and then there was no further movement. Still not awake yet. The corners of Hedgel's mouth twitched slightly, and his nasal cavity was filled with a familiar and comfortable fragrance. Wake her up. Otherwise, if I wake her up later, she will scold me again. Hedgel slowly climbed onto the bed, slowly approaching that humanoid object. And the closer he got to that limp humanoid shape, the faster Hedgel's heart beat. What kind of feeling is this again? He swallowed hard, and then scanned Karenina, who was still lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Hedgel finally understood the reason. At this moment he hurriedly turned his head away, and even his body wanted to quickly back off the bed. This flustered feeling could be said to be unprecedented. After all, this was completely the matter outside of his calculations. Today turned out to be light blue with lace edges. He wanted to immediately crawl down from this bed, but this body seemed a bit disobedient. His eyes also continued to disobey commands, glancing towards Karenina's nightgown, which had almost been lifted up to her chest. So big, Hedgel's heart started talking to itself again. Thighs, just looking at them, I know they are very smooth. The skin is also smooth and tender, very comfortable to touch. How about simply helping her pull the nightgown back down? Otherwise, after she wakes up, seeing herself like this, she will definitely throw a pillow at me. And maybe she'll be puffed up with anger all morning. Hedgel found a suitable excuse for himself in his heart again, and then inexplicably reached out his hand towards Karenina. But his semi-prone posture right now could be said to be quite precarious, coupled with the fact that the bed was quite soft to begin with. Unexpectedly to him, he fell straight towards Karenina's body. He, who fell out of balance, instantly made intimate contact with Karenina's chest. This is. Hedgel screamed in his heart. On his face was the touch of thin cloth and an even softer feeling. Accompanying it was also that warm body temperature and faint fragrance. Not good. He was about to get up, but Karenina's two arms directly clasped around his head. There is a high probability that she was sleepy and mistook me for the pillow she had been hugging. Based on his past understanding of Karenina, Hedgel immediately made the correct analysis. He only heard her murmuring vaguely in her dreams, and then she tightly hugged Hedgel's head. Seems to be in a bit of a bad mood. Hedgel analysed based on her voice. That's for sure. After all, how could a head full of hair feel as comfortable to hug as a pillow? So, taking advantage of the moment when Karenina's arms relaxed slightly, Hedgel immediately retracted his head from between Karenina's arms. Along the way, he also helped her pull her nightgown back down. Time to get up, little lazy bug. Until he tidied up his clothes and calmed his mood, Hedgel finally spoke to Karenina on the bed. Not only that, he also gave Karenina's cheek a gentle tug. Woo! Don't pull. I'll get up right now. As soon as Karenina felt the pain on her face, she immediately cried out pitifully. Woo, just now there seemed to be the slightly strange feeling. You didn't do anything else to tease me, right? Karenina blinked her big eyes and asked vigilantly. You couldn't still be half asleep, right? Hedgel said, trying his best to act calm. In fact, his back was already covered in cold sweat. That seems to be the case too. After all that feeling of holding a furball just now, can't find anything real here at all. She scratched her head awkwardly and answered embarrassedly. Oh, hurry up and change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. Hedgel also let out a big sigh of relief, and then quickly flashed out of the room. P.S. It's the beginning of the month. They're wildly hinting for monthly tickets. Section 71, 160. Offensive. That was close, really close. I was almost discovered by her, and then my favorability would have dropped. Hedgel stood outside the door and let out a huge sigh of relief. After all, what just happened was quite thrilling. I was just a hair's breadth away from dropping her favorability, really just a hair's breadth. It's a good thing I didn't move around blindly back then, otherwise she probably really would have woken up. He stroked his own chest, not knowing whether this was ultimately fortune or misfortune. However, that tactile sensation was really quite amazing. But after calming down, his thoughts inevitably drifted in a bizarre direction, even though there was still a layer of fabric in between. But that feeling was truly unforgettable. Soft, like a pudding, and seemingly carrying a slight elasticity, combined with that wonderful natural scent and warm temperature. This is probably happiness in a physical sense. Thinking of this, his hand started moving uncontrollably again, but all it grabbed was air. Why do I feel like I'm no different from a pervert right now? Realizing that his current actions were unusually inappropriate, Hedgel swallowed and muttered to himself softly. Step up the offensive. Tusk, I still have to wait for the right opportunity. If I start acting blindly, problems are very likely to arise. I don't want any accidents to happen. He took another deep breath and calmed his mood. Tusk, but after what just happened, I'm a bit at a loss as to how to face her. I still need to adjust again, youth. However, reality did not give him the time to adjust. At this moment, Karenina had already cleaned up her face, straightened her clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Yo! She still had a listless expression. You're inexplicably fast today. Fast how? It's just a normal speed. It's you instead. I always feel like something is a bit off about you. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Hedgel's face, as if wanting to make something out. But in the end, she still lost to a continuous stream of yawns. She covered her mouth and tried her best to lower her voice. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Hedgel still decided to change the subject immediately. A little bit. Didn't you show me some post-battle reports when you faced the northern troops yesterday? So once I started reading, I got hooked. As soon as this was mentioned, she perked up again. Meaning you found a solution? I suppose I have an idea. The Joes Duchy, aren't they just a bunch of weird, flying large white bats? They're said to be bigger than several cows, and they don't even have feathers on their bodies. It's impressive that things like that can even fly. When speaking of matters in this area, Karenina's spirit grew increasingly high. So, what do you plan to do? These things can also spit out a large amount of venomous spikes from their mouths, which is quite tricky. Generally, as long as one's flesh is scratched by those sharp spikes, it's basically certain death. Hedgel also replied absent-mindedly from the side, and his gaze had been staring fixedly at Karenina's beautiful profile. But Karenina completely failed to notice these things. But they have slow flight speeds and a large size, right? As long as that's the case, anti-aircraft machine guns can definitely teach them what truth is. The smile on her face grew increasingly radiant. Has the prototype model already been completed? Shaking his head and pulling his attention back to the normal direction, Hedgel asked Karenina in a low voice. That's hard to say. It mainly depends on your end. You have to find some skilled craftsmen, and then I'll provide the blueprints for the production machinery for them to manufacture. Although I've already assembled that thing almost completely now, but there's no suitable ammunition to use for a test firing, she replied with a slight sense of awkwardness. Well, that works. But I can only wait on my end too, because there are still 8 days until the official screening starts. Then they will be given a week to manufacture the device you provided, and finally we'll inspect the results. So, you'll have to wait at least half a month. Hedgel briefly estimated the time, and finally threw out the phrase half a month. There's no help for it either, you can't rush it. If we're too impatient, it'll only ruin things. Hearing this, Karenina's tone immediately softened again. That's right. Right now, I'm gradually expanding the sphere of influence of imperial power. In some places now, it's still dominated by high nobles or wealthy merchants. If it's simply bullying the common people, I can still turn a blind eye for now. After all, I truly have the heart but lack the strength right now. But if they occupy main thoroughfares and collect toffees, that's a direct extermination of the whole family. Hedgel replied softly with a face full of conviction. However, after this big round of purging you've done recently, the word must have leaked out long ago. They probably prepared a backup plan long ago and are getting ready to run for their lives, right? I don't think they'd still be foolishly waiting around for you to go chop off their heads. Karenina, however, shrugged and said helplessly, after all, these nobles might look like a bunch of scoundrels no different from fools. But once it comes to matters of preserving their lives, that is definitely top tier. Absolute top tier. The kind without a single drop of fakeness. After all, in their eyes, the most important things, aside from money, are their lives. For these two things, they can abandon everything else. Family, country, honor, integrity, conscience, good and evil, all of them can be discarded. As long as they can survive with their money, they can let go of all these shackles in the eyes of ordinary people. This kind of thing, when all is said and done, these guys are just society's parasites. I know, so I'm already starting to deploy controls. Didn't those scoundrels use money to buy their lives at the Western Church earlier? This is quite some fantastic dirt. Coupled with their various actions during the war previously, the corners of Hedgel's mouth curled up again. You're planning to dig all this up through official channels? Karenina blinked her large azure eyes and asked quietly. No official channels, how boring would that be? Besides, it would also openly tear down the facade with the wrist inside. Hedgel chuckled craftily, then took the opportunity to drape an arm over Karenina's shoulder, at the same time pulling her closer to his side. Then what are you planning to do? Karenina didn't feel averse to this, maintaining her usual expression and posture. It seemed she tacitly approved of this behavior. Hedgel thought secretly in his heart, seeming even more excited. Then we'll first plant personnel among the populace and drag the Western Church's name through the mud at the grassroots level. Whether it's gossip or rumours, the wider these dirt spreads and the bigger they're blown out of proportion, the better. Anyway, we on the official side will absolutely not mention a single word. The smile on Hedgel's face deepened even further. 161. Contrast. An opinion war? Looking at it this way, they're really at a huge disadvantage. After all, they have neither experience nor strength. Besides, what we're saying is indeed an objective fact. Karenina completely paid no attention to Hedgel's smiling face, simply categorizing this smile as that of a successful conspiracy. Although regardless of whether it's from the aspect of screwing over the Riston Church or taking advantage of her, the conspiracy had indeed succeeded. A public opinion war, you should know about it too. As long as you control public opinion, you control the hearts and minds of the people to a certain extent. As long as your policies aren't too excessive to plunge the people into dire misery, the probability of rebellions occurring will decrease. As for this kind of religion, this kind of smearing in public opinion must never stop. Hedgel unconsciously moved a little closer to Karenina again. After dragging down the Riston Church's reputation, what will you do next? Karenina tilted her head, her curiosity seemingly creeping up again. Nothing much, just simple stuff. Slightly woo neighbouring countries, offer some benefits, and let them prepare to suppress the rights of believers within their borders. After that, issue an announcement stating that all the big and small problems in the country previously were instigated behind the scenes by the Riston Church. Heinous crimes, misinterpreting the great deities, were for personal gain. Then use this as an excuse to send troops and shift domestic conflicts outward. Hedgel answered easily. It seemed these matters had already been calculated many times over in his mind. As expected, it's starting again. Guys who play politics all have dirty hearts. Karenina curled her lips, then rolled her eyes at him with displeasure. So what if it's dirty? As long as victory can be achieved, I'm happy to do it. Hedgel didn't have much of a reaction to this, and instead took the opportunity to pinch Karenina's little face again. Hey! Puffing out her cheeks with a blushing face, without thinking much, she threw a punch right at Hedgel. But predictably, that punch missed. Not only that, her arm was also grabbed by Hedgel. Idiot! Let me go! Let go! Growing somewhat flustered, Karenina's little face became even rosa as she struggled desperately, shouting aloud and kicking her legs wildly, seemingly wanting to quickly break free from Hedgel's restraint. Wow, this completely lacked the appearance a lady should have. Although she never intended to be all that ladylike to begin with, and the result of her resistance just now was often she didn't manage to kick him even once. Instead, her body lost balance, and with a sudden plunge, she was about to crash face first onto the ground. Damn it! This was what she wanted to say most at this moment, though its nature was basically like a catchphrase. Tusk, I suddenly remember the first day I came here was also this kind of thing. Damn, isn't that even more ridiculous? Even though she knew she was about to have intimate contact with the ground, but the soul of snark inside her was still burning fiercely. This is probably also one of her talents, right? Yet contrary to her expectations. What welcomed her was not that hard ground, but a chest that couldn't be considered soft, yet was warm and somewhat difficult to refuse. Section 72. Her brain showed signs of lagging slightly. She somehow felt that she was about to hear something ominous. Her first reaction wasn't to think about who had caught her. After all, even using her knees to think, she knew it was definitely Hedgel. Instead, she was thinking about how to deal with some unfavourable remarks shortly. To have this kind of thought process, should one say, as expected of you. Perhaps you really don't have a single athletic nerve, do you? These mocking words truly arrived on schedule. So what if I don't? It's still much better than a gorilla with well-developed limbs like you. Karenina naturally wouldn't give him a good look, pushing him away without a word and responding indignantly. And Hedgel still didn't understand how he had managed to anger her once again, although I don't quite understand. Looking at your current condition, let's go have breakfast first. Hedgel's intuition told him that if he continued to take her for morning exercises, this fellow would definitely try to act tough again. So he decisively chose to compromise. Hey, you're not going to the back garden today? It's fine once in a while. Hedgel just shrugged and answered nonchalantly. TCH, I always feel like you're thinking about some weird things again. I really am not. The two of them bickered as usual, walking toward the dining room. At the fork in the long corridor, Vril silently watched everything unfolding before her. She just happened to be submitting some documents from the Kavilla Empire to Hedgel, and then she quite coincidentally saw that scene just now. It looks like their relationship is really good, she murmured unconsciously, although she had known about this matter for a long time. But that she still wanted to say it. After all, ever since she first noticed the faint smile that always appeared on Hedgel's face whenever Karenina appeared, she had already understood a lot. But seeing such an intimate scene appear before her without any room for doubt, in her view, was still a bitterness quite hard to swallow. But soon she came to terms with it. Indeed, this should also be called a well-matched in social standing. After all, whether it was appearance, talent, or personality, Miss Karenina was definitely impeccable. In terms of appearance, she could be said to be 1 in 10,000 even among princesses. Her talent was also definitely unmatched by anyone in this world. Her personality was gentle and graceful. She was quite gentle and cordial at all times. How could someone like that not be adored? As for herself, she was merely a warrior who only knew how to wield the sword and take others' lives with brute force, her hands already stained with the blood of who knows how many people. Even if someone called her a butcher, it wouldn't feel out of place at all. With such a comparison, the disparity was naturally obvious at a glance, and the only thing she could do now was to offer her blessings and work even harder, right? Only in this way could she not disappoint His Majesty's expectations of her. Thinking of this, she silently wiped away the tears that had appeared at the corners of her eyes at some unknown point. Then she tightened her grip on the documents in her hand. Inside were the intelligence reports of the Kavila Empire. It recorded all known data about the bizarre monsters they were facing over there. At the same time, this could also be said to be intelligence exchanged for the lives of a large number of frontline soldiers. Its preciousness went without saying, and what they provided today was only a small portion, because this could only be considered a down payment to show sincerity. Where all the aid supplies of the Kaboj Empire arrived within the territory of the Kavila Empire, the subsequent information would continue to be told to the scribe word by word through the magic stone. This could also be considered normal behavior. 162. Choice. Carls, you organized the recent official transfers here, especially in those regions that originally belonged to the Thuroni Kingdom. Appropriately expand the scale of the security forces, mainly to guard against bandits. Understood. Inside the office, Hedgel, having finished breakfast, commanded Carls, who was standing respectfully before him. Carls naturally wouldn't say much more, simply taking the documents Hedgel had just handed him, bowing deeply, and then exiting the room with silent steps. And remember, as expected, after chopping off the heads of all those guys who knew nothing besides profiting, even the work has become immeasurably simpler. He stretched his body to relieve the fatigue of his muscles, then rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. However, these guys actually did some good deeds after all. That was the wealth they had once extorted from the people had now legally and reasonably become state assets. After all, wasn't confiscating the assets of corrupt officials and turning them all over to the state standard operating procedure. Not only did he get the money, but he also gained a good reputation and increased the people's cohesion. It was an absolute good thing. Now he somewhat understood why the disciplinary inspection department he saw before coming here didn't want to bother with these petty corrupt officials. Catching big fish by letting out a long line was basic operation. Thinking of this, Hedgel nodded in deep agreement, and the weapons originally scheduled to be given to the Kavila Empire for intelligence exchange were also successfully dispatched from the warehouse. From their words, it could be heard that they must be in urgent need of such items. After all, to deal with those guys with thick scales, sharp weapons were an absolute necessity. Combined with the information obtained by intelligence personnel recently sent to the Kavila Empire, a large number of weapons they were currently producing were basically of questionable quality. However, this couldn't be blamed on the blacksmiths. After all, although the Kavila Empire had quite a lot of iron mines, most of them were low-grade iron ores. The quantity was quite large, but wanting to produce high-quality iron would certainly require more time and effort than high-grade iron ore. And times of war happened to require rushing the work. The things produced naturally had quite a few flaws. Meanwhile, the weapons produced by the Kaboj Empire itself could still be considered quite reliable. What's more, these were directly moved out of the imperial capital's military supply warehouse. The quality went without saying. All in all, this could also be considered helping the Kavila Empire solve an urgent crisis. Let's see if they could hold out a bit longer. After all, what they needed most right now was time. Over at the Theocracy, according to the intelligence sent back, currently they had become like frightened birds, frantically roping in factions or organizations that might help them everywhere. Perhaps because of Grand's Matalay had also stuck a foot in it, coupled with the fact that they had also witnessed the new equipment of the Imperial Army. Naturally, they started emergency battle preparations. However, they didn't think this was so-called new equipment, but rather mages. Probably, in these guys' brains, besides magic, there was only magic, right? Not a single other thing could fit inside at all. Oh well, this should probably also be considered traditional thinking. Hedgel shrugged and didn't intend to make any more comments. Anyway, right now they just needed to steady and secure every step. First, ruin their domestic reputation. Afterwards, grab their tail and decisively dispatch troops. Carry out occupation and clean up against them at the fastest speed, although the subsequent security warfare would be the most troublesome. However, there were no so-called human rights organizations here, right? Hedgel's gaze instantly became quite sharp. He was never any sort of saintly do-gooder. If they were just citizens of an ordinary country, as long as they didn't put up too fierce a resistance, he wouldn't carry out a large-scale massacre either. But if it were this kind of religious country that inherently characterized full-fledged terror, that would be hard to say. Although the higher-ups of this church knew the truth like a clear mirror and were exceptionally precious of their lives and afraid of death, But the low-level fanatic believers didn't think that way. They were always ready to sacrifice everything they had to their great true God. This kind of fellow, generally speaking, was quite troublesome. Therefore, the best solution was all-around slaughter, although he had also considered whether there was a gentler way. But speaking from the conclusion, it was simply a multiple-choice question. On one side were the lives of the innocents. On the other side were the lives of his own soldiers. No matter from which angle, choosing his own soldiers' lives was much more cost-effective. Section 73. Well, we can talk about these things when the time comes. Even if we want to use a more intense approach, we still need to provide a proper reason. Naturally, we can only let the vanguard experience what zealous cultists are like. Then we will carry out such propaganda within the army, vigorously beautifying our own troops while smearing the people of the enemy country. In this way it might have miraculous results. Anyway, the public opinion war must be fought well. Even if we pay some price in the form of money and energy, it is definitely worth it. After all, he had witnessed the horrors of this smokeless war before. Next, it will all depend on whether these subordinates can implement it well. Thinking of this, he stood up again and paced slowly around the office. He walked to the window and inadvertently cast his gaze upon the clear sky. His mood inexplicably carried a sense of leisure, but barring any accidents, towering chimneys will soon be erected here. Then billows of black smoke will emerge from them. The air will be filled with particulate matter, and the sky will be stained grey. But when all is said and done, this is also the growing pain of development. Afterwards it will gradually get better. He was firmly convinced of this. After all, wanting to fully enter industrialization without a shred of pollution is simply impossible. Now, trading clear waters and green mountains for mountains of gold and silver will give us a capital in the future to trade back all the clear waters and green mountains on the basis of living better and better lives. This is a statement that one only has the qualification to say after sufficient development. Currently, we can only trade the sky for current development. After all, due to technological limitations, more clean energy cannot be obtained. Coal is the main force for iron smelting right now, and magic crystal energy can only be used for such a period of time. Afterwards, we can only think of what alternative energy sources there might be. But this is not something we should be thinking about right now, right? The pressing emergency right now is that group of clueless northerners. Well, there is no other way. We can only take it one step at a time. Anyway, as long as there are sufficiently powerful firearms in hand, as long as the firepower can weave webs of bullets symbolizing absolute death, then we will definitely be able to have the upper hand. He firmly believed this in his heart. 163. Fine-tuning. It doesn't seem that difficult either. Inside an unremarkable small inn in the imperial capital, Hayaki was making attempt after attempt. She carefully held the so-called tool, aiming it at a crude iron dagger on the table. She took a deep breath and slowly injected her magic power into the tool. Not too much, nor too little. The amount of magic power will directly affect the sharpness of this carving knife. This requires her fine control over magic power. This is also the difficulty of being a so-called blacksmith. Although they do not need to use a large amount of magic power like mages, but the use of this kind of magic carving knife is also something they must be familiar with. After Hayaki thought she had adjusted the state of the carving knife, she unhesitatingly began fine-tuning the crude dagger fixed on the desktop. Although she could also choose from a box full of graded carving knives whose sharpness had already been adjusted, she still chose to use this kind of freely adjustable knife. This is not just because of the price. She likes this kind of freedom, and an excellent craftsman generally uses such tools. After all, in their eyes, only those fledgling newbies would use those pre-adjusted, template-like tools. Those kinds of knives cannot feel the mood when they are carving or fine-tuning the crystallization of their own labor. In short, they lack a soul. However, it's not to say that those basically standard-issue carving knives are completely useless. If it is for mass-producing items, that is actually the optimal choice, because this can minimize the differences between the produced items as much as possible. Mass-produced things, such as the army's standard-issue swords and armor, do not need to use such precision work. After all, as long as it can be used, it doesn't matter. Human lives right now, to be honest, are not worth much. Perhaps in the eyes of some rulers. The lives of those peasant soldiers are not even as valuable as the equipment on their bodies. And in this not-so-long span of rambling time, Hayaki had already completely entered the zone. Using the carving knife in her hand that was already exuding a light blue magical glow, she tried her best to carve intricate patterns on the dagger, trimming away the ugly bumps that looked out of place overall. These bumps were proof of the shoddy workmanship of the blacksmith shop where she originally bought this dagger. She originally thought that forging these tools had to be like what was recorded in the history of the Yahala Empire, hammering them over and over again. But in reality they had already started using magic furnaces long ago. Presumably, this was also because the integrated magic array carved inside the furnace was too simple after all. Yaharaha used to deliberately simplify it extensively, reportedly to mass-produce small magic furnaces on a large scale. Coincidentally, the mages of today just copied it gold-wise. Although they don't understand the meaning of the magic patterns inside, they always know how to copy them. Therefore, they were able to replicate these relics of the Yahala Empire, and this magic furnace can do more than just melt iron ingots. Instead, as long as the craftsman presses their hand onto the stone slab beside the furnace, then clears all distractions from their mind and concentrates fully on imagining the shape and size of the object they wish to obtain. In as short as a few minutes or as long as 2 hours. Generally, one can take out a red-hot iron block whose shape is very similar to the object in the creator's mind from the furnace stuffed with iron ingots. But this is not the end, it is just the beginning. The subsequent specific fine-tuning and adjustment are the most important part, because what you get is merely an extremely crude blank. Fine-tuning is the blacksmith's main job, and the dagger Hayaki bore everywhere exuded the feeling of being taken straight out of the magic furnace, sharpened casually, and put out for sale. Right now, she wants to carve it to be exquisite, even more exquisite. Only then can it be considered a tempering of her skills. It's just that she doesn't know if the Emperor has any requirements for the ability to control the magic furnace. Although she also knows that her mental control ability is completely sufficient, she has zero confidence in this regard, because she has never used this kind of thing at all, not to mention the exorbitant price of magic furnaces in this period. Even if she bought one, she couldn't carry it with her. So although the Emperor will provide furnaces at the assessment site, whether she can use them, well, that is another matter entirely. Hopefully he will give me a chance in view of my superb fine-tuning skills. Thinking of this, Hayaki was slightly distracted. But her hands were still moving at high speed, and the dagger gradually became exquisite amid the not-so-loud clinky sounds of iron clashing. This hard iron was like a piece of cork under her hands, which she could carve and play with at will. Straight lines, intricate patterns, and bizarre motifs. Under her carving knife, they emerged one by one on the surface of the dagger. This carving speed, this carving technique, even if the best blacksmith in the imperial city were brought over, it would be difficult to achieve this level. This was also one of the sources of her confidence in participating in this recruitment assessment. This was all thanks to her extremely fast reaction speed, excellent dynamic vision, properly controlled magic output, and perfect strength distribution. Her designer would never have anticipated that she would use tools meant for better killing enemies to engage in this kind of production work. In fact, this had exceptional results. In less than 10 minutes, this dagger seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, exuding a faint sense of elegance and solemnity all over its body. Archaic patterns that carried a hint of heaviness. Peculiar yet aesthetically pleasing patterns without looking weird. Gazing at the patterns on it, she couldn't help letting out a long breath and then immersed the dagger into a pre-prepared basin of water for final cleaning and grinding. The things represented by these patterns carved on the knife had actually turned to ashes long ago, but she still wanted to carve out its symbol completely. This is not because the pattern is truly complex and makes good practice material. It's just because the national emblem of Yaharaha is something she finds quite difficult to let go of or forget. She was born under this national emblem, witnessed its power and its prosperity, yet personally buried it with her own hands, together with almost all of its citizens, sending them all into a dark place called hell. To be honest, she didn't know why she and those guys would do such a thing. Even if she asked the so-called consciousness management system, she could only get an answer called silence. Oh well. Section 74. She sighed in the end, unwilling to think about these things anymore. She simply cast her gaze once again toward the fiery setting sun. 164. Turn X. Do you have any issues with me? In the small dining room of the imperial city, Carolina tilted her head, wearing a pair of dead fish eyes, and asked Hedgel across the table. I don't have any issues, I just felt your morning condition has been a bit odd lately. So I ordered the chefs to prepare some tonics. Hedgel looked at Carolina with a strange expression, seeming to feel that there was indeed no problem with doing this. This thing turned out to be a tonic. Carolina still wore those dead fish eyes, then used a small spoon to scoop up a small portion of the contents inside the bowl. The strange, fishy stench began to pervade the dining room. Holding his nose, Hedgel looked at the pitch-black mass on the spoon and couldn't help frowning. What on earth is this thing? You ask me, how would I know? Besides, wasn't this ordered by you for the head chef to make? The corners of her mouth twitched, and then she put the spoon back down. Hedgel didn't say much more, merely sniffed, and then rang the bell that had been placed on the table all along. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Serena, who had been waiting by the door all along, immediately appeared before them. What exactly are the contents in Karenina's bowl? No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look edible, right? Hedgel said with twitching corners of his mouth. Replying to your majesty, these are dishes made from the cuttlefish shank of Colin Anhai mixed with cuttlefish meat paste and some seasonings. It is said to have beauty and she glanced at the contents in Karenina's bowl and seemed to understand what they were. Afterwards, just as she was respectfully explaining halfway through, her voice abruptly stopped. Her expression also became a bit strange, as if there were some concerns. What other effects does it have? Just continue speaking. Hedgel, however, didn't care about this. Karenina also put on a posture of listening respectfully, sitting upright in her seat, and her expression returned to its usual naturalness. If you just looked at this appearance, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell how mischievous this fellow really was. Hedgel thought secretly in his heart. Then I shall continue. Karenina cleared her throat and said in a low voice, in the local folklore, there has always been a legend that this cuttlefish ink has the effect of aiding pregnancy, but currently there are still no facts. Stop! Before Karenina could finish her sentence, Karenina immediately interrupted her with a voice completely unbefitting her quiet and elegant posture just moments ago. Karenina also revealed an expected smile, then bowed and slowly retreated. It seems that Chef overinterpreted it. Hedgel looked at Karenina's flushed little face, coupled with that gnashing of teeth expression. It was truly somewhat difficult to maintain this calm expression. Well, no matter how you look at it, this is your fault, right? No matter how you look at it, it is, right? Driven to shame and anger, Karenina bared her claws and pounced directly toward Hedgel. But the result was once again being held firmly under control, unable to move at all. Isn't this equivalent to a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? She really doesn't learn her lesson. While tightly controlling Karenina's arms, Hedgel thought comfortably. I didn't mean that either. I just said you seemed a bit prone to sleepiness lately, and he acted like he understood, agreeing on his own accord and saying he would do it properly. As a result, I didn't expect him to actually serve up this thing. Hedgel also replied truthfully. He truly hadn't expected things to develop this way, but what kind of brain circuit must he have to associate lack of energy with aiding pregnancy? Karenina began to twist her body again, acting sulky. All right, it's just a misunderstanding. That chef's wages for half a month are gone. Is that okay? Hedgel still coaxed Karenina in a low voice, although he wouldn't actually do anything to that chef and even wanted to give him a bonus. But in front of her it was better to restrain himself slightly. Otherwise, she would definitely cry, make a scene, and bite people for a third time. Saying she used to be a man, I can say I have zero real sense of it now. Hedgel smacked his lips and muttered inwardly. It's a deal. Only then did Karenina sullenly retreat. However, her mood still didn't seem very good. Right, have you heard rumours about this aspect before? Colin Anhai used to belong to the Throne Kingdom, right? Hedgel took a sip of the tea in his cup, composed himself, and asked softly. Actually, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to change the subject and improve the current awkward atmosphere. Not regarding this aspect, but well, I've heard quite a few rather interesting rumours from the young maids who took care of me back then. Karenina pushed that bowl of cuttlefish mush to the side, thought for a moment, and replied unhappily. Can you talk about it? All right. Although it probably has no use. She tilted her head and fell back into memories. It is said, just rumoured. Right on the coast of Colin Anhai, a group of half-fish, half-human fellows always appears. They are like ghosts, erratic, especially on typhoon days, they can often be seen. Mermaids! If you're thinking of some sort of mermaid, then it probably isn't. Because I thought that way back then too. But well, one of the maids told me again that those fellows have the appearance of a fish on their upper body, and on their lower body they look like humans covered in cyan scales. Extremely bizarre, and she also said she had seen one once. Karenina recalled meticulously, seeming to feel that this kind of thing really was a bit disgusting. It wouldn't be something of the same nature as the Northerners' monster army, would it? Hedgel's gaze suddenly turned sharp. It probably isn't, because I've never heard of monsters like that attacking people. Moreover, as long as fishermen discover traces of those things, they know the recent sea surface will definitely not be calm. Therefore, they all choose not to go out to sea. Thus, they actually help the local people a lot. That maid told me so, Karenina said with a strange expression. What the heck kind of situation is this? Who knows? Besides, they haven't found any traces of those things existing. They've always just seen their vague shadows and shapes. Whether this is people's imagination or a truly existing creature, I think there's still no conclusion. Karenina still maintained a skeptical attitude toward this. After all, to say unknown creatures exist here without finding any signs of such creatures existing, nor any living or dead individuals, is simply too hasty. 165. Devil, I do have a slight idea. After listening, Hedgel felt that this matter might be a bit interesting. What's wrong? You can't possibly really want to investigate and confirm its truth, right? Karenina rolled her eyes and responded ungraciously. Even if you find them, could it be that you still have to squeeze dry their remaining value? That might really not be certain. Hedgel answered non-committally. Turns out you're the truly genuine devil. So what if my behavior is a bit devilish, as long as it's useful? Why care so much about all that? Anyway, my intuition tells me these fellows are definitely not that simple. There must be something that can be utilized. Hedgel, however, didn't care about this and even wanted to surpass the devil. If they truly exist and possess intelligence, they will definitely pray that you won't find them. Karenina didn't want to say much more, suddenly feeling pity for those wondrous creatures that hadn't been discovered by him yet. The emotionless surplus value harvested.jpg. Speaking of which, why does this trace of cuttlefish's fishy scent feel a bit familiar? Karenina suddenly uttered a sentence of unclear meaning. Only just realized it. Hedgel almost spat out the tea he was drinking halfway, then said with forced composure, "Not quite. It was just a bit awkward to bring up just now. I always feel like I've smelled it somewhere before." She sniffed, seeming to feel a bit familiar, but she didn't know where she had smelled it. Quite strange, this memory might indeed seem a bit distant to you. I think it's better if you don't recall it anymore. After some thought, Hedgel still decided not to tell her about this matter. Otherwise, she would definitely curse dead pervert again, and then storm back to her room angrily. And this matter really had nothing to do with him. It was just that the scent happened to be a bit similar. Tilda, obviously you understand so well, yet you won't tell me. Spill it, Tilda. Karenina darted over to Hedgel's side again, and even began tugging at his arm. I think it's better if you don't remember. Otherwise, you'll probably curse me again. Hedgel, however, silently turned his head away. Why is this fellow suddenly acting so mischievous again? Compared to her young lady demeanor just now, she's simply a completely different person. He was still mentally complaining inwardly. TCH, now that you put it like that, aren't I even more curious? Karenina's eyebrows twitched, and she grabbed Hedgel's arm even tighter. Besides, if it comes to cursing you, if you keep your mouth shut, I'll start too. Oh. You really want to know? Really? Karenina blinked her eyes and said with certainty. Because she also knew that this operation could be considered a huge success. Then leaning over, Hedgel beckoned to her, and Karenina submissively leaned her ear close to Hedgel's lips. The gusts of airflow from his breathing stimulated her ear, making it a bit ticklish. But she didn't care too much either. With a strange smile at the corner of his lips, Hedgel whispered a sentence by her ear. And after hearing that sentence, her brain instantly crashed. Section 75. As expected, you're a damned pervert, an absolute freak. Predictably, Karenina directly threw off Hedgel's arm, blushed, and ran away angrily. Isn't this what you asked me to say? Hedgel didn't have much of a reaction to this. After all, this blame really didn't lie with him. Naya. Knowing she was in the wrong, Karenina just made a face, stuck out her tongue, and said no more. Tusk, I really want to take it in my mouth. Hedgel narrowed his eyes, staring at the little tongue that had just been stuck out for a few seconds, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Why do I increasingly feel like a creepy stalker? But soon, he regained his clarity. To be honest, I didn't think in that direction at all back then. She returned to her seat and said to Hedgel with a look of utter disdain, Actually, I feel that in the future, you will definitely remember this taste in some special occasions. Hedgel replied with a calm expression as usual. Tusk, I certainly hope it won't be like what you said. But aren't you a cute young lady right now? Getting married off is sooner or later, right? Although Hedgel's expression still looked calm, the corners of his mouth had already curled up slightly. Who told you that as long as you're a girl, you must get married off? Staying like this isn't bad either. Besides, just thinking about being pinned down on the bed doing piston movements makes me feel nauseous. Right now, I just want to become an engineering-obsessed chuck-tin. Karenina immediately denied Hedgel's statement, but in my opinion, that's not necessarily true. Hedgel responded meaningfully. I always feel like you've thought of some twisted way to mess with me again. I will definitely not be scared by you, oh. Karenina shrank her neck, feeling a chill race up her spine, yet what she said completely contradicted the objective fact of her physical reaction. Hey, this cute frightened look is simply too foul play. Hedgel stared intently at Karenina's posture and listened to her words, couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. Hurry up and eat. The food is about to get cold, but Hedgel already believed that this time's goal had been overfulfilled, so he simply chose to end the topic. After all, her attitude at this moment could already be said to be quite clear. If he continued to probe, it wouldn't lead to a good result. He was quite good at waiting for the opportunity to strike with a fatal blow. This was his style, just like all his actions during this period. Don't want to get married? Hedgel used the action of sipping tea to cover the smile that had already appeared at the corners of his mouth. This might be up to you later, Tilda. In his heart, he seemed to have already formed a plan for a special attack against Karenina, but as for the specific details, it's still a secret, Tilda. Karenina at this moment didn't feel a paw quietly approaching her, trying to pinch the back of her neck. She only felt that the bizarre chill from just now had disappeared. After that, she immediately relaxed her posture, preparing to fill her stomach. But before that, she still called Toner to take away the cuttlefish paste that was emitting a familiar fishy stench, and only then started dining with peace of mind. As for what smell that fishy stench was actually somewhat similar to, if one had to say, Fetinia flowers. As for whether her so-called absolutely not marrying thought could persist, or if she would loudly shout so good. In the near future, who knows? 166. Underground. Lords, may I ask what on earth you all are here for, hoping for this old man's assistance? Inside Kasrina, the second largest city of the Kavila Empire, a frail old man with white hair and beard was putting on a flattering smile, respectfully asking the municipal officials and military soldiers in front of him. Cut the crap. I heard that your place seems to know something about ancient ruins, so we want you to cooperate a little. No problem, right? The leading official grabbed the old man's collar and said fiercely, Ruins? I really don't. The old man seemed to want to flatly deny it, but before he could finish his words, he was heavily pinned against the wall. Be honest, everyone who has a close relationship with you says that you fellow have collected quite a few ancient relics, and an old man like you has never had any money. How could you possibly buy such rare items from someone else's hands? The leader roared viciously at this old codger, seemingly with conclusive evidence. My lord, I really don't know about any ancient things. I really don't know. Look, there are no valuable objects in here at all. How could there possibly be treasures left behind by those ancient civilizations? The old man seemed to want to continue defending himself, but his throat was tightly choked. Stop talking so much. Such. Then came the disorderly footsteps of the soldiers behind, filling the small wooden house in the corner of the city. And the old man could only use a gaze filled with heartache and fear to stare closely at these soldiers rummaging through boxes and cabinets, remaining silent. In those cloudy eyes, no one knew when they had filled with tears. It was unknown how much time had passed. An exclamation from the soldiers suddenly came out from the basement. The remaining soldiers also quickly moved closer to that location. It seemed they wanted to confirm whether an accident had happened or whether they had found what they wanted. And the old man, who was tied up tightly, watched the cloudy tears in his eyes flow silently down his cheeks. Benefactor, I'm truly sorry. He could only say these apologetic words in his heart. As for those official lords, they ran down eagerly. I saw that on a small shelf in the basement, there was still quite a few dilapidated objects that, judging from the traces, should be ancient artifacts. Behind this shelf was a passageway revealed after the soldiers moved the floor tiles. That passageway seemed to possess an irresistible temptation. Even though they didn't know what exactly existed inside, they were extremely eager to go down and find out. Originally, I just heard a firewood selling kids say that there is a shelf displaying antiques down here. I just didn't expect that there would actually be such good things down here. The leading official rubbed his hands and said excitedly, although when he came, he hadn't expected to actually find ruins. He had only heard a firewood selling fellow say that in the basement, where this old man piled firewood, there was a shelf of antiques. Then he thought about whether he could find a chance to get his hands on, and he just didn't expect that he actually found a real deal. By then the rewards given to him by higher-ups definitely wouldn't be few. He thought happily in his heart, what are you dazing for? Go down! He commanded the soldiers around him without any hesitation. But we don't know what's down there, and it's pitch black. But the soldiers had considerable reservations about this. Indeed, they couldn't be sure whether there were really ruins or something else down there. So what? We have to go down and take a look anyway. Never mind, let's go down together. Hearing this, the leader's mood instantly turned bad. After all, this was tantamount to denying the possibility of him getting promoted and getting rich. Naturally, he wouldn't give these few soldiers a good look, and those soldiers didn't dare to disobey the superior's instructions either. After all, no matter what, they were assigned under his command. They were told to prioritize finding useful ruins and acquire advanced technology capable of reversing the war situation within them. Is this kind of thing really reliable? They didn't know either. Although carrying great doubts, they still temporarily obeyed this temporary commander's orders, bringing torches and orderly entering this dark underground corridor. That official also had no misgivings and directly followed right behind the soldiers. Actually, he himself didn't understand why he had such a bizarre thought. He simply and purely obeyed that completely baseless thought and followed up. "Come quickly, come over." That pitch-black corridor seemed to be calling out to him like that, and below were spiral steps, step by step. The air inside was also filled with wisps of thick historical atmosphere. To put it clearly, it was just the smell of dust, and it was also mixed with a moldy smell. To be honest, the impression it gave people was not good, but they didn't care about this at all, because all their attention at this moment was concentrated within this dim corridor. Their consciousness at this moment seemed to be controlled as if firmly believing that absolute treasures existed inside. If there was a person of sound mind here at this moment, they would definitely realize that there certainly wouldn't be any good things waiting for them down below. But in reality, not a single person could escape the magic claws of this suggestion. Not one. Holding burning torches in their hands, taking advantage of this faint light, they slowly descended. How many minutes had passed? Or how many hours? Section 76. They didn't know. Deep inside their minds, all thoughts of time had long since vanished. They only knew to keep descending, until they reached the very bottom. In their consciousness, this process of walking down the stairs probably felt like only a split second. That their bodies faithfully recorded everything. When they finally reached flat ground, their bodies groaned in unison. Where is this place again? Overcome by physical exhaustion, someone had finally broken out of that bizarre sense of certainty, or rather, had been released from it. Yet they immediately fell into a new round of bewilderment. I don't know, it's pitch black here. Why did the torch go out? A fresh wave of unease crept up their spines. This might be the inside of the ruins. Hurry up and relight the torch. Let's see what on earth is in here. The official roared frantically at his surroundings. He couldn't see a thing in this place, only feeling an inexplicable chill coming from who knows where. Not daring to slack off, the soldiers immediately picked up their flint and steel again and began to ignite the torch. Dozens of seconds later, the faint candlelight illuminated the empty space once more. But after seeing everything around them clear, they had nothing left except boundless terror. 167. Cage! What are all these? In this spacious underground area, the official looked all around, his voice showing signs of breaking down. A pile of terrifying stone statues symbolizing evil ghosts, flops of extremely bizarre bat murals, and right in the center, a crystal board shimmering with a peculiar luster under the firelight. All of this hinted to the newcomers just how extraordinary this place was. And in the place's faintly unlit dark shadows were surging, laughing and mocking these people's arrogance and ignorance. They had never seen such a spectacle before. The next instant, without any warning, the flames went out. It went out once more, just like the first time, without warning, neatly extinguished. With trembling hands, they shakily took out the flint and steel from their pockets. But due to the violent shaking of their hands and the exhaustion caused by fear, they simply couldn't forcefully strike the flint. Doing so would only make them drop to the ground and become unrecoverable. In their hearts they prayed, their soundless throats pleading, wishing that the flame could ignite quickly and bring them so-called hope. It seemed as though as long as this flame burned, they wouldn't have to face these terrifying realities. On the contrary, this would only make them realize anew how terrifying their environment was. But the master of this place didn't give them time to slowly light the torch. There was no wind, no sound, only the faintly glowing red light. That originally crystal clear crystal ball was now exuding a demonic red glow. Hey! Accompanied by it was a chuckle of the utmost bizarreness, full of madness, full of chaos. This once again made everyone present's heart jump into their throats. As long as you release me from here, I can give you everything you want, everything. That crystal ball suddenly began to make a sound. The voice was gentle yet alluring, carrying a tremendous temptation. This was an obvious mental attack. However, not a single person could defend against it. As if enchanted, they slowly approached the crystal board, closer and closer. No one could resist this temptation. This was the truest thought deep down. The crystal board, which had turned a bright red, seemed to feel that its scheme had succeeded. It simply watched quietly as those puppets, completely under its control, walked toward it. As long as they can help me pull out these two things underneath ***, I will be liberated. It thought excitedly in its mind. Empire, I have returned. At this moment, it was already started to imagine how it should reorganize the Empire's remaining forces and equipment after getting out of here, reviving the national prestige of Yaharaha. But the sound of heads rolling on the ground shattered its illusions into pieces. Those puppets slowly approaching it had now completely turned into headless corpses spurting hot blood outward. And those heads were rolling on the ground right now. It could seemingly still see the terrified and incredulous expressions on their faces when their heads were chopped off. Seeing this scene, its entire system crashed. What kind of situation was this again? What do you mean, you've crossed the line." An exceptionally impatient female voice suddenly appeared in this spacious room. "Who are you? Why have you imprisoned me here for so long?" It roared furiously in the spacious room. Although it didn't know where this fellow was, it believed that this fellow could definitely hear its interrogation. "TCH, you guys always ask me the same question every time. I can't even be bothered to answer, but you interpret this as imprisonment. Whatever, suit yourself. Anyway, I won't allow you to run out." That voice seemed to dismiss the crystal ball's roar. "What is the reason?" After analyzing and concluding that continuing to rage would be futile, it reined in its temper, but still asked that voice through gritted teeth. "Very simple, because once you get out, it will cause massive chaos. And were you calculating the possibility of a restoration just now? Keep dreaming. At least I won't allow that kind of civilization to reappear." The voice was filled with utter mockery. "What on earth do you want?" "Nothing, I just want to live a peaceful life." After saying this, the female voice inexplicably yawned. "Geez, because of this mess you made, my black tea's cold. Stop pulling any more tricks and just stay quietly. Don't force me to unplug you." Having said that, the voice completely vanished. It was as if it had never appeared at all, and the corpses lying on the ground were rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, not even a speck of bone residue was left behind. "The thing underneath this is a plug?" That crystal board was completely stunned. "In that case, I have no way to escape at all." After another round of calculations, it arrived at this conclusion. What should it do now? It couldn't just stay here forever, could it? When has a master brain like me ever suffered this kind of grievance? It thought resentfully. Indeed, this crystal board was not its main body. It was merely the carrier for the calculation center and data storage. And it was an intelligent system stored within this crystal covered with a massive amount of magical patterns internally. It didn't know how long it had been locked up here, because its data regarding time would be deleted on a regular basis. It also didn't know how many times its time data had been deleted. It only knew that it seemed to have stayed here for a very, very long time. Its last memories of the outside world were a large group of fine fellows shooting down the battleship it was on. Those things, if it remembered correctly, they should be Griffin. There were records of them in the database. As for why they went berserk, unknown, the data seemed to have been deleted. All in all, it could be said to know absolutely nothing about why it was here, but judging from the words of that fellow just now, Yaharaha had probably completely vanished. But, as long as there was still equipment, as long as there were still traces left by the Empire on this land, then it must recreate it definitely must. This was its firmest thought in its heart. This was also the most important mission within its system settings. As long as there was still a single individual carrying the history and technology of Yaharaha existing in the world, then Yaharaha had definitely not perished, absolutely not. This was also one of the sources of its ongoing desire to escape. Section 77, 168. Installation. Can all of these things really be given to us? Shibota asked Friel, who had just handed him the documents, with a face full of apprehension. His eyes seemed to reveal complete uncertainty. Of course. His Majesty previously said that these weapons would soon be equipped to frontline troops, and since you happen to be resting and reorganizing in the Imperial capital right now, they are simply being delivered to you first. This is entirely His Majesty's decision. Friel maintained her usual demeanor, explaining earnestly. So that's how it is. Thank you for His Majesty's grace. Upon hearing this reply, Shibota naturally understood the implication, so he obediently lowered his head, bent his waist, and bowed deeply toward the direction of the Imperial city. All right, just conduct the training according to the methods on here. For now, this batch of armed weapons called rifles will be used to train a group of soldiers and officers who can shoulder the responsibilities of instructors. Afterward, they will instruct the other soldiers in the army. Friel instructed with a hint of lingering concern. Understood, but this quantity seems a bit small. Shibota scratched his head, voicing a question he had when he saw this form. Because Miss Karenina will be launching an improved model in the near future, to reduce waste, this batch will temporarily be used only to train instructors. Once mass production of the new model begins, training for ordinary soldiers will commence. Friel responded flawlessly, as if she had already memorized the set of talking points by heart. Understood, I will make proper arrangements immediately. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Shibota replied in a firm and resonant voice. He seemed even more excited. After all, being able to get the improved model so quickly meant the army's combat capability should increase even more. Friel didn't say much else, she simply maintained her consistent style, nodded gently and left silently. As for the material allocation, That was a matter for the relevant departments. She was merely her messenger. And tomorrow is at the so-called skill assessment. His Majesty lately seemed to care deeply about technical talents. Every day, he had to look at how many people were on this registration form. However, judging from the current situation, there are quite a few. Hopefully there are qualified people among them. Rio recalled the number of applicants on the form she saw last night. Her heart was still slightly uneasy. After all, there were only a little over 100 people. Wanting to select people from among them who met his requirements, can this really work? But after thinking to herself to no avail, she still shook her head to force herself to wake up a bit. Let's go prepare the necessary things first. I remember His Majesty was planning to clear out the old stables, clean them all thoroughly, and then install the magic furnaces, right? It was said that the closed-door assessment would take place there. Broadly speaking, the assessment period is 7 days, and results can be produced and tested in advance. Those who pass the test can generally be hired. If no suitable parts are produced after 7 days, or if there is a problem with the parts, that group will be directly eliminated. During this period, eating, drinking, sleeping, and using the restroom will all take place inside mutually separated small sheds. Dedicated personnel will be responsible for taking care of their food and lodging. And it won't cost a single penny. This is probably considered quite humane, right? And now she was going to urge the people of the Internal Affairs Department to install all the equipment needed on the site. Furthermore, every set of equipment must be numbered, and names must be recorded. If any installation issues arise, accountability can be pursued directly. There is completely no need to fear failing to find the person responsible. All in all, just continuing like this should be fine. Hopefully no other hitches will occur. During these past few days, Karenina had not been idle either. Instead, she took this opportunity to begin improving the original mortars. At the same time, through multiple tests, she adjusted the sights and improved accuracy. After all, previously, there wasn't much time to make drastic improvements to these things. Anyway, for these temporary items used now, there really was no need for such large-scale equipment deployment. It would be better to wait until future production was more standardized before starting a comprehensive military reform. I just wonder if suitable talents can be found this time. Thinking of this, Karenina's heart was also somewhat apprehensive. As for these remaining temporarily used equipment, they were temporarily handed over to various armors as training materials. Anyway, their operational principles basically didn't change much. Her current goal was that anyone who had used previous models of firearms, after just a few hours of familiarity, could master the usage method of the new rifles very well. As for artillery, for now, being enough is good, because there really wasn't too much demand. As long as artillery could be used to wipe out the opposing cavalry, then the remaining army would be mincemeat in the eyes of the troops equipped with firearms. Well, but this was only built upon the premise that the artillery could inflict effective casualties on the enemy army. And in mountain warfare, naturally, simpler explosives must be equipped, for example grenades and the like. The principle was also simple. Just pack a sufficient amount of magic crystal powder into a porcelain container wrapped with a layer of sheet iron on the outside. Then stuff a hollow circular tube inside, and inside the tube, insert waste magic crystals injected with magic by human labor as an external magic source provider. As long as the pull ring at the top of the tube is pulled open, the spring will begin to contract, which will then cause the ordinary magic crystal to come into contact with the waste magic crystal. And with just a single collision, the magically different properties of the two will leak, intertwine, and trigger an explosion. Roughly, most of her explosive design ideas were like this. Moreover, the reliability had also been verified for a period of time, and generally there wouldn't be problems. After all, this was just a quite simple mechanical structure. If it were to be simplified further, that could only be described as making things difficult for people. And if they ran into duds or things like that, that could only be blamed on the non-standardization of industrial production. This could only be said to be helpless. Sure enough, we still have to look to tomorrow. Oh no, 8 days later. This could already be considered torment, right? She said at the iron lumps in the wooden box beside her that still looked somewhat decent. Her mood also seemed to have calmed down a lot. Well, let people come later to blow up a few more and see if there are really any problems. Anyway, doesn't Hedgel have some money now? And they are just a few grenades. It won't cost much money. Besides, this kind of routine experiment definitely needed to be carried out a few more times. After confirming the rationality of this matter, she stretched again, ready to run into the palace to find a couple of guards to act as guinea pigs. Just who is so lucky, Tilda? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth began to turn upward again. Rather than calling it luck, shouldn't it be called misfortune? Because there's a risk of being blown to death or maimed by this 166. Suffering. Have all the items been put into storage? Inside the imperial city of the Kavilla Empire, The Empress was currently holding a so-called material statement and carefully reviewing it, as if she didn't want to let go even the slightest flaw. Replying to Your Majesty, the weapons shipped from Coburg have all been counted, and there are no problems at all. The official in charge of transportation replied respectfully. Then he handed a new document to the attendant below the steps. Then let it be like that. Didn't they want information about those strange creatures before? Now have people sent everything they want over? After all, we can't break our agreement. The Empress put the document just handed up by the attendant aside, then stroked her forehead and waved her hand at the official below the stage, signaling him to leave immediately. As you command! Knowing he had obtained permission to leave, that official hurriedly moved his steps and quickly left this magnificent hall. It was as if continuing to stay here would put his life in danger. Seeing his appearance, a young girl sitting solemnly on the imperial throne only let out a silent sigh and then waved her hand at the attendants below the stage, signaling them to hurry out as well. Until she was completely the only one left in this hall did her move return to peace. I really don't know what kind of petty calculations Hedgel is making in his heart. She sat in her seat, her whole body relaxed, but her brain still maintained a considerable sense of tension. She really couldn't quite see through what Hedgel was thinking right now. She only felt that all of Hedgel's various measures were a bit abnormal, yet she couldn't find a connecting point between them. For example, the information reported back by the spies inside the Caboge Empire. It was simply impossible to understand what on earth he wanted to do. If it were merely reducing taxes on farmers, that wouldn't be incomprehensible. After all, to mobilize the enthusiasm of farmers, it could engage in production better, and wiping out the noble forces was also beyond reproach. Section 78. After all, if these fellows weren't periodically kept in check, they would surely stir up a mess. Even if some fools were to defect to the enemy, that wouldn't be impossible. After all, they are just a bunch of fellows who can abandon anything for the sake of profit, including conscience and honor, and recruiting artisans nationwide is completely incomprehensible. Furthermore, they want to build some kind of ironworks, and the compensation offered is quite high. At least compared to the laborers currently employed by the Kavila Empire's government, it is much higher. It's incomprehensible, but there's nothing that can be done. However, after her final thoughts yielded no results, she could only stand up from her seat, stretch her slightly stiff body, and prepare to return to her bedroom. Although it was still early, she had already properly handled everything that could be dealt with. The remaining matters such as frontline battles, or the collection of remaining food supplies. She also knew deeply that even if she sat here blankly, it would be of no use. It would be better to be sensible and go back to her room to rest for a bit. How long has it been since she had a proper sleep in a bed? Thinking of this, she let out another bitter smile, and when she returned to her bedroom, she found that everything inside remained unchanged, still as dry and tedious as before. Well, whatever, it looks like there's no dust. The servants must be cleaning every day. Let's sleep fast. Thinking of this, she prepared to turn off the blindingly white magical chandelier and for once, have a comfortable sleep. But this burst of knocking made her frown involuntarily. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be that so-called mother, right? The moment she thought of those people, a heavy sense of disgust and nausea uncontrollably arose in her heart. But she still had to open the door, otherwise this fellow would definitely keep knocking, never letting her have peace and quiet. Thinking of this, she arranged her attire and while responding, gently opened this heavy wooden door. But before she could even see that mother's face, a familiar and pungent perfume scent had already drilled into her nasal cavity. Smelling the scent before seeing the person, that's probably about it. Cleaner, do you have time right now? And when the door was fully opened, a slightly sharp young female voice directly drilled into the Empress's ears. She frowned slightly, but did not make any disgusted gestures. She only responded softly, "What is the matter with you, mother? It's just my cosmetics over there are running a bit low, and I was wondering if I could get some money from you." The heavily made-up woman standing outside the door said unceremoniously, "How much do you need, may I ask?" Although with her current status, she didn't need to show too much respect to this woman. But to prevent this woman's mouth from uttering some ominous things, she still had to properly satisfy this fellow's request. Not much. 2 boxes of gold. That's fine, right? That so-called mother curved the corners of her mouth slightly, immediately putting forward her demand. But no matter how you look at it, this is an exorbitant demand. Tusk, suddenly I really want to pin a crime on her and execute her as soon as possible. Tomorrow I will have someone get it for you from the treasury. And she only nodded silently. A maid sham, then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, the woman immediately turned around and left Cleaner's room. And Lena only coldly stared at her retreating figure. keeping silent. As expected, after handling things well, I must properly overhaul the inner palace. It's just that this fellow's plan is a bit troublesome. I need to gather more dirt on them, she thought to herself secretly. Indeed, the Empress truly has no way to deal with this fellow right now. Although the age gap between the two of them is only 2 or 3 years, but in terms of seniority it is separated by a generation. She didn't understand before either. That damned late emperor really didn't know what he was thinking. Before dying, he actually married such a jinx. But now, she seemed to understand a lot more. At least after sitting in this position, she had completely and thoroughly understood. Duke Bodoli, in the Kavila Empire, can be said to be a major noble known to everyone. Compared to the Kaboj Empire, the weakening of noble power in the Kavila Empire was not significant. This wasn't because the country's emperor didn't want to engage in centralization or autocracy, but rather it was impossible to implement. They had originally thought about learning from the Kaboj Empire and splitting up the nobility, but the actual implementation process was full of difficulties. Because the nobles of the Kaboj Empire, after being reformed, lived such impoverished and helpless lives, they completely lost any demeanor, temperament, power, and wealth that nobles ought to have. The fellows of Kavila saw all of this with their own eyes. Naturally, upon hearing that the Kavila Empire was also preparing to carry out this type of change, they would resist with all their might. 200. Falling asleep. First is the so-called Noble Coalition. They claim to be the meritorious subjects who founded this country, the pioneers of this country, taking all the achievements of their ancestors upon themselves, and overtly formed a so-called alliance, attempting to contend with the royal family. And the emperor at that time was truly and surely a mediocre person. He only saw the benefits brought by disciplining the nobles and reclaiming power, completely failing to prepare for the nobles' resistance. Seeing this situation, he immediately lost his footing and even wanted to sue for peace. This kind of behavior of wanting to carry out sweeping reforms without completely making up one's mind would only cause the scattered and scheming nobles to agglomerate into a single entity. And for the current situation, where noble power and imperial power are game-playing with each other, that mediocre person bears unshakable responsibility. But thinking this much now doesn't change the actual situation much. That arrogant fellow just now was precisely the eldest daughter of the house of Duke Bodoli, who serves as the leader of the Noble Coalition, and the late emperor chose to marry her back then. Presumably it was also out of political considerations. Internally, there were the nobles and the increasingly agitated populace. Externally, there were the damned northerners. When these two sides combine, it really is fatal. Can she really endure through this? She couldn't help but generate this doubt in her heart. Forget it. Go to sleep first. Tomorrow she will still have to continue dealing with these extremely annoying matters. I really don't know until when such things have to be done. Carrying this pessimistic thought, she massaged her already slightly stiff shoulders. Without even fully undressing, she lay down on the bed. With full weariness, she quickly and deeply entered a dream. Probably only here could she find that so-called ease and freedom. If even this place were to be snatched away, then she might truly go crazy. That fellow Brand still hasn't returned. Yes, that fellow said he discovered clues to the ruins and took people out. It's been a whole night, and we still haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Inside the municipal office of Kaslina City, two fellows wearing reasonably decent official uniforms were whispering to each other. The fellow they were discussing seemed to have taken some men out to find work a few days ago, but up to now there was still not the slightest sign of returning. This made them feel a bit unusual. Could it be that he actually found the ruins, then triggered a mechanism, and died inside? One of them said abruptly. This was a plot device that frequently appeared when he watched certain plays. Don't think too much. How could that be? If there really were any valuable ruins in the city, could we have stayed here for so long without discovering them? Anyway, I think he probably found an opportunity, used the excuse of finding ruins to run to the outskirts of the city to have fun, and given his usual nature, not coming back for half a month would be considered normal. After a brief silence, the person beside him vigorously patted his colleague's head, wanting to wake him up a bit. That is indeed true. If there really was some large-scale ruins here, and yet they hadn't discovered even a shred, it would also be humiliating enough. But I don't know if your majesty has lost their mind, still thinking about whether they can dig up some ancestral treasures now. But well, I think even if something was really left here before, it should have been completely dug up long ago by now, right? How could there still be anything left, don't you think? Who is saying it isn't? What's more, they actually let us people who manage matters within the city do it. How could it possibly be found? The two of them began to mock and ridicule the emperor's decision once again. But grumbles are grumbles. If they really had to say it, they weren't completely unable to understand the current situation, internal and external troubles. If there isn't anything kept as a trump card, future days might become even harder. After all, the Northerners have now fought right up to their doorstep, and our army is still retreating step by step, about to enter the territory. If the nobles and the royal family right now are still in this posture of infighting. Section 79. That packing up and leaving is still more promising. After all, under that kind of offensive, whether we can hold the territory is a big question, and idlers from government departments like them will most likely be dragged to the front lines to make up numbers. This is simply too difficult. How about we really flee to the Caboge Empire first? The more I think about it now, the more I feel staying here has no future. Right now, we haven't been conscripted just because we are working our lives away for the imperial court. You must know, many able-bodied labourers in the city have already been dragged away. It's only a matter of time before it's our turn to. One of them poked his colleague's waist with his elbow and said in a low voice, "Let's not think about so many useless things for now. Leaving aside anything else, with this little fortune of yours, even if you run over there, what can you possibly do? Furthermore, I'm afraid before you even get across, you'll be intercepted at the border pass." And his colleague stared at him with a look of caring for the mentally disabled and said softly, "That's true, forget it. Rather than thinking about these things here, it's better to look forward to whether we can find the so-called ruins and then complete the mission signed to us from above." He seemed to also understand just how unreliable this idea was, so he honestly tidied up the clothes on his body and prepared to start the night patrol with this colleague. "Tusk, how did there suddenly become so many bats here?" Just as they walked to a relatively secluded corner, one of them stared with a face full of disgust at the shadows of these startled little fellows fluttering up and down in the night sky. "I don't know. It should just be because we happened to run into their nest." And his companion didn't care much about it. However, these bats seemed to look a bit different from the ones usually seen. He observed these bats closely while murmuring softly, It seems their size is much smaller than the ones seen before. It seems so, and the color also seems to carry a slight hint of red." The colleague who also discovered the anomaly added in a low voice, "However, although these bats looked slightly different from the ones they had seen before, but it seemed there was no difference in their habits. Mostly they were just subspecies of common bats." Thinking this, they no longer pursued the matter further and continued their night patrol. And these strange bats, this time silently, followed behind them. They flapped their wings, their little red eyes seeming to radiate red light outward. Their dark red skin surface also carried strange patterns. They followed the footsteps of the two minor officials and wandered around inside the city. What was their purpose? Unknown. Meanwhile, an oil lamp was lit inside the rundown small wooden cabin in that corner. The previously open tunnel entrance was closed once again. The old man who was previously tied up was now sitting by the table, writing in a diary. It seemed as if nothing had happened. 201. Timing. Tomorrow. Are we going to carry out heretic purging again? In the night order of the papal state, Sophia received yet another mission regarding the purging of heretics. She had nothing much to say, only feeling that this church truly did not have much need to exist anymore. The so-called purging was simply pure slaughter followed by the plundering of property. Regardless of old or young, male or female, as long as they had once lived in that village, they would definitely be massacred. She looked at the cruel scenes unfolding before her eyes and had already grown slightly numb, but she warned herself time and time again that she must never seek to become beasts exactly like them. Numbness was the beginning, and thereafter one would only sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire named brutality, ultimately being completely swallowed by this bloody ocean and losing one's original intention. There are really a bit too many people fleeing to us recently. Furthermore, these fellows are unwilling to pay tributes to the true God. Then naturally they must be purged cleanly. Only then will we not go against the will of the gods. And the leader of the Night Order remained undisturbed by this, continuing to use hypocritical and noble rhetoric to package this bloody and cruel reality, which appeared particularly ridiculous and magical realistic in Sophia's eyes. After all, judging from the present, gods probably did not exist, while demons truly and solidly existed within their hearts. And this demon used desire as food, brutality as a weapon, and gods as a disguise. Galloping across this land, wantonly trampling upon life while also accepting the yearning and praise of the ignorant. It was truly joyful indeed. As you command, I shall definitely practice the will of the gods. Yet for now, she could only temporarily submit under the might of this humanoid demon, putting on a respectful and obedient appearance to disguise herself as one of them. Only in this way could she survive in this hell. Obedience, execution. This was the only way to survive here. Otherwise she would only end up as an unusable chess piece, thrown into a mass grave after being defiled by this group of thugs whose behaviors were no different from beasts. Then let's leave it at that. Same old time, same old place. Also at that time you can take a bit more things. No need to be too constrained. Treat it as a banquet. Saying this, the leader also put on an appearance of caring for subordinates and patted her shoulder, yet the words spoken were hair-raising. What kind of emotions were actually contained within them? She did not know. She only knew that the disgust level of this fellow surprised her. Understood. I will strictly obey your teachings. And she could only respond formulaically. The leader merely shrugged indifferently and turned to leave. Sophia also turned her body around and walked toward her dormitory. However, her pace was much heavier than before. 26. She silently recited this number in her heart. 26. That was the total number of innocent people she had killed during this period. During the purging process, if she didn't kill, she was also very clear about what she would face. She had no choice other than to swing this night-long sword, which originally symbolized glory and justice, toward those innocents. And tomorrow, this number would increase again. Furthermore, it would definitely increase by quite a bit. Thinking of this, her heart began to wrench in pain once more. Should I flee? That voice popped out from somewhere unawares. Flee? It questioned her over and over again, but there was no opportunity. There is, and it's also a very good timing. That voice continuously seduced her. Are you confident? That depends on your ability and luck. I roughly understand. Sophia clenched her teeth, seeming to have made up her mind. Indeed, the opportunity existed. Furthermore, could it be considered an exquisite timing? Because 3 days later, the night company under Sophia's jurisdiction happened to conduct field training. Perhaps this was an exquisite timing, because no matter what, as long as she could run out of the city, she absolutely had the confidence to lead these subordinates to leave the Western Papal State. Because she had previously undertaken missions of transporting supplies and was relatively familiar with some environments around the border. Yet the biggest problem was just one. How should she enter another country? If it were the Cabbage Empire, there was zero possibility that the troops deployed at the border would let them in. And if it were other small countries, that would be even worse than not going. They all looked up to this papal state. If they got this news, they would definitely start a nationwide manhunt just to please this pope. In that case, it would instead be seeking their own deaths. And if they honestly stated their intention of coming to surrender to the Cabbage Empire, the problem might become even more serious. Because the Cabbage Empire was currently in a stage of recuperation and did not want to wage large-scale wars. If they accepted this troop, it would be no different from a provocation against the Pope. So it was yet another dead end. Thus, she fell into deep contemplation once more. Is there any method to enter the territory of the Cabbage Empire without passing through the outposts? If it was Sophia alone, she completely wouldn't need to have this concern. After all, at night, casually finding a breach with fewer patrolling personnel, paying attention to concealing one's aura and slipping past would still be quite easy. Yet now she was still thinking of leading an entire completed effect, and if she didn't run away with these newly joined little fellows, the people of this church would definitely hang them up one by one and interrogate where she had gone, regardless of whether they knew or not. And in the end they would definitely all end up on the gallows. This was something Sophia absolutely did not want to see. This is tricky. She sat on a bed that couldn't be considered very soft and silently sighed. However, she did not notice that mass of black shadow slowly wriggling in the corner of the wall. That black shadow merely lingered in the corner for a while before blending back into the shadows, continuing to wait and observe the girl in front of it, as if wanting to understand her worries. And the reason why he did this was simply to take the opportunity to acquire more interesting and valuable intelligence. In the end, should he reveal his true form? Section 80. The dark shadow thought to itself secretly. She could also tell from her observations during this period that this girl was currently extremely dissatisfied with the church, yet she didn't dare to show it in front of everyone. And perhaps this was a great opportunity for defection? Well, I still need to report this to the boss first, although only he could manage to avoid being discovered under such circumstances. But acting without authorization definitely wouldn't end well. In the end, the shadow stopped its restlessness and continued with its routine surveillance, and tried to find more possibilities within this young girl's expressions, actions, and words. 202. Ready? Then everything is ready, right? Hegel stood beneath the tower of the imperial city, staring at the sparse crowd not far away, and asked Friel softly beside him. Yes, I have arranged all the equipment properly. The rest just requires Lord Carl's to publicize the assessment contents to all personnel present. As for the content, it was formulated by Miss Karenina. Friel stood aside and answered respectfully while handing the documents in her hand to Hegel. Hegel didn't say anything, took the paper, which was presumably the list of participants, with one hand, gave it a casual glance, and handed it back to Friel. Apart from the slightly low number of people, there are no other problems. As for the assessment content, it had to be filtered according to Karenina's requirements, so I have nothing to say. Compared to that, I care more about the movements of those fellows in the Cavilla Impia. Hedgel stood by the windowsill and stretched lazily, seeming to lack interest in this assessment. Indeed, right now, he had no other choice except to pray for more qualified candidates. Besides, rather than thinking about such nonsense, it was better to first conceive the necessary strategic planning and then take some time later to see what that fellow Karenina was up to again. I always feel that she must be up to some weird things again. A strange feeling suddenly flashed through Hedgel's mind, but he couldn't articulate what it actually was. As you wish. Friel quickly got into character as usual. According to reports from intelligence personnel sent to the Cavilla Impia and various informants originally planted within its borders, the Cavilla Impia is still in a state of decline. The front lines have been continuously advancing closer to the homeland of the Cavilla Impia. It is estimated that in 2 days, or at most 4 days, the flames of war will spread to the homeland of the Cavilla Impia. Vril pulled out a document from somewhere and read it softly in a voice devoid of any emotion. As for the 4th Army and the 6th Army, which were originally the elite forces of the Cavilla Impia, they are currently on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the 1st Army remains in the capital of the Cavilla Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, they are still guarding against the nobles. That's really something. Even at a time like this, the infighting within the country still shows no signs of stopping. Hearing this, Hedgel couldn't help letting out a soft exclamation, mixed with a hint of relief. What he wanted to feel relieved about was none other than the late Emperor's drastic measures to weaken the nobility. Otherwise, the problems currently faced by the Caboge Empire might be even greater than before. I actually feel a bit sorry for that fellow. It's completely a mess. There was no irony in these words, only a trace of bitterness and genuine sympathy. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to actually provide real support. It was merely an exclamation in words. Not only that, the newly formed 3rd Army, which was reinforced with troops not long ago, is currently at an absolute disadvantage in the war against the Jers Duchy. Rumour has it that they have been completely surrounded. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be completely annihilated by the monster legions of the Jers Duchy within 3 days. However, within the military, this is still being concealed from superiors. The Emperor should still be unaware of this. Friel didn't feel much about this, which was of course false, but naturally, she couldn't show it obviously right now. She only softened her mechanically regular voice, just a little bit. TCH, is it already this pessimistic? Hedgel merely sighed softly, and then began pacing back and forth in this not so spacious tower. The crisp yet rhythmic sound of shoes colliding and frictioning against the floor echoed in this confined space. This familiar sight also gave Friel a little peace of mind. A few minutes later, Hedgel seemed to have come up with a slight idea. Wait. Hedgel's face remained as calm and unmuffled as ever. Do we still need to wait? Friel had doubts about this. Naturally. Although we still have to rely on them to buy time, that doesn't mean we need to go all out to help them. Furthermore, if we provide excessive assistance and they don't know how to be grateful, we'd simply be raising a pack of ungrateful wolves. Hedgel's tone returned to its original indifference. We must let them reach the end of their rope, where they have no choice but to swallow their pride and plead no, beg us to extend a helping hand. Only then can we give them the second batch of supplies. As for this first batch of supplies, it at best merely indicates that we can still be flexible, nothing more. Hedgel explained in detail, and when they truly cannot hold on any longer, we will transfuse blood to them little by little. We must absolutely never feed this fellow to full, because once fed, they will know how to resist and negotiate terms. Understood. I will promptly convey your will to the relevant intelligence officers on the front lines. Friel lowered her head and responded earnestly. Now she finally understood completely why Hedgel had gone to such great lengths to plant so many secret lines across various nations beforehand. It was precisely so that in times like this, he could control more information and seize the initiative. She once again felt grateful and full of admiration for all of Hedgel's past measures. Your Majesty, there is one more point. That is, the Cavilla Empire now wants to collect things related to ancient ruins. May I ask, is there any need to interfere with them? Friel suddenly remembered something that seemed rather important. Just invest a small amount of manpower for observation. There's no need to expend too much energy. Hedgel merely paused slightly before immediately issuing the instruction. But if they really discover extremely useful technology, wouldn't we? No big deal. If it's those ancient technologies, wanting to apply them on a large scale will definitely lead to leaks. It would be hard for us not to know. As for technologies that cannot be used on a large scale, they won't help their current war situation much anyway. Instead, we can trade for them under the guise of equivalent exchange, using food and weapons as bargaining chips. Given their current food reserves, they will definitely be tempted by my proposal. Hedgel didn't care about this at all, because all of this seemed to be within his calculations. Understood. Vril responded softly, then quickly left the tower and walked briskly towards the secret communication room. Meanwhile, Hedger looked at the looming, towering chimneys in the distance without saying a word. 203. Opportunity. Summer. In the evening, Sophia also finished this so-called purge. The flames burning in the village scorched their eyes, making her still feel a dull ache now. Her whole body felt as if all its strength had been drained as she tottered into her dormitory. Yet she still tried her best to maintain calmness in front of those so-called companions, because as long as they discovered her wavering, there definitely wouldn't be any good results. I want to run, but there is nowhere to escape. She collapsed onto the bed, letting out a sigh as faint as a mosquito's buzzing. She was now regretting why she had put in those so-called efforts that got her to this position. If she had been lazier every day, she would probably have just maintained the position of an official knight and muddled through her days afterward, although she had already realized how filthy this church was back then. However, at least there wouldn't be the kind of pain and despair she faced now. That's not right. There is a place that will accept you. An ethereal male voice suddenly appeared in the room, startling Sophia and making her spring up quickly from the bed. Her hand also swiftly drew the long sword hanging by the bedside, adopting a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. But that voice did not appear again, and she didn't sense the presence of anyone else either. Nothing at all. Doubts inevitably arose in her heart. No, it definitely wasn't an illusion. Someone had indeed spoken just now. Holding the sword with both hands and a fierce gaze, she dispelled the illusions in her heart and attentively scanned everything around her. Didn't you just say there was nowhere to escape? Now there's an opportunity. Do you want to try it? And that voice came out from the corner once again. Who are you? She still maintained considerable vigilance, yet didn't dare to strike rashly. After all, what that completely unknown fellow said held an immense attraction for her. First of all, let me state that this matter is not allowed to be discussed with outsiders, especially your so-called knights. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk. The male voice brought up conditions first. All right. Sophia thought about it for a moment and felt that this proposal was still within an acceptable range. Secondly, put down the sword in your hand. I have no ill intentions toward you. If I wanted to kill you just now, you would have already been decapitated. I must decline. Sophia responded decisively. After all, this was her only means to ensure her own safety. Naturally, she couldn't easily discard it. All right, then let's talk like this, about the matter of you wanting to take your subordinates and leave this papal state. The male voice seemed quite nonchalant about this. Then, a massive dark shadow was seen writhing and changing in the corner before transforming into a humanoid shape. Sophia instantly tensed up, and a scream almost escaped her throat. A shadow person? She tried her utmost to suppress the roar she wanted to make from her throat. Her azure eyes were now filled with fear. Hey, don't be so tense. And look at the script you're about to cross the hilt of the sword, aren't you? The dark shadow said to Sophia with a hint of playfulness. You are a shadow person. Sophia controlled her voice to the utmost, staring fiercely at the masked person in black. So what if I'm a shadow person? Do you really believe those guys from the Riston Church who say we are all reincarnated demons? Who on earth is the demon? Don't you have the slightest clue in your heart? There was irony and sarcasm in the person in black's words, and they even intentionally pointed at the statue hanging in Sophia's room that represented the true god of the Riston Church. This sulk. Hearing this sentence, she couldn't help feeling her heart tightly clench. Indeed, ever since she was a child, she had been educated that those fellows who could turn into shadows and lurk in the darkness were all reincarnations of demons, and whenever one was encountered, it must be killed. Otherwise, they would slaughter everyone around them in all sorts of bizarre and brutal ways. This voice had always existed deep in her heart, and it was also the source of her profound fear when she saw this person in black transform. It looks like you understand as well. Then I won't say much more. The person in black shrugged and walked unconcernedly in front of Sophia. I am an intelligence officer of the Keboj Empire. Now, acting on orders from my superiors, I hope to provide you with a way to leave the Riston Papal State and a suitable place to settle down. What do you think of this proposal? The shadow person said this unhesitatingly, as if everything was completely under his control. Section 81. On what grounds do you expect me to trust you? Sophia said cautiously, the long sword in her hand still showing no sign of being put down. Then believe it or not as you please. At least when you lead your troops out, as long as you approach the Hinsai Pass, present this certificate and disarm completely, you can enter the country under the guidance of the special forces and go straight to the imperial capital. With that, the figure in black threw her a small iron token engraved with a strange pattern. You don't need to maintain this level of vigilance either. After all, it's meaningless. Sophia responded with silence, then slowly lowered the long sword in her hand and gently picked up the token that had fallen on the bed. Pay attention. Oh, If you try to enter the country without disarming by then, you will be shot. Be sure to remember that. Leaving this final advice, this hairy figure in black then turned into a dark shadow, melting into the darkness and vanishing without a trace. Sophia was slightly dazed. How on earth did he know about these things? She muttered softly. Is this considered providing help in a time of need? She sighed, thought to herself secretly, and then focused her gaze once again on the iron token. The pattern on it seemed a bit strange. A pattern she had never seen before, completely different from the sword and shield emblem of the Cabbage Empire. No matter how one associated it, it was impossible to connect it with the Cabbage Empire. This is a sickle and a hammer? She carefully identified the pattern on it, and these two words couldn't help but surface in her mind. Well, it was probably deliberately changed to prevent me from taking this to claim credit with the commander or those few archbishops. If the usual emblem of the Cabbage Empire were directly engraved, that really would be too careless. Is this really feasible? She silently gripped this so-called token tightly. But judging from the current situation, she really seemed to have no other choice. She certainly didn't want to continue staying here as a puppet that was constantly assimilated and turned into a killing machine. Nor did she want her subordinates to be hanged on the gallows because of her departure. This should be the only way, right? 204. Pawn. Who he told her it's done. It's done. No matter what, these things should be of some use, right? Karenina looked at the thing in front of her and happily stretched, and in front of her was a large, metallic lump of iron. As for its specific function, it would still depend on how she explained it to Hedgel later. Isn't this unrealistic? Hedgel stared at such a large volume of this thing and couldn't help saying so. What other choice is there? I really can't make it any smaller. And when it all comes down to it, is still a limitation of material technology. She shrugged, seemingly wanting to show her helplessness. But with a thing this big, you want to stuff it into a tractor? Hedgel said helplessly. It's definitely 3 to 4 times the size of a normal engine. But I'm out of options too. As for the suspension system, it can only rely on tracks, since it has to go into the fields after all. Besides, no rubber or anything is seen here. She tilted her head, seemingly already having a basic design concept. And to save costs, we might as well make the other places simpler. Meaning without considering the driver's comfort, set up a few thick supports, then pad the bottom with coolant and directly let him sit on the engine to operate it. Hey, you are a devil, right? Definitely a devil, right? As soon as Hedgel heard this, he knew absolutely no good thing would happen. And the generated heat wave as well as the ghost-like noise and vibration, he feared that a normal person going up originally would become half disabled coming down TCH, because there's no other way. We'll slowly improve it after we can achieve miniaturization. For now, we can only let them suffer a bit. Karenina, however, waved her hand as if she thought it wasn't a big deal, and even wanted to collect materials as soon as possible to make a prototype. Then who do you plan to have drive this? Randomly pick a few workers or soldiers, and after training for a period of time, it can be used. After all, the control structure I provided is still very simple, she said with full confidence. It's just a few connecting rods and 2 pedals. Just remember their functions and get used to using them, and that's it. I always feel like using this gadget is going to cost lives. Isn't this what you wanted? You were talking about a tractor earlier. Now I were actually unhappy after an experimental product has been put together. Hearing this, Karenina couldn't help rolling her eyes again. That's what is said, but no matter how you look at it, this isn't very reliable. The only way to verify whether it's reliable or not is practice. Oh. Karenina, however, was exceptionally confident about this. All right then, I'll wait for your good news. In the end, Hedgel didn't want to say too much, and just reluctantly agreed to this idea. Indeed, maybe this could have miraculous effects, but even he himself couldn't be sure. Rest assured, rest assured. Anyway, it just costs a bit of manpower. Even if this concept doesn't work, this engine can be installed in other places. So there absolutely won't be much waste. And after getting Hedgel's consent, Karenina, in a great mood, patted Hedgel's shoulder and said happily, even if it's made now, its actual use afterwards will have to wait. After all, sowing is basically completed now. Even if you put this thing together, it can at most help with ploughing and land reclamation. So this gadget isn't urgent. Hedgel seemed to have sensed Karenina's current drive, so he still decided to throw some cold water on her first. After all, things made out of a sudden surge of impulse definitely do not have much guarantee. I know, Tilda, and she only responded lazily. It seemed she didn't take what Hedgel said seriously at all. The main thing is, we might fall out with the theocracy recently. Of course, the possibility is very low. Hedgel added unexpectedly, "What's up? Going to war again?" Not to that extent, but deterioration of relations might happen. Hedgel, however, didn't care much about this. That shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, they never gave us a good look to begin with. Karenina shrugged, as if she thought this matter was quite boring. The main thing is I was still wondering if we could completely ruin the reputation of Riston Church first before taking action. But well, judging from now, their internal corruption is indeed rotten to the core. Hedgel said another sentence that Karenina couldn't understand. Did you get some more intelligence? Karenina seemed to only think of this possibility. Nothing much, it's just that a paladin of the Papal State wants to lead a team to escape here. Hedgel, however, put on an indifferent look and shrugged. No matter how you look at this, it wouldn't be nothing much, right? Karenina said with twitching corners of her mouth. This counted as a military commander defecting to an enemy country. It could be said to be a quite serious crime, and for the receiving country, it might gain a certain degree of advantage in public opinion, but it was very likely to face military retaliation or other sanctions from the escaped country. Whether to receive them or not still depended on this fellow's value. It is said that some massacre actions of the Riston Church provoked her dissatisfaction, and she had no way to change his status quo, and if she escaped alone, her subordinates would also be implicated, so she chose to lead a team to escape. Hedgel then truthfully informed Karenina of the intelligence he had obtained. TCH, didn't she know about this kind of thing beforehand? Why did she still enter that church? Besides, would her subordinates listen to her? Yet from Karenina's mouth, strings of questions were spat out like a machine gun. She really didn't know, because such village-wide and town-wide massacre actions can only be participated by people in military positions of paladin or above, and the private soldiers only knew that there was such an operation named Heretic Purge, knowing nothing about the specific details. And this fellow who intended to run away was a newly promoted paladin who couldn't stand the condemnation of conscience. Hedgel seemed to be able to understand the thoughts of this paladin who intended to run away, and Karenina also knew that the information Hedgel grasped must be much more than her own, if she couldn't understand it due to a lack of intelligence that was also reasonable. Therefore, she didn't continue to dwell on this dead end. Then how do you plan to deal with that fellow? Instead, she decisively chose to change the topic. First, bring them to the imperial capital without exposing ourselves, and then place them under house arrest. After dealing with Riston Church's side and preparing to strike at their church, throw this matter out to further lower the public's trust in the Riston Church. All in all, the dirtier the better. Hedgel started his consistent style again. After all, in his view, these fellows were just useful pawns. 205. Invitation? It's your consistent operation again. I inexplicably feel a bit dirty. Karenina said softly with a face full of disdain, staring at Hedgel. I think it's all right, as long as it's effective. That's it. Anyway, without being dirty, one cannot survive here. Hedgel threw out a string of quite realistic remarks. Well, saying it like that isn't entirely wrong. Karenina only lowered her head and said in a tiny voice, Go get some food together in a while. At this time, Hedgel changed the subject and asked Karenina, Well, anyway, my work here is basically done. As you like. And she only shrugged, which counted as agreement. Hedgel didn't say much else, just nodded gently. After all, during this period of time, it could be said that they solved their dinners together every day, except for when Karenina happened to become obsessed with manufacturing equipment. Hey, right, didn't I hear that the assessment for that so-called high-level labor force has already started today? How is it? How is it? She seemed to have remembered this matter of extreme importance to her. You asked me, how would I know today is only the first day? I just glanced at your so-called assessment content, good grief. I'm wondering right now if even a single person can pass. Hedgel said helplessly, Well, that's true too. Hearing this reply, Karenina drooped her head again and replied softly. Section 82. All right, wash your hands, change your clothes and eat first. Combining work with rest is the most important thing, after all. Hedgel also sensed the change in her mood, grabbed her arm, and dragged her towards the exit of this basement. Why do I even need to change my clothes? She protested with dissatisfaction. Haven't you noticed how dark it is upstairs by now? Although she couldn't see Hedgel's face, Karenina could clearly sense his helplessness. MPH! She lowered her head, looking at her dress which was already a bit dusty, and couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. TCH, I'd better take you out for a stroll tomorrow. Otherwise, all these clothes and skirts of yours will be completely ruined as work clothes. Hedgel put on a casual look and said softly, How? Doesn't this palace of yours have a tailor? Wouldn't it be easier to just go to him directly? Karenina was quite puzzled by this. What you buy outside are consumables. What the royal tailor makes for your durable goods. Understand? Fine. After a not-so-long silence, she finally nodded. A victorious smile curved up the corner of Hedgel's mouth, but Karenina didn't see it. Even if she had seen it, she probably wouldn't have understood the reason behind it. After a short while, Karenina, who had been tossed into the bedroom by Hedgel, quickly washed her face and changed into a new set of clothes. When she walked out of her bedroom again, the dusty little cat image was long gone, and she even exuded a strange sense of elegance. This really is strange. Hedgel couldn't help clicking his tongue inwardly, but did not show any abnormality in his expression or words. Because if she discovered this, she would definitely keep questioning him about it. This guy seems refined, elegant, and gentle when dealing with outsiders, living just like a sheltered young lady. But once you get familiar with her, she's completely the total cheeky gremlin. Yet somehow, she feels inexplicably cute. Hedgel convinced himself thus in his heart. Meanwhile, Karenina looked at the somewhat distracted Hedgel from the side with a weird expression, as if she had discovered some magical creature. You can get distracted too. Finally, she blurted out to Hedgel, who was pondering tomorrow's arrangements. Who doesn't get distracted? I was just coincidentally thinking about some matters. Hedgel swallowed down the startled cry that almost escaped his throat, forced a calm expression, and replied in a low voice. He managed not to let Karenina see the slightest flaw. It's really a pity this guy isn't an actor. I'm a bit curious. What are you thinking about? Karenina said such a sentence again for some unknown reason. Just planning for future development, I suppose. Hedgel said without hesitation. After all, marrying and having children is naturally a necessary plan as well, so this definitely couldn't be considered talking nonsense or lying. At least in Hedgel's own view, that was the case. MPH considered expected. Karenina didn't feel much about this, because in her view, this answer was within expectations. However, why did I suddenly want to ask about this kind of thing? She muttered inwardly, seeming unable to find the reason why she wanted to ask those words. But she didn't want to think deeply about it either, simply treating it as a whim, and thus quickly threw it into the trash bin of her memory. Anyway, as long as one is human, everyone has all sorts of weird thoughts every day, right? You're taking me out tomorrow, but is the work on your hands going to be okay? She asked Hedgel with narrowed eyes. There's basically not much left. We can solve it when we get back. If it weren't for the fact that a large batch happened to be dealt with today, and Carl's dedication, I probably wouldn't have this kind of leisure. And he just shrugged, not wanting to give too much explanation. Because the more he explained, the easier it was to expose himself. After all, his motive for taking her out wasn't pure to begin with. TCH, as you like. It just so happens I want to go out for some fresh air too. And Karenina didn't refuse at all. If nothing unexpected happens, halfway through the walk, you'll probably be exhausted. Hedgel recalled what happened last time. Should probably, maybe, not be like that. And the answer Karenina gave was quite unconvincing. Hedgel still reined in his smile, kept his eyes straight ahead, and walked toward the dining room. She really didn't expect that the Emperor would actually make this kind of request. Hayeki stood straight inside the wooden boardhouse serving as their assessment site, wiping the coolant seeping from her forehead, feeling a bit inexplicable. After all, the precision required here really is a bit high. It doesn't look like parts that their current technological level needs to use. TCH, could this just be to make things difficult for them? But what good would that do? Just thinking about the scalp-numbing number of parts, her thoughts inevitably jumped to wondering if the Emperor had lost his mind. However, she didn't seem to have a choice right now either. Since they've demanded it like this, I'll just make it and show them. Thinking of this, she glanced again at the exceptionally exquisitely drawn engineering diagram, and then picked up the carving knife. 206. Going out. TCH, why are you running out so early? Aren't you sleepy at all? The next day, at the usual time, in the usual posture, Karenina was dragged out of bed by Hedgel at the normal time as usual. But she herself still looked like she hadn't slept well. Have you always been staying up late at night recently? Hedgel knocked Karenina's little head and quickly pressed her back down just as she was about to lash out and bite, his movements fluent and smooth, as if he had anticipated Karenina's every move long ago. Well, no, I haven't. And why do you like knocking on my head so much? If you knock any more, I'll really turn stupid. Her cheeks were puffed out, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with Hedgel's action. Nothing, it's just that the feel when knocking on it is really good. Hedgel did not give a true explanation for his motivational behavior, just casually found a reason and brushed it off. Actually, calling it an excuse might not even count. After all, the sound and feel when knocking on it are indeed quite wonderful. TCH, I think your head would be quite nice to knock on too. Come, let me knock. Karenina abruptly shifted her stance, preparing for a counterattack. But the result was of no use other than having her puffed-up cheeks flattened by Hedgel's merciless iron hand. Still want to knock back? Pay a little attention to your current physique. Hedgel pinched Karenina's soft little face with both hands, his mood seeming quite good. Meanwhile, Karenina could only glare with dead fish eyes, staring fixedly at Hedgel. After all, no matter what, she couldn't beat him right now. Or rather, even if Karenina turned back into that man from before, she would probably be beaten flat with a single punch by this Hedgel. Let alone this delicate female body. After that, Hedgel quickly let go of Karenina. After all, just now was just playful banter. If she were really angered, it wouldn't be worth the loss. Soon ending this little scuffle, or rather, Karenina's miserable defeat, they quickly reached the dining room to finish breakfast, and then changed into a attire not much different from ordinary citizens, stepping out of this steep palace. Outside was bustling with activity just like usual. Vendors were also loudly peddling their wares with voices no different from before. Amidst the dense crowd of people, under the pretext of preventing them from getting separated, Hedgel grabbed Karenina's arm, and she didn't really care much. After all, the reason was indeed justified, and there was no problem. Besides, she really didn't want to get lost in a place like this. If it were a guy like Hedgel who was entirely unremarkable in appearance, even if he got separated from the guards in the crowd, the problem wouldn't be big indeed. After all, who would have nothing better to do than to target a seemingly ordinary young male? But this Karenina was different, just this flawless. Pure golden long hair was eye-catching enough. Coupled with this one-in-a-million face and noble temperament, it was hard not to attract other people's attention. And it would definitely invite a whole bunch of trouble. For example, that self-seeking slave merchant she saw last time when following Hedgel. She still remembered the disgusting feeling when that fellow licked her body over and over again with his peripheral vision. What did those eyes contain? Greed, lust, desire, probably all three. She only felt that this guy was rotten to the core, and given the current situation, such guys definitely wouldn't be few. Therefore, Hedgel being able to actively grab her arm made her quite happy after all. After all, she didn't want to fall into that kind of troublesome predicament. What the hell? Why are there so many people early in the morning? Karenina said with a bit of trouble. Because they can only work during the day. Once it's night, if they still want to work, they'll have to shell out money for oil. Naturally, they have to cherish every single second of sunlight. Section 83. Hedgel, however, did not feel surprised by this. Suddenly, I feel like the magical chandeliers in the palace are so extravagant. This is just the most basic facade. Otherwise, what qualification do we have to be called a great power? Hedgel, however, did not care much about this. Indeed, this level of facade was still necessary. They could not let other countries make fun of them, could they? That is true. Meanwhile, Karenina looked at the sewage flowing and somewhat muddy road, deep in thought. If we think about repairing the roads now, we really will not have the money, because the current main manpower and funds are all invested in the steel mills and the military. Hedgel also instantly saw through what Karenina actually wanted to do, and thus immediately rejected it. TCH, just do you not think it is time to manage the sanitary environment here? Ideals are always so full, but reality is forever so skeletal. As he said these words, the eyes of Hedgel involuntarily glanced toward the two little monsters on the chest of Karenina. A man that touch from the morning inexplicably crawled back into his brain. Although it could not be seen right now how big this weapon was. But if this loose clothing were tightened up, it would probably let all the women around know what cruelty meant. At least suffocating someone to death should be no problem. Karenina naturally also noticed this gaze, and her eyes naturally carried a bit of disdain and playfulness. Then she made a few gestures over her chest like I will poke your eyes blind. Only then did Hedgel awkwardly give a soft cough, and then turned his head away. When did you find out? Right when your gaze was firmly locked onto it. Karenina answered truthfully. When did you become so sharp? Hedgel was awkwardly trying to change the subject. Long ago. Probably as long as this kind of gaze touches me, I will have some feeling. She shrugged and replied quietly. They say girls are especially sensitive to this kind of gaze, and today I have truly witnessed it. Hedgel seemed to understand a few things. Can you not mention this? All right. And Karenina herself did not seem very happy about this. Perhaps this was also because of some subconscious resistance she had toward the current situation. Hedgel deduced inwardly. All right, then let us leave it at that. It is rare to come out once, so do not wear that face either. Passing through this bustling area, there will be a lot fewer people behind. And remember, there is a tailoring shop over there. To avoid causing too much damage to her mood, Hedgel decided to be more serious. Karenina herself just nodded and did not say much else. After all, she truly did not have the necessity to say much, because she truly was not familiar with this place. 207. Difference. However, come to think of it, why are you so familiar with this place? Karenina finally could not help the curiosity in her heart and asked Hedgel in a low voice. After all, the posture of this guy cutting through alleys was excessively proficient. Even which dark corner had a pit, where there were more puddle, where the moss was thicker and easy to slip on, he knew it all clearly. There were even two peddlers right on the alley path who, seeing him pass by, greeted him, and even wanted to give him a bit of the goods they were selling. Are these two guys definitely not informants? I have just been running around outside blinders since I was little. Being a bit familiar with here is not anything worth being surprised at, right? Hedgel, however, shrugged, his words carrying considerable nonchalance. As for those two small peddlers, one sells roasted chestnuts and the other sells pancakes. But sometimes he would also go to the entrance of educational institutions like private schools to sell candies. Back then, I did not buy few things here. After coming and going, we naturally became familiar. Remembering this past event, the corners of the lips of Hedgel raised into a smile carrying warmth and nostalgia. Could it be that those brothers of yours and your emperor father and whatnot do not manage you? Karenina instantly felt that this matter was quite abnormal, because she simply could not imagine this kind of life of plain wantonly inside the city. Inside that royal palace, every day there was only endless etiquette training, the scolding and reprimanding of etiquette teachers, the blame and punishment of a certain queen. This was the life she faced every day back then. Even the diet was timed and portioned, absolutely not allowing her to eat more, let alone running out to buy snacks casually. For her dozen years of time, these things were things she did not even dare to dream of doing, because back then, my birth itself was something far beyond their expectations. At that time, the emperor father was already nearing 80, which was originally an impossible age to reproduce. But news came from the harem again that an imperial concubine was pregnant. This could be considered quite a big deal. Recalling what the court ladies told him back then, the spirits of Hedgel seemed to be much higher. Afterwards, well, after a thorough investigation, that imperial concubine had not been unfaithful with other men, and the emperor father happened to share a room with that imperial concubine during that period. So well, no need to continue, I roughly understand. You are this child in the womb, and moreover, because of this bizarre birth process of yours, you were treated like a treasure. Karenina seemed as if she had already guessed the aftermath, although in fact, you were indeed stuffed in by that silver guy in your mouth. No, this was only the inducement. The main reason was still because in learning, I was much faster than the other older brothers. Moreover, I could also propose theories and concepts more advanced than theirs. So well, I was continuously held in high esteem. Hedgel scratched his head sheepishly with his other free hand. TC8, understood. It is just a Gary Stew growth history. Meanwhile, Karenina, as if throwing a little tantrum, tilted her head and pouting, looking like a wronged young wife. It seemed really not good to talk about this in front of her. Seeing her look this way, combined with what he knew of her previous encounters, Hedgel also felt in his heart that continuing to speak was quite inappropriate. No matter what this birth environment, at a glance was like heaven and earth. One was a nominal princess in the deep palace courtyard, taking grief every day. The other was an imperial prince who could live comfortably just by playing around, holding a certain amount of power. Although this period of playfulness only existed in childhood, afterwards he still had to rely on all kinds of efforts and scheme plotting. But whether it was the life back then, or the future in his eyes back then, Hedgel was far higher than Karenina. He had the opportunity, or rather ample opportunity, to fight for the throne. Before those older brothers of his could react, he had already buried hidden lines. He could now say that he was the chess player. And what about her? From the moment she was born, she bore prejudice and cold glances. She even had to silently endure the hatred of that ignorant and foolish emperor father. Even if she had thoughts of struggling and resisting, without material capital, that was just wishful thinking. Every day she could only be like a puppet, controlled by others through these invisible and intangible threads, making the postures and actions they wanted and wanted to see according to their thoughts, and saying the words they wanted to hear. If this puppet malfunctioned, it only needed to be punished a bit. And afterwards, he would still be as obedient and humble as before, able to be manipulated at will. From the very beginning, tightly bound, she could only be treated as a chess piece, and still treated by those guys as such a meaningless chess piece. Truly worthy of the royal family of Thuroni, their sheer idiocy is also second to none. After all, they actually still sent such a treasure over as a gift of apology. The more Hedgel thought out to hear, the more he wanted to fiercely roast those few idiot eyes. What is wrong? Why did you suddenly stop saying anything? The voice of Karenina pulled him back from his interwoven delusions of various things. Did you not feel a bit unhappy hearing these things just now? So I did not continue talking. Hedgel was quite frank at this time. After all, there was truly no need to hide this kind of thing from her. Although there is a little bit, you just need to keep going. Anyway, those damn matters passed long ago. Thinking too much will only ruin a mood that was otherwise still pretty good. Karenina seemed to have seen through things quite a bit. But why does it feel a bit awkward? It is a bit different from her usual style. 705u.com first published by the Reading Club. As expected, she still cares a bit, right? According to experience and after making deductions, she'll still reach this conclusion. All right, let us still use gentle words and then talk a bit about some dark history. Otherwise, with her wearing this expression all the time, I cannot quite handle it either. Hedgel inexplicably gained motivation, and who knows who gave him the courage to expose his own dark history. On the other side, Karenina also began to doubt her own behaviour. Why would I want to understand these things about him? Clearly it has nothing to do with me. Clearly hearing it will only produce a comparison, and then make me feel that my dozen years were full of gloom. Why would I want to listen to these things of his over the years? Am I not just having a short-circuited brain? Ask if for trouble. The more Karenina thought about it, the more she felt she was just bringing grief upon herself. But the words were already spoken out. What else could be done? Just listen. Anyway, did she not speak so brightly and upwardly before? 208. 2 minutes. Come to think of it, do these flat houses here look completely ordinary just from the exterior? Hedgel used his free hand to point at the surrounding tightly closed houses, speaking softly to Karenina. They do not look particularly strange either. Did not hear any sounds, nor saw anything strange. They should just be ordinary houses, right? Karenina looked around, feeling that all the surrounding flat houses were the same. She could not tell if there was any problem. Right now it indeed does not look like there is much of a problem. Hedgel did not deny the statement of Karenina either. And when night falls, this place is bustling with people. Illegal business operations? Section 84. Kind of. But there's no need to worry about it right now. Hedgel gave such a rare response. No need? What's the reason? Karenina didn't even realize why she had asked such a question. It's very simple. If we bust their entertainment venues like this, the stability of the lower classes might suffer a certain amount of damage. So, as long as they don't go too far, we'll let it slide for now. Entertainment? After all, aside from their daily work, the lower-class labourers only go to the tavern at night for a small drink. Afterwards, if they have a bit more spare money, they naturally think about venting their other desires. Hedgel deliberately beat around the bush, seemingly wanting to phrase the matter a bit more tactfully. After all, if he said it too directly, he would most likely be cursed as a pervert by her. Understood. Karenina just swallowed her saliva, then replied in a soft voice. Then the question is, why did you drag me here? Could it be that you still want to throw me inside? Karenina fiercely pinched Hedgel's arm, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with this. I was just passing by coincidentally. And besides, there is still a somewhat interesting story here. As expected, even with little strength, if you just pinch a tiny bit of flesh and twist it, the pain is still quite strong. Hedgel drew in a sharp breath of cold air, but didn't make a sound of pain. However, following this pain, he seemed to recall something. What's wrong? Could it be that you even listened to those streetwalkers saying, "Little brother, come on in and play Tilda," and then actually went in and had a blast? Karenina said half-jokingly. It wasn't me who went in and had a blast. Hedgel let out a faint sigh, seemingly feeling that this matter was still too stimulating. Rather, it was an actual older brother of mine at that time. The imperial family of the Caboge Empire produces many talents. I'm in awe. That time, I happened to return rather late, and on the road, I saw that sixth brother of mine walking over from this alley with a smile on his face, skipping along eagerly. Hedgel didn't intend to refute Karenina's words, choosing instead to continue recalling that matter. Because in reality, it seemed to really be like that. Then, the two burly men guarding the door and a pimp-like fellow at the entrance immediately greeted him with full smiles the moment they saw him. I guess they were all old acquaintances. And that sixth brother merely smiled and responded. After that, he walked right in. As for me, I simply waited outside, and when I'm wanting to use this matter to threaten your sixth brother and then make a huge profit. Karenina fancied that she had found his reason for doing so. No, at that time I really didn't have such thoughts. After all, back then my sixth brother was still very good to me. It was just that pure curiosity welled up. Hedgel waved his hand, denying Karenina's assertion. Originally, I thought I would probably have to wait for a while, but I truly didn't expect that merely 2 minutes later I watched him walk out with a look of utter satisfaction. Hedgel also didn't know what expression to use when saying these words, simply doing his best to control the corners of his mouth that wanted to lift upward. 2 minutes? It seems that even this of mine is the result of rounding up. Then are you sure he went in to play, rather than to make a donation? Karenina, on the other hand, wore a calm expression. Yet the words she spoke carried a strange tremor. It was obvious that her expression currently couldn't coordinate with her mood for the time being. Or rather, she completely didn't know what expression to use to manifest her current mood. Probably not. After all, that appearance of pulling up his waistband while walking out, no matter how you look at it, looks like he was already done. Then, I don't know how it happened, but that guy suddenly discovered me. I've forgotten most of the specific details. It was probably just him pinching my ear and saying to me, absolutely don't let this matter slip out, otherwise there'll be hell to pay for me later. And then, were there any conditions for exchange? Karenina's face at this moment carried a heavy sense of playfulness. Did this fellow associate this with something else again? Hedgel muttered inwardly. He said he'd take me in afterwards too. Hedgel gritted his teeth, going all in since he had already said he would air his dark history. He naturally had to follow through. PFFT haha. A biological brother. Definitely a biological brother. And then, you wouldn't really have followed him in to find some fun, would you? Karenina, however, was quite interested in this topic. Of course, that's impossible. Could I really do such a thing? Hedgel turned around and gave Karenina's small face a fierce pinch. Until Karenina started begging for mercy. Only then did he let go of his hand. So you see, in the end he just gave me some small change as hush money, and the matter just passed like that. But I always remembered it. Tusk, meaning that up until now you haven't lost your virginity and are still a virgin. Karenina unexpectedly uttered such words at an inappropriate time. Isn't this quite normal? Besides, aren't you too? Hedgel pulled on Karenina's cheek again, saying displeasedly, this is quite different. If you lose your virginity, it can be said that you've become an adult and matured. As for my current situation, if that membrane is truly gone, I will most likely be cursed as a damaged goods. Karenina rubbed her cheeks, feeling slightly dissatisfied with this. Judging from the current social trends, this point is indeed not wrong. Hedgel didn't deny this either. Indeed, this matter objectively existed. Even if he wanted to refute it, he couldn't. It seems that royal family members like you are still quite rare. After all, don't the elders within the clan usually choose a suitable age and then find a woman who requires no responsibility to carry out the so-called loss of virginity? Karenina started talking to herself about some bizarre rules again. This was probably what she heard from that so-called etiquette teacher. Hedgel thought to himself. 206. Clothes. This kind of thing I've at most only heard of it. If I have to say I completely lack any real sense of it. Hedgel scratched his head, responding in a low voice. Anyway, since this matter didn't appear in the past, it definitely won't exist in the future either, right? Not only that, but he actually smiled instead. Well, after all now there is only you left among the royal family members in the country. Hearing these words, Karenina's reply also carried a hint of helplessness. However, speaking of which, those few brothers of mine were also quite good to me. It's just that, in the end, they all scattered away along with that dust. Hey, constantly dragging on this topic doesn't seem very good, right? How about changing it a bit? Don't you think it's too heavy? Sensing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly abnormal, Karenina finally couldn't hold it in anymore. That's right. Didn't I mention earlier that I was going to take you to a tailoring shop? Isn't there a corner up ahead? Saying this, Hedgel also pointed at a dark corner ahead and softly said to Karenina, saw it. And then, turning that corner, you can go straight to the street, and right next to a porcelain shop is that tailoring shop. Tusk, how come you're so familiar with this? Just how many times have you been here? Karenina, who wanted to continue speaking, was heavily knocked on the head by Hedgel's knuckles. Along with two crisp sounds of knuckles colliding with a little head echoing in this small alley, Karenina covered her head with an innocent look, then looked at Hedgel with grievance. White Whiteologists must all be beaten to death. Yet Hedgel, seizing the moment before Karenina was about to bite him, uttered a string of remarks that were almost like truth. Only then did she pat a bit unconvinced and abandon this thought. Following Hedgel's footsteps, or rather because she had been dragged by the arm by Hedgel all along, Karenina also came to the so-called tailoring shop. Miss, what might you need? Everyday clothes? Or fall attire? As soon as they entered the door, an old granny approached with a face full of smiles. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the owner of the tailoring shop, right? Grandma Kellyanne, what style of clothing do you think suits her? Hedgel leaned in instead and asked the old granny. Great, another acquaintance. Oh my, Bude, is this someone you brought? I'm old and my eyes are failing. I didn't see you. The moment she saw Hedgel, the old granny's face filled with pleasant surprise as she walked right up. It looked like their relationship was pretty good. But Bude, could this be his alias outside? Why not call it Hood? Wouldn't it be even better this way, since it would even set off giant fireworks on the water surface? Karenina started letting her imagination run wild again. This isn't your problem, it's mine. After all, her appearance is indeed too conspicuous. It's completely normal for attention to be entirely on her. Hedgel, acting as if he completely understood the recent situation of this old granny named Kellyanne, wore a gentle smile on his face. You're still the clear-headed one. How is it? Not having seen each other for such a short while, you've already found a sweetheart. Not bad. While whispering with Hedgel, the old granny cast sideways glances at Karenina, who was spacing out, her mood undoubtedly good. Although she isn't yet, I think she probably will be in the future. Hedgel didn't avoid it in the least, saying directly to the old granny, "Then you've got to work hard. No matter how you look at it, she's a young lady from a wealthy family. Without a bit of capability, that's going to be very difficult. However, I think there shouldn't be a problem. After all, you little rascal have always had plenty of mischievous ideas. Surely you can win this young girl over." Hearing these words, Grandma Kellyan's mood naturally became even better. "Still a little rascal. Look at me. I'm taller than you now." Hedgel responded with a grin. "In my eyes, no matter what, you're still a little rascal. Understand?" Although Kelly's tone still carried a mock scolding manner, her expression remained a kind smile. Hedgel only scratched his head sheepishly, not saying anything more. After all, ever since he started running amok on this street, he hadn't roamed around these shops any less. A large number of shop owners here all knew this little rascal, and this Grandma Kellyan was considered one of the ones who treated him the best. All right, constantly neglecting that young lady isn't good either. Furthermore, if we're talking about what kind of clothes suit, I had 2 samples here. You can take a look first. I actually think they fit her quite well." Saying this, Grandma Kellyan turned her head toward the inside of the shop. "Did you, oh? We have guests. Come out quickly. Section 85. She shouted loudly towards someone inside, and this shout not only called out the person inside, but also dragged Karenina, who had been daydreaming, back to reality. "Hey, you two have been discussing for so long. Have you chosen the clothes yet? Staying here makes me feel a bit strange." Looking at the dazzling array of small dresses and various hair accessories around her, she couldn't help but tug on Hedgel's arm as she spoke. "Isn't this pretty good? A paradise for girls." Hedgel, however, didn't mind it at all. "But I don't really count as one right now, do I?" "Who says you aren't? No matter how you look at it, you're a young lady with impeccable temperament and appearance. How could you possibly not count?" Hedgel, however, started playing dumb again. Well, right now he just needed to constantly reinforce the perception of "I am a female" to her. That kind of perception, anyway, it would only have a beneficial effect on all future operations. Hedgel was firmly convinced of this. "Look at what you're saying. Clearly you know everything." Karenina clenched her small fist and gently hammered Hedgel's back. It seemed she wanted to use this to express her dissatisfaction. "No, why does this still feel like they're puppet to show your affection? I know, that's why I need to make you recognize the current reality." Hedgel replied as if it were only natural. After that was the segment where Dido, the granddaughter of Grandma Kellyan, ran out to showcase their latest clothes. Yet Karenina herself didn't show much interest in this. At least superficially that was the case. Whenever Hedgel asked, "Do you like this one?" she always said, "A lab coat is the best clothing." But those little glances she repeatedly cast at the pure white gown completely failed to escape Hedgel's eyes. "It really looks quite good. But these will all have to be worn on my own body in the future. If it were worn on a beautiful girl for me to appreciate, then I would definitely want it. But now I'm the one who has to wear it and be appreciated by others." Her heart wailed inwardly. 210. "Heavy. Then let's take this one." In the end, Hedgel decisively chose the white gown that Karenina had been glancing at out of the corner of her eye, one that looked relatively plain, yet carried a mysterious elegance and beauty. Hearing these words, Karenina's body also gave a violent shudder. Was I found out by this guy? And Hedgel did not forget to stroke Karenina's little head. He definitely noticed, right? Karenina let out an even more despairing wail in her heart. This one. No problem. It can be considered my masterpiece." Grandma Kellyan smiled as she took the gown from Hedgel's hands, then said cheerfully, "Go over with Dido now to measure your size, and I'll pick a few ordinary clothes for you in a bit." "That should be fine, right?" Hedgel stroked Karenina's head and asked softly, "Suit yourself." Although she really wanted to fiercely bite the palm resting on her head right now, letting this Hedgel know what pain felt like, but, constrained by the gazes of the 2 people nearby, she decided to endure it for the time being. The subsequent measuring of sizes was also the moment she felt most awkward. After all, when measuring the bust, Miss Dido's exclamation sounded exceptionally great into her ears. From the outside, you couldn't tell at all that Karenina could actually have measurements like this. Meanwhile, Hedgel was pondering, can this really be considered a date? Indeed, this can only be considered going out to relax and buying some things along the way, because only one of the parties involved was interested, while the other was completely unaware. This really is a bit of a failure, but there's no other way, right? After all this time wasn't completely without any gains either. At least it made her current mindset clearer. And it looks like she still needs to be influenced imperceptibly. Hedgel, having slightly adjusted his plan, honestly paid Grand Markellian here, thinking he would come back to pick it up later when he had time. He thought to himself secretly, then we should head back now, right? Karenina, having walked out of the tailor's shop, asked Hedgel bashfully. Naturally, it won't be that fast. Anyway, aren't there no particular matters today? It's rare to come out for some fresh air. Do you want to go back that badly? Looking at the bustling pedestrians on the street and the pale golden sunlight spilling onto the ground, Hedgel couldn't help feeling a lot better. MMP, let's suit yourself. I don't think running around in the city can lead to anything good. Although Karenina still maintained an unwilling appearance verbally, her expression carried an irrepressible anticipation. How did this suddenly turn into a tsundere-like feeling? No matter how you look at it, this isn't normal. Although Hedgel was mentally making fierce complaints and doubts, his words didn't leak a single improper sound. Then let's go to the pastry shop he was staring at earlier. Last time I clearly said it was fine, but you inexplicably refused it yourself. Hedgel recalled slightly what Karenina had cared about when the two of them first came out together. Well, reap! She hurriedly covered the sound that leaked slightly from the corner of her mouth due to surprise. At the same time, her face was flushed red. Until she recovered slightly, she tilted her head and asked Hedgel in a low voice, "I discovered. Rather, it would be abnormal not to notice. Although you ran around to several other surrounding shops afterward to walk around and look, as if wanting to use it as a cover. But well, from your aura, which didn't change at all back then, it's clear you didn't care about those things at all." Hedgel explained with a straight face. "Could you please not dwell on these details?" Karenina said, grinding her teeth at Hedgel, who still wore a matter-of-fact look. "Even if you say that, I can't do it either. After all, this can already be considered an instinct, right?" Hedgel, however, spread his hands, seemingly wanting to express helplessness. But the smile at the corner of his mouth made the meaning this entire gesture wanted to express somewhat enigmatic, and Karenina, who was in a state of shame turned to anger, didn't want to care about these things. TCH, then suit yourself. In the end, Karenina didn't want to dwell too much on this and just nodded silently. Hedgel didn't say much else either, only taking hold of Karenina's arm once again. After all, this was the furthest they could hold onto for now. Drink the front lines once again. Throw all the troops previously deployed on the border of the Caboge Empire into the front. As for the First Army, it still cannot move. Meanwhile, Cleena, the Empress of the Kavilla Empire, was running around in a frantic mess due to this godforsaken battle situation. What other choice was there, aside from shrinking the front lines and then letting more lives plug the gaps? She couldn't think of any other way. Or rather, she completely didn't know how to deal with these matters. The gap on the flanks was getting bigger and bigger now, and the pressure on the front was also expanding increasingly. Yet those major nobles were still holding their ground, without even the slightest thought of assisting. Could it be that these guys were still going to wait until these monsters came knocking at their door and trampled onto their fiefs before they were willing to resist? Other than being defeated one by one, what other possibility could there be? Even a fool wouldn't be stupid to this extent, right? She had genuinely thought so originally. But in the end, these fellows really went ahead and did just that. Not only that, these beasts actually set their sights on the imperial power, continuously looting food and weapons, while plotting how to usurp the throne and seize power. Tight at the front and heavily feasting at the rear, that was probably how it was. No matter what, she couldn't understand what the so-called noble coalition was trying to do. Aside from being a tumor, it was simply the two words, tumor. If this went on, the Kavilla Empire would sooner or later be ruined by these idiots. She thought with indignation, but after a brief venting session, she still reined in her mood and adjusted her breathing. She resumed reviewing these painful battle reports one by one, reanalyzing the battle situation and improving the transport and mobilization of supplies. She didn't know how long she could keep going, or how long her body could hold out. Oh well, let's continue. Although she knew that wishing for these brainless fellows to suddenly see the light and start helping deal with these foreign enemies was an unreachable, extravagant hope, but she still wanted to dream such a dream. After all, this was also the only external aid she could think of right now. Well, let's handle the things on hand first. She thought so, and then gripped the quill tightly again. 211. Conspiracy. My Lord Duke, if nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow, or at latest the day after tomorrow, those Northerners monsters will begin engaging with the border troops of the Central Army. And the Fourth Army has already begun collapsing across the entire line. Inside a vast, magnificent manor within the territory of Duke Bodoli and the Kavilla Empire, a fellow who could be recognized as a noble from his gorgeous attire was speaking respectfully to a middle-aged man in castle clothes across the wine table. So what? As long as we maintain sufficient military force and supplies, and later sue for peace with the Northerners in the name of the entire coalition, I believe these guys, who are exhausted by war, will certainly accept. Our focus right now still needs to be on how to deal with this Cleena. The man was leisurely pouring wine into his own cup at that moment. Seeing this, the fellow who should be a noble immediately hurried over, wanting to help pour wine for the man. His sycophantic posture was exposed beyond doubt, but he was fiercely glared at by the man, and then sheepishly returned to his seat. Lord Podolly, that little girl Tina still hasn't sent out the first army. If we want to forcefully attack the city, that's really the bit difficult. That fellow rubbed his hands awkwardly again, seeming to feel once more that he had thought of a good topic. Section 86. This isn't a big problem. In a few days, we'll simply tell her that we are willing to resist the northern enemies together, symbolically deploy some troops, and send them some harmless supplies, while trying our best to arrange our forces near the imperial capital. After that, once she completely trusts us and is willing to gradually transfer part of the First Army away from the imperial capital, we'll begin seizing the throne. Podolly gave a proposal with unusual calmness. It seemed he had been considering this plan for a long time. May I ask, do we need to tell this plan to the other companions? The fellow sitting opposite Duke Bodley blinked his pitch-black, yet cunningly glowing little eyes, softly consulting Podolly for his opinion. There's no need. At most, we will just tell Phoebe and Cosmo, and have them cooperate more with our actions. As for you, Alport, I'm telling you this because of my trust in you. If you let me down, you should know what awaits you. His last sentence was filled with a heavy sense of threat. Understood, understood. I will definitely not cause you any trouble. At the same time, thank you for your trust in this humble one. I will never let down your expectations. Hearing this reply, the fellow called Alport immediately bowed and scraped, responding with extreme excitement. His posture was extremely reminiscent of a pug wagging its tail at its master. Podolly didn't want to say anything about this. After all, he had seen far too many people like this and with this kind of appearance. However, this fellow was simply one of the tight-lipped ones among them. Moreover, as for the reason he told him such a thing, it wasn't because he trusted him all that much. It was simply because the various things this fellow held in his hands were still extremely attractive. Even for the sake of money, pulling him closer a bit more was necessary. Right, compared to these, you'd better tell me first how the slave business is doing over at your place recently. The momentum on my side hasn't been very good lately. Podolly seemed to have remembered something that displeased him. My business here is doing pretty well. On the contrary, the demand for male slaves has surged, because my territory happens to border the Elgar Kingdom, and they happen to be fighting a war with the Northerners. So the demand for able-bodied labourers is quite high, I suppose. Alport immediately snapped out of that eerie state of excitement, honestly responding to the question raised by Duke Bodolly. Things haven't been going well on my side lately, because the Caboge Empire has tightened its restrictions on the slave industry once again. It's really too troublesome. Speaking of this, he gulped down the remaining wine in his glass in one breath. It was as if doing so could dispel the displeasure in his heart. Coburg skies have always been like this. I guess the sales volume will recover soon after a while. Because those officials, how could they possibly go against money? It's just that epileptic emperor who likes to issue inhumane orders from time to time. Calm your anger, and this Alport put on a flattering smile, persuading Duke Bodolly across the table, although he didn't understand what had happened at all, since Duke Bodolly had spoken out. Then he definitely had to comfort him well, otherwise he was guaranteed to suffer the consequences later. Although this Alport might be a bit foolish in other aspects, but in this aspect he still knew very well how to go with the atmosphere. TCH, I still have a lot of good goods suppressed in my hands. I originally thought they could be sold out quickly, and the result? Now I still have to provide them with food and drink. The more Podolly thought about it, the angrier he became. May I ask what kind of goods you actually have in your hands? If possible, I hope to purchase some from you to help you reduce your losses. Alport, who had long mastered the essence of a bootlicker, immediately leaned in and even tried to help him recoup his losses. If it's any able-bodied men, then there really aren't any, but they are all women with passable looks. Podolly also spoke truthfully. For example, the family members of bankrupt merchants, widows and orphans whose husbands died on the front lines, or some casually kidnapped girls who are decent-looking. Although their identities are quite mixed, as long as such goods look good and are durable, that is all that matters. Then leave it to me. I sell the goods, and you collect the money. How about that? Directly through my territory, sell them to the Elgar Kingdom. Anyway, they don't care about this. The larger the volume of goods, the happier the traffickers over there will be. Alport chuckled with a hair, seemingly finding the possibility of continuing to Duke Bodolly. Then that's it. I'll sell them all to you at half price, and do whatever you want with the rest when selling them out. Podolly was too lazy to continue waiting for the time when those Coburg officials were willing to loosen their stance. It was better to act quickly and reduce the losses caused by the prolonged time. In his eyes, the value of these slaves themselves wasn't even worth as much as a tiny bit of moldy flour used to feed them every day. And Alport had no other words, just agreeing continuously. He even wanted to pay immediately. Hodori only waved his hand, telling him to withdraw immediately. After all, seeing too much of this kind of bootlicker would also affect one's judgment. They were all just chess pieces, differing only in their value. As for Clean, in his view, she was nothing more than a chess piece. 212. Banditry. You clearly already ate 2 cakes in the morning. Why are you hungry again now? Inside Iowa City, Hedgel dragged the listless Karenina along the streets with a face full of helplessness. It was just barely noon, yet Karenina kept shouting over and over again, "I'm hungry, I'm hungry," and then she began to collapse limply like a rag doll. Therefore, she could only rely on Hedgel dragging her to continue walking on this street. Was this purely because she was too lazy to move? Was being hungry just a pretense? Hedgel actually had their answer in his heart long ago, but he didn't expose it. He just started questioning her according to what she had said earlier. Aha, cakes are desserts, and desserts are stored in a different stomach. Upon hearing this, Karenina immediately tossed out the answer she had prepared long ago. But this is something only the female would say. Didn't you just refuse to admit you're a girl? Taking advantage of this loophole, Hedgel prepared to launch a fierce attack on her. It's just because my body is also female right now that I have this feeling, she stammered in response, and her pretty face was also dyed with a trace of blush. As expected, she was stubbornly sticking to her guns as anticipated. A tiny arc curved up the corners of Hedgel's mouth inadvertently. All right, let's just say it is. Then where should we go to eat now? Princess Sama, what the hell is this Princess Sama? It's full of malice. I felt it. Oh, I really felt it. The moment Karenina heard the sentence, she instantly perked up. Then, without a word of explanation, she took a bite right into Hedgel's arm. After all, her strength wasn't enough to beat this Hedgel. Was biting him not allowed either? And this bite was definitely not light. It could be said that it hurt enough to make Hedgel's body tremble, but it still didn't reach the extent of grimacing. You really take the cake. Using his other free hand, Hedgel directly pinched the back of Karenina's neck. Somehow, the moment she was pinched, she felt as if her fatal weakness had been pressed. Without any thought, she immediately released her mouth. Until Hedgel released his hand from the back of her neck did she regain her ability to think. Pay a little attention to your strength. It really hurts. Yet Karenina still wore a look of utter dissatisfaction. Even if you know I won't do anything to you, how about paying a little attention to the surrounding people's gazes? Afterward, Hedgel tilted his head and motioned to Karenina. When she froze slightly and noticed the needle-like gazes surrounding them, she only wanted to find a crack to crawl into right now, immediately, at once, and never see anyone again. Not decent at all, starting such intimate contact right on the street. Exactly, and look at how many people are on this street. Are all young couples nowadays like this? Not to mention, she looks like a young lady from a prestigious family, but she doesn't understand etiquette at all. The gossips started out their usual routine at this moment, and Hedgel also knew that continuing to stay here definitely wouldn't yield any good results. Therefore, he pulled Karenina away from this place of right and wrong without hesitation. As for those gossips, there was no need to care about them. He couldn't possibly let the shadow guards cut off their tongues, right? Anyway, sooner or later they would be beaten to death by someone for failing to control their mouths. Why bother dirtying one's own hands? That being said, I'm definitely going to give you some appropriate punishment later. Understood? Until they completely left that familiar street did Hedgel gently tap Karenina's little head and then whispered right next to her ear in a tone full of a sense of threat. This familiar body fragrance. It's simply wonderful. But his true inner thoughts were actually this test. He was getting closer and closer to being labeled a pervert. How about a little lighter? Or I can bite you back too. It can be light, but absolutely not heavier than mine. Karenina instantly panicked, incoherently uttering a bad idea while extending her own arm out. Only at this moment did she realize that the words she had just spoken were no different from those of an idiot, but she still wanted to change her words now. It was too late. Therefore, she only opened her mouth and said nothing at all. In her heart, she hoped that Hedgel could immediately veto this ghost of a proposal. Wait, this isn't right with you. Did your brain get burned stupid in that stress response just now? Hedgel tapped Karenina's head again. It was still as crisp as before. The feel was still so good. Right. That's right. So, everything I just said was nonsense. You'd better forget those few sentences. And Hedgel naturally couldn't let the matter rest just like that. What a rare opportunity. Truly a rare opportunity. On the surface, Hedgel was still wearing the mask called unruffled calmness and even acting as a righteous killing rider who counted crimes. But in reality, he was a pervert with piles of dark thoughts. At least from Hedgel's previous thoughts about Karenina, it could be characterized as such. How could he possibly let go of such a good opportunity? Better not to dream about it. But since you said it like that just now, wouldn't it be a bit bad if I didn't agree? At this moment, Hedgel bared his fangs toward Karenina. It's better not to agree to this kind of thing. Section 87. Karenina shook her head again, then pulled and shook his arm, attempting to physically shake his mental thoughts because in her view, matter was the carrier of the spirit. As long as she knocked him out, it would definitely shake his thoughts. This was probably what you'd call a physical and psychological freak of talent. But judging from the conclusion, Karenina's idea was of no use. There's no problem anyway. We're both men, so you bit me, and me biting you back doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Hedgel, at this moment, began to follow Karenina's usual logic, starting to crush her arguments. So regardless of anything, this is still a female body right now. It's probably better to cherish it a little, isn't it? Karenina said with shifting eyes. Rest assured, I'll be very gentle. Not even a trace will be left. This is also. All right, let's decide it at that. Afterwards, Hedgel directly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and stuffed Karenina's little mouth. What a bandit! Karenina could only condemn Hedgel mentally at this time, and in action submission? 213. What a hassle, isn't it, just moving houses, yet I still have to deal with so many small fries. At this moment, Alice, who was in the middle of moving, was repairing a small puppet that had just been damaged in battle. If you only listened to what she said, you would probably think she was in a bad mood right now. But if you saw her joyful expression right now, you would probably know that this fellow was currently ecstatic. After all, these were free experimental materials delivered right to her doorstep, recalling the border defense troops that had pursued her, turning into chunks of meat and splashing blood under the hands of her puppets. Her mood surged high once again. After all, when she crossed the border, she hadn't concealed herself at all. Such a mighty and grand large troop crossing the border completely uninhibited. Even if the army of the Highland Principality were all fools and good-for-nothings, just based on the crushed grass and the fresh footprints left in the mud, they would still know that someone must have passed by. Launching a pursuit was naturally as normal as it could be. The pity was they didn't pursue the right person. Alrighty, this little fellow has been repaired, Tilda. After things settle down later, I'll make fine adjustments. Perfect, Tilda. After using magical materials to repair the parts and magic lines on the puppet's body, the bizarre smile on her face became increasingly vivid, making one's hair stand on end. Now, Tilda, let's see if there are any lush forests around here. Building a cabin on a large grassland would be way too conspicuous, and when all is said and done, there aren't any suitable materials either. She opened the map, confirming her current position. But the result left her a bit disappointed. Tusk, there really weren't any woods nearby. She slowly put away the map just captured from that team of pursuers back into her bag, and then looked further north. Forget it. The Black Cinder Forest seems to still be a considerable distance away from here. Today, let's just find a suitable place to rest and recuperate. Anyway, the surroundings are all grasslands. Even if I run, what use could it be? Can I outrun those horses here? Alice seemed to already have an idea in her mind. She also understood that her puppet's high-speed mobility in a short period of time was indeed very strong, but if it had to come down to long-distance raiding, let's not even talk about whether the magic lines and magic pathways inside the puppet would overload. Just speaking of the consumption of magic crystals alone would be enough to eat her into bankruptcy. Not to mention the huge mental burden brought to her by controlling a large batch of puppets simultaneously. So instead of running, it's better to first find a suitable place nearby to pitch camp. Anyway, even if the pursuers came again, it wouldn't matter. At least for her, no matter how many came, they were all the same. In short, it was definitely more cost-effective and practical than running around blindly. In summary, she directly commanded the puppets to start finding a flat area and set up tents. Anyway, it was just this level of matter, not getting in the way at all. She thought to herself like this. At this time, the sky was also gradually beginning to show some rosy clouds symbolizing the end of the day, as if this day should end as usual like this, and then go to welcome the arrival of a new day. However, some things were just so unreasonable. Why have two children searching for some lost contact? Alice was sitting inside the tent set up by the puppets, drinking tea. But this sudden piece of information made her frown. Could it be that a regular army of the Highland Principality chased over again? This indeed seemed quite possible, but she quickly dismissed this possibility. After all, the army sent over by the Highland Principality just a moment ago had been completely wiped out by her 8 puppets, paying only a price of minor damage. If she were attacked by the guys from the Highland Principality, messages symbolizing destruction would definitely have been transmitted. Instead of suddenly breaking the connection like this, something must have happened again. She silently put down the teacup, then stretched her muscles. No matter what, panicking too much was definitely not a good thing. Better to slow down, and by the way think of response strategies. She brought along 6 high-ranking combat-type puppets, and then cautiously searched toward the direction where those 2 missing housekeeping-type puppets had disappeared. At this time, on this vast grassland, there was only the rustling sound of the wind brushing across the grass and the bird song coming from afar. This quietness looked normal, but actually could be said to be quite abnormal. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and then commanded the combat puppets to tighten their formation a little, protecting her closely in the center. At the same time, night quietly descended, until even the last trace of sunset glow on the horizon was swallowed by this thick night, and Alice still hadn't found the 2 missing puppets. Clearly, they lost contact right around here. But after circling around a few times, there's still no discovery at all. She muttered inwardly to herself. I absolutely cannot just let it go like this. If I don't discover potential hostile targets now, it might bring me even greater losses later on. Holding this thought, she started searching once again. The night gradually grew heavier. She also commanded those puppets to raise torches, illuminate the surroundings, expand the scope, and continue searching. And right at this moment, the signal of one of the puppets disappeared. This directly gave her a start in her heart as she commanded the other puppets to immediately rush to the location where that puppet had disappeared. Yet looking at it, that place was just a patch of grassland with no difference from the surroundings. She cautiously pushed aside all the green grass around that area. What's underneath this isn't mud, it's black stones. Staring at the thing hidden beneath the grass, she couldn't help frowning. What else is down below? Under the faint firelight of the torch, she continued to push away all these grasses, and underneath that, they were all the suspicious black or grey stones. This was very obviously all man-made creations. There are people here. Could all my puppets have been instantly dealt with by the fellas lurking here? The guard in her heart couldn't help rising another level, but very soon she found a pitch-black entrance buried by weeds. An underground cave? She touched the stones on the edge of this cave entrance again. It was still exceptionally hard, completely different from the surrounding soil, and she directed a puppet to extend the torch into the cave, wanting to see what tricks were really inside this cave. But a scene that shocked her appeared. As soon as the puppet's hand reached into that dark cave, its entire body collapsed limply as if its energy had been drained dry. Fortunately, Alice reacted in time, controlling other puppets to pull it back. Otherwise, this puppet would definitely have slid directly down into the steep and gloomy tunnel. What on earth was going on again? Doubts assaulted her brain at this moment. 214. Underground facility. Having no fruit from her thinking, she finally decided to first take a look at this puppet that had completely disconnected from her and was unable to move. She walked over, carefully checking all the magic lines and magic pathways on its body, and found no problems. Then, she once again wove magic threads, connecting them to various points on the puppet's body. Very quickly, the puppet returned to her control once again. The structure hadn't suffered damage, and as long as the connection was re-established, control could be regained. Furthermore, the internal magic crystals hadn't suffered consumption either. Then there was only one answer. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at this pitch-black cave entrance, seeming to have found the answer. Inside here there should be the ability to cut off magic threads and magic connections from external intervention, or rather it should be a barrier. Mechanisms and items connected using these types of methods will completely fail the instant they enter the affected range of this barrier. Tusk, what should be done next? Should she go in and take a look, or leave for the time being? She was suddenly in a dilemma. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 puppets that had lost contact earlier were all because of the peculiar nature of this cave, having their magic threads used for connection cut off, and then falling down. As for herself extending her hand down, there wasn't any problem at all. Well, let's still go down and take a look. In the end, she still decided to go down and investigate. After all, this gadget was very likely one of those ancient ruins she had never seen with her own eyes before. Section 88. In the past, she at most collected some weird parts from various peddlers and installed them on her puppets. To say the least, their durability and minor conductivity still far exceeded other ordinary metal materials. So going down this time, she might just make a huge harvest. With this thought in mind, she ordered the surrounding puppets to be on guard, and then took out ropes and other equipment from her bag, preparing to enter this sinkhole. She first took a pickaxe and struck hard against the sinkhole, but only the small amount of powder was shaken off. In fact, the struck spot remained completely undamaged. The hardness of this thing is really just ghostly. Maybe there really is a treasure down here. She clicked her tongue, then called over 2 puppets, had them tightly wrapped in ropes, and after securing them properly, tied a small stone to the end of the remaining rope and tossed it into the cave. As the crisp sound of a stone hitting the ground and shattering into pieces reached Alice's ears, she also understood that the rope was long enough. She once again ordered these 2 puppets to hold tightly onto this rope and not allow any mistakes to happen. Afterwards, she slowly went down along this rope. In this vertical passage, they were inexplicably lying across one after another hard, but already rust-covered solid iron bars. As for what the use of these things was, Alice was not clear about it. She could only think now about paying attention to everything around her. The range that the magic lantern hanging at her waist could illuminate was quite limited. But this was also enough for Alice to dodge these inexplicable iron bars. And near the ground at the very bottom of this cave, there was also a cylindrical iron thing. Like the iron things around it, it was covered in rust, and there was a big hole on top of it. And inside this, Alice also saw a rusted panel. Something was written on it with weird characters. After Alice went down into this cylinder, she first looked around, but it seemed there were no useful discoveries. She pressed the button on this strange panel, only to find that this thing had long since rusted. After pressing it down, the entire container shook slightly and made a harsh mechanical sound. After that, nothing else continued to happen, and the thick iron plates in front of her, which had a certain curvature and seemed to originally serve as the door of this cylinder, were lying in a mess on the side. Right near this place, she found some remains of her puppets. TCH, as expected, they just fell right in here. She clicked her tongue, seemingly not surprised by this. She gently picked up all the scattered parts on the ground and then moved away the 2 iron plates that had been cracked by the falling puppets. And the 3 puppet remains that had broken due to the fall appeared in front of her. This also made her heart ache with a pang. No matter what, this was also her painstaking effort. To have them broken just like that, no matter what, she would still feel heartbroken. Then next, she could only see if the things hidden here could compensate for her losses. For now, she ignored these 3 broken, tattered puppets, just patted the dust off her body, and began to advance inside. She stepped on this real ground, stamped her feet, and felt that the tactile sensation was very different compared to ordinary ground. Afterwards, she quickly discovered that the ground here was all a layer of metal. It was just added with a certain frosted texture. And there were no traces of rust. Even after an unknown amount of time, after wiping it clean, it was still as bright as new. This also made Alice let out an exclamation of amazement. Then she started coughing violently because she inhaled a large amount of dust. This dust was simply too heavy. She muttered inwardly, then covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, holding the magic lantern, and continued to explore deeper into the facility. I never expected to encounter such a facility. Regardless of whether we find anything else, just the metal on this ground alone is an absolute huge profit. She was already secretly overjoyed in her heart at this moment. However, she was still trying her best to calm her mood, so as not to affect her subsequent judgment ability due to being overly excited. She explored this underground facility bit by bit, searching for everything that might be useful, rare metals, bizarre equipment, and those glass vessels of unknown use. They were all hinting at the unusualness of this place. However, when she approached a room where both door frames were completely torn apart, she saw some unappealing things. Skeletons. Shattered skeletons. They had all completely turned into bones. A scent of bone powder stimulated Alice's nasal cavity. She could tell that a portion of them were human, and some remaining scale-like things as well as overly thick bones. What those things were, Alice could easily figure out. Perhaps this was a base abandoned by their ancestors due to monster attacks. And what was before her eyes was the ultimate fate of the remaining personnel in this abandoned facility. Let's withdraw for now, fill our stomachs first, and explore again tomorrow. Awakened quite a bit by this scene, Alice finally noticed her rumbling stomach. 215. Conversation. TCH, the IMUT should be able to start operating the day after tomorrow. Hopefully, the production volume can be high enough. After spending most of the day strolling around the street to clear her mind, Carolina returning to the Imperial Palace could be said to have completely lost all her strength. Basically, the second half of the journey was dragged back by Hedgel. Until now, after finishing dinner, she had finally regained her usual vitality. She even leaned close to Hedgel and started reading the report Friel had just handed over. To be honest, this timing is already later than originally expected, because the training time for the workers is still a bit longer than anticipated. Hedgel, still staring at the words on the paper, said without turning his head, "After all, they are just some uneducated people who only hope they can complete their fixed actions according to standards." Not holding too high expectations is the best choice. Although what Carolina said was a fact, it somehow felt a bit heartbreaking. The main thing is still to ensure safety and no accidents. Otherwise, work will have to be stopped. The resulting losses are quite large. Hedgel, however, maintained his consistent style and responded softly. Actually, when it comes down to it, you're just worried that accidents will cause damage to the equipment and venue, leading to a drop in production efficiency, right? The life and death of those workers actually doesn't matter to you. Carolina directly exposed the thought Hedgel wanted to express behind these words. No, if they die, I will still feel a bit heartbroken. After all, the time spent training them and skilled workers like them are quite valuable. Hedgel, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, only denied part of Carolina's words. As expected. Behavioral patterns and ideological morals are getting closer and closer to capitalists. What happened to the promised successor of socialism? What happened to being both politically read and professionally competent? Carolina suddenly felt that his timing was very good, and even thought about knocking Hedgel's little head once again. But recalling the fear of being dominated after knocking him earlier, the little paw she wanted to reach out immediately shrank back, even giving a not too light, yet very painful pinch to the smooth skin on her own hand, as if warning this hand not to act arbitrarily. As for autocracy, I have already achieved it. But as for realizing socialism, that is still too early. Look at the current level of productivity and look at the current main class contradictions. How is it possible to carry out related work? Therefore, at present, we can only follow the feudalism right arrow capitalism right arrow socialism two-step strategy to better realize the ideals in our hearts and win more benefits for the people. When all is said and done, Hedgel used to study politics after all, and when he spoke, he had set off the set of arguments, and he was passionate, without the slightest bit of hollowness in his tone. A living political swindler. Carolina knew that if she brought up these things, she would definitely suffer a complete defeat, so she immediately withdrew crestfallen, avoiding his sharp edge, gathering her strength, waiting for the right moment to strike with a single blow. Although in this kind of rhetoric struggle, she better not dream about such a thing. Although she really didn't want to admit it, she was indeed firmly under Hedgel's thumb right now. Even the most basic countermeasures were difficult to achieve. Every time she thought of this, she gritted her teeth with hatred. This wasn't because she truly hated Hedgel that much. On the contrary, she was actually very grateful to him. It's just that this feeling of being suppressed by him in every sense really made her feel uncomfortable. Let's not talk about this anymore. If we keep talking, it will definitely be you lecturing me all over again. I don't want to listen to such completely unnutritious words. Hearing Hedgel still continuing his long-winded speech, Carolina immediately spoke out to interrupt him, leaving no room for him to continue. Fine, then you tell me, what should we talk about next? We can't just sit here doing nothing, right? Or you were just dragged out of the room earlier, and now you're going to take a bath and sleep. Hedgel blinked and asked Carolina, who spoke thus. I've already finished reading the materials you gave me passed down from the Villa Impair about that fire dragon-like fellow. I feel this fellow is indeed a bit interesting. Carolina had anticipated that Hedgel would say this, so she immediately threw out the matter she had prepared. This could also be considered a tacit understanding between the two. Interesting, huh? Hedgel pondered Carolina's words carefully and slowly said, Indeed. After all, it can achieve an effect similar to a flamethrower. But what I care more about is what is actually burnt to emit the flames that are spewed out. Carolina didn't mind at all as she ran to the side of the coffee table to start making tea, while softly responding to Hedgel's question. According to the information we collected, the previous civilization was most likely the large-scale civilization where magic and technology fused with each other. Although, why it perished does not have a definite result yet, I think this fellow is very likely breathing fire relying on magic. Hedgel immediately expressed his own thoughts. However, the relevant materials given to us by the Villa Impair do not state that there is an obvious magical reaction when it breathes fire. Of course, it is not ruled out that they simply happen not to record it. If we rule out magic then with the current level of technology, I reckon they at most just whip up some alcohol as fuel for the flame. Carolina tossed out her own insight. As expected, she was still quite good at this aspect. Let's find an opportunity tomorrow to confirm with Cavilla. For this kind of matter, relying solely on our blind guessing won't yield a result. Since we can ask, why not ask? Hedgel also felt that this idea made sense, but it couldn't serve as a basis for determining its flame fuel. That's true. But I always feel that this fellow is definitely not that simple. If it really relies on magical flame, then it can basically be declared our victory. And if it's some other bizarre method, Carolina couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Wait a minute, why do you say that as long as it's magical flame, we are basically winning? Hedgel hadn't reacted yet to what Carolina was talking about. It's very clear. If it's magical flame, it's equivalent to them having one or more parts inside their bodies storing magic crystals. And we just need to stuff some magic crystal powder into the bullet head, and shoot it into their flesh and skin. As long as this powder meets this magic crystal, it will definitely be a massive explosion, and the monster will burst and die on the spot. Karenina explained it to him in detail. 216. Bite. That is indeed true. And given this thing's body size and the toughness of its scales, trying to shoot it to death purely through bullets still has a considerable amount of difficulty. Hedgel recalled all the materials passed over from the Cavilla Impia and felt that what Karenina said wasn't wrong either. With a body length close to 10 meters and a wingspan reaching nearly 30 meters, it had sturdy limbs, and its entire body was covered with fiery red and tough scales. The tongues of fire it spewed were dozens of meters long and extremely high in temperature, capable of directly roasting people in the flame's path into charred carbon. Section 89. Even if heavy crossbows were all aimed at its wings and fired, it would still be difficult to inflict effective damage on it, because the arrows were all deflected by those hard scales. Of course, if that fire dragon is not as you expected, using magical flames, or not like I envisioned, having a relatively dense magic crystal storage point. Karenina spoke up again at this moment. Then we'll just serve it high explosive shells, using the shockwave to rupture its internal organs. Hedgel also understood what Karenina wanted to do. That's right. However, we'll have to allocate a bit more resources in this direction for now. Karenina, on the other hand, gave some minor conditions. This is your real purpose, isn't it? Without even thinking about it, Hedgel just stared into Karenina's large eyes, which were already starting to dodge, and knew her thoughts. This, what do you mean by real purpose? Anyway, these are all necessary. Karenina's fair and tender little face instantly flushed red, and her cheeks puffed up in a standard angry look. If her eyes weren't so wavering, Hedgel might have actually believed her. Yes, I understand. I just feel that it's so amusing how you rambled on about everything just to bring this up. Hedgel just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded. Tusk, I suppose it was discovered after all. Finally, realizing that she could no longer conceal it, Karenina was candid for once. Her small mouth was slightly pouted, and her expression appeared quite dissatisfied. All in all, military funds will definitely not be reduced. At least after obtaining the current intelligence, it's impossible to be less. I used to have the idea of disarming after advanced weapons are equipped, but now it seems completely unrealistic. Hedgel also restrained his smile and said with a serious expression, well, after all, we really don't know what trump cards those guys in the north still have left. Russian cutting defense forces can only be described as courting death. Karenina did not deny this. I hope subsequent matters can go a bit more smoothly. Although some overt fellows and some covert big bosses in the country have been knocked out, but it's still unstable in some aspects. Being extra careful is always right. Hedgel took the black tea Karenina had just brewed and took a gentle sip. After all, just with such a purge, wanting to completely eradicate these underground forces is indeed impossible. But for now, we can only hope it can play a sufficient deterrent role. Karenina put a teacup on the table, propped it up with one hand, and tapped her fingers rhythmically on the tabletop over and over again, seemingly thinking about something. What are you thinking about again? I'm just wondering, shouldn't the literacy rate be raised a bit too? Otherwise, wanting to train skilled workers and more grassroots R&D personnel, the difficulty is extraordinary. Indeed, I've thought about this too. Currently, there are basically no national educational institutions for civilians. Setting them up still takes time. So I think it's better to subsidize private institutions for now, let them lower tuition fees, and enroll more students. This is more practical. Hedgel nodded, seemingly having had this idea in mind for a long time. Then I won't say much more. I'm heading back to my room first, told her. Hearing this, Karenina stretched, let out a long sigh, greeted him, and then left the small room. Hedgel watched her leaving figure in silence, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if recalling something. The next morning, at the same time, in the same room, without suspense, Karenina was dragged out of bed by Hedgel once again. Although in fact, Karenina at most just watched from the side and was too lazy to move at all. But Hedgel still wouldn't give up. After all, he certainly didn't want Karenina to have physical problems when she got a bit older. Exercising more still has quite a few benefits. And today, although she still wore a reluctant face, she rarely agreed to move around a bit. The reason was simply that she really didn't want to listen to Hedgel's nag. Very well, having learned the lesson from last time's one, it's time she chose sit-ups. But as for the result, 1. She clenched her teeth tightly, a face full of pain, her little face flushed red, as if she no longer had any leeway. Hedgel, with his eyes losing their luster, looked expressionlessly at Karenina in front of him, who was struggling to barely straighten half her waist off the ground. He was wondering how weak one's body had to be to not even be able to do the first sit-up. Yeah, that's right. This was only the first one. Karenina could already be said to have exhausted all her strength, and it was only lifting her waist halfway off the ground before she lacked the strength to continue. Afterwards, she lay back down on the ground, panting, her complexion flushed, and her forehead covered with sweat. Your physique is really completely terrible. What's terrible about it? I managed to do one anyway. Hearing this, she immediately flipped herself up from the ground and shouted at Hedgel, seeming quite dissatisfied with his words. You call that one? Besides, even supposing you did do one, there's generally no need to hold your waist like an old granny. Hedgel unceremoniously pointed at Karenina's small hand, which was still trembling and supporting her waist, and began to mock. Woo! Karenina, whose facade was pierced, immediately entered a berserk state due to shame and anger, grabbing Hedgel's arm and preparing to bite down. But her movements were tightly locked in place as Hedgel wrapped his other arm around her waist. However, Karenina naturally wouldn't let the matter rest and was still thinking about how to bite him to vent her resentment. Did you forget something? Hedgel suddenly spoke up. Hey! Hearing this, Karenina felt that she had indeed gotten into a somewhat ominous matter. The punishment for you biting me on the street yesterday doesn't seem to be carried out yet. Hedgel gently pinched Karenina's smooth, white arm, his mouth slightly open. What he wanted to express was self-evident. Author's note on publication. As the title suggests, this book of mine is going to be published, and I plan to drop at least 20 chapters of drafts on February 15th tilde. After that, where it will be a minimum of 3 chapters a day. At least before March 15th, there would be fewer than 3 chapters a day, and each update is still 2k words, which adds up to at least 6k updates per day tilde. Note, it's at least tilde. I sincerely beg you reader lords not to throw me into your bookshelf to gather dust, speaking bluntly. As for the subsequent direction of this book, I won't give too many spoilers here. Anyway, as won't happen square root. Finally, beg for full subscription, beg for full subscription, beg for full subscription, beg for full subscription, beg for full subscription. Weeping? These 20 chapters, at most, cost just 2 yuan nowadays. You can't even buy a pack of Wyom, and even if it's 3 chapters for me, at most it's around 10 yuan a month. As long as you save 33 cents a day, you can buy the fruit of my labor of several hours every day. Isn't this a steal? In short, beg for full subscription, beg for reading along, begging the lords to reward me with a meal to eat. JPG 217, smooth and tender. This us for this. Karenina immediately panicked. No matter what, she never expected that Hedgel would still remember this matter. Or rather, she had intentionally forgotten about it. After all, as long as I don't bring it up and he doesn't mention it, this matter is considered past. Everyone is happy. That was what Karenina originally thought, but as luck would have it, her current biting action happened to press right on the memory trigger point. Isn't this courting death by herself? What do you mean? Or have you changed your mind? Hedgel's face now wore a strange smile as he slowly approached Karenina. Isn't it just being bitten? Who's afraid of whom? But still be a bit lighter, okay? Hearing Hedgel's provocation, Karenina instantly lost her composure, but after reacting to what words she had actually blurted out, her tone immediately drooped again, and her eyes began to constantly dodge. And Hedgel didn't give any other answer. He just neatly pulled the clothing on Karenina's arm up above her elbow. His actions looked quite elegant and calm, spitting image of a gentleman. Although what he was about to do was indeed a gentlemanly action, Karenina didn't want to say too much about this. All she could say was hoping that he could go a bit easier for the sake of her being well behaved in other matters, aside from being a bit mischievous in this one. This was her greatest prayer. Hedgel gently caressed her arm, making her feel a little ticklish, but it wasn't bad. Why is there a feeling like getting an injection or drawing blood? Some strange thoughts suddenly popped up in Karenina's head. Her arm was currently being pinched by Hedgel and was being brought close to his mouth. That warm breath also made her feel how shameful and unsettling this state was. Afterward, his lips pressed against her arm. Very soft, warm and cozy. This was her only feeling about it. Subsequently, something even softer, warmer, and with a slippery touch began to touch her skin, startling her into letting out a dainty cry, and then she immediately covered her mouth with her other hand that had already been released. What on earth is this guy doing? Karenina felt the sensation of that slippery, scorching tongue. This sensation stimulated her skin, burned her nerves, and then transmitted to her brain, disrupting her spirit. Her face was completely flushed red at this point, and she began to pant heavily again. Although she was trying her best to control the rhythm of her breathing while also managing the sound of her breath. Yet some panting sounds carrying a somewhat strange implication still reached Hedgel's ears. He didn't want to say much more about this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily wearing a strange smile, and then against the smooth skin that was still under his control and carried a hint of a young girl's body fragrance, he lightly touched it with his teeth, thereby feeling just how bouncy, smooth, and intoxicating this skin was. Section 90. Regardless of whether Karenina had seen it or what he had just said, he simply pulled the handkerchief from his pocket and thoroughly wiped away the saliva clinging to Karenina's arm. Then he switched to another handkerchief and gently wiped away the sweat beads on her forehead. What kind of punishment game is this? The sense of shame is completely off the charts. As soon as Karenina realized the matter was over, she immediately blushed and began shouting at Hedgel. Her angry appearance was just like a petite golden kitten holding a grudge. Hedgel merely shrugged and, while wiping away her sweat, responded in a playful tone, "Isn't this normal? Since you didn't want physical pay, naturally I had to use a mental attack." It actually seemed to make sense. Karenina thought about it slightly and felt that this matter seemed quite right. But upon careful reflection, one would realize the degree of shame and the sensation of pain were completely disproportionate. All right. Compared to this bizarre feeling, it was still much more comfortable to just be bitten solidly. At least for now, that was what she thought. Meanwhile, Hedgel put the handkerchief back into his pocket, his mood naturally and exceptionally cheerful. Tusk, what a pity. Who knew when he would get to do this kind of thing to her next time? Thinking of this, Hedgel felt a hint of regret in his heart. Well, add a bit more temptation and then deliberately show an opening. Given her personality, she might just take the bait. He would find a chance to try it later. Hedgel reminisced about the smooth tactile sensation on his tongue just now, coupled with that intoxicating fragrance. He was a spitting image of a creepy stalker. The embryonic form of a plan to continue persecuting Karenina appeared in his mind once again. Cough cough, letting lust cloud one's judgment is definitely not a good thing. Calm down a bit. Calm down. Hedgel feigned clearing his throat and refocused his gaze onto Karenina. And she was still staring at Hedgel with that disgusted look used for inspecting perverts. Afterward, her little face was grabbed by Hedgel. Naturally, the winner of this round was definitely Hedgel. Just 2 minutes later, Karenina conceded defeat, rubbing her slightly aching cheeks with a face full of grievance. This account, can this be considered fully settled? She blinked her eyes, staring at Hedgel, who had resumed his routine exercise, and asked softly, "Of course. Could it be that you want to try it again?" Hedgel turned his head, the demonic smile on his face growing even deeper. "Permit me to refuse." Karenina unhesitatingly refused this behavior, which was indistinguishable from a pervert's whether looked at or felt. Tusk, this guy definitely thought teasing her like this was a lot of fun, though it was indeed true. If she stood from his perspective, she probably would have had the same thought. She carried out a round of so-called perspective-taking, and the conclusion she derived should still be quite close to the facts. However, she still hadn't factored in a certain emotion. Afterward, she once again recalled that slippery tilde-warm tilde tactile sensation. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It really is so shameful. But why was there a tiny feeling of comfort? She raised the question again. If she were to speak outwardly, she would definitely deny immediately that this feeling was a bit comfortable. But the heart won't deceive oneself. Oh, she increasingly felt that this was very bad. Forget it, forget it. In any case, as long as she was a bit more careful later and didn't let him catch an excuse, they would be fine, right? Although even without a reason, he could still force it. But after observing for this period, she could be sure that he wouldn't do that kind of thing. Thinking of this, she felt a bit more at ease again. 218. The defector uses at everything, number 1 at stirring up trouble tilde. After finishing her various morning chores, Karenina started tinkering with some gadgets she had already mentioned to Hedgel last night. Actually, even before talking about high-explosive shells, she had already had the idea. Although the cartridge cases still couldn't be manufactured. However, this didn't affect her calculation of the propellant charges and carrying out the design. In summary, this type of high-explosive shell was still in the design stage. As for the improved model of the rifle, she also had a slight idea. Anyway, the soldier's protection level was indeed not high. Compared to high-energy bullets requiring heavy charges, fire suppression was more important. Naturally, bolt-action rifles were something that could currently be used. And if a Lee Enfield-style bolt was used, it would only require giving the soldiers an adequate amount of training. Then a considerable rate of fire could be achieved. But in terms of penetration power, it was still slightly weak, because this kind of bolt could only fire bullets with low propellant charges. But having said that, if she truly faced monsters with heavy scales in the future, what should be done then? However, rifles probably wouldn't be needed for that. Artillery would be brought out to deal with them. Now, just by increasing the volume of firepower projection, one could remain undefeated. Of course, necessary conservation was still needed. It couldn't possibly average out to tens of thousands of bullets just to kill one person, right? Although in a certain war, this kind of situation did indeed occur. but that was also built upon the condition that both sides of the war possessed their more weapons, and productivity was considered quite powerful. Given the current situation, it was better not to dream such dreams. Therefore, marksmanship training for the soldiers was also necessary. After carrying out a certain amount of planning, all that was left was to wait, because the most she could do was just this. As for what Hedger was considering over there, she didn't dare to meddle, nor did she dare to ask. Anyway, as long as she did the things in her own hands well, that would be absolute correctness. Cough cough. In short, it was just that she felt she could pour a cup of tea and rest for a while. Tusk. But once she stopped her hands, she would inexplicably recall that scene from the morning. Thinking of this, she unconsciously frowned again. Tusk, this kind of incident should inherently be thrown into the corner of memory and then ground into powder. Why did it always have to jump out time and again to ruin someone else's good mood? She thought resentfully. Forget it, forget it. In a sense, I really brought this on myself. He probably just wanted to see my distressed or shy appearance. Suddenly it feels so disgusting. As she recalled the postures and coy appearance of making those actions earlier, she instantly felt whether she was being far too disgusting. After all, the core inside was still a man. Bah bah bah. What the hell? Thinking about it just like this, she almost spewed out the black tea in her mouth all at once. However, this physical strength that was even inferior to a salted fish seemed to truly have nothing to do with males at all. Tusk, this couldn't be blamed on her, could it? After all, since childhood, the nutrition wasn't taking all these two things. Lowering her head, she expressionlessly stared at her own too massive justice and couldn't help but feel that this was too bizarre. She really couldn't understand why such a situation would occur, but in reality, she hadn't eaten any energy-rich food since she was young. After all, these guys always use balanced diet as an excuse. In reality, they just wanted to ensure she had a good appearance. At least in terms of figure and facial features, they had to make the buyers find her flawless. So the result was naturally like this. With no strength and no abilities to speak of, besides being a vase and a toy, she seemed to possess no other abilities whatsoever, the exact type that could be thrown away once one got tired of playing with her. One could only say she just happened to run into someone who knew what they were doing. Otherwise, how could she possibly be sitting here right now? She might have already been resold several times. Meanwhile, her original abusers had already been thrown into the desert go-by by now, and perhaps had long since turned into withered corpses. The world is in constant tilde. In the end, her thoughts drifted off to who knows where, and she could only let out this faint sigh. Well, it's better not to think about this matter. The more she thought, the more annoyed she got. She stretched lazily, deciding to temporarily empty her brain and not think about extra things. Because she also knew that thinking too much about such things was useless and would only add needless vexation. The matter of restructuring must still be prioritized. However, there's no need to completely scatter the soldiers under the original commanders. This is not conducive to command and training, just carrying out appropriate personnel adjustments. Let's do this in the Imperial Guard first. This will have the minimal impact on combat effectiveness. Hedgel issued instructions to Vril while saying this. Understood. But is this restructuring really necessary? Even with the current military establishment, there shouldn't be any major problems. Vril, however, still harbored doubts about this. More new-style weapons will be equipped in the future, and for the sake of better deployment and command of the army, you only need to order them to implement it as soon as possible right now. The specific requirements are on the form I gave you earlier. Hedger did not wish to give too many explanations. Understood. This subordinate will handle the related matters as soon as possible. May I ask, is there anything else you need to instruct this subordinate on? She lowered her head deeper regarding those fellows who defected from the Papal stateside. Are there any movements now? Hedgel nodded and immediately asked. According to the intelligence personnel's report this morning, they have prepared to conduct a 6-day field exercise and are expected to officially head to the training zone at noon. At most by tomorrow evening, they will be able to reach the Hyans Pass located at our nation's border. Section 91. Vril reported truthfully. Once they enter our borders, immediately subdue them using methods as gentle as possible, and then transport them to the Imperial capital at once. Absolutely no leaks of information are allowed during this period, nor can there be any delays. Do you understand? Hedger made a brief analysis and then determined the direction of the operation. As for the specific implementation next, it would depend on these subordinates. Although some guys in the central organization really couldn't be considered reliable, they were just putting on an honest and loyal appearance to avoid getting their heads chopped off. But these people he brought up with his own hands were still relatively reliable. Let's hope so. Understood. I will surely fulfill the mission. With that, Vril bowed deeply as usual and then left the office carrying the draft records of the project about to be completed. After Vril closed the door, Hedgel slowly stood up, holding the recent battle reports of the Cavilla Impia in silence. 216. Box! Returning our sight back to Alice's side. She could be said to be exceptionally excited right now. After all, she was the first one to enter and excavate such ruins that had remained untouched for thousands of years. This time, she had brought more than a dozen puppets along to assist her in exploring the ruins. As for why their connection wasn't cut off like before, it was simply because that shielding seemed to only be effective when puppets outside the shielded area tried to enter. As long as the connection was established from the inside, it wouldn't be severed. Although I don't know what these reagents are for, but given this heavy sense of danger emanating from them, it's better not to touch them casually. Staring at the glass test tubes filled with bizarre reagents placed on the operating table, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She didn't know what exactly was inside either, but her intuition told her that as long as she accidentally broke this test tube, it would definitely trigger something ominous. As for what specifically, she didn't know either. Afterwards, in the corner of this laboratory-like place, she discovered a strange metal box. She commanded the puppets to wipe away all the dust on top of that metal box. Finally, the true appearance of the box was revealed before Alice's eyes. On top of the smooth metal box body, which reflected the brilliance of the magic lantern like a mirror, were printed a large number of undecipherable ancient characters. And in the lower left corner of this metal box, there was also a large metal panel. What is this again? She gently touched the panel, and the next instant, the panel lit up with a red light, and a string of characters popped out again. Incomprehensible. Shortly after, the red light extinguished, and she pressed down with her hand once more. Then, that dazzling red light appeared on the panel once again. However, the characters that popped out were different from last time, and this time an image corresponding to the size of her palm also appeared, showing a large X on it. Is this considered verification using a palm? And her palm didn't match. Things she had once heard about ancient technology suddenly popped up in her mind. Well then, she had to see what other methods could be used to open this thing. After all, maybe there were some good things inside. Thinking of this, she took another magic lantern from a puppet's hand and began to grope around a freshly cleaned large metal box. In the corner of the panel, she discovered something resembling a small box. She flipped open that box-like component and continued touching it. Through the tactile sensation transmitted from her fingertips, she immediately realized that it was a structure similar to a keyhole. This sent a wave of wild joy through her heart. She illuminated the keyhole and determined its size. Then she began to order the surrounding puppets to search the room for keys that might meet the requirements. If it was truly completely necessary to use only the palm to unlock it, she would have no other choice but to break it open by force. But doing this might cause damage to the things inside. And if a key could be used, then things should probably be a bit easier. After all, within this facility, there must surely be the key that could open this box. Although she didn't know what was stored inside it either. But she still felt that what she wanted should be inside. But the result was that these puppets searched the room for a long time without finding the key Alice wanted. Moreover, they almost knocked over the test tubes on the operating table, giving her a scare. Perhaps those keys were kept on people rather than stored in a specific location? Such a thought suddenly popped into her mind. And as for places where human remains appeared, there was only that place, right? She thought silently. Well, there was no other way, right? Although she didn't want to touch that stale, decay aura of death, judging from the current situation, she still had to go and try. Following the path in her memory, she came to this room full of white bones. Then, she controlled these puppets to carefully search the items on and in the hands of these white bones. And soon, she made a discovery. It wasn't a key, but a pitch-black cylindrical gadget, which also carried a considerable metallic luster under the light. She had the puppets wipe away all the bone powder and dust attached to it, and then observe the patterns and markings on it herself. There is an arrow here. This should face upward. Staring at the patterns on it, she thought silently. Then there is a button here. She pressed it gently. And the next instant, a scorching beam of light directly rushed out from that tubular object. The rushing beam of light, along a straight trajectory, shot into the metal wall, bringing with it a scorching heat wave. The dazzling white light of the metal melting appeared before Alice's eyes. This thing is a weapon, and this power is simply unimaginable. Her hands trembled as she slowly approached the pierced metal wall. The air there was still exceptionally scorching, making her lungs feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet that metal wall was still not completely penetrated, and scorching liquid metal could faintly be seen inside. Terrifying, she couldn't help letting out a murmur. Afterwards, she ordered the surrounding puppets to hold high the magic lanterns in their hands. The magic glow illuminated the ceiling, as well as the ferocious battle scars here. The metal ceiling was uneven, protruding and depressed like rugged rocks, ugly, but carrying a frightening, horrifying impact. This was probably the proof of them resisting here and making a last-ditch struggle. She thought silently in her heart. Oh well, let's continue searching. Whatever they encountered or experienced had nothing to do with the present me. I don't need to pay any responsibility for their tragic encounters, and they don't need to care what I will encounter here. Or maybe if I can help clean up their remains and then bury them somewhere. Such a thought suddenly appeared in her heart. Well, I'll do it when there's a chance. After calming her heart, she resumed searching for keys. Found it. Soon, she found a large bunch of keys inside a long-since dusty white robe. They seemed to have undergone quite excellent rust-proof treatment. Even after passing through who knows how many years, they remained smooth without a single trace of rust. Alice suddenly felt that it would be great if she could discover this place earlier and obtain more advanced technology after all that could be said to elevate the quality of her puppets by several tiers. But finding them now actually didn't make much difference. At least there was still plenty of time for her to study them. Holding that bunch of keys in her hand, she eagerly wanted to see what was inside the box that had such an attraction to her. 220. Special puppet. Afterwards, in front of that box, she matched the size of the keyhole to find the corresponding key, trying them one by one. Hard work pays off. The lock was opened very quickly. But the box did not open along with that crisp and pleasant click sound. Instead, the panel shivered slightly and slowly slid outward, revealing the dense circuits inside. And a roulette wheel with an arrow? Alice felt a bit dazed. She saw that around that roulette wheel, there seemed to be various strange symbols. It seemed she had to slowly rotate this roulette wheel in a fixed order to open this box. And there were at least 10 such symbols. Are you kidding me? Slightly losing her cool, she heavily punched a roulette wheel. It seemed she wanted to vent her anger through this method. And the next second, a pale blue light inexplicably displayed on the panel that had already slid aside, accompanied by a strange sound that could be considered clear, but definitely not real. The box slowly opened a crack. A large amount of mist slowly leaked out from it. This is too bizarre. Clearly it was so obviously requiring a password rotation earlier, yet after getting punched by me, it opened by itself. Alice complained frantically in her heart, but upon noticing the seary mist, she quickly covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief, fearing that the leaked substance might be toxic. But she sensed that other than a sense of vicissitude unique to the passage of time, this thing gave off no other feeling. If she had to say, it also carried a hint of metallic odor. After waiting for several minutes until the gas inside the box slowly dissipated. Section 92. Alice slowly approached the container. As if sensing someone approaching, the box slowly rotated its mechanical structure, gradually opening its lid. Inside the box, bright light also shone forth. Alice's gaze slowly slid into the box, and lying deepest inside the box was a completely naked young girl. Pure black hair, tightly closed eyes, skin devoid of any color. If an ordinary person saw this, they would surely examine this strange girl with half fear and half wonder, perhaps even wanting to wake her. And as it happened, Alice was a puppeteer. Is this a puppet? Alice's eyes caught the subtle gap at the girl's limb joints, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. What is this situation again? Alice couldn't help but feel exceptionally puzzled. She immediately leaned her upper body into the box, opened the translucent locking device used to secure the puppet's body, and then carried the puppet out. It certainly looked perfectly intact, and from the surface the degree of completion was quite high. It's just that she didn't know how the internal patterns were carved. She examined the puppet's entire body under several magic lanterns. She felt that this puppet, aside from a few minor flaws at some limb joints, could be considered perfect. Because she herself had never created a puppet so complete, even infinitely close to a real person. It wasn't that she didn't want to create one, but she didn't have the ability. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth once again curved upwards uncontrollably. She wanted to quickly understand everything about this puppet to further her subsequent research. To be able to come here and open this box, it was truly wonderful. No more talk, let's try it first. She had 2 puppets hold up this not-so-tall little fellow, then began to condense threads of magic, preparing to connect with it. She slowly manipulated the threads, wrapping them around various points on the puppet's body, just like connecting to an ordinary puppet. It seemed everything was going so smoothly. However, before the magical connection could be established, she first felt as if her head had taken a heavy blow. With this strike, she felt dizzy and disoriented, almost collapsing onto the dusty ground, directly attacking the intruder with magic in the opposite direction. What is this situation? She bit her tongue tightly, trying to clear her head, but for some reason, her vision was already filled with the glow of magic. This thing, it's trying to seize control of me. This is completely insane. Injecting magic in reverse, following the magic threads Alice had condensed. This Alice barely maintained her consciousness, then issued an order to the two puppets that had been holding the fellow taken from the box. "Throw it out!" The next instant, the two puppets, having received the order, unhesitatingly threw the creature, which was emitting strange magical reactions, directly into the metal wall with a heavy thud. The sound of metal and flesh colliding echoed through the space. Alice, at this moment, completely disregarded the dust on the ground and slumped ungracefully onto the floor, a forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Fortunately, this violent method directly severed their magical connection. Otherwise, Alice couldn't guarantee that she would have been able to mentally overcome this puppet. Is this thing really a puppet? She recalled everything she had just seen and experienced, and couldn't help but voice this question. But in the end she still felt, this thing is a puppet, because judging by its responsiveness to magic, there was no other abnormality apart from being a little faster than the puppet she made herself. And only puppets usually respond in this way. But why would it want to possess me, its operator, in reverse? Unfathomable. Could it be that it was designed this way? Or is it because when I opened the box earlier, something went wrong, and then the defense mechanism was activated? She suddenly felt that this possibility seemed quite high. After all, the possibility of opening this tightly sealed box with a single smash is too low. She reorganized her thoughts, then swayed back to the puppet that had been thrown. A dent had been made in the metal wall, but when she checked the puppet lying on the ground, covered in dust, she found no signs of damage, or should I say it's indeed technology far beyond current standards. She thought to herself, "Tusk, how should I deal with this? If I just throw away or seal up such a good thing, I can't bring myself to do it, but if I use it, I can't control it right now." Alice instantly found herself in a dilemma. 221. Atmosphere. Work starts tomorrow. I really wonder if it will go as smoothly as it is now. In a temporary prefab house on the outskirts of the city, Runis, the construction director of the ironworks, asked his subordinate beside him with a hint of apprehension. He watched the flame of the oil lamp flickering before him, and the flame also flickered in his eyes, swayed by the wind leaking in. There won't be any problems probably. Although his subordinate seemed confident, he actually still had some reservations. After all, he had never seen how the sign contraption in the center of the large factory worked, or rather he didn't even know if this thing could effectively produce iron. Big problems. After all, very few people here have received proper training or seen how this thing is produced. Only a few people who came out of the palace with me have a little experience. I'm still a bit scared about whether we can operate such a huge machine well. Runes wasn't worried about whether the furnace could be used, but rather whether he and his subordinates could make good use of it. After all, they had indeed never used such a large furnace before, so it was normal to have some concerns. Moreover, he would be supervising the work here during this period, and if anything went wrong, the blame would inevitably fall on him. Taking the blame was indeed not a good thing. Yes, I hope we can all rise to the occasion. The subordinate, realizing his misunderstanding, scratched his head awkwardly and responded softly. Runes, however, keenly sensed this mix of awkwardness and shyness. What's going on in this guy's head now? Wait, I think I have a clue. A sentence uttered by Miss Karenina suddenly flashed through Runes' mind. Earlier when she saw our group working shirtless and shouting, she seemed to have said something. Seeing these muscular bros, I'm inexplicably reminded of some rather inappropriate scenes. And during later casual conversations, he had a rough idea of what kind of inappropriate meaning it contained. It was said that some people with special interests were very fond of muscles, and particularly wanted to have a wrestling match with such muscular men to express their affection. And the expression and actions of Runes next to him just now. Runes swallowed uncontrollably at this thought. The possibility's low, right? He glanced at Runes' expression out of the corner of his eye, not knowing what he was thinking. But his strange expression just now, something felt off. Runes couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. It's better not to say such baseless things for now. He readjusted his breathing, making his expression more natural. And Runes next to him also noticed something amiss with his elder brother, but he didn't dare to look further, nor did he dare to ask. Could it be that my doubts about Miss Karenina's design and His Majesty's decision had been discovered by him? He instantly felt a tightening in his heart. You see, Runes was a staunch supporter of the two adults' decisions, and if he heard any voices of doubt about those two adults, he would surely be scolded severely. Tusk, this taboo absolutely cannot be touched. Absolutely not, he thought to himself, then started muttering again. Apologizing early might still leave a way out. A seemingly reliable, but actually unreliable thought suddenly popped into his head. Of course, in the end, he still couldn't make up his mind. The two of them kept glancing at each other mysteriously, secretly observing one another. The atmosphere in the room instantly became exceptionally tense. The night ended in this extremely strange atmosphere. Night Captain, this direction seems a bit different from our original planned direction. On an unknown path within the Papal State, Sophia was currently leading this squad of knights on an outdoor training session. However, one knight seemed to have noticed something unusual. "That's right, this is the way." Sophia, however, replied without hesitation in an unquestionable tone. "But if we go further down here, we'll reach the national border." Our originally planned training location was the mountainous area southeast of the Holy Capital, Section 93. Yet this fellow, acting as if he completely failed to read the atmosphere or the look on her face, continued to question Sophia like a total blockhead. "I say, since you understand so much, why don't you just take over my position?" Sophia's face darkened as she spoke in a soft, gentle whisper, but the underlying pressure and aura sent a shiver down the spine of the stateless knight. No, the subordinate wouldn't dare. I just had some doubts about it, that's all," he stammered, completely losing the momentum he had at the start. "I'm not joking with you. Since you understand so much, why don't you just succeed me and become this so-called knight commander? How about that?" Sophia tilted her head, staring straight into the eyes of the knight, who was of a similar age to her. It was as if she wanted to peel him like an onion, layer by layer, to see right through him from the outside in. She was in a very foul mood right now, and this knight detected only this single feeling from Sophia's eyes. Thus, he immediately wanted to apologize and retreat to his position. "No need. This is actually a good opportunity for me to tell everyone something." Sophia had already seen through the knight's thoughts, but in the end, she sighed and chose to lay everything out on the table. After all, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The column, which had been marching forward in an orderly fashion, immediately ground to a halt on the narrow path through the mountain forest. "Everyone, in your eyes, what kind of image do this so-called God we serve and the Pope, who acts as God's incarnation, project? And what do we, who call ourselves the Blades of God, look like to other nations or the common people?" First, she asked all the knights present the question that had been lingering in her heart. Instantly, a flurry of chattering discussion broke out within the ranks. Although it sounded quite chaotic, the words that reached Sophia's ears most frequently were holy, incarnation of God, and loyal apostles. As expected, this was entirely within her anticipation. A bitter smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. After all, these were just phrases from the dogma. It was probably time to pop these ridiculous bubbles. Sophia took a deep breath, looked at the bewildered knights, and loudly spoke of what she had heard with her own ears, seen with her own eyes, and done with her own hands. 222. Resentment. She also knew exactly what this meant. If she wasn't careful, she might very well drag herself into the abyss. After all, if these young knights did not believe her words, if she failed to fully convey her feelings to them, and if this rope woven of words failed to pull them back from the edge of the cliff, then they would likely treat her as a lunatic with mental issues, and might even try to bind her up and take her back to claim credit. Even so, she still wanted to try. After all, if she could have abandoned these young ones and escaped on her own, she would have done so long ago. There would have been absolutely no need to harbor such conflicted feelings until now to finally lay everything bare. Echoing through the mountain forest was her clear voice, yet it was filled with absolute grief and indignation. She was reminiscing, she was speaking, she was accusing. Words connected with one another, forming sentences full of deep emotion that struck the hearts of these young people time and again. Sentence after sentence, dismantling their faith in the deity they had always served. The birds stopped chirping, standing silently on the branches, seemingly listening intently to her words. The wild beasts also stopped roaring and playing. Standing or lying down, they were dead silent, seemingly feeling this symphony of blood and tears. Even the ubiquitous insects halted their seemingly endless chirping, feeling this genuine emotion. Everything in this mountain forest, plants, animals, and his dazed, standing knights were all listening to and feeling this anger and sorrow that came straight from the heart. It was as if the entire mountain forest was her podium, and all the surrounding creation was her most loyal audience. Until Sophia's voice ceased its narration. Yet the knights still stood in place, not uttering a single word, but from the tear stains on their faces which they hadn't had time to wipe, or rather, hadn't noticed at all, she understood that the emotion in her heart at that time had been perfectly conveyed to them. "This is what I wanted to say. Everyone, is it clear?" Only when this melodious voice rang out once more, in the lonely forest, did they snap out of their deep contemplation. They wanted to ask Sophia again about the truth of everything she had just spoken, but before the words could leave their mouths, they swallowed them back down. Did they even need to ask? They all let out self-deprecating laughs. Indeed, if such completely meaningless doubts were to arise now, it would be denying Sophia's heartfelt speech just now, and questioning the genuine emotions that had just been stirred within themselves. "Understood," they said in unison. Though their voices were not particularly loud, every single one of them was incredibly firm. Indeed, treating human lives as a joke, depriving people entirely of their right to survive, completely shattering the moral boundaries that humans ought to hold. Yet that so-called true God had not enacted any judgment upon it. Does he truly exist? Will he truly grant the praise of his believers? Can he truly bring blessings to everyone in the world? Can he truly fulfill all the promises the church made to these believers? Yes, he truly can fulfill them. Only this fulfillment is built upon flesh and blood, blades and fire, and screams and wails. Using wealth plundered and pillaged, they did their utmost to gloss over this illusory, fragile heaven on earth, providing a luxurious and corrupt life for the scumbags at the top of the church. But they did not realize that a path beneath their feet, the gorgeous clothes they wore, and the expensive accessories they adorned themselves with were all inhabited by the resentment and curses of those who had died wrongful deaths. They would eventually face judgment from the true arbiter. Knight Commander, then may I ask, what should we do now? After a fierce mental struggle, that blockhead popped up again. Though this time, his words were much more normal. First, we head to the border of the Keboj Empire. Then, we disarm. I have obtained a token here to serve as proof of identity. It can get them to let us enter the country. This time, Sophia did not show her previous impatience. Instead, she responded with utmost seriousness. After all, the knot that had been tightly wound around her heart had now been completely severed. There was no turning back now. She told herself so in her heart. Although the remaining knights still harbored doubts in their minds, they still chose to believe. They could also see that Sophia was genuinely looking out for them. Otherwise, she could have very well fled all by herself, and doing so would have made her far more stealthy and much harder to track. Yet she still chose to bring them along. It wasn't as if they couldn't guess the reason. Under such circumstances, if they continued to harbor heavy doubts and distrust toward her, ideas that would only break her heart. Rest assured, although they will definitely make use of us, our personal safety is fully guaranteed. As long as we do as they ask, nothing bad will happen. Even so, Sophia still softly comforted them. This was to be expected. After all, from the perspective of the Keboj Empire, they were quite a major chess piece. Perhaps, by utilizing them properly, they could turn them into a pickaxe to shake the prestige of the Riston Church. But in the end, wasn't this a good thing? At least, the faster this damn church died and the colder its corpse became, the better. She thought resentfully to herself. Then, she raised her head, looking toward the sun through the narrow gaps between the branches. Although she didn't know if heading in this direction would allow her to reach that warm, bright door, she was willing to try, as work officially started. Indeed, this morning, Rooney's already organized the ironwork staff to make the final preparations. As of now, official production has already begun. Carls kept his head lowered, reporting all matters in a mechanical voice devoid of any personal emotion. As expected, he was exactly the same as before, without any difference, without any change. It seems you haven't changed at all. Hedgel said this, seemingly out of nowhere. If your Majesty wishes for this subject to make some changes, to your liking, I shall obey. Carls replied without a moment's thought. His tone was still devoid of any emotion, not much different from a monotone recital. No, there is no need. I was merely expressing a sentiment. You may continue as you are. Hedgel rubbed his forehead, not wishing to pursue this topic any further. 223. Planning? Rather than that, I would like to ask instead. Who do you think manufactured these things? Hedgel immediately chose to shift the topic. After all, the conversation just now had slightly stirred up some unpleasant memories for him. This subject believes it should be Rooney's, the head of the Imperial Craftsmen. He answered without a moment's thought. Although he also noticed the change in Hedgel's emotions at this moment, he knew it was better not to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Otherwise, he would only bring trouble upon himself. Section 94. Therefore, he immediately put the previous conversation completely out of his mind and took the Emperor's subsequent question seriously. No, keep guessing. Hedgel shook his head slightly and denied it. Is it you? Although Carls was not sure, the truth was that those were the only two candidates he could think of. No. Guess again? Hedgel denied it once more, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth, completely different from his usual self. Carls thought to himself. Forgive my dullness, Your Majesty, but I do not know. In times like this, since he didn't know, admitting his shortcomings immediately was the correct move. Otherwise, it would only draw the Emperor's displeasure and offend a whole bunch of other people in the process. Honest as always, Hedgel naturally saw through Carls's little calculations, but he didn't bother to expose them. After all, there was no point in doing so, and it would only cause embarrassment. Didn't you just say earlier that she was silly? Have you forgotten so quickly? Hedgel said unhurriedly. So it was Miss Karenina. Indeed it is. And as a matter of fact, she is not only very strong in technological aspects, but also in reading people. She is arguably not inferior to you at all. Hedgel honestly spoke of the information he currently possessed. I see. I understand. Hearing this, Carls remained silent for a long moment. Then, out of nowhere, he blurted out those words. His expression also underwent a subtle change. Although Hedgel really wanted to ask what exactly Carls had understood, in the end, he decided it would be better not to pry too much into his thoughts. In any case, judging from his expression just now, combined with past experience, it probably wasn't anything bad. And my intuition tells me if we do this, more interesting things will definitely happen next. So Hedgel thought, cough, cough. Let's put that aside for now. I just received intelligence that the nobles over in Kevilla are still plotting how to oust Cleaner, and it seems they are very confident. Is there anything you would like to do? Carls, who had been dazed and thinking about who knows what, snapped back to reality upon hearing this and asked Hedgel respectfully. Monitor them closely. Then invent some reasonable excuses to appropriately reduce the civilian sale of Iamber to the Kevilla Empire. If Kevilla really falls, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us, and it will directly affect the strategic plans I have already laid out. Hedgel's words seemed somewhat contradictory. He was indirectly reducing the export of weapons to Kevilla, yet saying that they couldn't let it fall so quickly. It's normal not to understand. Not only that, but we also have to help those nobles guard their secrets and keep this information secure. Hedgel uttered another baffling statement. May I ask what your plan is? After a brief silence, Carls finally spoke up. It's simple. Adding flowers to a bouquet might not earn enough gratitude, but offering help in their hour of need will make it much more likely for Cleaner to feel deeply grateful to us. Hedgel's words were indeed very practical. If we were to inform Cleaner in advance that the scum in her country might rebel and usurp the throne, she might not even believe it. After all, they were neighboring countries, and they have always been the primary source of threat. Their relations had only eased a bit in recent years. And the great nobles of her country, after all, were still her own people. At a time like this, even if just to save themselves, they should share a bitter hatred for the common enemy and fight together. Giving Cleaner this piece of news at this moment would likely result in good intentions being mistaken for malice. It would be better to let her stumble, live in constant fear, and when she is at her wit's end, extend a helping hand to turn the tables for her. That way, she would absolutely feel a life-saving sense of gratitude toward Hedgel. Along the way, he could also use this crisis to interfere more in the political affairs of the Kevilla Empire and exert better control over this massive state machine. And that was exactly what Hedgel wanted. After all, a chess piece that isn't under control is not a good chess piece in the Major Matilda, so next what kind of drama will unfold? Really, I'm looking forward to it a little. Hedgel watched Carl's retreating figure as he left the room and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Although it is still a bit early to think about this, the anticipation of stirring up trouble is simply hard to suppress. Well, let's also consider how to make use of those guys who are highly likely to flee from Riston. And first, provide them with a relatively decent living environment. Then, under the pretext of protection to prevent assassinations or terrorist attacks by the theocracy, forbid them from travelling. Because no matter how you look at it, those fellows from the theocracy are fully capable of doing such things. After all, even for an ordinary country, if such an incident occurred, they would definitely mobilize all kinds of hidden agents in other nations to directly eliminate those who seriously affect their national reputation and leak state secrets. As for how to use them afterwards, simply go the old route. First, let various rumors leak out. Let the public discuss it among themselves, and then let it spread. Meanwhile, the officials will remain completely silent on the matter. If the theocracy sends people to question us, we will just stick to the words we don't know. And we haven't seen them. Playing dumb and deaf. Even if they want us to control public opinion, we will simply say to the people, the papal state is very restless now, actually trying to pressure our country through despicable means of threats and wanting our excellent citizens to be thrown into prison just for some after-dinner gossip. Along the way, we can incite another round of hostility toward the Riston Church within the country and boost national cohesion. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I just love how you grit your teeth in hatred but dare not make a move against me. After that, if they lose their composure and really want to face us head-on, that would be easy to handle. Directly leak the dirt, unite the people, crush the church, and destroy the theocracy, all in one smooth motion. And if they can endure and hold back, then we will just have to dispose of a couple of useless officials and nobles, and then frame the theocracy. In any case, no matter what, I definitely won't lose out. 224. Tea Party. I have no words. In the evening, Karenina stared at the document sent from the Kevilla Empire and finally uttered only that single sentence. This so-called evening tea party was actually just a time for the two of them to exchange their progress and information gathered to day 5 with no magical response. And it can spray so far. What on earth is going on? They are completely clueless as well. Hedgel sat nearby and explained briefly to Karenina. Just whatever. In short, as long as we treat these guys like the Western dragons from the stories we've seen before, isn't it just a flying, fire-breathing big lizard? Who cares how it sprays fire? As long as we can shoot them down and kill them, that's enough. In the end, Karenina was too lazy to think about all these trivial matters. As long as they were within the range of the artillery shells, they would learn what truth meant. These things only appeared on the front lines in the last 2 years. Originally, they only had to face those green-skinned lizards. It seems the monster-making skills of those guys in the north are still improving. Hedgel, however, was thinking about other aspects. That's indeed the reality. In the past, dealing with those things crawling on the ground, ordinary soldiers might still have had some energy to spare. But with something like this, which even heavy ballistas can't effectively damage, they are basically just waiting to die. The fact that they haven't shot down a single fire dragon in 2 years is the best proof. Karenina simply called those red-skin monsters, which had been vividly drawn by the Kevila Empire, fire dragons. Though it did indeed look like that. So, you already have a plan for countermeasures? Hedgel suddenly pushed a plate of beautifully decorated cake in front of Karenina and asked in a low voice. The relevant blueprints are already prepared. And I've also modified the caliber and structure of the anti-aircraft machine gun to ensure it can fire high-explosive shells efficiently. Rather than a gun, it's more like a cannon now, Karenina said as she stealthily moved her little paws, pulling the plate of cake closer to herself. Didn't you say before that it could also be leveled to shoot at people? What about now? That works too. In fact, isn't that even better? With one shot, the target might just shatter into several pieces. Karenina made yet another devilish remark. I already have a picture of it in my head. Hedgel responded, his mouth twitching. After all, he had seen the horrific state of people hit by 12.7 mm anti-aircraft machine guns before. Although they were just photos, the terrifying images were deeply engraved in his mind. And now it was an anti-aircraft gun of at least 20 mm caliber shooting at people. Even if they wore the Papal State's specially made mana armor, it would probably be useless, right? Setting aside the fact that tearing through mana armor with this thing would be as easy as ripping paper, even if it didn't penetrate, the immense kinetic energy would be enough to cause internal bleeding or direct rupture of organs. It was basically guaranteed death. That's better if you don't think about such scenes. Now that you've mentioned it, I remember them too. Karenina put down the fork and knife she was about to use to cut the cake, stared at Hedgel's face with dead fish eyes, and said helplessly, Sorry, it's just that when you mentioned it, those things suddenly came to mind. Hedgel offered an apologetic smile and comforted her softly. Although perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, doing this might seem like a loss of face. But can coaxing one's wife be called losing face? Well, those things, to be honest, I've seen quite a few videos or photos of them too. So when you said I have a picture of it, I couldn't help but think of those things as well. It's just that let's talk less about this topic. In the end, she decisively chose to stop this conversation. After all, it was indeed nauseating, and it even made her stomach ache slightly. True. By the way, it seems you really like eating this kind of cake. So Hedgel immediately changed the subject. Indeed, it's not because of how exquisite it is. It's just this thick layer of cream is simply irresistible to me. Karenina responded with a look of pure bliss. It seemed she really liked these kinds of sweets. Even when they went to the streets earlier, she had been staring at the cake shops. Section 95. But are you sure you wouldn't gain weight if you eat too much? Besides, you just sit around all day and barely move. Can you really burn off all that energy? Hedgel, however, decided to say something a little ill-timed at this moment. After all, a reminder of this degree was still necessary. Well, I don't think it's a big problem. In fact, I find it quite strange too. Even though I've been eating and drinking well here lately, my weight has barely changed. Karenina recalled slightly whether her weight had changed recently. But whether from how she felt or the measured numbers, it seemed almost the same as when she was back in Thironi. I completely failed to understand your physique. Back then with that plain and watery diet, you could still achieve your current figure. Yet now, being fed all sorts of delicious food and drink, you show no sign of gaining weight at all. Hedgel suddenly felt that some of his perceptions had been shattered. Well, I don't really know either. Karenina was equally clueless about it. Anyway, isn't this pretty good? If I had to start controlling my food intake again, I really couldn't stand it. Karenina seemed to utterly despise the idea of controlling her food intake. All right then. In short, it still depends on what you think. Hedgel couldn't say much more on this matter either. Oh, right. Didn't you say earlier that a squad of knights from the theocracy defected today? How did it go? What was their outcome? Karenina seemed to find this matter quite interesting. I heard it went quite smoothly. By the afternoon, they obediently disarmed themselves and entered the pass. The Imperial Guards squad that had been acting as an inspection unit at the border can now safely, stably, and reliably escort them to the Imperial capital. Hedgel had only received this information not long ago. So if you put it that way, the higher-ups of the theocracy will surely be furious soon, turning everything upside down. Right. Karenina seemed unable to wait to watch this play unfold. Tusk. Spectators always love a big scene. This incident can be said to be a massive blow to the Pope's authority and a huge shot to the foundation of his rule. Although Hedgel said this, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. It's precisely because I know how big of a deal it is that I'm so excited, Tilda. Her sense of anticipation rose even higher. 225. Cream. As everyone knows, this kind of so-called theocracy is built under the banner of a deity establishing a cult, founding a church, building cathedrals with money stolen from commoners, bewitching hearts with heretical doctrines, and treading upon the flesh and blood of the people. They claim it is to carry out the will of the true God, but in reality it is just to construct a larger and more influential machine of violence to better line their own pockets. Such entities generally face only two types of endings. One is blocking out the side with a single hand, becoming the strongest on the continent, where no one dares to resist or question, forced to blindly obey. They truly turn the ugly desires in their hearts into that so-called deity and enshrine it. This can be considered the peak of theocracy. And the others having the heads of their missionaries chopped off by enraged nations and citizens, the statues of their false gods smashed to pieces, their churches torn down one by one, and being swept into the trash heap of history. Obviously, this risk in church currently showed every sign of marching towards that second fate. After all, sins committed by heaven may be forgiven. Sins committed by oneself offer no escape. Playing a good hand terribly, having no capability yet no small ambition, that is probably the exact description of these guys. Anyway, we just need to keep watching what ridiculous moves they make next. After all, the sight of them scratching their heads and scrambling to pacify their domestic population will definitely be very amusing. The sense of delight in Hedgel's voice rose by another notch. I just wonder will they copy you and shift their domestic conflicts directly to our side. Karenina thought of a new possibility. I'd welcome that. We could turn it back on them with an accusation of basicity insulting a neighbouring country. Meanwhile, we could orchestrate some incidents domestically and pin it all on the theocracy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Here you go again. You're really the master at throwing mud. Anyway, I can tell now you're just trying to force them to declare war on you. Then you can claim self-defense in retaliation, possessing a righteous cause, and completely overturn the theocracy's entire foundation. Karenina spoke as if she had long seen through all of Hedgel's thoughts, that still has to wait until they safely arrive at the imperial capital and are placed under tight protection. If nothing unexpected happens, the guys in the church should still be kept in the dark, right? After all, the squad of knights was originally out for field training, only needing to report in periodically using communication milestones. Hedgel stretched, slowly rose from his seat, and began pacing in the room, which couldn't be considered very spacious. Tusk, so we're still a bit short on time. Well then, how's the war situation over at Kevilla? Karenina temporarily set aside her eager expectation to watch the show unfold, and then asked. Of course, she hadn't given up on that slice of cake, continuing to cut it into small pieces and placing them into her mouth in an orderly fashion. This could be considered noble etiquette, perhaps, more tenacious than expected. It was originally estimated that they wouldn't last long at the border before being overwhelmed by the green lizards, but as it turned out, they successfully repelled 2 waves of attacks. The war situation remains fiercely stalemated. Hedgel responded calmly. Tusk, after all, behind them is their homeland, and beneath their feet is their motherland soil. No matter what, they wouldn't allow themselves to retreat, right? Karenina seemed to recall something. That is a feeling and determination that only soldiers from a great nation with a long history can possess. Hedgel really gave such a positive evaluation. Indeed. It suddenly reminds me of a certain guy in the past who surrendered to invaders after a mere 4 hours. Karenina affirmed this as well, even wanting to insult a certain country. That was because the invaders' iron hooves were too slow. It took them 4 hours to traverse the entire territory of that country. Hedgel said with a deadpan face and a serious tone. Combined with his words, a strange sense of hilarity popped into their minds out of nowhere. The room was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Tusk, speaking of marching speed, don't you want to build roads? Through this sentence, Karenina turned her thoughts to another strange topic. I have thoughts on that. Although the inner city can't be touched yet, it's better to test it on the outer city's main avenues and the arterial roads connecting the whole country. But that cement, how is its performance? Hedgel paused in silence for a moment before answering. After tweaking the ratio a bit, the hardness is decent enough. However, regular maintenance will definitely be required. Karenina also answered truthfully. Then let's pick one of the roads leading into the city as a pilot project. If it works, we'll pave the roads around the urban area first. After that, we'll find an opportunity to pave inside the city. Hedgel seemed to have a plan in mind as well, but why was he avoiding the roads inside the city so much? Earlier, when she looked at those dirty and muddy streets, she had already formed an idea, but he had shot it down. And this time he mentioned finding an opportunity again. What was going on here? This question couldn't help but arise in Karenina's mind. Let's leave it at that for now then. Later provide me with a map of their outer city. I'll pick another route and conduct an on-site inspection on the spot. I estimated them 5 days. I can give you a preliminary plan. In the end, Karenina still didn't ask her question. Perhaps he had his own concerns. Or rather, there was something there that couldn't be touched just yet. At a time like this, it was best not to pry too much and simply do what she was supposed to do. Karenina also decided to temporarily ignore the issue with the roads inside the city. So how much budget do you think will be needed? I don't know either. It's mainly labor costs and other uncontrollable losses. Since the raw materials for this stuff are relatively cheap, it's mostly the labor fees that might be high. Plus, paving the road means completely closing it off, which will naturally make it harder for local merchants to enter the city. Karenina tilted her head and counted on her fingers, listing them one by one. As long as the impact doesn't last long, the latter point can be ignored. I can only say I hope the road surface can be flattened as quickly as possible and that no idiot steps on the wet cement before it dries. Hedgel walked up to Karenina's side and, while speaking, gently wiped away a bit of cream that she had accidentally gotten on the corner of her mouth. This caused her to blush, almost wanting to slap his hand away directly. Tusk, next time don't just lean in and wipe it without saying anything. It's really embarrassing. Don't you really know that? In the end, she merely stared at Hedgel with a hint of displeasure and said this. But Hedgel only nodded silently in return, thinking in his heart about when the next opportunity would come. 226. Shy, Tusk, what are you thinking about now? Karenina seemed to have sensed Hedgel's feeling of regret. She immediately looked up and asked Hedgel, with a hint of surprise, yet a considerable amount of wariness. Nothing, just estimating the rough budget needed. Yet Hedgel's expression remained entirely unchanged, perfectly impenetrable, as if this poker face was permanently attached to his head. As long as he wished, he seemed capable of keeping this expression forever, completely flaw-free. Karenina couldn't help but feel that she couldn't see through what this guy was thinking at all. Whatever! Although I know it's definitely not what you just said, I'm too lazy to ask. She stretched, and although she said so, she was still slightly dissatisfied in her heart. Want to know? Hedgel's lips curled up slightly, as if he had come up with a new idea. Would you tell me? That depends on whether you ask or not. Hedgel replied immediately, seeming to have anticipated what Karenina wanted to say. Fine, then tell me, what on earth were you thinking about just now? Although Karenina sensed that something seemed off, she was straightforward and asked Hedgel directly without holding back. It seemed she wanted to know what trick he had up his sleeve. Asking so directly, isn't that lacking sincerity? How about being a bit more gentle and refined? Hedgel, however, made some bizarre requests at this moment. Has this guy lost his mind? Karenina expressed this exact thought directly on her face. What are you trying to do now? Feeling more and more that things were veering in a strange direction, Karenina narrowed her eyes and stared suspiciously into Hedgel's eyes, her voice full of confusion. Nothing, I just suddenly had the thought. Hedgel also made a fake smile. He even scratched his head embarrassedly. Is this a genuine smile or a fake one? Impossible to tell. For the first time, Karenina began to doubt her own perception. And in fact, this smile of Hedgel's was half real and half fake. Section 96. After all, the smile of a scheme succeeding step by step was absolutely genuine, whereas the feigned, awkward smile was completely fake. Mixed together, Karenina felt a bit uncomfortable. Suit yourself then. In the end, she let out a soft sigh and acquiesced to Hedgel's request. After all, it was just using a slightly more formal sentence. It wouldn't kill her. Even though she had long lost curiosity about what he was thinking back then. If she turned away and refused to listen now, wouldn't all her previous efforts be for nothing? Was this what they called sunk cost fallacy? Karenina's mind began to wander in its own unique way, again which was just random overthinking, really. Respected Emperor, for some reason, I'm somewhat curious about what you were just pondering. Although I know this request is extremely abrupt and rude, my curiosity compels me to speak these ill-timed words to you. If I have caused you offense or inconvenience, I deeply apologize. Although the wording in this statement didn't seem to have any problems, when spoken by Karenina, the tone turned completely wrong. A thorough sense of irony dripped from every word, especially respected emperor, which was enunciated much harder than any other words. If anyone else said something like this here, they would probably have been dragged out for lobotomy, right? Unfortunately, the one standing here was her. Hedgel thought to himself silently. Not only did he not feel the slightest displeasure, but he even found it exceptionally amusing. He stared at Karenina as she slowly straightened up from her curtsy, a subtle flutter stirring in his heart once more. There's really no feeling of a request in that at all. Although Hedgel thought a lot in his mind, what came out of his mouth was just this brief sentence. Tusk, just give me a straight answer. Does this work or not? Karenina unexpectedly showed a rare expression of impatience. All right, I'll tell you now, Tilda. Hedgel had no intention of hiding it at all. Since she wanted to know, he might as well tell her. So, he slowly brought his lips close to Karenina's ear, feeling her radiating warmth, the scent of her hair, and her subtle body fragrance, softly whispering something to her. And Karenina's expression instantly froze, shifting from her earlier impatience. Then, the corners of her mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, her cheeks rapidly heated up, and a visible, intense blush burst across her face. What on earth are you thinking about, you bastard? Unable to bear it any longer, she swung her arm, intending to give Hedgel a slap. However, her arm was firmly locked by Hedgel, who had long predicted her movement. My, I wasn't planning on telling you in the first place. You were the one who insisted on hearing it, so you can't blame me for this. Hedgel started making excuses for himself, even looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, looking ready to whistle a tune. Tilda, don't think you've won just because you pinned my hand. Karenina shouted defiantly again, attempting to break free and engage in a life-or-death battle with Hedgel. Stop! Do you really want to try that feeling from yesterday morning again? I certainly won't refuse. With just this sentence, Hedgel instantly blocked Karenina's idea of physically resisting using her mouth. I'm tired, I want to go to sleep. In the end, she could only say this sullenly, blinking her eyes in hopes that Hedgel would let her go for now. You didn't actually do anything wrong. Why are you acting like this? Hedgel asked, somewhat puzzled. Since I can't use my mouth, I have zero chance of winning, though I wouldn't win even if I used it. It's better to just give up immediately. Karenina's answer was surprisingly direct. That really is your usual style. The corners of Hedgel's mouth twitched, and he gently released Karenina's small hand. Tusk, getting more perverted by the day. As soon as she was free, Karenina went back to hurling vicious words. She really never learned her lesson. However, Hedgel didn't feel like pursuing it. All right, I really am going to sleep now. You should go to sleep early too. And stop thinking about these weird things. Good night. Then she said this long string of words with rare seriousness before disappearing from Hedgel's sight. 227. Herself. Tusk, what kind of devious scheme was that guy plotting now? Saying things like, when will the next opportunity like this be? The more Karenina thought about it while walking down the corridor, the more she felt he had ill intentions. Yet, as she pushed forward, she felt increasingly timid. As she backed down, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She even wanted to vent her temper on her bedroom door, but after seeing how thick the door was and considering how weak her body was, she gave up on the idea. However, after taking a shower in the bedroom's small bathroom and relaxing a little, she lay on the bed and began to think a bit more calmly. Of course, only a little bit. Does that guy actually have some problem with me? Or is he just trying to tease me, no different from before? These two questions expanded slightly in Karenina's mind. Tusk, since I deduced that this guy has something going on with Vril, yet he's still giving me this bizarre round of flirtation. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in her mind. I get it. That scumbag wants to build a harem, and he wants to drag me into it too. She slapped her hands together, suddenly coming to a realization. So that was it. Tusk, truly a scumbag. She unconsciously began to grit her teeth, her dissatisfaction growing even further. However, the reason for her dissatisfaction was not the idea of building a harem itself after all. She used to be a man too and understood that kind of thinking. Plus, with her current looks, it was normal for him to have a few thoughts about her. Rather, it was the fact that he wanted to build a harem without including her as a fellow builder that displeased her immensely. Does not having that dick mean I can't build a harem too? I don't believe it. Thinking up to this point, she gave a quiet HMPH. Wanting to bed me. Not a chance, Tilda. In the end, having seemingly figured things out, Karenina simply wriggled her way under the blanket on the bed. The feeling of the blanket pressing down on her gave her a strange sense of peace. Then she reached out her little paws, tightly grabbed the unused pillow, and hugged it to her chest. Although it was still a bit cool right now, it would soon become soft and warm, wouldn't it? With such thoughts, she drifted off into dreamland once again. And in this dream it seemed somewhat different from before. Because she realized that she was dreaming, she felt that everything around her was viscous, and her body had absolutely no desire to move. It wasn't that she couldn't move, but rather she didn't want to move at all. She really wanted to just sink right here. Such a strange thought surfaced in her mind once again. A dream, yet being conscious that she was dreaming. Everything here was clearly fake, yet inexplicably felt so real, so vivid. And accompanied by a brief moment of weightlessness, she felt as though she was currently standing upright. Around her, it was still pitch black, yet she could clearly see everything around her. Even clearer and more vivid than in a brightly lit place. What was going on here? She asked herself silently in her heart. However, there was no response whatsoever. Come here, Harriet, and come over, Tilda. A teasing, yet slightly joyful voice suddenly echoed in this space. This voice seemed a bit familiar. She searched her memory carefully, trying to figure out where this strange voice came from. However, the conclusion she ultimately reached was one she didn't quite want to believe. Was it herself? Her heart trembled violently. NHNHMPH Tilda, did you only just notice? You really are slow. In the voice reverberating through the space, now only mockery remained. Am I getting schizophrenia? Karenina shook her head at this moment, trying to clear her mind. Although her limbs were still in a strange state, unable to move, the parts above her neck could still move. However, shaking her head didn't seem to wake her up. Instead, it made her feel a bit dizzy. How is it? Call it schizophrenia or a split personality, whichever term you use to describe me. I exist objectively. Wouldn't you say so, me? Hearing this, Karenina felt as though she saw a young girl looking identical to herself standing not far away, staring at her with eyes like she was looking at an idiot. In that case, what was your goal in bringing me here? Karenina composed herself, cleared her throat, and voiced the doubts in her heart. Nothing much. I just wanted you to know that I am back. That's all. A huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of Karenina, and the figure slowly emerging in the mirror in terms of body shape, appearance, or clothing was roughly no different from Karenina outside the mirror, except that the Karenina inside the mirror had translucent, gemstone-like red eyes. Section 97. Eerie, stunning, seductive. Not a single one was missing. All of them were captured and fully unleashed within this translucent yet mysteriously deep red. At the same time, the corners of the mirror person's mouth curled into a bizarre arc, revealing two fangs inside her mouth. Karenina's heart tightened once again. Who exactly was in the mirror? Who exactly existed outside of it? Was it me? Or her? She stared intently at the changing image in the mirror, her mind tense. You are me, and I am you. As for the reason I exist, let's just say it's a bloodline. She seemed to completely know Karenina's thoughts, replying with a light chuckle. I have always existed, always been here. Whether it was when you were in your mother's womb, when you cried your first cry upon birth, or now when you can stand on your own. I'm always here, every single moment. The corners of her mouth curled into a dangerous arc. Her tone, whether due to excitement or agitation, carried a slight sense of instability. This feeling of frenzy slightly unsettled Karenina, but it wasn't enough to make her lose her mind. So, what is your purpose? Answer me. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, she remained calm. Despite her limbs still being unable to move, she questioned her slightly crazed self with the attitude of a master. Hey Tilda, it's only normal that you don't know right now. And I don't plan on telling you just yet. If I did, wouldn't that be too boring? She didn't give any clear answer, only offering a bizarre smile as she stared intently into Karenina's deep blue eyes, even licking the corner of her own mouth. What a strange creature. Karenina cursed inwardly. 228. Shattered dream. Since you said you have always existed by my side, why are you only appearing now? Karenina maintained her composure, asking her in an unhurried manner. After all, panicking was of no use. It would only lead to more severe consequences and a worse outcome. It won't lead to a worse outcome, you know. Because whether you are calm or not, and no matter what attitude you use to treat me, absolutely nothing will happen. But the person in the mirror directly refuted what Karenina was thinking. Just how much do you know? Everything. Everything you are thinking. The person in the mirror replied exceptionally decisively. That really is interesting. Although Karenina said it was interesting out loud, in reality, she only found it extremely troublesome. Troublesome? Rest assured, you will be grateful for my existence in the future. No matter from which angle, which aspect, or which matter. The person in the mirror chuckled, saying something that left Karenina completely baffled. Let's assume that's the case for now. Then won't you answer my question from earlier? Although Karenina didn't believe these words, she still kept her thoughts to herself. That question from earlier? I can answer that. It's simply because there has been sufficient energy recently, so I emerged from my dormant state. I don't even know what kind of life you were living before. You couldn't supply the energy I needed at all. Naturally, I could only temporarily go into dormancy. She replied nonchalantly, but her answer made Karenina's mouth twitch. Well, sorry for living such a shabby life before. Then why did you summon me here? What is it you want to say? Karenina found it awkward to press further on that topic, so she immediately changed the subject. She threw the question back to the mysterious person in the mirror. Nothing, really nothing, Tilda. I just wanted to reintroduce myself to you. She swayed her body, as if she could break free from the mirror's constraints at any second and step out from inside the mirror, or perhaps from outside it. Moreover, her voice was once again tinged with that touch of madness, sending a shiver down one's spine. Karenina could already feel her back drenched in cold sweat, but she could only stand rooted to the spot, watching the mirror person's every move intently. Ah, I told you, there's no need to be so afraid. She lightly covered her mouth and whispered. But the playfulness in her words was rising steadily. But that doesn't mean. A sharp gleam flashed through her red eyes. In the next instant, accompanied by the ear-piercing, bone-chilling sound of shattering glass, the noise echoed through this bizarre space. She, who originally only existed within the mirror, broke free from the constraints of the mirror just like that, walking up to Karenina step by step in an unhurried manner. Karenina wanted to calm herself down, but that feeling of frenzy was like an incredibly corrosive force, pushing her, already anxious mind, further into the abyss. Hey, there's no need to be so panicked, really. I am you, and you are me. We cannot be separated. She gently caressed Karenina's face, her eyes filled with sheer intoxication. But those crimson eyes, combined with an appearance identical to her own, caused the fear in Karenina's heart to skyrocket. At the same time, she even smelled a faint scent of roses mixed with the smell of blood. Well, time is just about up. Good night. With those words, nothing but boundless crimson remained in Karenina's vision. Up, cough, cough, cough. In the early morning, the sun had just peeked over the horizon. Karenina bolted upright from her soft bed, her small face pale, her forehead covered in sweat, and her eyes filled with terror. She gasped heavily. The ragged breathing and the completely unalleviated feeling of oxygen deprivation made her feel as if her lungs didn't belong to her. It wasn't until several minutes later that the uncomfortable sensation of oxygen deprivation slowly faded, followed by an irresistible sense of exhaustion. She didn't know what on earth had happened. She only knew that she had had an incredibly realistic yet exceptionally illusory dream. Another bloodline, grateful. These keywords stimulated her brain again and again, making her head throb with pain. Ah, what kind of problem is this now? Weakly, she collapsed back down. Only after lying back down did she realize her back had long been drenched in sweat, and even the bedsheets were wet. This is really something. But up until now, she still didn't know what exactly she had encountered. But for now, there didn't seem to be any other abnormalities. Aside from physical fatigue, could it really just be a dream? And all the scenes in that dream were just my imagination? No, it was far too real. It didn't seem fake at all, or rather, it was absolutely impossible for it to be fake, because everything in it was excessively real. The voice, that ethereal and frenzied voice, was so real. The scent, that very real smell of blood, and that faint fragrance of roses made her incredibly astonished at this moment. Because this couldn't possibly be fake, lying limp on the bed, she stared at the ceiling that she had gradually grown familiar with. Her thoughts slowly drifted back to the past. When exactly did it start? I grew to like the scent of roses. The cause was unknown, the reason unclear. I just liked it. It was as if some switch had been flipped. Before coming to this world, I could say I had absolutely no feelings toward flowers and the like. Even if they were placed right in front of me, I would probably only say, "It smells nice," and then ignore them. But now I am exceptionally fond of them. I originally thought this was just a shift in mental perception caused by physical changes. But after this incident, I felt like that wasn't the case. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Just what is going on? Karenina couldn't help but mutter. But sleepiness washed over her brain once again, prompting her to let out a yawn. Tusk, as expected, I didn't sleep well at all. She rubbed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Whatever, it's still early. I'll sleep a bit more. To encounter such a troublesome matter out of nowhere is truly exhausting," she thought to herself, then closed her eyes once more. This time, that strange dream did not appear. 226. Observers. Tusk, tusk, tusk. It seems things are developing in an even more interesting direction. I wonder what should be done next. Inside a small Western-style house somewhere, a silver-haired big loli was currently staring with great interest at the huge screen in front of her. The image displayed on the screen was the brutal battle between the soldiers of the Kavilla Empire and the lizard monsters, splattering flesh and blood, the clashing of sails and weapons, and roars using up the very last ounce of strength. They had long since lost the ability to tell whether the red blood splattered on them belonged to themselves or to the monsters. Section 98, or perhaps their own comrades. All they knew now was to rain out every last bit of potential from their bodies, let out one final roar, and swing their chipped weapons heavily one last time, to drive these ugly, foul-smelling monsters all the way back to the north. Because they understood, they knew clearly that behind them, beneath their feet, was their motherland. They would not retreat, but to the silver-haired big loli, such a bloody and tragic scene was merely a fine film to pass the time. She even laughed as she watched, even wanting to stuff pastries into her mouth. Is that enough for now? If you keep watching, don't go craving blood again. A black-haired man who suddenly appeared behind the sofa looked helplessly at the scene before him. NHM, I won't. On that front, I still have plenty of confidence. The man behind her finished the big loli's sentence without hesitation, his tone filled with considerable helplessness. Fine, I won't watch any more. With that, the silver-haired big loli fumbled around on the sofa, found a small button and pressed it lightly. The scene filled with earth-shattering battle cries vanished as if it had never existed. Even the screen vanished completely. Could this be a rare moment of learning your lesson? The man rubbed the big loli's cheek, his mood seeming to improve slightly. Ugh, what do you mean rare moment of learning my lesson? I've always corrected my mistakes, all right? The big loli seemed very dissatisfied with this, even wanting to pounce forward and bite the man's neck. But as a result she was lifted up with both his hands and given a lift up. Do you really want me to change back to my original size? This left the big loli in a rather bad mood after all. Her tiny fists couldn't reach, and if she kicked him she couldn't bear to. This situation could be described as extremely troublesome. Therefore, she could only threaten him verbally, couldn't she? Then forget it. Saying that, the man pulled the big lolis into his arms again. It proved that such threats were actually quite effective. After all, being smaller makes you easier to hold. Besides, don't you like this too? Not at all. Though her mouth kept denying it, the big loli's body had already obediently pressed close to him. Well, inside and out, she had long since been shaped by him. Being a little obedient wasn't wrong, was it? The man breathed in the fragrance of the big loli's hair, remaining silent. After being affectionate like this for a few minutes, the man finally placed the big loli back on the sofa. It seems the situation over there has gotten even worse. The man seemed a bit worried about the scene shown on the device earlier. Who cares if it's serious or not? Anyway, those guys are only capable of dealing with these low magic humans. If the mana density were as high as back then, the Northern Alliance, which only possesses a tiny bit of technology from that ruined past civilization that deserved to be swept into the trash, would have been shattered into pieces long ago. But the big loli snorted at this in disdain. After all, in her eyes, the legacy of the previous civilization wasn't worth mentioning at all, just a bunch of junk that caused nothing but harm. That may be true, but isn't the monitor you're using right now theirs too? You haven't swept it into the trash yet either. The man gently patted the big loli's head, feeling the soft texture of her hair. Tusk, whatever. At worst I'll take some time later to hold that thing over and use it. It's just sitting there doing nothing anyway. Might as well. Stop. That's really unnecessary. Don't you find it too troublesome? The man hastily interrupted the big loli, seeming quite afraid she would actually do such a thing. I think it's fine. It's not like I'd manually destroy a civilization anyway. And even if I did destroy one, I'd only destroy those unreliable fools in the north, right? The big loli started playing dumb again, even attempting to quibble. Don't say you won't. I see a very high possibility of it. And if I actually let you do it, you definitely end up tilling the soil of the entire continent. The man knew very well what the big loli was thinking. While he could understand her dislike for those useless people living off their ancestors' legacy, her current attitude was clearly that she wanted to personally clean up the trash, wasn't it? Then he lifted her off the sofa once more, but this time he held her against his chest. I won't, don't worry. Besides, given our current position, we aren't supposed to intervene anyway. As for whether that labourer I dispatched earlier can finish the task, that's entirely up to him. I won't interfere much. Sensing a subtle hint of danger in his silence, she immediately raised her head and spoke in fear to the man, demonstrating her resolve not to intervene in current matters using both logic and the reality of the situation. She seemed to hope that this explanation would allow her to escape her fate. Let me take it as that then. Hearing her words and seeing her tearful eyes, he finally lowered the hand that was about to press against sensitive spots on her body. Yet, at that exact moment the big loli let out a sigh of relief and let her guard down. A sharp wave of stimulation on her chest forced a whimpering soft moan from her that she couldn't suppress at all. Immediately after, she felt her small mouth tightly blocked. Slowed down a bit also spared me from strange play. Knowing what was about to happen next, a small face flushed red as she squeezed out those few words from her throat, her body relaxing from its earlier stiffness back to its usual softness, as if wishing to better receive everything. Soon after, sweet pants filled the entire room. 230. Why do you look so listless today? What were you up to last night? At noon, Hedger looked at Karenina, who was still yawning repeatedly and couldn't help asking. Although he had noticed her fatigue this morning, he hadn't taken it to heart since she was often like this. However, staying like this until noon was quite rare. Therefore, he assumed Karenina must have stayed up late last night because of something again. I really was just sleeping last night, but I had a nightmare. My sleep quality wasn't very good. Karenina covered her mouth, let out another soft yawn, and answered with a weary face. A nightmare? About what? Of course, it's normal if you can't remember it clearly. Hedger recalled his own experiences with nightmares, feeling it was no big deal. In fact, some nightmares were completely forgotten after waking up startled, leaving one not even knowing why they woke up in the middle of the night. The content was very eerie, and I remember it quite clearly. Every single detail. I could even tell that I was dreaming. Yet I couldn't control my limbs at all, only able to stare blankly at everything happening, unable to break free. It felt extremely abnormal and uncomfortable. Tilting her head, she recalled the details of that strange dream and responded like this. Indeed, every detail, every frame, every smile and frown of that other self were remembered with perfect clarity, without the slightest omission. It was as if these images and conversations had long been engraved deep within her consciousness, forbidden to be erased by anyone. A very strange feeling. Then can you tell me the general content? Hearing her answer, Hedgel's vigilance involuntarily heightened significantly. A dream remembered so clearly, being conscious of dreaming, yet unable to forcibly break free. This definitely wasn't as simple as an ordinary dream. Perhaps there really was something deeper behind it. If I had to describe it, someone with an identical appearance standing in a mirror, claiming to be another me, said a bunch of weird things to me. In the end, she shattered the mirror and walked out. I didn't even know if I was the one inside the mirror, and after the mirror shattered, I woke up. And what did she say to you? Just give me the brief summary. Basically, that she had always been accompanying me, and that this was a gift of bloodline, and that I'd definitely be grateful to her in the future. Just odd stuff like that. Karenina tilted her head, picked out the key phrases from what was said, and replied in a puzzled voice. Bloodline. Hedgel caught onto this word, falling lost in thought. Last time in that space holding a massive amount of strange mana crystals. You remember those black-armored knights, right? I remember. Back then, according to you, my thought process went offline, didn't it? Karenina didn't deny it, and afterward, you were able to easily open those entrances sealed by barriers. These should be abilities granted by the bloodline of your mother's lineage, right? Hedgel added by way of explanation. That should be true, but I don't know what's really going on either. And as for my current mother's true background, I can say I know nothing at all. Karenina also felt a bit bewildered by this. Indeed, she knew far too little about these matters. Since we've already occupied the entire territory of Theoroni, why not find an opportunity later to investigate Leodenia over there? I feel there must be something hidden behind all this that we don't know about. A flash of anticipation gleamed in Hedgel's eyes, as if thinking doing so might uncover something even more useful. Karenina also nodded silently. After all, she was quite curious about it too. Why did this mysterious family possess such a massive hollow inside a mountain filled with rare, pure mana crystals? What unspeakable secret lay behind it all? Her curiosity had been thoroughly aroused as well. Well then, time to get down to serious business. At this moment, Hedgel shifted the topic, his gaze landing back on Karenina. Huh? Oh! Right, I didn't come running here just to tell you about my nightmare. She indeed recalled her original purpose for coming here, and hurriedly handed the documents in her hand to Hedgel. These are the rough blueprints for the bolt-action rifle I put together over the last couple of days, though giving you precise ones wouldn't matter anyway. Well, you sure speak bluntly. Hedgel helplessly took the blueprints from her hands and read them silently. It really has that World War I feel to it. That was the evaluation Hedgel gave after reading the document and the related descriptions. MHM, because it was originally designed based on World War I firearms. Iron sights plus a big bolt handle. Now that's a Munverman's tilde. Hearing this, Karenina seemed to be in quite a good mood. Going by that, soldiers don't need to be equipped with armor or leather coats anymore. Great, another expense cut. Hedgel's mood was naturally very good as well. That said, it's still better to prepare arm guards and gloves. Although Karenina agreed with cutting expenses, Basic protection still couldn't be omitted. Rest easy, rest easy. I know what I'm doing. Section 99. And Hedgel maintained his usual face of an unscrupulous merchant. But in the end, it still depends on whether everyone in the stables can perfectly complete the assessment tasks. If no one can manage it, it'll basically all be for nothing. Tilda. Carolina poured a bucket of cold water on Hedgel at this moment. However, Hedgel didn't want to say anything in response. He simply shrugged, as if to say, doesn't matter, someone will definitely meet the standard. Carolina didn't know where Hedgel got his calm confidence from either, so she could only shrug in resignation, gather her things, and prepare to head out. Well, since he's so confident, why should I worry about it? What's the point of overthinking? I'd better just get more work done. Sorting out her mood, she finally walked out of the office without looking back. Hedgel quietly watched her figure, remaining silent. 231. Discussion. It's been 2 days, and I finally have a rough idea of how to do this work. Sometimes I feel like I'm always acting foolish. Such a simple thing, and it still took 2 days of training. Meanwhile, in an ironworks on the outskirts of the city, 2 workers were crouching in the corner of the newly built workshop, holding their rice bowls, shoveling noodles into their mouths, while chatting about everything under the sun. To be honest, shoveling mana crystal powder is just hard labor. What trick could there possibly be? Beside him, a skinny boy with sallow skin dismissed it indifferently. What do you know? If it really only took strength, would my back have been so sore I couldn't even stand up straight after the first day? The middle-aged man who started the topic seemed quite dissatisfied with that remark. After all, it was equivalent to dismissing all his progress over the past 2 days. His job was simple enough to describe. It was to continuously shovel mana crystal powder dug up from the mana crystal mine, only coarsely sifted, and still containing plenty of gravel and sand impurities into the fiercely burning mana furnace. This was to ensure that the iron ore and coke in the large vessel above could undergo the redox reaction better, producing molten iron. As for cleaning the inside of the furnace at the end of each day, that had nothing to do with him. That's just because you've got a bad back, uncle. The frail boy rolled his eyes at the middle-aged man, seemingly not believing a word of it. Fine then, believe whatever you want. I used to think the same way, after all, but once I actually did it, I realized it was completely different from what I expected. The middle-aged uncle didn't bother arguing with this greenhorn youngster. After all, the boy couldn't swap jobs with him, nor did he know the ratio of raw materials added to the vessel. Arguing further would only lead nowhere. Cough! Speaking of which, I suddenly feel like was our old way of smelting iron way too inefficient. So he decisively decided to change the subject. To be honest, yeah, the output of just this one furnace batch is enough to match what we used to produce in 7 or 8 days. The boy didn't deny it, though his tone held a bit of reluctance. Is your family in blacksmithing? Yeah, but because of some trouble, the shop went under, so I came out to make a living. Thinking of this, he quietly sighed. After seeing this, I just feel like even more blacksmith shops will close down in the future, because this level of output is something we can't possibly compete with. Even a group of people who know nothing about iron smelting only need a few days of training to get familiar with their tasks, and they can far surpass ordinary blacksmith shops, whereas we had to practice skills from childhood just to open a single shop. The more he spoke, the more magical he found the setup. Nobody needed to understand the entire process and craftsmanship. They only needed to act like machines and do their assigned tasks well. That was completely enough. Combined with these strange pieces of equipment never seen before, the production efficiency completely surpassed traditional methods. Anyone could become a cog in this production system, regardless of talent, background, or level of education. This is probably why the Emperor had been so confident when recruiting workers, claiming, as long as you are able-bodied, you can apply. Suddenly, he felt coming here was the right choice. Yeah, I don't know if the Emperor himself designed this equipment, or if it was one of his capable ministers. Either way, my eyes have really been opened this time. The uncle offered an offhand response. After all you had to do was dump everything into that giant furnace according to the proportion, then heat it up. And after a while, you would get that bright, glowing molten iron. No matter how you looked at it, this was a sight never seen before. Although the two were marveling at different things, they both involuntarily paused their eating, instead absent-mindedly at the facilities still running and their colleagues still busy at work. Hurried it up. What are you staring at? Others are waiting to eat. It wasn't until a foreman sharp shout snapped them out of their reverie that they quickly wolfed down the remaining noodles, tossed their bowls and forks into a bucket, and headed back to work. Meanwhile, Rooney stood with arms crossed, frowning as he stared at the two retreating figures. Honestly, can't they eat a little faster? Why linger around here for so long? In the end, though, he didn't voice those words. After all, being too hot-tempered wasn't good for managing subordinates. Afterward, he returned to his temporary control room. Although it was called a control room, in reality, it had no way to directly control the blast furnace. All instructions still had to be executed manually. Rather than a control room, it was more like a command center, but he didn't want to dwell on that right now. He might as well look at the production results from this period. The first day's output was the lowest, but yesterday's was significantly higher. As for today's output, according to my rough estimate just now, it should be even higher than yesterday's. Looks like once they get familiarized for a bit longer, we should be able to reach Miss Karenina's expected target. Rooney stared at the expected output target provided by Miss Karenina alongside the current actual output, feeling a surge of motivation in his heart. I wonder what kind of expressions those guys who were so doubtful about this furnace before have on their faces now. Whenever he recalled those minor foremen asking time and time again, can this thing really work? If the results aren't good, will the blame fall on us? If something goes wrong with this thing later, His Majesty the Emperor won't blame it all on us, right? Thinking about their anxious faces back then now made Rooney's want to laugh. Although His Majesty was a decisive and ruthless man, that didn't mean he would blindly kill the innocent. If it was their fault that caused a problem with the facility, then indeed they would have no choice but to carry their heads to face His Majesty to face the executioner. But if it wasn't their fault, even if an accident occurred, they wouldn't be blamed for it. Wasn't that a bit of an overreaction? That seemed to be how Rooney's viewed those guys' behavior. Oh well, regardless, it would be safer to hurry up and arrange the shifts properly. After all, quite a few people wanted to earn extra money and work overtime at night instead of loafing around outside with those other guys. Saving up more money was a good thing. More work for more pay, there's nothing wrong with that, right? 232. Changes in structure. Is this for real? A sudden restructuring? In the Imperial Guard conference hall, an officer held the document that had just been distributed. Taking just one look, he realized something was very off. That's right. From now on, the various levels of military organization will no longer be divided into grand captains and squad captains like before. Instead, there will be further details. At the same time, the number of officers will be appropriately increased. Vril responded expressionlessly to the officers who had already begun chattering among themselves. Furthermore, military discipline will be far stricter. For instance, the current statue gentleman I'm right now must be sternly rectified. Noticing that these men didn't seem inclined to stop, Vril raised her voice even higher and shouted at them. At the same time, this shout laced with faint anger and murderous intent made their hearts shudder. Sure enough, only a roar full of such commanding presence would make these guys behave and bring quiet to the conference room. Vril couldn't help but feel a lingering concern about this. Remember, you are the Imperial Guards, representing the direct forces of the royal family. In terms of status, you should be higher than ordinary officers. You must carry the corresponding responsibilities of behavioral etiquette. If a situation like just now happens again, it won't be as simple as being yelled at. Thus, Vril had no intention of showing any leniency this time. Although such things had happened in the past, she hadn't paid much mind to it then. But over the past 2 days, after seeing His Majesty state that they must train a first-class combat force with strong morale, strict discipline, excellent style, and the capability to win battles, he decided to immediately rectify this bad habit. Otherwise, it would only become harder to manage in the future. Now, read through the entire document obediently without missing a single word. If execution of orders goes wrong due to your negligence later, you will all be held accountable. Is that understood? Vril spoke without the slightest tact. This time, the conference hall fell dead silent. Aside from the rustling and turning of parchment, not a sound could be heard. Any thoughts? Only after Vril roughly confirmed they had read through the document completely did she ask the men tightly clutching the parchment. May I ask, will this kind of structure yield better results than what we have now? An officer raised his hand and asked Vril. Naturally. According to His Majesty, our previous military structure is no longer suitable for the flexible deployment of new weaponry, such as fire allocation. Moreover, it is far more convenient for management. Every squad leader and platoon leader can better get to know their subordinates and understand their talents and aptitudes. This is crucial for combat. Vril unhurriedly explained the reasons to the officer. I see. This subordinate understands. The officer then dutifully lowered his hand and stepped back into line. In short, as stated in the document, the selection of junior officers is left to you for now. Within 7 days, reorganize the units under your command internally. After that, submit the officer list for review. If anyone is found to have poor character or improper mindset, they will not be approved, and you yourself will bear joint responsibility. Dismissed. With that, Vril turned around and exited through the small door beside the podium. The remaining Imperial Guard officers returned to their initial state, talking in low voices as they filed out of the spacious conference hall. Suddenly changing the military system out of nowhere. Who can handle this? On top of that, we have to promote soldiers from under us, and if we pick the wrong person, we get punished. This is way too tough. An officer, who seemed to hold the position of company commander, sighed heavily and whispered to his colleague beside him. Still, it doesn't have much to do with us. Judging by the document, it's mostly the current SWAT captains who take the hit. After all, under the formal structure, they'll be equivalent to our, battalion-level officers. That is, the bottom tier of the officers who have already been assigned. As for the company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders below them, they'll have to pick those themselves. That's a real headache, but then again, they're used to find capable subordinates to help them manage anyway, so they should be able to carry out the tasks assigned from above pretty well. His colleagues seemed to see through things quite clearly. Still, Milady mentioned earlier that military discipline will be rectified soon. What should we do about that? What else can we do? Just follow orders. Or are you waiting to get dismissed? There wasn't a hint of a joke in what Milady said just now. The colleague shrugged and answered helplessly. After all, facing such things, what choice was there other than obeying? Besides, they represented the royal family itself, so paying more attention to discipline was only normal, right? Don't overthink it, because overthinking is useless. Anyway, we just need to do as we're told. What's more, none of the decisions His Majesty made before were wrong. Otherwise, without those new weapons, we'd probably still be fighting a bloodbath against those rebels. Saying that, a colleague patted the shoulder of the company commander, who was still struggling to wrap his head around it, then walked briskly toward his own camp area. The company commander merely recalled the numerous changes made recently and their actual results, thinking that this didn't seem wrong either. The weapons changed, the training methods changed, and what it brought was a qualitative leap in combat power. And in the future, even more new equipment would surely reach their hands. If management and deployment remained unchanged, just like before, it would only slow down progress and hinder the weapon's full potential. Thinking of it this way, he understood again. However, another puzzle lingered in his mind. Why was His Majesty so knowledgeable about all these things? It felt like everything he did followed a template, implemented step by step. It was as if he knew full well what results these reforms would bring and what effects they would have. How on earth did he know all these things? And what was that so-called template? Section 100. Only then did he understand. What confused him was not this sudden change in system, but rather His Majesty's reasons for making these decisions. But things at this level were no longer something he could touch upon. He was quite clear about this in his heart. 233. Remnant? Haha, Tilda, it'll be finished soon here, it'll be finished very soon. Within the Highland Principality, Alice was currently staring with a foolish grin at a large flesh-colored magical pattern before her. Holding an engraving knife in her hand, foolish giggles continually escaped her throat. Her original elegant, dignified, yet slightly cynical state was now completely gone, replaced instead by madness and frenzy. It almost seemed as if this were her true nature. Soon it'll be ready, very soon. She licked a corner of her lips and double-checked the progress. Then, she began wielding the razor-sharp magic engraving knife once more, continuing to carve into this strange flesh-colored panel. Ever denser and more complex patterns continually appeared on the panel along with the after-images created by her moving arm. These lines merged with the previously carved patterns to form intricate, tight markings that would make anyone dizzy with just a single glance. But this was still not enough. Far from enough. Her carving knife danced, laughter echoed from her throat, and her spirit roamed freely within this space. As the final line was completed, as a sliver of subtle mana leaped from the carving tool, as the flesh-colored panel underwent an eerie transformation, while shimmering with a strange light, she knew she had succeeded. Absolutely succeeded. Because this panel, which looked no different from a lump of meat, was now curling up and gradually taking on a blood-red hue, just as she had envisioned. Then, she gently picked up the object that had shriveled into a small ball, turned around, and aimed it at the young girl behind her. At this moment, this figure, who looked like a young girl but was actually the doll, had already been dressed in a delicate, cute-made outfit. After all, leaving her completely naked would be far too shabby. Alice then slowly stuffed this flesh ball into the doll's mouth. This flesh ball didn't need the action of swallowing either. The moment it was positioned inside the doll's mouth, it began melting on its own, slowly seeping toward the doll's control center and other key components. Although Alice didn't know what material was used to craft the doll, this did not affect the flesh ball's penetration into the doll itself. After all, It actually seeps through along the mana channels, so naturally it wouldn't be blocked by such special materials. However, this magical technique wouldn't be applied to humans, because the flow of mana inside the human body was quite chaotic, and the essence of this thing was essentially a string of chaotic mana flow. If you added another massive chaos on top of an existing massive chaos, what good would that do? As the flesh ball slowly seeped in, the doll couldn't help but react slightly. Its limbs began swaying and trembling chaotically, and strange noises emerged from its throat. Having triggered its defense measures, due to this tiny injection of mana, she tried to find the path of the mana connection to take reverse control over the intruder. But this time it couldn't find anything at all. Furthermore, the protective measures within its central system were being thrown into absolute chaos by the liquid seeping through the mouth's mana channels, showing signs of collapsing. After all, it was essentially just a prototype, so its mana shielding measures were far from complete. And coincidentally, Alice had chosen the very spot where the mana shielding was weakest to initiate her invasion. Before long, the defense module was completely destroyed under this fierce interference. Next came Alice's specialty, seizing control. Using a mana density she had never deployed before, she wove at least 60 mana threads. Because through her deep and detailed research on this doll's entire body during this period, she had discovered at least 60 connection points for mana. This amount was no longer a number of threads that an ordinary puppeteer could condense. Only she could reach such a level. For other puppeteers, condensing over 40 threads in a single attempt would likely give them a splitting headache. As for her, who had it, her limit was around 70. It seemed from the moment this doll was created, it was never intended to be used by ordinary people. From this perspective, she had hit the jackpot. After all, the more connection points for mana threads, the greater the amount of mana the doll could utilize, which indirectly proved how powerful this doll was. Of course, if it turned out to be just an emotionless mana burner, Alice would have nothing to say. As planned, she slowly immersed her consciousness along the threads. Then, as she usually did with new dolls, she intended to inject a small fragment of her consciousness into its control center so that it would recognize her and obey her control. But inside there was already a record. Alice couldn't help but frown, feeling that this matter was far from simple. Even though there's already a record here, why can I still inject my consciousness fragment into it? She couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Too interesting. This is simply too interesting. The corners of her lips curled up into a dangerous arc once more. It seemed as though in the next second she would lose her mind to these wildly raging emotions. Hey, then let me see what's really going on here. She smirked, and the mana density of the thread suddenly surged. Receiving ample fuel, the doll's limbs also began to move with rhythmic, coordinated motions. But in the next instant, it whipped its head around and glared fixedly at Alice. Are you the other consciousness inside this doll? Understanding the reason behind it, Alice asked without dodging the question. But silence was her only response. Don't bother trying to break free. Control over your limbs is entirely in my hands now. Alice controlled the doll's body, making it step down from the metal platform, as if asserting that she was now the true owner of this doll. Unsure if the doll understood what Alice was saying, odd noises came from its throat, and its eyes remained fixed on Alice. Is this the language of the ancestors? I can't understand it at all. Alice shook her head, thinking that activating this entity of consciousness seemed completely useless. Thus, she temporarily disconnected the mana connection, intending to purge this conscious entity later since it was good for nothing besides glaring at her. After all, what she cared about was the device itself, not this remnant consciousness. 234. Beneath the moonlight. To actually call a wonderful scene of meeting yourself a nightmare, you really are a little genius. Late at night, inside the Imperial City, Karenina was still fast asleep. However, this was only her body. As for her consciousness, no one knew where it had gone or where it belonged, equally viscous, equally dark, equally eerie. Once again, she had arrived at the bizarre space that seemed accessible only in dreams. I don't know what intentions you harbor either. And judging by your words and actions, I can't tell what you want. Plus you seem quite threatening. If I don't consider you a nightmare, what else should I categorize you as? Karenina, however, scoffed at this. Tusk, looks like you really don't get it. I'm you, and you are me. We were originally one and the same. I just took a little nap. I really don't know how you reached the conclusion that I want to harm you, and that other half found these questions quite boring. You classify over a decade as a little nap? Setting everything else aside, even based on the average human lifespan in my past era, that's already more than a fifth of a person's life. Let alone in this era where people generally die young. Karenina retorted crossly using so-called data. Truth be told, indeed, over a decade was truly not a short time. And for this entity to shamelessly say just a little nap was frankly far too laughable and nonsensical. Why are you comparing yourself to the lifespan of ordinary humans? This time, it was the turn of the her who claimed to be a part of Karenina to be confused. Her voice was filled with complete bewilderment and shock, looking not at all feigned. But in the second after releasing that bewildered sound, it turned into wild, hysterical laughter, and this bizarre laughter echoed through the spacious, yet seemingly enclosed space, sounding particularly chilling and terrifying. What are you laughing at now? Starting to feel a hint of fear, Karenina asked the figure softly. Her confusion was genuine as well. She couldn't understand at all why this entity was laughing so wildly and joyfully. Here, it's nothing. I just came to understand why you're in your current situation. And it seems there's no real problem. So, I'll keep it to myself. After all, only like this is it most interesting. And that mocking voice filled the space once more. Hey, give me a normal answer for once. What's the point of talking to yourself like that? Although Karenina wanted to drag this entity out and grill her on what was going on, her body was completely unable to move. But that entity didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. It's better if you find the answer to this yourself. That sudden feeling of discovering what is real is truly amazing, Tilda. As soon as those words fell, the space began to warp. Karenina knew she was about to leave this place, but she had no control over it. After all, in this place, she was like a piece of meat left on a chopping board, and when the space before her warped to a certain extent, the familiar ceiling appeared before her eyes. As she turned her head, pure white moonlight pouring into the room through the closed window caught her eye. Forgot to draw the curtains again today. And when did I open mine eyes? She rubbed her eyes, which was slightly dry. That weird, terrifying sensation of being put into an alternate space by a bizarre dream surged up from her heart once more. Close the window and go back to sleep. Karenina sighed, then stepped off the bed barefoot, wearing only her nightgown. But when she walked out to the window and stared at the full moon outside, her mood inexplicably soared for some reason. It's just a full moon. Is there any need to be this excited? She sighed softly, intending to soothe her heart that had suddenly begun beating faster. But what her slender fingers felt was only an extraordinary softness and a wonderful elasticity. This couldn't help but cause her small face to flush red. Section 101. Oh well, let's not think about so much for now. Go to sleep quickly, go to sleep quickly. She shook her head, trying her best to drive the messy thoughts out of her mind, and then immediately trotted over and threw herself onto the soft bed. But no one noticed the eerie and vibrant red that suddenly appeared in her eyes at the moment they bathed in the moonlight. Early in the morning, the sun had just climbed up from the horizon. Yet Karenina slept inexplicably well today. Clearly, she still had a strange dream at night, and she had woken up once, right? Although she didn't know the principle behind it. In short, being in high spirits was never wrong. After all, only with full energy could one work better. But the moment she thought about how her surplus value was going to be extracted, she felt that this drive was cut down by more than half. Karenina's daily random thoughts were always this nonsensical, although to a certain extent, her thoughts were indeed not wrong. And just as she began her morning washing and dressing, a discordant sound of a door opening suddenly rang out in the room. It's probably him. After all, every day he's the one who runs over to wake me up. Karenina had just finished washing up, and at this moment was taking off her nightgown, preparing to choose the clothes she wanted to wear today, while also speculating who this guy that suddenly walked in was. Wait, it seemed like I missed something. Karenina frowned, feeling as if something wasn't quite right about the situation. That guy came in, and I was still changing clothes. What does the combination of the two equal? Does it form a coordination compound? Please write out the chemical equation. Damn it! Write my ass a chemical equation. Isn't this a living lucky pervert incident? And I'm not even the male protagonist, but the female protagonist. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Karenina's eyes widened, and she hurriedly grabbed the nightgown she had just taken off to cover her chest. At the same time, her big eyes darted left and right towards the direction of the door, and she happened to see a certain guy trying to sneak out the door stealthily. You saw it all, right? Without needing to think much, Karenina's first sentence was precisely this. Realizing that he had been discovered, Hedgel's body shuddered violently, and he turned around unsteadily, with an awkward smile on his face. 235. Lucky? What should you do when you see the girl you have a relatively close relationship with changing clothes? Waiting online, quite urgent. Hedgel, purely an accident. If I say this, would you believe it? Hedgel swallowed hard, the awkward smile still hanging on his face. Beads of sweat as big as beans were already hanging on his forehead at this moment, further highlighting his sense of awkwardness. As to why he posed in this posture, it was simply because he felt the murderous intent in Karenina's words that could almost condense into substance, and the black eye all over her body that was about to know had already overflowed. Even if he were to bolt straight out, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most it would just drop favorability, but this favorability was still quite important for now. This must not be dropped. Naturally, he could only honestly face Karenina, who was preparing to call him to account. I'm not asking whether it was an accident or not. I'm asking you, did you see everything? She asked Hedgel with a livid expression. Karenina was still holding that white nightgown in her hands, trying to use it to block her exposed body. But in reality, not only did this fail to achieve the intended effect, it instead made the scene even more erotic and easier to evoke endless fantasies. I saw it. Naturally, Hedgel did not dare to say all the images he saw now, and only swallowed, whispering his answer to a question Karenina had just asked him. Lying in front of her was generally unfeasible. Sometimes it wasn't that she couldn't see through it, but that she didn't want to expose it, or rather, was too lazy to expose it. And since he wanted to build favorability, he naturally had to use truthful words. After all, she could be said to be quite sensitive in this regard. Where did you see? The chest. All right, turn your head away, then go out and bring the door with you, by the way. Upon hearing this answer, she said to Hedgel in a quite casual voice. The original expression of anger had also completely disappeared. But this left Hedgel completely baffled. What's with the It's not like I don't know you didn't mean any harm. As long as you tell the truth, I won't make things difficult for you. Karenina frowned, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Hedgel's attitude. Shouldn't the normal operation be a heavy scolding towards me, followed by taking a few bites? Tusk, you really take me for a shrew. No matter what, I still have this bit of discretion, right? Besides, you originally meant well to wake me up, and I'm not an ungrateful wretch. She sighed helplessly. Could it be that you really want to watch me change clothes? Forget it, forget it. Although Hedgel said this verbally, in his heart he was thinking, definitely next time, definitely next time. If you really want to watch, it's not impossible. For the sake of our brotherhood, Tilda. And Karenina felt that this was a good opportunity to press her advantage, and even began to actively invite. That won't be necessary, I'm heading right out. Naturally understanding what trick this fellow was up to, Hedgel refused without hesitation, then immediately dashed out and closed the door. Pretty honest after all. After hearing the door close with a click, Karenina couldn't help feeling much more relaxed, and that wave of shyness that hadn't welled up earlier due to tension now erupted from the bottom of her heart with lightning speed. Tusk, why on earth did my brain short-circuit? And I wanted to do a round of counter-teasing. In the end, isn't it still me who is shy? She cursed her own hot-headed self from earlier. If it had any effect, that would be one thing. But that guy didn't look surprised at all, though he probably had turbulent ways in his heart. But damn it, failing to see that guy blushing. That's a total loss, okay? Karenina covered her head with her pajamas, almost letting out an unseemly scream. She seemed quite annoyed by this, or rather, completely and utterly enraged out of shame. And feeling the body temperature on this nightgown, she seemed to remember some bad things again. Just now it seems I was seen. Wrong! Rather, I was definitely seen. After all, that guy admitted it himself. Through the gap between the nightgown and the outside world, she glanced at her panties that were tightly stuck to her fair skin, and suddenly felt that one thing was very necessary. Change them, she thought silently in her heart, although I don't know why. But since it has already been seen what colour and what style they are, it's better to change them. For some reason, this voice suddenly appeared in Karenina's heart, and she herself, without hesitation, obeyed this voice and started to act. It seemed as if everything was so taken for granted. Why did she wake up so early today? Clearly, it used to be so hard to wake her up, and no matter how much she was tugged. Could it be another nightmare acting as a mental attack? It seemed quite likely. Afterwards, I'll have Friel send people to investigate this aspect of the problem and check what this Anliudinia actually is as for the consequences brought by today's rash door opening. A memhome, light pink. As soon as Hedgel thought of this, the corners of his mouth began to curl up uncontrollably. After all, he really didn't expect that today he could learn the colour of that piece of cloth in this manner. Although he also understood that just seeing what colour it was basically didn't have much significance. He had to touch it with his hands, sniff it lightly with his nose, and use his heart to hum. It seemed to be getting more and more perverted. Realizing that his thoughts were becoming more and more extreme, Hedgel decisively terminated his fantasy. But as a qualified man, what's wrong with being a little perverted? His heart shouted like this, but this steep call from the heart was firmly suppressed by his subjective consciousness. It's better to say less inappropriate words. But she suddenly started acting cheeky. This was still quite interesting. Speaking of which, it seemed I had acquired a good excuse to tease her. No, to educate her. Thinking of this, standing outside the door, the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up again. Perfectly justified. After pondering for a bit, he seemed to feel that this matter had a fairly high feasibility. Then let me think about when, at what timing, and in the most appropriate way to bring this matter up. And it had to be in a situation where she was completely speechless. Thinking about the conditions a bit, he felt that this was still a bit difficult. But compared to what I can do, this is nothing at all. Hegel's fighting spirit was ignited again in a strange aspect. 236. Labor force. What are you pondering about again? So stealthy. Changing all the clothes on her body, Karenina walked out of the room only to see Hegel standing by the door, staring blankly out the window. He hadn't noticed that she had opened the door and walked out at all, and just considering how to continue developing a course of education afterwards. Hearing this voice suddenly appearing by his ear, Hegel couldn't help trembling, then put on a nothing-happened look and began talking nonsense with a straight face. I always feel you're considering some weird things again. Karenina narrowed her eyes slightly, staring straight into Hegel's eyes, and her own reflection in his eyes. Section 102. It seemed like he wasn't lying, but what on earth was this inexplicable sense of discord? She once again began to doubt her own judgment. Yet Hegel was not surprised by this at all. After all, given her special education that could also be considered part of the education process, from a general direction standpoint, there was completely no problem. Hegel was so convinced in his heart. This was probably the highest realm of talking nonsense, the kind where even the speaker believes the crooked logically blurt out. Right. Then let's just assume that's the case. Finding that she couldn't spot any flaws, Karenina was too lazy to continue entangling herself in the matter. Continuing to talk about it would be troublesome, and instead, people would think she was chasing shadows and acting like a petty little woman. Last night, that strange dream appeared again. Moreover, the content was completely different, and the feeling it gave was also completely different. Realizing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Karenina immediately threw out a topic. Can you tell me a bit about how it's different? Hegel asked in a calm tone. A lot. That fellow inside the dream also said not to compare myself with humans. What on earth does that supposed to mean? I completely didn't get it. As soon as Karenina thought of those words spoken by the fellow who claimed to be herself, her expression turned slightly ugly. Could this mean that you're not human? Yet this time, Hegel uttered these words without any avoidance at all. Was he doing this on purpose, or intentionally? It seemed the meanings of those two words were close. Barely maintaining a smile, Karenina asked Hegel, "Then you tell me, what on earth am I supposed to be?" You asking me, how would I know? Besides, why didn't you ask her at that time? She should know everything, right? Hegel tossed the question right back into Karenina's hands. This feeling of passing the buck plus plain she had the flavour of a government department. It's not that I didn't want to ask, but after I asked, she completely didn't give me any reply at all. Karenina said angrily. She even said that if she told me now, it would be too boring. Isn't this blatantly playing with me? The more Karenina thought about it, the angrier she became. This is a bit difficult to understand, but from a practical standpoint, it really is the case. What could be more fun than teasing a cat? Hegel rarely spoke out his inner thoughts without any reservation. He even wanted to reach out and rub Karenina's small head. Teasing a cat? How could you say that? Where do I look like a cat? Where? Karenina was completely pissed off to the point of fluffing up, but this time she behaved herself, or rather she became clever. Instead of grabbing Hegel's arm and biting down immediately, she silently pinched the flesh at his waist and twisted hard. She estimated that this way she could let him know she wasn't someone to be trifled with easily. Karenina thought to herself. However, ideals were still so plump, but reality was always so skinny. Can you even twist it? With an expressionless face, Hegel stared at Karenina's thin, slightly trembling arms due to her exertion, as well as her tightly bitten lips and flushed little face, and couldn't help asking aloud, and she didn't say a proper sentence, just continuously exerting force. It seemed she was quite unconvinced. Leaving aside your strength, just look at the place you grabbed. Why do you insist on grabbing precisely where the muscles are? Hegel was unusually puzzled by this. Indeed, this simply couldn't be twisted. Ghost knows what on earth you guy did. Why are you so hard? Finally, having deflated, Karenina directly released her little hand, her face blushing bright red, and shouted loudly at Hegel. And this loud cry, following along the narrow corridor, reached the ears of several maids cleaning the aisle word for word, causing their faces to be synced with a blush, seemingly because of those words, thinking of some weird things. At the same time, they were lamenting how energetic His Majesty was. This isn't a problem of me being hard, it's a problem of your strength being too small. Who says so? Yes, the fierce man who can't even do a single sit-up. Hegel had long anticipated what kind of rebuttal Karenina would utter and directly denied it, along with the pending magic damage named sarcasm. This you're bullying people. Isn't it just because my body is relatively weak right now? Hearing this, Karen immediately became unhappy and was bound to retort, but with reality right before her eyes, she was left speechless. Therefore she could only use this so-called excuse now. Yes, 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 then let's just assume that's the case. Hedgel just smiled slightly, and all his attitude toward Karen in his words was condensed into that smile and this short sentence. The lethality could not be said to be small. However, Karen in herself certainly wouldn't be angered to tears over such a thing. In a certain aspect, this fellow had a thick skin. In the end, she just said, "I'm ignoring you," and hastily ended it. Naturally, this sentence counted as admitting defeat and then surrendering. Don't be in such a hurry to say such things. I have some things here that I think he will be quite interested in. Hedgel began to play suspenseful again at this moment. Are they goodies? Not only are they goodies, they're also very useful. Oh. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Hedgel leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Then quickly say what it is. Stop playing a hammer's worth of suspense here. If you don't say it anymore, I really will ignore you." Caroline sensed from Hedgel's tone that he wasn't lying or teasing her, but this inexplicable behavior of playing suspense still made her disdainful. Nothing much, just cheap, high-tech labor forces. When Hedgel said this, his mood unconsciously improved quite a bit. Chapter 237, Journey. These defense measures seem a bit too strict. Sophia was currently sitting on a chair in a small, airtight room, and within this space, which couldn't be considered narrow, but completely failed to touch upon spacious and comfortable, the place where sunlight could be seen was that tiny window, whose opening was almost pressed against the ceiling. Tusk, that if one really had to say, this was also a measure taken after deeply knowing what those demons of the Western Church would do. She slowly stood up from the chair, scanning everything inside the room. We can only travel at night every day, and rest in these special post stations during the day. Their preparations are indeed quite thorough. Recalling all the arrangement made by these cabbage people, she couldn't help feeling these fellows seemed quite proficient at doing this kind of thing. Judging from these facilities, they were completely not temporarily built, and there were quite a few traces of use. What were these post stations used for in the past? Sophia couldn't help beginning to guess, but even if she walked slowly around here for a few circles and thought for how long, there wasn't the slightest clue in her mind. Forget it, no matter what, this place was only a temporary lodging. According to that cabbage officer, after arriving at the imperial capital, they would provide more comfortable and spacious rooms for them to live in. However, there was one thing that was strictly forbidden, that was temporarily not allowing them to go outside. As for the reason according to that officer, it was to prevent fanatic believers from coming to their door and then causing damage to our personal safety. Everything was to protect us. Sophia also understood this. After all, she wasn't aware of how terrifying the believers of the Western Church were. If they were just ordinary believers, it wouldn't be a big deal. If they were fanatics, that could definitely be called terrifying. They could offer everything for this so-called deity. If it were merely all the wealth on their bodies, that would still be considered minor. The most ghost-like thing was that they were even willing to harm other people's lives for this false god, and even spare no expense with their own lives. And the most famous operation was to embed a large amount of magic crystals in their bodies, and then shout "Long live the true god!" Rush toward the hostile elements and detonate the magic crystals. This was simply not something a person with normal thinking would do. Therefore, she once doubted whether this so-called true god had some kind of brainwashing effect or mental erosion, and a person like her, who had seen the darkness, evil, and those sickening desires inside the church, was able to perfectly resist such bizarre brainwashing. Forget it. From the current perspective, the high-level officials of the cabbage empire should view us as a quite important chess piece that could shape the ruling foundation of this Western Church. And this was also what she wanted. Another reason why they didn't let us go out casually was probably because they didn't want us to be exposed. After all, to a certain extent, they could be said to be quite a big hand of cards, and one with strong lethality against the church. Naturally, they wouldn't let their trump card be exposed so quickly. As for how the high-level officials of the cabbage empire would play this hand of ours, that could only depend on the emperor's decision-making level, right? However, personally I feel that this guy shouldn't be bad. After all, being able to finally win in that extremely troublesome imperial civil war, he must have corresponding talent. And what we need to do now is just honestly obey commands. Peace-mindedly being utilized as a sharp blade stabbing straight at the vitals of the church, because she no longer wanted to see those terrifying bloody scenes and feel that fear that struck straight to the bottom of her heart. Now she could only hope that they would keep their promise, at least let these little ones who followed her here together have a good destination. Thinking of this, she sighed silently again. After all, to tell the truth, she was gambling that cabbage wouldn't be so lacking in morality, gambling that he would keep his promise. If the cabbage fellows really abandoned them after utilizing them completely, that could only be said to be bad luck, but she had nothing to say either, because this was also the path she chose herself. Anyway, it can't be changed now, so she can only peacefully continue walking down it, right? However, what she didn't know was that Hedgel, who had currently transformed into the country's biggest capitalist, definitely wouldn't let go of such a huge surplus value without squeezing it finished. There shouldn't be any problems with these, right? Meanwhile, in the stable of the imperial city that was temporarily converted into an examination site after completing the final inspection of the part she processed herself, Hayaki breathed a sigh of relief full of confidence. Section 103, however, whether it was the surface smoothness, the meshing of the gears, or the rotational fluidity of the shafts, they were completely flawless. This is what you call the ultimate technological crystallization of Yaharaha. Tactical leaned back. Back to the topic. These delicate components truly looked completely without any problems. Furthermore, the surfaces had already undergone meticulous polishing. As for why they could be polished so smoothly, one still had to ask about the polishing paste that Hayaki carried with her. After all, appearance is very important. At least they had to look consistent with the appearance of the equipment parts inside the Research Institute of the Yahala Empire previously. Although the precision of the parts was still definitely inferior to the precision instruments of the Research Institute, these fellows still in the low-tech era should know. They definitely wouldn't mind these things. Moreover, this delicate touch and the mirror-like smoothness of the feel were definitely a quite significant bonus. Hayaki was convinced of this in her heart. Have the assessment tasks assigned to you been completed? Right at this moment, the originally tightly closed wooden door suddenly opened. A tall, thin middle-aged man wearing official robes asked Hayaki with a flattering smile all over his face. They are all ready, and they have been placed in the wooden box for storing parts that you gave. Hayaki patted the large box beside her, appearing quite confident. Well, anyway, after becoming the so-called Imperial Artisan, I can slack off every day and then wait for them to unearth the wreckage of Radiance. I will then use assisting the investigation as an excuse to sneak in, and then find an opportunity to repair the damage to my own bodily structure. In that instant, Hayaki reorganized her plan once again, after which the official carefully carried the box out. This cautious appearance was just like holding his family's heirloom, terrified that it might get bumped or bruised. This also raised Hayaki's doubts in her heart by another level. Aren't they just a few parts? Is it necessary to be so cautious? At this time, Hayaki did not yet realize the significance contained within these few broken parts. 238. Inspection. When she walked out of the small prefabricated house that could not be called spacious and comfortable at all, and her respiratory tract was once again moistened by the fresh air, her mood relaxed a lot. Well, there wasn't really anything worth worrying about to begin with. After all, how could the naked eye vision of current artisans compare to micro-level sensors? That being said, a subtle feeling of having one's homework checked still made it a bit difficult for her to completely relax her nerves. Within these rows of prefabricated houses, quite a few artisans and officials were also slowly walking out. Some of these artisans were full of confidence, brimming with assurance, and their eyes were bright and spirited. They seemed to think that they definitely had no problems and would certainly obtain this high-paying position, while some people were frowning and deeply worried expressions, seeming to feel that they had completely messed up. As for more people, they were just like Hayaki, expressionless and calm. It seemed as if everything was under their control. As for the officials holding the boxes, they were just like the one she had seen earlier, cautious and careful, terrified of making even the slightest mistake. After all, the instruction they received was if any damage occurs during transportation, the official responsible for that box will definitely be held accountable. Naturally, for the official robes on their bodies, for the official hats on their heads, and for their share of the stipend. Who would dare not to be careful? If it were really dropped, that would be the equivalent to dropping their own future as well. They sent these boxes into the Imperial City one by one, seemingly wanting to conduct meticulous inspections and tests on the various components within them. And next came the waiting. It is said that 4 days later, a list would be posted outside the city gate. As long as one passed, they could enter the palace for a trial period. Once they passed the trial period, they could naturally legitimately secure this position. As for those whose names were not on the list, they could only pack up their things and each return to their respective homes. However, according to the rules, artisans whose homes were far away from the imperial capital could receive 2 silver coins for travel expenses. This could not be considered too much of a loss. Anyway, I am just a so-called artisan synthesized quickly with the help of a powerful central processing unit and high-speed storage facilities. During this period of waiting for the list, I might as well just wander around here casually. She stretched, felt the sunlight that she hadn't bathed in for a few days, took a deep breath, and exhaled all the gloomy air inside the small prefabricated house. So next, what interesting things are there in this so-called imperial capital? The corners of her mouth curved up slightly as she leisurely walked out of this magnificent imperial city. Although in her eyes, it was just to this extent. Some time ago didn't I also hear that this emperor is going to build a large iron smelting facility nearby? Where is it actually located, and how are the results? I might as well just go and take a look. She quickly determined the route map for the remaining time of today. Anyway, she had nothing to do. She might as well go and see what tricks these low-level civilizations could possibly pull off. They really sent all of them over? Karenina stared at these boxes one by one, her expression a bit dazed. Yeah, I even specially had people rush produce a batch of boxes like this that can completely fix the parts inside. The boxes all have numbers on them anyway. When the time comes, as long as you think it's acceptable, just write down all the numbers. It's best to finish testing all of them within 4 days. After all, the time originally given to them for posting the list is 4 days later. Hedgel explained to Karenina, while confirming whether the number of boxes here matched the registered quantity. But having said that, the prefabricated houses you arranged for those artisans before really didn't hit the right note. They are too small, and they have to live in them for 7 days. Won't they feel stifled? Karenina recalled those rows of wooden houses she had previously inspected on site, and couldn't help complaining. As long as they can be used, that's fine. As long as it allows you to produce enough mechanical equipment so that ordinary civilians can skillfully use the equipment to produce various components after a certain amount of training. These artisans are, when all is said and done, equivalent to high-skilled workers. There is no difference. Hedgel started another theory of his. However, truth be told, many situations are indeed like this. After all, humans ultimately have limits, whether in physical strength or bodily capability. And machinery is the best choice for mass production. Mentioning the phrase humans have limits, Karenina once again recalled the words spoken by that me in her dream. Was she really saying that I am not human? That can't be right. From whatever perspective, I am a normal person, and what on earth was she hinting at, or rather, alluding to? Karenina couldn't help falling into deep thought. What are you thinking about again? Hedgel also helplessly pinched Karenina's small face, seeming to want to pull her out of this eerie silence. It's just I just remembered some things. That is to say, out those rows of houses you set up before, very similar to the examination cubicles during the imperial examinations. Karenina quickly waved her hands and raised her head to say somewhat frustratedly, seeming to desperately want to cover up her recent daydreaming. You really don't know how to lie at all. Hedgel just remained silent for a few seconds, after which he squeezed out such a sentence from his mouth. Is it very obvious? Karenina asked Hedgel beside her in an unusually guilty tone. At the same time, her eyes kept dodging, adding several layers to her sense of guilt. Truth be told, indeed, because you've practically written the words guilt and lying all over your face. Isn't that obvious enough? Hedgel took the opportunity to pull Karenina's small face again. Smooth, and doesn't move around randomly. This feeling is simply awesome. Beneath his mask, that perverted soul was still nicely and soundly existing Tilda. Woo! As for Karenina herself, she found it quite hard to accept this so-called reality, that she could only puff out her cheeks and stand to the side in a huff. After all, even if she wanted to change this kind of thing, it would be difficult to do. Might as well. Let nature take its course. Tusk, why are you always able to talk nonsense in front of others with such a straight face, without blushing or your heart rate speeding up? Why do I always end up with it written all over my face, as you said? However, Karenina became increasingly convinced. This talking to me about it is useless. And besides this, shouldn't we get to work first? Hedgel pointed at the neatly arranged boxes and knocked on Karenina's small head as he spoke. Fine then. In the end, Karenina couldn't be bothered to pursue the issue of being head knocked any further, and began the segment she had long anticipated. 236. Strange. I thought it would be a bit hard to find, but after casually asking a passerby, and understood. Hayaki raised her head, her eyes staring straight at the towering tall chimney that was still spewing roaring black smoke outward, and couldn't help muttering to herself inwardly. She could truly say she never expected these fellows currently still in a low-level civilization to be able to make such a thing originally. She estimated that she would have to ask several people before she could find a so-called iron smelting plant. However, she only heard a single sentence. See that place spewing black smoke? Walk in that direction, and you'll see it soon. And at the very beginning, it wasn't like she hadn't noticed that black smoke. However, she still classified it as a fire. After all, during this period, fires occurred frequently. A few civilian houses suddenly burning down somewhere was not unusual at all, and could be said to be common occurrences. Moreover, combining this with the current level of civilization, there was simply no way she could associate it with industrial facilities. But well after she walked around the vicinity of this factory building, she completely understood. This is the embryonic form of early industrial civilization. She silently sighed in her heart. And this, presumably, is also a facility for industrialized iron smelting using the oxidation reduction reaction between carbon and iron ore. But why did this suddenly appear here? After the surprise, what shrouded the bottom of her heart was heavy doubt. Generally speaking, with the current level of technology, wanting to understand and actually apply this blast furnace iron smelting method could be said to be quite difficult. It definitely would require a certain amount of time for exploration and experimentation before large-scale production could begin. Yet this succeeded on the very first try. After all, work has already started for a few days, and there are still no signs of stopping. This indicates that progress is relatively smooth. It's strange, truly very strange. For Yaharaha, this is a technology that was eliminated long ago, and it is basically impossible to obtain relevant detailed information through the ruins in their eyes. Even if they really obtained the relevant information of the Yahala Empire, it would be impossible to put it into use so smoothly. Leaving aside how poor their ability to decode text is, just talking about whether Yaharaha's data would record detailed data of these outdated technologies in detail is an unknown. Furthermore, letting these guys, who don't even have a proper chemistry system, calculate the optimal raw material ratio. Better not daydream. Coupled with those high-precision parts that are basically impossible to manufacture with the naked eye that they need, there is definitely something wrong behind this. After integrating all known information, Hayeki reached this obvious conclusion. So should I still continue this unreliable plan of mine? She sighed, thinking inwardly. If she gave up now, then all the efforts during this period of time would be completely muda. If she continued to execute the plan, she didn't know what she would encounter in the end, or whether it would draw out something even more troublesome and terrifying. Tusk, what should be done about this? She turned around and left this factory building with an extremely large footprint. There was no need to go inside. Section 104, because just smelling this smoke was enough to roughly understand what was going on inside. And if she went in, not only would she gain nothing, but she would also bring trouble upon herself. The losses would outweigh the gains. The things she manufactured shouldn't have any issues regarding precision and reliability. After all, she had completed the required work piece on the 4th day of the evaluation. During the remaining time, she had conducted multiple self-inspections and further refined treatments to ensure foolproof results. If one were to doubt even this, it would be equivalent to insulting Yaharaha's largest sensor research and manufacturing department. Since it could pass, this should be a good thing. But after seeing this, a sense of fear inexplicably welled up in her heart. This was a fear of the unknown. They say that people are all afraid of the unknown, and a fellow like her was merely a machine wrapped in a human exterior. Would she also be afraid of it? Or could it be that she was already starting to be a bit like a human? Suddenly, she fell once again into a bizarre dialectical deadlock. Even with 80% of her processor's cores dedicated to the calculation, she still couldn't arrive at any results. Tusk, what a hassle. In the end, Hayeki, completely unable to break out of it, decided to simply give up thinking. Forget it, let's just see what on earth they are planning to do for now. If it really is something unfavorable to her, she can just slip away directly. They absolutely won't be able to stop her. And if it has little to do with her, she can just slowly proceed according to plan. She hopes they can dig downwards quickly and find the wreckage of Radiance. Only then can her joints and other parts receive proper maintenance and repair. After weighing the pros and cons, she still decided to continue along the route she had originally planned. After all, with things halfway done, stopping halfway would always leave her feeling unwilling. Besides, she herself wasn't sure what these Cabbage Empire fellows were up to. If she jumped to conclusions, what difference would it make from a moron? It would also stain the title Yaharaha's technological crystallization. Then where should I wander around next? Afterwards, she put all these random thoughts aside and stopped thinking about them. After all, thinking too much about such things was completely useless and would instead cause her processor to overheat. Might as well find another suitable place to relax. Cough, cough. But it's better to stay a bit further away from this ironworks. This smell of smoke was truly choking. She definitely didn't want to incur a malfunction where her internal and external gas exchange system became blocked at a time like this, as there really still no contact from the 13th Night Brigade. Within the papal state, Karina, acting as the saintess of the Riston Church, was anxiously questioning the knight responsible for receiving communications from each brigade. The 13th Night Brigade, led by Sophia, had been out of contact for 2 days now. According to regulations, brigades going out to execute such training missions were required to report the brigade's specific situation and the day's training items to the communicator at the Central Grand Cathedral every evening. The 13th Night Brigade's outward training mission was 6 days long. For the first 4 days, they had reported the situation in accordance with regulations without any errors. Karina had also just carefully checked the information reported by the 13th Night Brigade and found no issues whatsoever. Where on earth did a problem occur? Or could the magic stone have been destroyed due to an accident? But generally, every night brigade was equipped with a spare magic stone. For both of them to shatter together, the probability of that happening was simply far too low, right? At this moment, Karina was racking her brains, pondering every single possibility. But in the end, she couldn't find any reasonable explanation. 240. Deduction. Yes, Night Captain Sophia has not connected the magic stone, or perhaps due to magic stone damage and other reasons, she has continuously failed to make contact with us. The knight in charge of communications lowered his head, knelt on one knee, and respectfully explained to the woman who was the second in command within the church. At the latest by tomorrow, they should be returning. If it's just an inability to communicate caused by force majeure, then so be it. If it's due to negligence or intentionally refusing to communicate, a cold glint flashed through Karina's eyes. You should also understand what needs to be done, right? This subordinate understands. Afterward, this subordinate will immediately inform the commanders of the inspection team and ensure that a correct and infallible judgment is passed upon them. The knight's tone grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, if they intentionally ignored communications from the headquarters, unless an absolutely reasonable explanation was provided, sentencing them for the crime of rebellion probably wouldn't hold much meaning otherwise. After all, while papal knights sounded nice, their internal system was actually much the same as a conventional army. At most, it was merely changing the teaching of allegiance to the royal family to something like infinite loyalty to the gods. In essence, it was just an absolute machine of violence. It was merely draped in a hypocritical and fragile shell of the gods. But in reality, not even the Pope or this so-called saintess could be certain whether this god actually existed or not. Rather, the god the Pope truly believed in was none other than himself. As long as he could obtain sufficient benefits and enjoy a lavish lifestyle. These believers and so-called clergy were merely tools to be discarded once used. Karina, acting as the saintess, knew this as clearly as a bright mirror in her heart. In truth, the upper echelons of the church were genuine atheists. How absurd and ridiculous this sounded, yet it was a bizarre picture that existed within reality. After all, the only thing they believed in was themselves. In their eyes, the gods were merely a gimmick, a facade, a so-called reliance that helped them accumulate wealth, exploit the people, and extend demonic hands toward the innocent. Then you may head back first. I still have things to do here. Karina sighed softly, then waved her hand at the kneeling knight, signaling him to leave immediately. And that knight followed the instruction, not daring to show the slightest negligence, for fear of angering Karina and bringing upon himself punishment that had no need to be endured. Is it necessary to report this to Lord? After that knight silently withdrew from the grand hall and closed the door, Karina sat by the desk, falling into deep thought. There probably wasn't any need. After all, no matter what, Sophia had always been quite steady, cautious and loyal. All of this was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to let her serve as a knight captain and lead a knight brigade. Moreover, she had responded well to this trust, doing things without a single flaw. But why would such a huge omission occur this time? This was truly baffling beyond measure. Just as she was racking her brains trying to figure out what kind of situation could possibly have arisen, a terrifying thought suddenly popped into her mind. Defection? No, how could this be possible? She immediately and unhesitatingly dismissed this possibility. Even if she wanted to escape, where could she possibly escape to? Even if she wanted to escape, how could the knights under her command follow her in fleeing? Here there were warm beds and ample food. How could these knights, accustomed to such good days, possibly be willing to follow her out to the wilderness to pick wild fruits and sleep in caves? This was simply illogical. And what if some other country had taken them in? This was also impossible. The surrounding small countries absolutely wouldn't dare do such a thing. They weren't stupid. If they took them in, they would definitely face retaliation, and it was even possible their nation would fall. There wouldn't be any foolish fellow going back to take in such a hot potato at this very instant. She seemed to remember something quite important. The Cabbage Empire. Only Cabbage had the guts and strength. The corners of her mouth twitched, as if she felt she had encountered a fairly major trouble. She still vaguely remembered how the Night Brigade that previously went to reinforce Grand's rebels had died. Although the knights they dispatched didn't carry any insignia indicating their identity on their bodies, but it was impossible for the others not to have noticed this combat style they have always customarily used. Therefore they were very likely to point the spearhead at them, and this rebellious knight brigade was an exceptionally excellent and important chess piece. Karina was suddenly frightened quite badly by this series of speculations of hers. If this matter truly turned out as she guessed, then next cabbage would definitely use this to stir up trouble and then splash dirty water onto them. And if they kept enduring without taking any effective countermeasure, the believers would become dissatisfied and their majesty would suffer immense damage. And if they attempted to declare war on them, you've got to be kidding me. Was there any chance of winning if they went to war? It wasn't as if they didn't know how miserably Grand's troops had died previously. And right now they must have prepared foolproof measures to deal with them, otherwise they wouldn't have taken in this rebel army. And if they truly declared war, it would be equivalent to jumping into a trap themselves. And they had to jump into this trap because believers both at home and abroad needed an explanation. The more she thought about it, the more cold sweat seeped out from Karina's forehead. The more she pondered, the more rapid and heavy Karina's breathing became. Hopefully these were all just her delusions. She pressed her lips together, seemingly wanting to calm herself down a bit, but her subconscious was telling her, "You are very calm right now. This is everything you must face." She forcefully drove this feeling of discomfort away from her heart, as if not wanting it to disrupt her sanity. Hee ha ha. These are definitely all just me overthinking things. How could it be possible? Most likely, it's just that Sophia accidentally lost or shattered the 2 communication magic stones. Her piety and reliability are things I've seen with my own eyes. She couldn't possibly do such a thing. Her body was trembling slightly, and these so-called inner thoughts kept slipping out from her throat. Rather, this was merely the psychological comfort to herself. Tomorrow Sophia will lead the team back. At that time, I must grab her and give her a good lecture, making her remember never to lose this magic stone again. Making me worry and panic here is quite a grave sin. She was still comforting herself over and over again, not letting herself think about this worst possible outcome. 241. Report. As expected, this matter still has to be reported to Lord Pope. After a quite long period of delusion and inner struggle, she still decided to tell him about this matter. This wasn't to say that as long as he was told, the matter could be perfectly resolved. It was simply that she didn't want to carry the blame for this. If by then the terrible situation she imagined truly occurred, and she hadn't told the Pope, that old codger would definitely pull her out again to act as a scapegoat. Anyway, regardless of whether it can be solved or not, reporting it is fine. Anyway, even if nothing really happens in the end, it at most amounts to being scolded by him and then told, "Don't bother me with such trivial matters." And if it really was as she deduced, she might just get cursed out thoroughly and then summoned away by the true God. Section 105. Tusk, what a pile of troublesome things lately. The more Karina thought about it, the more she gritted her teeth in anger. Well, when it came to dividing the spoils, they were always all smiles, toasting each other while chanting the so-called slogan of offering everything to the true God. But when faced with various major crises, these contemptible scoundrels started shifting the blame to each other again, completely lacking their original loyalty and boldness. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows, as if trying to slightly ease this fatigue, but in reality, it only magnified this discomfort and panic once more. Afterward, she wiped away the cold sweat that had unknowingly seeped from her forehead, barely maintaining a normal pace as she walked toward the hall where the Pope was located. "Karina, what is the matter with you today again? Why are you coming to see me so suddenly?" As usual, the Pope sat upon that magnificent throne, scanning Karina down below with slightly weary eyes while even wanting to yawn. The 13th Night Brigade sent out for field training has been out of contact for 2 days. While inwardly cursing this old bastard who was messing around again last night and neglecting his proper duties, Karina maintained absolute calmness as she reported the known situation to this seemingly lofty, supremely holy, yet thoroughly rotten and decadent Pope. Out of contact. The Pope furrowed his brows, and the Pope's face, which had originally worn a look of fatigue, now took on a strange brilliance. Was it surprise? It didn't look like it. Yes! According to today's report by the knight in charge of communications, Horus, the 13th Night Brigade has not communicated with the base camp according to training requirements for 2 days. Their specific whereabouts unclear. Karina deliberately stressed the word today, as if she wanted to completely distance herself from this matter. In this way, even when called to account by the Pope, she could shift this fault onto Horus, because it was he who failed to report it in time when they went out of contact on the 1st and 2nd days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that this Horus reported this abnormal situation to Karina. Therefore, this matter had little to do with Karina and Horus. He would have to bear the corresponding responsibility. The information they previously reported via magic stones is still there, right? Sitting on the throne, the Pope yawned again, seeming not to care much about this matter. "It's all there. Then tidy it up and bring it to me tonight. I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me before nightfall, understand?" After issuing the order to Karina, the Pope directly stood up from his seat and walked in the direction of his bedroom. It seemed as if he didn't want to deal with this matter at all. At this moment, Karina finally understood what that brilliance in the Pope's eyes earlier truly represented trouble. When he heard about this matter, he probably just felt, "Is there any need to report such a troublesome triviality to me? Go solve it yourself. Don't disturb my sleep." Roughly speaking, that was probably what it meant. Karina only respectfully agreed and did not dare to say anything more. Perhaps he completely failed to realize the severity of this matter. He completely failed to imagine how huge a crisis might lurk behind it. Yet inwardly, she let out a wry smile. Indeed, although this Pope sometimes looked very serious and majestic, in reality, he only showed a state when facing things directly related to his own interests. Once he encountered such trivial matters, he would lose interest entirely and would even hand it over completely to Karina, making her responsible. As for why he was so exhausted today, Karina knew well enough in her heart. This old bastard had no other hobbies. The things he liked were just 3 gold, power, and wine and women. Sometimes at night, he would disguise himself as a well-dressed elderly gentleman and go to some underground places in a corner of the holy capital, spending intimate nights with the dancers there. Naturally, because of this, the next day he would be listless. Furthermore, he was quite broad-minded about trivial matters other than gold and power. Actually, maybe his mindset isn't wrong. After all, I might really just be overthinking it. This matter in reality might be exactly the same as how I'm comforting myself. It might even be completely harmless. This could it really just be scaring myself? She couldn't help but doubt her original speculation. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, those words have been spoken and the thing has been done. Then just follow what he said, tidy everything up for him, and send it to him tonight. Only then can it be considered foolproof. Karina also gave up deeper thinking and directly continued down the path of avoiding responsibility. Because deep in her consciousness, she had never seriously considered how this theocratic nation could develop better. Instead, she was thinking about how to use better and more covert means to acquire more wealth and more benefits. And the survival of this country, what does it have to do with me? Sitting in this position and dealing with these matters every day was simply so she could make money better. Even if the cabbage empire truly declared war on this country in the future, so what? Anyway, she would just pack up her money and run, going wherever she could live the happiest. After going through this bout of self-enlightenment, Karina finally let go of the so-called unease in her heart. Continuing her steps, she walked toward her office. It was just that last time her footsteps were unsteady, but this time it was as if she saw clearly what she wanted and what she desired to obtain. Every step was steady and firm. 242. Passage. Wait a moment, you will all enter through this passage. Be careful not to make too much noise, and don't make a loud ruckus. Make sure not to let the brothers guarding the city discover you. Late at night, by the city walls of Iowa City, a large group of guys dressed in black cloth garments were sneaking around, not knowing what they were doing, and a fellow whose figure was relatively smaller compared to the other figures in black was standing beside a man wearing an Imperial Guard uniform, listening carefully to his instructions. We have already planned the route for you after entering, and there will also be 5 of our people to lead the way for you. Please be sure to reach the house at the designated location before dawn. We have already arranged a large number of guard soldiers there. As long as you hand the marked map I just gave you to the gatekeeper of the house, he will naturally lead you inside. The man, who seemed to be an Imperial Guard officer, explained the subsequent arrangements in detail. Understood. Thank you very much for your assistance over the past few days. The person in black nodded and sincerely expressed gratitude. All right, I wish you all success. With that, he turned around and quickly disappeared into the night. And this rather petite person in black was naturally Sophia. As for the other figures in black around her, they were the Knights of the Night Brigade under her jurisdiction. Here it was said that there was a passage that allowed secret entry into the city. But what it specifically was Sophia was not clear at the moment, and the 5 people who seemed to be Imperial Guard soldiers used a specially made key, a weird iron rod engraved with bizarre patterns, and poked it into a strange stone hole just dug out from the ground, twisting it hard as if afraid the iron rod wouldn't break inside. However, First, a crisp sound of metal colliding with stone reached the ears of Sophia and her subordinates. Afterward, they heard another faint sound of stone rubbing against stone, and they could also see that the keyhole was slowly sinking at this moment, while also moving toward the direction of the city wall. Although their hearts were startled, they didn't dare to make the slightest sound, fearing they would alert the defending soldiers on top of the city wall. If they drew the attention of these soldiers, they would only have to dispose of all these soldiers. Otherwise, if they let them leak this matter out, to some extent it would be equivalent to the complete and utter failure of this operation. They could only cover their mouths and noses, trying their best not to make a single sound. They simply followed the direction of the sound, staring closely at the moving stone slab. After that layer of stone slab completely stopped, borrowing a faint moonlight, a pitch-black opening appeared before everyone's eyes. Those 5 Imperial Guards soldiers also signaled to them, urging them to go down quickly. Sophia naturally took on the responsibility of the leader, being the first to go down into this dim passage. She slowly extended her foot down, and the sensation transmitted from her toes was hard rock. This also made her feel much more at ease. And the moment she completely put her first foot down, bright lights stabbed directly into her eyes. She even thought of jumping back on the spot and drawing her sword to fight, but reason still temporarily suppressed instinct. Because it was just an ordinary wall lamp. They were suspended on both sides of the corridor, and for some unknown reason, they had already turned on one by one, and the items inside the corridor were completely visible at a glance. Everyone, go down first. The 4 of us will completely close this stone slab from behind. The brother outside will help us hide this entrance well. One of the Imperial Guard soldiers whispered to this large group of knights while urging them to go down quickly. After analyzing the situation, Sophia was also very clear that she still had considerable value, and they wouldn't backstab them here. Therefore, she was quite decisive, walking down step by step, steadily and firmly. Seeing that the captain of the knights had already gone down, the knights behind her naturally followed honestly, one after another, quickly moving into the corridor. Afterwards, the stone slab behind them quickly closed, just as the soldier had said, and the 4 soldiers who entered the corridor immediately followed. Sophia naturally didn't dare to ask too much about the use of this place. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this was definitely the top-secret facility. And if she asked too much, it would instead incur resentment. Better to just remain silent and walk down along the route they had already designed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Although the air here carried a slight sense of staleness, there wasn't as much dust present as expected. And the stones in this passage, just looking at them, made it clear that this stuff was definitely extraordinarily heavy. Because this hard and thick feeling was truly a bit special. Therefore, her curiosity swelled more and more, but it hadn't reached the point where she had to ask it out loud. They simply listened to the voices of the 4 soldiers at the end of the queue, shuttling through this maze-like tunnel. This place is really quite large. When on earth was it built? And where do they lead to? What is the function of this underground passage? Observing her surroundings on all sides, she increasingly felt that this place was truly shrouded in mystery. Why would the Cabbage Empire build such a large underground system here? Wait, could it be the answer seemed to have already appeared in her mind? Perhaps a secret passage for members of the royal family to escape during wartime? This thought suddenly popped into her mind. Furthermore, from a geographical standpoint, the possibilities seemed quite high, because as long as one exited the city through this passage, outside was a lush forest. One only needed to run for a short while to blend into this jungle, leaving the enemy with nowhere to trace them. Not only that, the complex passages inside here would also make it completely impossible for pursuers rushing from the direction of the Imperial Palace to directly know where this passage led, which was equivalent to increasing the search difficulty. That is, buying time for their escape. It seemed that from any angle, this deduction was viable. Sophia felt as if she had discovered a big secret, while also pondering what on earth the Emperor's intention was. Allowing a group of people from an enemy country to pass through this tunnel that could preserve their lives in times of danger, and not worrying that these people would leak the information here. Is this considered showing trust in us? She thought to herself. Then, logically speaking, shouldn't we also display corresponding sincerity? Sophia, who had roughly guessed Hedgel's thoughts, let out a slight sigh of relief once again. Section 106, 243. Dereliction of duty. Feeling somewhat relieved, Sophia continued to move slowly along this maze-like underground passage. Where on earth did this passage lead? The Imperial City? Or some secluded corner of the urban area? She did not know, and those hanging lamps on the walls of this passage should be emitting light using magic power. At first, she even felt that doing this was very extravagant, but upon careful thought, one would realize that this was merely the necessary setup made for reliability. After all, no one knew when this passage would actually be used. And if ordinary oil lamps were used, what if a malfunction occurred, or they could not burn normally due to the deterioration of the oil? At a time like this, reliable magic lamps with high brightness were the best option. Sophia's mind kept pondering these random things until the 4 Imperial guards at the end of the formation told them to stop, and only then did she snap back to reality. These 4 soldiers squeezed past the knights in the passage, came to the front of Sophia, and then 2 of them tightly pressed against 2 stone bricks on the walls of the passage, while the remaining 2 raised their arms high and forcefully braced the top of the passage. And the next instant, as the sound of friction between stone bricks echoed in the passage, those 2 soldiers with raised arms also slowly squatted down and retreated backwards. And those stone bricks, supported by them, slowly descended. Finally, what appeared before them were layers of stone steps. Everyone, go up along here, and that is the western corner of the city. Just walk up these steps, and after reaching the ground, follow the map given to you earlier to find that building. Tonight at the western corner, there are no patrolling soldiers. But please be sure to reach the safe house before dawn. One of the soldiers pointed at the steps and whispered to Sophia, "Will you no longer provide us with a guide?" Sophia, however, was quite puzzled by this. After all, generally speaking, at least having someone follow along would be proper. We need to reset the mechanism here. We hope he will not betray His Majesty's trust and safely reach the safe house. The Imperial Guard gave a definite reply. Understood. Thank you very much. With that, Sophia immediately led her subordinates behind her and stepped onto these steps. This should be the test, Sophia thought to herself inwardly. Presumably, as long as we have any inappropriate behavior in the process of heading to that safe house, we will immediately be arrested and imprisoned by the soldiers lurking around. Be well behaved. Anyway, I never thought of doing such a thing in the first place. She let out a slight sigh and executed it to the letter according to what the soldier said. It seems this one doesn't work either. Although it can spin a few turns, it will jam tightly afterwards. Is there any necessity for something like this that can only be used for a few dozen seconds before dying right away to even exist? Meanwhile, in a certain basement of the Imperial City, Karenina was still carrying out this so-called testing. But judging from the conclusion, this was not worth being optimistic about. It was already close to dawn, where the result brought by pulling an all-nighter was that among the more than 30 boxes of work pieces that had been tested, not a single one was qualified. And as for the remaining boxes, there were only about 40 left. This was already enough to make her look distressed with a frowning face. After all, this equivalently meant that all the preparatory measures she had made earlier were completely useless. Wow, how frustrating! She helplessly picked up the wrench again, tried every possible means, and finally managed to remove all the bolts on this machinery one by one, and then began dismantling the interior of the machinery still haven't set. Aren't you trying a little too hard? At this moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. How am I trying too hard? This is very normal, okay? But the result of this effort is very sorrowful. Even without turning her head back, Karenina knew who the fellow coming here was and directly replied in a quite displeased tone. Besides, at this time point, generally speaking, you shouldn't be awake either, right? And you must have pulled an all-nighter too. That is indeed true. After all, I can say, I am quite looking forward to the reaction from Theocracy over there. Hedgehog gave a ha-ha laugh and then immediately shifted the topic to other matters. What kind of stunt did you pull again? Karenina also asked curiously. Although she had already noticed that Hedgehog was trying to change the subject, well, she didn't care either. Whatever was interesting, bring it on. It's just a small matter. A defected knight or the battalion generally has to communicate with their base camp at regular intervals every day. And these past 2 days, I intentionally made them not contact the base camp and also refused to connect the inquiry communication sent by the base camp so as to test their reaction speed. He stretched lazily, breathed a sigh of relief, and said slowly to Karenina, "And then? What was the result? Very stupid." Hedgehog gave the conclusion straightforwardly. What's going on for you to give this kind of answer? Karenina's interest was completely ignited. After all, he was actually able to give such a straightforward answer without any mercy. That also explained that these fellows were indeed hopeless. First of all, on the first day of losing contact, the communication department of their base camp actually didn't report the situation at all. And on the second day they were still out of contact, and then after half of the third day had passed, they only knew to report it. Hedgehog answered softly while moving his muscles and bones in the basement that had become a bit sore from sitting for a long time. Then, that communication officer reported directly to the Saintess, and that so-called Saintess is actually equivalent to the Prime Minister. Although she spoke very toughly in words, she still held considerable wishful thinking in reality. After all, she was actually still hoping that these lost people would return on the end date of their field training. What are they coming back for? To rush to the gallows? Hedgel sneered at this. Next, she seemed to have pondered for a long time in her own office, and then swaggered over to find the Pope. As for what exactly they talked about, I'm not clear either. After all, my subordinates still have nowhere to seek inside right now. Lack of ability, you see. This shouldn't be considered that stupid, right? At most, it can only be considered poor execution of affairs. Karenina, however, did not feel how much ridiculousness there was in it. After all, this only showed that the guys in the communication department neglected their duties and concealed the report. This scientist still had a bit of brains, but not much. If it were only like this, that would be fine. The most miraculous operation came afterwards. Hedgel opened up his conversational box again. 244. Moonlight. What kind of operation? Although I don't know what they talked about or discussed inside. But inexplicably, after that scientist came out from the hall where the Pope was, her entire mental outlook had completely changed. Hedgel recalled the report he had just obtained carefully, and he increasingly felt that this matter was quite thought-provoking. When she went in, her face and lips had no trace of colour, pitch white, as if a great disaster was imminent. But when she came out, her waist wasn't sore, her legs weren't painful, her steps were firm, and her complexion looked unbelievably good. Doesn't this mean they have already found a way to solve this matter? After all, if they hadn't found it, they probably wouldn't be so happy, right? Karenina's sense of puzzlement expanded once again. When I first read this report, I thought so too. But the reality was not a single knight was sent to investigate the situation. No intelligence department went to collect information, and not even a notice within the Knight Order was made. It was completely as if nothing had happened at all. Vamo. Speaking to the second half, Hedgel seemed to remember something again. You can't say nothing happened either. For example, the saintess increased her efforts in gathering wealth again, and then the Pope disguised himself and went out to visit brothels at night again. Usually he went once every few days, but after this incident, he actually went consecutively. This should be considered a very huge change, right? Hedgel was full of conviction on his face. As for gathering wealth, I can still understand it. But what is the Pope running to that kind of place for? Karenina increasingly felt that she was not listening to serious report content, but rather watching fantasy. After all, with his status, he could casually make up an excuse, trick a bunch of female believers into a daze, and then obediently crawl into his bed, and deliberately running out to play with something Karenina couldn't quite understand. Who knows? But I heard. It's just what I heard. Is this because of the technological gap? Hedgel scratched his head and said in a low voice. Needless to say, execution is recommended. Karenina turned her head over for once, and replied with a voice devoid of a trace of emotion. Well, it will happen later. There's no need to do it right now. Although, we can also find an opportunity now to assassinate a few high-ranking officials and the like. But there's no need, Hedgel said non-committally. Isn't it an opportunity? That's right, letting them continue to maintain the excellent command of this incompetent leader, and then when we encircle and annihilate them, it can be much easier, and the price paid will be less. Karenina somewhat understood the reason for doing this now. Killing these guys right now would instead arouse their vigilance and increase their defensive strength. Moreover, if it wasn't figured out who assassinated these high-ranking church officials, that would be fine. If it was found out, such an unjust act would certainly lead to some domestic problems. For example, those writers within the sect. This was equivalent to leaving an excuse for theocracy. Continuing according to the original plan to infiltrate, disintegrate, and then crush them in these few steps would be fine, and there was no need to stir up any more weird tricks. Then the matters have been talked over. Shouldn't you also go and have a good rest? Hedgel placed one hand on Karenina's shoulder, while his other hand controlled Karenina's small hand that was just about to dismantle the mechanical structure. Is this unnecessary? I actually feel that my spirits are still quite good right now. Finding that something was wrong, Karenina's body stiffened, and then she replied, feigning composure. You clearly pulled an all-nighter, and you got up quite early yesterday morning too. Really no problem? Hedgel further moved his mouth directly against Karenina's ear, and softly asked with an irrefutable tone. Really? Really fino? And besides, look, these parts that have already been checked can't be used at all. Karenina swallowed her saliva, replying with a slightly trembling voice. That warm nasal breath patting against her earlobe and the feeling on her cheek made her ticklish. And there was also an extremely strange sense of shyness. She wanted to move her face away, but for some reason she didn't want to move it away either. This kind of feeling, she could say it was her first time. Precisely so. Then all the more reason to go rest. You wouldn't want to, when working halfway through, discover a usable set, then have your blood rush up, be abnormally excited, plus extreme physical fatigue, and end up having a misfortune born out of extreme joy. Hedgel started his crooked logic time again. I feel that there shouldn't be a single usable set in here. Karenina was still trying to struggle a bit more. She even wanted to take the opportunity to change the subject. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Just go back to sleep directly. Anyway, not a single one can qualify. With so much metal garbage, what necessity is there to inspect it? Hedgel completely didn't buy Karenina's trick and instead used this to turn around and persuade Karenina. This woo-woo, but she seemed still unwilling to give up, presumably looking for an excuse. Realizing this, Hedgel hardened his heart. Might as well be a little rough. Anyway, it's not like he hadn't done this kind of thing before. Section 107. Without any warning, he released the hand that had previously been resting on Karenina's shoulder. Then, in the very next instant, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, successfully picking her up once more. Before Karenina could let out a cry of surprise, he twisted his wrist, covered her with his large hand, and directly muffled Karenina's lips. She could only glare fiercely at this Hedgel, letting out dissatisfied sounds from her throat to voice her grievance against him. Stop MMing, I'll take you back to your room. Besides, if you keep MMing like this, are you afraid the guards won't hear you? However, the corners of Hedgel's mouth ticked upward slightly, and with these words, he completely shut down Karenina's thoughts of continuing to struggle. She certainly didn't want others to witness her current embarrassing plight. Although in the eyes of the clueless servants, this could only be considered showing affection. The nighttime palace was still just as quiet. Apart from the nighttime concert of the crickets and Hedgel's footsteps, there seemed to be no other sounds whatsoever. And this silvery moonlight was unsparingly scattered across the courtyard nearing sunrise, drifting down in sheets like a layer of pristine white carpet. As for Karenina, she was staring at the bright, clear moon, seemingly completely mesmerized. Her thoughts had drifted off to goodness knows where long ago. 245. Tisin? What were you thinking about just now, staring at the moon the whole time? Is it really that pretty? Holding Karenina in his arms, Hedgel entered her bedroom and gently placed her down onto the soft bed. Recalling Karenina's dazed expression just moments before, he couldn't help asking her aloud. An inexplicable feeling it feels like, as long as I see that moon, my mood suddenly starts to soar. I've never had this feeling at all in the past. It just started recently, What are you doing? Karenina, who was recalling that strange feeling from earlier, hurriedly gathered her clothes, then asked Hedgel loudly with a face full of flushed red. You don't even look at how dirty the clothes and gloves you're wearing outside are. Naturally, you still need to get down first, take a bath, and change clothes by the way. Hedgel said while helping her take off her already blackened gloves, and even wanted to help her take off her dust-covered white coat. But Karenina didn't seem to want him helping to that extent. No need. I can do it myself. Moreover, men and women should not do nothing. Anyway, it's right for me to do it myself. She hurriedly snatched her clothes back from Hedgel's hands, terrified that she might really be stripped completely clean by him. All right, then you do it yourself. Or rather, do you need a back scrub? I said already, no need. Karenina increasingly felt like this Hedgel's head was acting up. There's no problem with sworn brothers scrubbing each other's backs, right? Besides, isn't scrubbing the body also a great way to relieve fatigue? Hedgel showed no mercy and began to press his advantage. After all, this was one of his objectives. It's not to say he actually wanted some kind of body scrub today. It was simply to mentally erode Karenina. I refuse. And given my current situation, no matter how you look at it, this is quite bad, right? Upon hearing these words, Karenina completely panicked. When all was said and done, she had no idea how to deal with this kind of issue. Oh, Tilda? No. From a biological perspective, a female's body and a male's body are merely differences in certain organs and structures, right? There is no distinction of superiority or inferiority between the two. And as for so-called close friends and sworn brothers, that's simply mutual understanding on a spiritual level, right? So, since we are both men in spirit, and you are only slightly different from me physically, looking at each other and being completely honest with one another shouldn't be the problem at all. Hedgel began his mental attack, attempting to use the sharp blade of words to tear a gap in Karenina's psychological defenses. But there are differences in the concepts between men and women. Karenina still seemed to try to resist. Differences are indeed an objective fact, but here's the question, so what? It probably doesn't have much to do with you anyway. Aren't you still a man in spirit? You said so yourself, oh. The corners of Hedgel's mouth began to curve upward in an imperceptible arc. It seemed that in the next round, he would complete the fatal blow. Wooer, I don't care. In short, taking a bath together or anything like that is absolutely out of the question. She screamed, springing up from the bed with a bounce. She knew that if this kept going, she would surely suffer sudden death on the spot, so she had no choice but to resort to her final method, making a fuss. Karenina's little face was already completely red at this moment, as if steam could erupt from her head in the next second. The next second, she jumped down from the bed and shoved Hedgel, seemingly wanting to drive him out of the room. Although with her strength she couldn't shake Hedgel by even a fraction, he still decided to make a temporary retreat. After all, his strategic objective had already been reached long ago, and there was no need to linger in excessive entanglement. As for afterwards, it would depend on how much Karenina's internal defense line collapsed because of this breach. Smiling, he slowly backed out of the room in the direction Karenina was pushing him, looking truly as if Karenina had pushed him out herself. Tusk, as expected, those who play politics have dirty hearts. And after driving Hedgel out of the room, Karenina naturally began to take a bath. After all, what Hedgel had said earlier wasn't wrong. She still needed to take a proper bath. After all, with her body all covered in dust, sleeping certainly wouldn't be comfortable. Both physically and mentally, I am utterly exhausted. Dual fatigue, dual enjoyment. Then spare me, please. She leisurely stripped off all the clothes on her body, placed them in the laundry basket, and then hot water was piped in. As for why something that looked completely out of step with the times existed here, it could only be attributed to that ancient civilization of which only partial traces remained. Although things like water pumps didn't exist in this palace, at the very top of the palace there was a quite large reservoir, and the water volume was replenished every few days. This could also be considered a rather ingenious design, although when replenishing water, it all had to be transported by human labor. Whatever, too lazy to think about so much, it's still most important to wash up first, then have a soak and get comfortable. At the edge of the bath, she meticulously scrubbed every corner of her body. But a rather untimely thought suddenly popped up. That body scrub the guy mentioned just now. Thinking of this matter, her face once again turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little glimmers began to appear in her big blue eyes as well. You damn pervert! In the end, she could only slam the towel in her hand heavily down, expressing her shame and anger at this moment with that sentence full of emotion. That guy! What on earth is he thinking about in his head? Afterwards, she still honestly picked up the towel and silently sighed. She completely couldn't figure out what that guy actually wanted or craved. Did he just simply think this was funny? Or rather, was he just taking pleasure in toying with me? Thinking of this, she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Ahaha, what kind of sin did I commit to end up stuck with him? She let out a mournful sigh, recalling all sorts of things from these past few days. Although on some work-related matters, he was indeed very reliable. But at times like these, couldn't he understand a woman's heart just a little bit? Wait, doesn't this mean admitting that I'm a woman? But when all was said and done, right now I'm indeed truly a female. The kind without a single drop of fakeness. Oh well. Thinking more about this is useless anyway. Better to ponder what on earth this guy is plotting by teasing me like this. Thinking of this, she silently approached the bath. But when she saw the scene inside the bath, she seemed to understand something. 246. Elements detected. Looks like there's really no problem with that either. She stared at her own reflection on the water surface, seeming to understand Hedgel's inner thoughts a little bit. Tusk understood, comprehended, figured out. She clicked her tongue, specially using these 3 words to express this feeling. Tusk, 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 so that's how it is. That's right, the wonderful figure reflected in the water was indeed a considerable temptation. Perfect body curves, smooth and fair skin, slender arms, and his head of dazzling long golden hair. There was not a single part of it that he didn't desire. And in fact, it was indeed so. But coming to this, it seemed many things could make sense now. This guy harbors evil intentions. This guy covets my body. This guy deserves to die a horrible death. Thinking of this passage of words dripping with utter resentment, Hedgel, who was right in the hallway, couldn't help feeling a chill down his back. Well, what should be done next? Karenina slowly immersed half her body into the warm water. The warm feeling wrapping around her body made her extremely cozy. She liked this feeling, because only like this was her sense of security at its fullest. It couldn't possibly be that she would actually agree to be pinned down beneath him as an outlet for his desires, right? Thinking of such a situation, her body suddenly trembled. Damn it! This kind of situation absolutely cannot happen. Frowning, she immediately rejected this thought. No matter what, first pulling me in to be the coolie, and later dragging me over to act as a toy to vent his lust. This is just too miserable, right? No way, absolutely no way. She seemed to have made up her mind. Then what should I do next? It seemed there really was no solution. Hugging her head, she seemed to have completely fallen into a dilemma. The sound of splashing water echoed repeatedly inside the bathroom, which wasn't all that spacious. As for the reason, it was simply because Karenina was in a bad mood, and she couldn't think of any effective way to retaliate against that guy Hedgel. Tusk. This suffocating feeling, the more Karenina thought about it, the more troublesome she felt it was. Though troublesome, she couldn't just let herself get slept with, right? Until the water inside the bath began to gradually cool down, she still couldn't snap out of this issue. Oh well, it's better to wipe the water dry first and then go lie down on the bed. Maybe she could find a way to deal with this harem scum of a man. This thought suddenly popped up in her mind. But no matter what, this was also way too far-fetched. She smiled with a trace of self-mockery and then slowly stepped out of the bath. The familiar sloshing sound of water seemed a bit harsh at this moment. Section 108. Well, it wasn't just because the water had cooled down. It was probably also largely due to her mindset, right? She let out a quiet sigh and began to wipe the water droplets from her body. It really was quite beautiful. As she dried herself off, she continually touched various parts of her body. In the end, she couldn't help but sigh with genuine admiration. If I were in his shoes, I would probably have strange thoughts too, wouldn't I? No matter how you look at it, having such thoughts is completely normal. There's nothing to condemn and nothing to look down upon. It's just that I won't accept it, that's all. As for the reason, I haven't thought of one, or rather I'll never be able to figure it out. After all, this is the soul of a mature male residing inside the body of a female. No matter how you slice it, this is hardly a normal situation. Even if someone wanted her to reach a conclusion, it would be impossible. Should she take things as they come and accept her current reality? Or should she cling to her stubborn pride as a so-called man? She couldn't give an answer. Once dried off, she put on her underwear and nightgown. She lay down once more on the soft bed, which still bore a faint scent of her hair. When the time comes, if he really brings it up, I'll just turn him down firmly. I hope he can understand my current thoughts. Thinking silently in her heart, she hugged her pillow and drifted off to sleep. I seemed to care quite a lot about the current situation. Just as expected, another Karenina appeared in her dream once again. However, this time she didn't speak with her usual heavy sarcasm, but rather in what could be called a normal conversational tone. This gave Karenina a slight sense of relief. I do care a lot, but I don't have any concrete way to fight back, so my only choice is to refuse verbally, right? Karenina, who seemed to have grown accustomed to this bizarre space, spoke helplessly to the other her inside the mirror. The solution is actually very simple, you know. The Karenina inside the mirror flashed an eerie smile and deliberately kept her in suspense. If you have a way, then speak up already. What's the point of dawdling around in here? She seemed extremely dissatisfied with what the self in the mirror was saying. All right, fine, I'll tell you now. What I mean is you can just drain him dry. The person in the mirror suddenly uttered such a mind-boggling statement. Hearing this, Karenina froze completely. Drain him dry? How? Using the top or the bottom? Is this girl out of her mind to say something like that? Naturally, she then said at the figure in the mirror with a look reserved for an idiot. After all, these words defied all common sense in her eyes. Didn't understand. I mean, Sucky, no, I remember now. You don't know about that. Never mind then. Just as the person in the mirror was about to flare up, she remembered something. Her gaze turned lethal as she stared back at Karenina outside the mirror. Finish what you were saying. Can you stop leaving me hanging all the time? I've never gotten a single piece of useful information out of you. Hearing those words, Karenina immediately flared up with anger. Naturally, being dragged into this place inexplicably over the past few days had put her in quite a terrible mood. On top of that, this girl kept saying things that were completely incomprehensible. Anyone would probably be furious in this situation, right? Haha, why do you assume you have to provide yourself with useful information? The person in the mirror chuckled softly, seemingly mocking Karenina's current state of powerless rage. What on earth are you? Hearing this response, Karenina fell silent, but when she spoke again, she asked the exact same question. I'm not a thing, I'm you. As for what this space is, you'll naturally understand later. The person in the mirror responded to Karenina with an expressionless face. 247. Conveying policy. What does this mean? Is this person a noble? Why investigate this family? While Karenina was bickering in her dream with the one claiming to be her in a remote corner of the Cabbage Empire, the information broker named Bouton began taking jobs. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just do your job. The base commission will be paid as usual, but whether you can get the rest depends on the old rules how much useful information you can actually dig up. After saying this, the tall man standing in front of Wooton stuffed the money pouch into Wooton's small wooden box, then quickly left without leaving a single trace behind. I'm a little curious. Oh well, whatever. Maybe it's just some obscure minor noble family, and these guys have some involvement with a minor noble named Anglia, so they want me to gather info, but within the former territory of the Kingdom of Theoroni. Ruton couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Forget it, I should just go first. They paid plenty of money this time, probably including the travel expenses for the strip. Since I accepted the job, I might as well do it. She weighed the money pouch in her hand. Just by listening to the clinking of the metal coins against each other, she could tell exactly how much money was inside. Lately, I've suddenly gotten a whole lot of orders out of nowhere, and the rewards are quite high. I wonder why they came looking for me. Thinking about the sudden surge in her workload recently, she couldn't help but feel that something was seriously wrong. Moreover, this sudden spike in orders had only started after that group of strange men in black knocked her unconscious. This was simply too suspicious. While putting the money away, she cautiously slipped back into the ruined, abandoned tar-roofed house where she was temporarily staying. Since it was already abandoned, she might as well make full use of its remaining value. Well, whatever. Men die for wealth as birds die for food. As long as there was money to be made, it didn't matter. In the end, she gave up trying to think about something she couldn't get a clear answer to anyway. Focusing on the present was what mattered most. If the present was lost, how could there be any talk of the future? And the only thing that constructed this present was money. She knew all too well from her past what it meant to have no money. She never wanted to relive the nightmare of hunger, cold, and despair all washing over her while she was all alone. No, she absolutely refused to go through that again. She packed up all the supplies stored in this ruined house and hoisted her backpack onto her shoulders. She also took off her black cloak and neatly stowed it away. After all, wearing such an outfit on the main roads was far too eye-catching and made her prone to inspection. She didn't want to deal with those station soldiers and gatekeepers. However, her hat could absolutely not be removed. After all, if she took it off and let others see, the consequences would be far more than she could bear. After all, beastmen were a race that was extremely unwelcome within the country. People generally viewed beastmen as experimental species left over from the previous civilization, and here in the southern region, there was a profound hatred for that kind of technology. After all, they were currently suffering attacks from such tech from the north. If she revealed her identity as a beastman here, she would likely be beaten to death on the street by a violent mob. At that thought, she couldn't help but pull her hat down even tighter. She was deeply afraid that an accident would happen, leading to such a tragic fate for herself. Hans said she needed to save money. Taking back roads was naturally the better choice. That way, she wouldn't have to pay tolls, and it was a lot shorter. However, that meant crossing mountains, and she might have to sleep out in the open at night. Who cares? As long as there's money to earn and I don't starve to death, it's fine. Having seemingly settled on a plan, she clenched her fist and walked out of the ruined house carrying a large pack that looked somewhat disproportionate to her stature. She just wondered when the next time she returned would be. This thought suddenly popped into her head. Forget it. Who cares when? As long as there's money, it seemed the only thing left in her mind now was making money. As for why, it was simply because of that far from pleasant childhood, if it could even be called a childhood. In accordance with His Majesty's order, the East City Gate and the nearby roads will be closed the day after tomorrow. The specific reason is to construct a sturdier and more reliable thoroughfare. In the morning, Carls, serving as Prime Minister, was conveying the directive issued by Hedgel to officials of all levels. Since road construction had been mentioned earlier, it was naturally best to execute it as quickly as possible. If this experimental section proved successful, it could be implemented on a large scale later, which was vital for building the national transportation network. Understood. I shall post the announcements immediately and dispatch guards for control. I guarantee no errors will occur. The official in charge of municipal affairs immediately dropped to one knee and answered respectfully. Among the summoned officials, he held the lowest rank, so he naturally had to observe the highest etiquette. Carls merely nodded silently before moving on to explain the next matter. Next, His Majesty wishes to push forward a national education initiative to raise the literacy rate across the entire populace. This, upon hearing these words, the Minister of Finance directly cried out in shock. He instantly realized his breach of decorum and hastily covered his mouth, afraid to let another sound escape. What is it? Is there a problem? Carls tilted his head slightly, his icy gaze piercing right through the already trembling Minister of Finance. This is absolutely out of the question. The Minister of Finance was thoroughly raffled by that gaze, but after stammering for a long moment, he only managed to squeeze out that single line. His expression at this moment was exceptionally ghastly white, without a single trace of blood. Is there really a need to be so terrified? Oh well, in the end, this simply means His Majesty's majesty in their hearts has grown even further. The next instant, he found a suitable explanation for it. Then tell me, why is it out of the question? Carls didn't bother pursuing the matter of etiquette further, as arguing over that was meaningless. It was better to directly address the most important issue. Because if we are to raise the literacy rate of the entire nation, the financial expenditure required to even decide whether there are enough teachers, where is the money supposed to come from? Section 109. After reorganizing his thoughts, the Minister of Finance asked Carls in full bewilderment, placing heavier emphasis on the words nationwide. 248. General Store. As for money, His Majesty will resolve that himself, so there is no need for you to worry. You only need to properly allocate these special funds personally disbursed by His Majesty. If anything goes wrong with this batch of money, you should clearly understand what will happen. Carls's tone was relatively gentle in the first half of his words, but the latter half was filled with pure chilliness. Because while worrying about insufficient funds was completely normal, if anyone were to deliberately siphon off or profit from the funds personally allocated by Hedgel, that would be an entirely tolerable matter. Understood, understood. I will definitely not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. He dropped to his knees without hesitation, nodding like a woodpecker. After all, if doing justice could improve his impression score with the Prime Minister, that would truly be wonderful. Let alone nodding, even if he were made to kowtow loudly right here multiple times, he wouldn't even bat an eye. After all, he knew as clear as day how his predecessor had died. Moreover, he had just climbed into this position and hadn't even won the seat yet. If anything went wrong with this matter, Hedgel would undoubtedly chop off his head without hesitation. He wouldn't be stupid enough to take such a risk. To have the life to make money but not the life to spend, it was the dumbest thing possible. All right, get up. As for the allocation of manpower, transmit it via magic stones to the city administration departments of various regions, tally a number of local private educational establishments, and negotiate with them in the name of the imperial court. However, these negotiations are not without limits. The specific requirements will be given to you in a written document shortly for you to review yourself. In short, anyone who asks for exorbitant prices will definitely be punished. This time, Carls turned his gaze toward the official in the imperial city in charge of managing communications connecting all cities across the nation. Understood. I will perfectly execute the task assigned by His Majesty. I will never disappoint His Majesty's expectations. His body shuddered violently, and he responded decisively. However, this was merely because Carls's glare was too intimidating, not because he had actually done anything guilty. After all officials in charge of important matters within the imperial city had been completely replaced when Hedgel ascended to power. Furthermore, the people put in place were subordinates who had followed him all along, whose competence and loyalty went without saying. After all, how could a guy like Hedgel tolerate leaving hidden dangers in the place where he rested and worked? Good that you understand. Next up, naturally, is regarding military affairs. Afterward, the so-called assignment of tasks continued. Though these officials still didn't understand what His Majesty was actually trying to do. After all, building roads was at least understandable, but raising the literacy rate and changing the army organization, they had absolutely no clue about those. It could even be said to be a thankless task. Money was spent and effort was exerted, yet no results could be seen. But Hedgel insisted on pushing it through anyway. He even intended to severely punish those who obstructed these matters. They couldn't comprehend what was on his mind. It was simply impossible to fathom. Ah well, let's just treat it as the young emperor's foolish messing around, while as long as we can protect ourselves. That's enough, right? This was the truest thought in the hearts of the officials attending this so-called meeting. However, in the future, they would feel proud of these measures, feel fortunate for their cooperation, and take pride in shining brightly during these grand reforms. The wheel of history, which had regressed and then jammed, began to slowly turn again after being fitted with miraculous parts from this other world. As for how long this wheel could turn, how smoothly it could rotate, and how far it could carry these long-suffering people forward at this moment, it remained an unknown since I'm not allowed to watch scenes of fighting on the front lines. I really have nothing to watch. So boring. Meanwhile, in a certain small Western-style house, that still the big lowly was sprawled on the sofa again, wailing loudly. She even wriggled a few times on the sofa, trying to attract the attention of the black-haired man beside her. But the more you watch that stuff, the more your desire to suck blood surges. If you keep watching, I reckon I really will get sucked dry by you. The black-haired man immediately rejected her idea. At the same time, he stroked the big lowly's fine silver hair, which seemed to feel exceptionally wonderful to touch. Those were meant to be videos to enjoy with meals. Look at that red blood mixed with a bit of yellow fat. It's absolutely wonderful. No matter how you look at it, it looks so delicious. The big Lois seemed quite dissatisfied with the man's explanation. She even wanted to pounce on him and suck his blood. Don't say any more. Besides, Weren't you able to brew a pot of tea, bring out a lounge chair, and bask in the sun on the balcony all day before? Why can't you do that now? The man pinched the scruff of the big lowly's neck without hesitation, and she immediately pulled her neck in, terrified that the black-haired man in front of her might do something even more drastic. That's because of the weather. The big lowly faltered in her defense. If you wanted to, this area could be sunny 365 days a year with pleasant temperatures every single day. The man ruthlessly exposed the lie the big lowly had just made up on the spot. After all, could a lie that couldn't fool anyone at all even be considered a lie? I'm tired of that. I have to find something to do, right? I can't just lay on the sofa and beg like a dead fish every day. The big lowly stared with dead fish eyes, letting the black-haired man squish her little face into whatever shape he wanted. Then you could do what your dear sister did and set up some holy cult, so you can manage it in your free time and find some fun. The man offered a somewhat unreliable suggestion. After all, knowing the big lowly in his arms as he did, she wouldn't listen to such a suggestion anyway. He was just tossing it out. Tusk, I don't want to listen to those guys complain to me every day and then dedicate whatever to me. That sounds so uncomfortable still. She originally came from that kind of weird church, so it's not incomprehensible that she likes that kind of atmosphere. The big lowly merely nuzzled against the man and didn't say anything more. Just when it seemed things would quietly settle down, how could this big lowly, who was naturally the troublemaker, stay so well behaved? I suddenly have an idea. She raised her head, blinking her red eyes. Let's hear it. How about we go out together and open a general store? The idea the big lowly brought up seemed even more unreliable. 246. Seeing the light, the supplies arrived safely at the front lines this time. It must be that the Northerners' red lizards didn't spot our supply convoy. Otherwise, it would probably have all gone to waste again. Inside the imperial city of the Kavilla Empire, Cleaner, having handled almost all the government affairs at hand, was currently holding her forehead, looking utterly exhausted. Having the supply convoy travel at night and rest during the day had indeed been the right decision. Otherwise, all these efforts truly might have been completely wasted. Just thinking about that scenario brought her close to breaking down. After all, these supplies could be said to have been scraped together by her from all over. If they were burned again by that group of flying red lizards, she might suffer a heart attack and die on the spot. Well then, she would soon need to raise the next batch of supplies and soldiers. After all, she knew all too well how heavy the losses at the front lines were. If these essential combat forces weren't replenished in time, a breach would eventually be torn in the front line. And after that, naturally, a total rout. This was also the outcome she least wanted to see. Still, at least let her rest for a moment right now. You can't rest just yet, Your Majesty. But a voice inexplicably surfaced in her mind, causing her a surge of annoyance. But in truth, there were indeed still some matters she hadn't properly dealt with. Thinking of this, she slowly lowered her hand from her forehead, her gaze drifting toward a document placed at the corner of her desk. This was a document submitted by those fellows from the Noble Coalition. Is there really any point in reading this thing? Cleaner sighed silently, feeling that this document was completely unnecessary to read. After all, although those guys said every single time, "This document is very important, please be sure to read it carefully." In reality, between the lines of these documents, all they talked about was expanding noble power and diminishing imperial authority. They weren't even fit to be toilet paper. Whenever Cleaner thought of these waste papers they submitted, her mood instantly turned terrible. But there was nothing she could do about it. At most, she could choose not to read them or throw them away as trash. Fine. Let's see what these parasites are spouting this time. If it's still the same old clichés, in the future it'll be better to sweep them straight into the trash bin. She waved her hand, then gently tore open the document seal, and the paper used inside parchment. Seeing this, Cleaner suddenly grew interested. This was quite interesting. Previously, they had always used ordinary paper, but this time they actually submitted it on parchment. Usually, parchment was only used when drafting important documents. Perhaps this time's content might actually be somewhat useful. She gently rubbed her eyes, trying to perk up her eyes, which were dry and exhausted from reviewing documents for so long. Then let me see what on earth these guys plan to tell me. Cleaner inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. Then she began reading the document. Initially, she thought it was nothing much, thinking at most that these guys might have seen the light a bit. But the more she read the document, the more excited her mood became. In the end, a rare smile even touched the corners of her lips. One must know that ever since she sat on this throne symbolizing so-called dignity and power, she had spent every single day buried in heavier affairs. A smile? Did such a thing even exist? Was it pretty? Could it solve her current problems? She felt it was impossible. Yet now, she had a smile on her face. And it was filled with deep sincerity and joy. These guys, they've seen the light. Their brains have finally opened up. To think they actually understand what home and country mean now. Oh! In the end, the smile turned into eyes brimming with tears of joy. He cried. However, this was the only time she cried out of happiness and joy. These joyful tears wetted the parchment, causing the ink handwriting on it to gradually smudge and thicken, as if emphasizing the content of this document and underscoring its profound significance. She held the document tightly to her chest, as if terrified that it might suddenly fly away. This was now her most precious treasure, her most useful life-saving straw, and the document she was most grateful for. It wasn't until several minutes later that she snapped back from this surging, tempestuous wave of joy. What exactly was written on this document? Section 110. Not much. It is simply the hope of teaming up with Cleaner in the future to resist the Northerners. Furthermore, it also said share weal and woe and advance and retreat together. The words were sincere and earnest, overflowing with genuine emotion. It was indeed capable of touching Cleaner's heart, which was currently caught in a desperate predicament, and bestowing upon her the so-called redemption. Why did they suddenly decide to stop internal disputes and turn outward? Just because they themselves have to pay a price for this too. Yet after that storm of joy, Cleaner began to think calmly once more. If she didn't even possess this capacity for thought, and could be so easily completely blinded by this empty check, she would have been dragged down from the throne by these fellows God knows how many times already. Although it feels like a reasonable reason indeed, something still feels amiss somewhere. And I always feel a sense of being cheated and deceived. After thinking about it calmly and rationally, Cleaner still decided to deliberate on this matter a bit more. Let the secret agents planted within the noble coalition long ago report on the situation if they truly intend to coordinate to resist the enemy. That couldn't be better. If there really is some other scheme or trick, then there's nothing to be done. Cleaner originally wanted to utter harsh words, but in the end she didn't even have the confidence to say them. After all, she could be said to be completely stretched to her limits right now. Whether it was military strength or everything had been thrown onto the front lines. Aside from the First Army tasked with guarding the imperial capital, the other troops were either already on the front lines or on their way there. There was completely no other spare energy left to deal with this damn noble coalition. Hope, simply hope, that these fellows had truly understood what was right, what was wrong, and what national sentiment was if only they could understand and comprehend these matters. Cleaner prayed silently in her heart. Then, this document must still be kept well, after all. If the things written on it were true, its commemorative significance could be said to be quite huge. And it could further unite the people across the entire country to resist foreign enemies together. She put the document into the drawer and then walked towards her bedroom, swaying step by step. 250. Stupid. She should have already received the document we submitted over there, right? Inside an estate of Duke Bodoli, an evening cocktail party was being held at this moment. The radiance of the magical chandeliers had already illuminated the surrounding sky at this moment, and the estate was constantly filled with the laughter and chatter of men and women. The clinking of wine glasses, the noise of men and women quarrelling, and the extravagant music played by various musical instruments. It seemed that every corner of this estate was permeated by these joyful, luxurious, and intoxicating sounds. Every corner was filled with this hedonistic atmosphere, every single corner, and at every moment. If Cleaner were to see this kind of scene, she would probably curse at this decadent and luxurious atmosphere. But unfortunately, she couldn't see it. Whether in the past, the present, or the future, she would never be able to see it. Duke Bodoli let out a cold chuckle, posing this question to a well-dressed elderly man beside him. My lord, she should have received it already. If nothing unexpected happens, she will probably soon ask the two traitors, Messfield and Lelys, whether the related information is true. The old man slightly bowed and replied softly to Duke Bodoli. It is within expectations. These two fellows were found out to have problems long ago. But this is not strange either. Their families used to be royalists, and suddenly joining us now was already abnormal to begin with. As for this time, we can actually make use of them. Duke Bodoli raised his head, looking at the radiance of the magical chandeliers reflected in the dark night, couldn't help feeling fortunate that he had previously hoarded quite a few high-quality magic crystals shipped from the Cabbage Empire. And as for now, even if Cleaner wanted to use them, she had no way to do so. After all, Cabbage had now completely banned exports to the Cavilla Empire. Heh, I really don't know why this epileptic emperor is so capable of making a fuss. As soon as he came to power, he stirred up so many things. However, this can also be considered helping us out a bit, otherwise, Cleaner probably wouldn't be as wretched as she is now. Thinking of this, Duke Bodoli couldn't help humming a little tune again. It seemed that everything was within his control, and it seemed that all matters were proceeding in the direction he expected, never deviating. This was probably also a belief in his own ability. But then again, if things succeeded, that would be self-confidence. If things were messed up, that would be conceit, praise or disparagement. Which one he would end up with depends entirely on his own choice. Indeed, later on, this subordinate will instruct some subordinates to disguise themselves as the noble lords within the coalition and vent some grievances in front of them. Among them, there might be some words offending you, my lord, so please bear with it. The old man responded meticulously. I know, this is also a necessary cost, a necessary price. If I can get such a huge benefit just by being scolded a few times, then I'd even wish to be scolded every day. Duke Bodoli didn't care about this at all, and even started joking. But then again, this is also reality. He understood what price meant and what harvest meant. If throwing away this face could win him a chance to become emperor, wasn't that a huge profit? Face, in his view, was not worth much. Understood. The subordinate will go make arrangements right away and convey you all downward. The old man bowed and then immediately withdrew, leaving only Duke Bodoli standing on this balcony, letting the evening breeze blow and gazing at the distant forest. Things are really inexplicably smooth. Suddenly there is a sense of unreality. He smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling that his recent affairs had been done far too successfully, and instead there was a faint sense of unease. But when all is said and done, this should be the result brought by a meticulous plan, right? Without such an excellent plan and strong execution ability, my scheme could not have unfolded so successfully. Suddenly, he began to feel proud. Not for anything else, just for his own excellence. Then how should I treat that little fellow cleaner after the matter is accomplished? Should I capture her, play with her until I'm satisfied, and then sell her? This should be able to sell for a very high price, right? Even if she's no longer a virgin, just this identity as the former emperor of a great power is enough for those buyers to spend a fortune. But just keep her by my side and play with her until she breaks. It seems that wouldn't be bad either. Moreover, just thinking of that aqua blue long hair and her pretty face, Duke Bodoli's mouth began to curve wildly upwards. Hum. By then, I must let her know who the true master of this Cavilla Empire is. His mood was exceptionally high, and his thoughts drifted towards the future of that plan succeeding, which was unknown how long from now. HMPH, this cleaner will definitely pay a price for her stupidity in the future. Bodoli was so convinced. Time to get up. But after all this, I feel like asking what was the point of pulling an all-nighter yesterday. Having finished washing up in a bedroom, Karenina was rubbing her eyes at this moment, her mood all in a mess. After all, leaving aside being inexplicably dragged into the eerie dream once again, she had originally wanted to pull an all-nighter yesterday and continue working during the daytime today. However, she was directly hugged by this hedgehog. No. She was dragged back. Yeah, exactly like this. She immediately denied the memory of being hugged and even had thoughts of completely wiping that memory. This hedgehog actually dragged her back when she wanted to work hard and ordered her to sleep well. Truly the supreme villain, execution is recommended. In this way, not only is my biological clock messed up, but the original arrangement has also been scrapped. Like this isn't that just the same amount of working time as not pulling an all-nighter. Then why did I pull an all-nighter? She let out a way it seemed theoretically speaking, it really was like that. Forget it. Going out to fill her stomach first is more important. After all, she hadn't eaten for nearly 24 hours, and her stomach had started rumbling long ago. If she were in that damned original royal palace, she might not have felt much. After all, she was already used to it. But eating her fill every day, the feeling of hunger naturally became exceptionally intense. I hope I can finish checking all the parts inside those boxes tomorrow. I can only say I hope to find workpieces that meet the requirements inside. Otherwise, all the efforts made previously will probably be completely muda. She sighed slightly and moved a bit apprehensive. After all, she had already checked almost half of the boxes and hadn't found the thing she wanted. Can she really find what she wants in the remaining half? Karenina felt that hope was slim. 251. Investigation? You seem to be able to sleep even more than expected, waking up only now. The moment he saw Karenina coming out of her room, Hedgel, who happened to appear in the hallway in front of the room door, started another round of mockery. That's right, it was a genuine coincidence, without a single drop of falsehood or adulteration confirmed. TCH, do you have the qualification to say that to me? If it weren't for you forcibly dragging me over to sleep, would I have slept until now, causing my original determination to work overtime to become completely muda? Karenina directly rolled her eyes at Hedgel without any avoidance, and retorted ungraciously. That may be so, but didn't you still sleep pretty soundly in the end? Hedgel, however, shrugged, his tone relaxed. Soundly my fault, once again being dragged into that weird dream, and then having to argue with that fellow who claims to be myself for 300 rounds. Who can withstand this? The moment Karenina heard this, she instantly lost her composure. Then what? What did you ask from her this time? It's impossible that you were played around by her again, right? Although Hedgel had anticipated the ending long ago, he saw through it without exposing it and continued to ask Karenina with an unperturbed expression. Because only this way could he see her most interesting look, and reality also exceptionally matched his expectations. The moment Karenina heard these words, her body trembled violently. This how could I be played around by her? Impossible thing. It's more like I played around with her. Karenina turned her head away, and then said stammeringly, although the aura of the first few sentences was still relatively sufficient, but once it got to the back this completely lacked any confidence whatsoever. Then what intelligence did you get from her? Or rather, what information that you had never known before? Hedgel nodded with a look of belief and continued to ask. Although he was already finding it a bit hard to control his mouth corners from rising, he still chose to keep asking. After all, nothing was more thrilling and interesting than teasing her. You are smiling, right? Karenina herself had already closely stared at Hedgel's profile at some unknown time, seemingly capturing all possible signs unfavourable to her. No, how could that be? And Hedgel tried his best to control this smile, then spoke. Section 111. Hey, are you treating me like a fool? You've clearly been smiling the whole time. You haven't stopped at all. Karenina straight up put on an expression of I'm laying my cards on the table. Handle it yourself. And shouted at Hedgel. That's right, exactly like that. Since that was the case, Hedgel simply stopped hiding it and directly reversed the routine. Huh? What on earth are you talking about with like that? This time, it was Karenina's turn to be dumbfounded. Didn't you just ask me if I was treating you like a fool? So I simply answered yes. Watching Karenina's little face gradually turn red as expected, her lips biting down tightly and those large eyes filled with grievance and annoyance, Hedgel suddenly felt even better. In the end, unable to think of any words to retort, Karenina stomped her foot straight down onto Hedgel's foot, and Hedgel only wanted to say fortunately she wasn't wearing high heels. Or rather, she really had worn high heels. She wouldn't have stepped on someone so recklessly. Right, stomped your foot, feeling better now. Afterwards, he took Karenina by the hand and walked toward the dining room. And he was still asking her what thought she had right now. None, I actually want to kick you a few more times. Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel once more. After all, this was about the extent of what she could do to Hedgel. As for that inexplicable dream, I don't know what's going on either. But anyway, I've already sent people to investigate that Angludenia. And we're taking multiple routes. Both private factions and official archives are being investigated. We should be able to get some results soon. At this moment, Hedgel started talking about serious matters again. As for whether he genuinely wanted to discuss this matter properly or just wanted to use it as an opportunity to change the subject, whatever. Anyway, if we continued with that previous conversation, I would only end up in an even more passive state. It's better to let him normalize the topic himself. After weighing the pros and cons, Karenina still decided to carry on with this topic. Then do you think as long as we find this family, we can get answers to this? What if even they aren't clear about it? Karenina still held some uncertainty about this. Although that possibility can't be ruled out, we have to try anyway. Who knows? Maybe we'll find the answer. Hedgel neither denied nor confirmed this. After all, you never know until you actually do things. If we just sit here pondering meaningless questions like can it work or can it be done, we'll never get a result. Anyway, I just have a feeling that it's better for us not to touch certain things. I somehow feel that whatever is behind this isn't something we can handle. Karenina appeared quite uneasy about this. Did you learn something from that dream? Hedgel turned his head and asked Karenina in a low voice. No. But just thinking about those bizarre-shaped, life-like giant mana crystals, and that other self who completely exceeded normal human cognition, not to mention she explained that this was the result of our bloodline, it's really a bit hard to imagine what lies behind this family. Karenina swallowed hard. Recalling everything she had seen, heard, and felt earlier, she suddenly felt that the things she understood were far, far too little, and a sense of dread welled up spontaneously. Set your mind at ease. Even if that family might have been very powerful in the past, just think about how your biological mother died. Perhaps that family was just at the height of its prosperity a long time ago, and has already declined by now. Hedgel, however, held no fear regarding this. After all, this reasoning could be considered sufficient. Since this family was so powerful, why would they only marry off someone to the king of such a feeble, tiny country? And why would she be inexplicably murdered? Furthermore, the elders of this family never made a peep about it. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. Therefore, from the looks of it right now, finding a chance to discover more mana crystal caves like this one is much more practical. Who knows, in other parts of the country, there might also be mountainsides storing these kinds of art pieces. Hedgel was scheming to himself once again. 252. Routine. If you're hoping to rig up some more mana crystal caves, I think you'd better not hold out too much hope. Oh. Karen stared expressionlessly at Hedgel's profile and said softly, I also know I'm indulging in some impractical delusions, but wouldn't it be nice to give me a little more room for delusion? In the future, if it's just this one mine, it definitely won't be enough. And the purity of the mana crystals produced by other mana crystal mines isn't high either, so using them in certain devices would probably be quite difficult. Hedgel did not deny Karenina's argument. Indeed, being able to find even one place like this treasure trove was already a supreme stroke of luck. Yet he was currently still thinking about whether there was a second one. Was he seriously trying to fly up to the heavens? However, this wasn't entirely incomprehensible either. Just like how in the past, no one would complain about having too much oil within their country, nor would anyone disdain having too many mana crystals in their nation. Moreover, they had now found a rational way to utilize these mana crystals. This only further exacerbated the consumption of mana crystals and elevated the demand for them. Supply and demand, roughly speaking, was just that simple. And it's not that I can't understand. But still, I feel like you really are daydreaming. Karenina, however, started relentlessly mocking him once again. After all, she had just been mocked by Hedgel moments ago. If she didn't return the favor now, wouldn't she lose a lot of face? All right. Continuing to talk about this isn't very useful. Let's have dinner first. As he spoke, Hedgel pulled her into the dining room. Then he found a suitable spot and sat down. Tusk, changing the subject again. Do you really hate being lectured by me that much? Karenina seemed to want to launch another round of pursuit. No, I just didn't want you to take a hit and have your mood affected, Hedgel said straightforwardly. Although I really don't want to admit it. Karenina stared fixedly at Hedgel sitting in the main seat and said through gritted teeth, but reality is just like that. Hedgel immediately picked up the second half of the sentence. You forget it. Although she felt extremely displeased because her words were forcibly finished for her, she still chose not to fire back directly. The specific reason was nothing much, really. Shouting and yelling in a place with servants present was, no matter how you looked at it, against the rules. Furthermore, it would lower her evaluation in the hearts of his attendants. She certainly didn't want to be called a barbarian behind her back. Since you've accepted it, that settles it. In that case, let me tell you about those defected church knights first. Hedgel stretched lazily and then spoke to Karenina in his native language that did not belong to this world. What did they do this time? Karenina was quite curious about this. Nothing much. I just settled them into a room in the corner of the imperial capital. It's already been cleaned up and prepared, and there are royal chefs cooking for them every day, satisfying their demands as much as possible. You could say I've given them quite a lot of face. Hedgel explained softly. Does that mean you're going to launch a new round of offensive against theocracy? Correct. The incident last week where Graham was bewitched by theocracy is still spreading like wildfire within the country, and there's even a trend of it continuing to spread outward along with merchants' caravans. Although theocracy sent people to negotiate with us a few days ago, we didn't give them a response. And this time things can be said to be even bigger, Tilda. The more he spoke, the more excited Hedgel became. After all, this was also an objective fact. Previously, holding that big stick called religion along with that mana armor, theocracy could boss around various countries within the Southern Alliance. As for why they didn't infiltrate the North, it was simply because the Northerners didn't believe such nonsense. On the contrary, Goddess Church still had some influence in the North after all. According to legend, all surviving humans on this continent were saved by the goddess. Both Northerners and Southerners had received the goddess's grace. Although they had constantly denied the existence of gods and touted the prosperity and power of ancient civilization, they still held a certain sense of awe toward the goddess. However, just how much longer this awe could last was truly an unknown. After all, the various anti-humanitarian experiments and measures carried out by these guys completely contradicted the goddess's philosophy. Or rather, this perfectly fit the name Auschwitz. This was probably one of the reasons why the actions of the Northerners were completely unwelcome. The main point is to agitate domestic emotions, right? After all, only when the people support this war and wave flags cheering for it can it play a role in enhancing national cohesion, right? Karenina said softly while drinking the water in her cup. Therefore, the small fries dispatched to the grassroots to spread all kinds of gossip are the best public opinion controllers. Anyway, as long as we learn from the past freedom of speech of country you and study their double-standard spirit closely, we can probably brainwash the entire nation's people quite easily. Hedgel shrugged, seeming full of confidence. Why don't you just introduce democracy? Wouldn't that flavor be even stronger? Karenina joked. I don't want to be like someone who gets shoved onto a guillotine in broad daylight and has their head chopped off. Besides, if we really were to implement some sort of democracy, it would only result in an autocracy. After all, the number of people in the lower classes is the largest, and among them, the vision of the vast majority is short-sighted. They don't know how to sacrifice immediate interests in exchange for greater interest in the future. Furthermore, it would also lead to sluggish and inconsistent implementation of various policies. It has 100 harms and not a single benefit. Hedgel refuted Karenina using objective facts he had summarized from before. Well, saying it like that isn't wrong either. After all, things like casting ballots truly don't have much meaning. Moreover, the behavior of certain people smearing their opponents just to win votes is quite despicable. Karenina couldn't be bothered to continue arguing either. After all, this was also reality. Anyway, those theocracy knights, let's let them rest for 2 days first. Afterward, I'll disguise myself as a minor official and go ask about their situation and what they know. Who knows, we might even get more interesting information. Hedgel suddenly steered the topic back again. Another routine like that. Suit yourself. I feel like we should be able to extract quite a bit of news if they can cooperate nicely. After pondering slightly and feeling that there shouldn't be any major problems with this matter, Karenina stopped expressing further opinions. 253. Illusion. Tusk. After pondering for a few days, I've finally figured out how to clear out the residual consciousness inside here. I just don't know this called damage to its original functions. At this moment, Alice was fiddling with the magical item in her hand, pondering whether or not she should directly clear out the residual consciousness of others remaining inside the puppet cleared out from the underground facility. It wasn't because she felt this consciousness might be useful and feared regretting it after clearing it out. Rather, she was worried that afterwards, the puppet's control center would be damaged, leading to a decrease in its performance. Her original hope was to thoroughly make this puppet entirely her own, completely and intact. So should she do it or not? Alice was in a bit of a dilemma. If she didn't clear it, Alice wouldn't be able to control the puppet's head. If she cleared it, it might cause irreversible damage to the puppet, or even break it completely. And Alice wouldn't be able to repair it. This truly was a dilemma. Alice laughed at herself self-deprecatingly. But if it's a puppet that cannot be completely possessed by me, what meaning would its existence even have? Section 112. Since I can't have it all to myself, and I can't completely control it, I might as well destroy it. The corners of Alice's mouth curled up into a dangerous arc. It seemed she had already made up her mind. Then, she stood up and attached the magic tool in her hand to the head of the doll lying quietly in front of her. After that, she wove less than 30 mana threads to connect them. This was because she couldn't provide it with too much energy. Providing just enough energy to activate all its components was more than enough. Only in this way could she keep it under her control at all times. So next, it's time to guide it, right? She rubbed her hands together and slowly injected her mana into the doll's body, while simultaneously activating the 2 magic tools attached to the doll's forehead, which looked like patches with containers. Everything was ready. First published on 705u.com Book Club. Now she could only wait and see if this fellow would obediently follow the capture path she had laid out for it, just as she had anticipated. Alice's idea was actually quite simple. She would once again utilize the defense measures inside the burned-out doll, creating a magic tool whose output signal was identical to that of the defense system. When powering the doll, the control center would determine that it needed to erode and subvert the consciousness of the person connecting to it. Afterward, this remnant consciousness would actively execute the erosion command. At this point, the doll would be completely unable to perform any other actions. This was also one of the reasons why Alice was able to control the other dolls to throw it away the first time. Now, she wanted to lure this consciousness entity into the magic tool and capture it. Generally speaking, the mobilized consciousness would follow the shortest path to carry out the instruction, which was why Alice had attached the magic tool to its head. All the theories above were results Alice had deduced by studying the flow of mana inside the doll, combined with her own past experiences. Whether things would actually turn out this way, that would depend on whether the current experiment succeeded. Alice silently established the mana connection completely. In the next instant, the doll's upper body sat upright, but in the blink of an eye, it collapsed back down again, luring the tiger away from the mountain's success. Next, it's my home court, Alice thought to herself silently. Following that, the 2 magic tools attached to the doll's forehead began to flash with a faint purple glow, indicating they had been activated. Alice took this opportunity to split off a small piece of her own consciousness and inject it inside, completely taking over the entire control center. It worked! She cried out in excitement. Afterward, she immediately removed the containers that were still flashing with purple light. It seemed she felt she had won the very moment she grasped the two magic tools in her hands. She felt all the scenes before her eyes dimmed significantly, and in the next instant, what eroded her was a boundless darkness. Where is this? She seemed to have woken up. However, the scene before her was something she had never seen before. Figures dressed in large white robes were holding pen-like objects, constantly recording something. Alice wanted to go over, greet them, and ask where exactly this place was. But no one responded. They were all just busy with their own tasks. It was as if she were transparent. No one heard her shouts, and no one could see her figure. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. She wanted to reach out and grab the clothes of one of the white-robed men. However, her hand grasped nothing but empty air. Was it because she missed? No, she had grabbed it. But her hand passed straight through the white robe. She couldn't understand what lay before her. A ghost? A spirit? Or an illusion? She didn't know. The walls, ceiling, and floor of this space all seemed to be made of metal. The square pendant lights in the center and around the room emitted a deathly pale light, which reflected off the metal walls and became exceptionally glaring. Why am I here? Why did I appear in this place? She kept murmuring to herself. The air here inexplicably carried a sense of vicissitude and decay that had endured through the ages. It was as if the image appearing before her was a distant past that had long been forgotten. She didn't know why she was here, nor did she know what had happened here before. She only knew that the faces of these white-robed men were filled with anxiety, unease, and fear. What were they afraid of? Alice couldn't help but wonder. What were they doing right now? Alice, who had been standing in the corner, began to walk around the space. The monitors placed in the center of the space, which were displaying various numerical values, firmly caught Alice's attention. The red lettering on them seemed to indicate that the news being broadcasted was definitely nothing good. Furthermore, two of the door symbols on them had already been marked with giant red XS, while the remaining two doors that hadn't been crossed out yet were now glowing with a tense yellow color. Were they defending against something? She didn't know. She slowly walked toward the very center of the space. As she walked further in, a light became increasingly glaring, forcing her to half squint her eyes. Not only that, the noisy voices of people grew denser, though she couldn't understand what these people were saying at all. 254. Memory. Resisting the glaring light, she walked step by step to the center of the space. And there, she saw the figure of a young girl who seemed very familiar, but for whom she had absolutely no corresponding memories. Black hair, and her skin was so white, completely devoid of color. Was she human, or a doll? She muttered to herself in her mind. Although she speculated that this girl should be a doll, she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, maybe the person's skin just happened to be a bit unusual. And since she looked so human, maybe she was actually a living person. Because she couldn't touch any of the objects in here at all, combined with the glaring lights, Alice completely lost the ability to judge whether this was a human or a doll. But what on earth is going on here? No matter what, even if it's an illusion, for a completely naked girl to be lying under the lights of a huge crowd of guys in white robes, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Alice almost cried out loud, but then again, she knew very well. No matter what she did here, it would be useless. Because the position she was in now was merely equivalent to that of an observer. She was completely unable to intervene or affect anything inside. It seemed this was just a projection, an image that could make one feel as if they were actually there. She couldn't change anything here, couldn't do anything. This overwhelming sense of helplessness suddenly surged into her heart. Why did she feel this way? Clearly, this matter had basically nothing to do with her. Why did she feel this way? Or rather, did this feeling not originally belong to her, but rather was it imposed upon her? She immediately became alert. A mental attack? Or a forced influence? She didn't know, but necessary precautions still had to be taken. Even if she knew she might not be able to resist it, she still had to take it seriously and not be perfunctory. Who knows? Maybe if she struggled, she might find a way to survive. However, this strange feeling did not appear at all after that. Instead, the surrounding scene began to change. The metal walls began to emit loud crashing noises over and over again. It seemed as if something massive and hard was colliding against the wall. All the lights that had previously emitted glaring white lights suddenly turned red at this moment, flashing repeatedly, tugging at Alice's heartstrings and making her increasingly nervous. The surrounding white-robed men also began to flee in all directions, holding strange objects and letting out terrified screams. However, she couldn't understand the specific words. Moreover, bolters had already begun to appear on the metal walls. There was indeed something hammering against them from the outside. It seemed that thing was about to break in. Alice hurriedly ran to the monitor she had seen earlier that displayed the doors in red XS. Just as expected, all 4 doors were now marked with red excess, meaning they had likely all been breached. At this point, the metal wall seemed to have reached its limit. It let out a piercing groan, as if announcing to the surrounding people that its lifespan was at an end, and it could no longer protect everyone. As if driven by this, the white-robed people became even more frantic. They began holding strange, short black cylinders, shrinking into the corners, unsure of what they were preparing to do. However, 2 of them caught Alice's attention. They were a man and a woman, both wearing white robes and wearing 2 strange pieces of glass over their eyes. Section 113. They did not panic. Instead, they silently picked up the young girl lying on the platform, their eyes filled with deep affection. What kind of emotion was this, exactly? And what kind of relationship was there between them? Alice couldn't help but want to ask. Afterward, they each gently kissed the black-haired girl in turn and then slowly placed her into a large, silver-white box. Throughout the entire process, there was no hesitation or sense of urgency whatsoever. It formed a stark contrast with the wailing of the surrounding metal and the screams and panic of the people. As the lid of the box slowly fell and closed tightly, it then sank into the ground, being transported to who knows where. Only then did the 2 people in white robes feel as though they had fulfilled all their entrusted tasks, and together with their companions, they curled up tightly in the corner of the wall. It seemed as if this matter was supposed to be this way from the very beginning. Just what kind of relationship existed between these 2 people and that young girl? Why were they so calm and composed? What kind of emotion was truly contained within their gazes when they looked at that girl? I do not know. Alice suddenly wanted to curse her own incompetence. Moreover, they also seemed to understand that this so-called struggle was completely useless. Just what was that sense of composure they exuded? Alice was confused. Next, accompanied by an unusually piercing sound of metal shattering ringing in her ears, a massive tongue suddenly appeared in Alice's field of vision. Afterward, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the corner where those white-robed people were curled up. The sounds of explosions, the miserable screams of monsters, and the terrified roars of people all rushed toward Alice at that moment. She happened to be right in the exact center of this space at this time. She could see this beam of light piercing through her own chest time and time again, and then shooting toward those swarming giant monsters that opened their mouths wide enough to swallow 2 people in a single bite. Although those monsters feared these beams of light, they still poured in like a tide from the breaches in the metal walls. This was truly far too crazy. Seemingly unable to cope with the onslaught of this tide-like swarm of monsters, the white-robed people gradually began to suffer casualties. They crawled on the ground, wriggling with palms already stained with their own or their companions' blood. Some people even had only their upper bodies left because their lower bodies had been bitten off by those giant snakes. His internal organs and blood spilled all over the ground, smearing the metal floor. 705u.com, first published by the Reading Club. How glaringly painful this was, how much it made one feel terrified. Alice almost threw up everything she had eaten. However, even if she closed her eyes, these scenes would still appear before her eyes. They could not be erased, could not be blocked, and could not be expelled. She didn't even have a way to run out, and could only watch helplessly as these extremely bloody and horrifying scenes played out right before her eyes. This was simply a hellish spectacle that a normal person could completely not endure. Until the very last person was swallowed by the bloody maws of these fellows. Only then did these scenes come to an abrupt halt. 255. Futile. This was a purely white space, and everything around seemed to be white. There were no impurities, nor did anything else exist within it. It was as if this was nothingness. As for Alice, she was floating within this space. This was completely different from the dark red seas mixed with an intense bloody stench just moments ago. Had that kind of scene just now really ever appeared? Alice couldn't help falling into a momentary trance. She didn't know what she had encountered in the first place, or why she had seen that kind of imagery. Nor did she know why she had suddenly come here. Things were truly growing increasingly bizarre, although she also understood that this thing was a mental contamination. However, what was the purpose of this primary contaminator? Why did it want to do this? What on earth was it aiming for by showing her these scenes? A series of questions had already surged into her mind at this moment. She seemed completely unable to remember what she had originally been doing, and what had led to the emergence of this situation. Her memories at this time still remained in the period of her own woodland cabin. Just what kind of situation was this? She looked around this white space, wanting to find any clues hidden within it. However, all around her, aside from the blinding white, there was still only white. No other things existed. If she had to say what else existed within it, it would probably be the boundless silence, right? Until a cold and stiff female voice appeared within this pure white space, shattering the silence. Why did you come here? The voice even carried an echo, reverberating within this white space, while inexplicably taking on a sort of ethereal feeling. I don't know either. Also, who were you? Did you pull me into here? Alice raised her head, answering that stiff-sounding fellow while attempting to search for her trace. But she gained nothing. "Ah, that's right. Your memories haven't been returned to you yet." That female voice seemed to have only just remembered a very important matter. However, her tone was still stiff to the extreme, because within this sentence there was not a single shred of pitch variation. It was just like writing characters one by one on a piece of paper, and then bafflingly reading them aloud according to the phonetic symbols annotated above. In short, that was a robotic reading. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Alice couldn't help muttering inwardly. Moreover, returning memories. What on earth is this fellow doing to me? In the next instant, a warm current injected from her neck interrupted her thoughts. Following this warm current, fragments of memory also surged into her mind like a torrent. "It seems I've remembered something." She swallowed her saliva, sorting through these continuously surging memory fragments over and over again, piecing and reorganizing them piece by piece. And it was amidst this reorganization work that she gradually recalled what she had actually done. Evading trouble. Ruins, a special puppet, a residual consciousness. She recalled all of these matters without a single exception. The threads of memory were connecting with one another, splicing together, and combining with one another. What finally presented itself in her mind was all the truth she had experienced during this period of time. And the more she recalled what she had done, the more terrified she felt about her current situation. When touching that magical item containing the residual consciousness, that remaining consciousness broke through the isolation barrier and directly eroded my primary consciousness. Moreover, it even succeeded. Then this place should also be the interior of that residual consciousness. And the scenes I had just seen were actually a part of that conscious entity's memories. This really was far too crazy. Her body was trembling slightly, and she didn't know whether she was excited or terrified. The corners of her mouth also began to curve upward into a strange arc, and it was unclear whether she truly wanted to laugh wildly or if she was experiencing a mental breakdown. Miracles are impossible to appear, whether in the past, the present, or the future. That cold voice inexplicably sounded once again within the space. It was still a thoroughly robotic reading. "You just flipped through my memories, didn't you? Do you have some opinion about this sentence?" Alice looked around her surroundings once more, still wanting to find that conscious entity of residual consciousness. "I have no other meaning. It's just that I also agree with this sentence. Miracles do not exist to begin with. They did not exist in the past, do not exist in the present, and will not exist in the future either. If they existed, they wouldn't have just died here like this." Yet that cold voice inexplicably carried a trace of elusive resentment to this moment. Although she could not understand the reason behind it, Alice still felt that her thoughts should be the same as her own. "Did you learn to use the current language by peeking into my memories?" Since she didn't sense any malice from her, Alice still decided to maintain this crumbling, ordinary state of mind to converse with her. "Yes, but correspondingly, you should have also seen a portion of my memories. That conscious entity did not conceal this in the slightest. Then since that's the case, can you let me out of here? You should also know that it was I who saved you from the large box and supplied you with magic power so that you could resume operation. Isn't it a bit bad to treat your own benefactor like this?" Well, without saying too much else, preserving one's life was the most important thing. This was the home turf of this conscious entity. No matter what, it was quite disadvantageous for Alice. It would be better to escape from here quickly. Otherwise she might not even know how she died. However, she didn't hold much expectation for this. All right. Yet that conscious entity was quite straightforward, giving a direct and affirmative answer. Hey, does this fellow have something wrong with her head?" Alice almost let out a fierce inner retort, but she still forcibly swallowed it down. After all, since she was willing to let her out, wouldn't that be a huge blessing? How could she possibly not accept it honestly? In the next instant, along with a blur before her eyes, she closed her eyes. And when she opened her eyes once more, what appeared before her was a ceiling illuminated by the glowing light of magic, not exactly familiar, but definitely not entirely unfamiliar either. "All right, I'm back." She slowly rose from the floor, while also feeling glad that she had cleaned this place sparkling clean beforehand. Otherwise, her body would probably be covered in dust right now. Section 114. She slowly shifted her gaze toward the platform where the puppet was located, only to find that, aside from two of her own magical items, it was completely empty. Alice hurriedly looked around, only to discover that the puppet was now pacing back and forth inside the room Alice used as a workshop, seeming to be reminiscing about something. Great, there must be a hidden energy source. Once the consciousness entity returned to normal, it could move on its own. Moreover, the consciousness entity had returned inside the puppet. All efforts up to now had completely gone to waste. Sad, Alice let out a long, haggard sigh in her heart. 256. Suitable. Next I have to assemble all those workpieces again for testing, though I feel like the possibility of finding suitable parts in there is very low. After a whole day of rest yesterday, Karenina finally perked up again and prepared to start working. In short, ever since the sun rose yesterday, she hadn't done a single serious thing. However, well, this was somewhat understandable as she stayed up all night again. Wouldn't her biological clock get completely messed up afterwards? If she had to say, she could only blame Hitchell for dragging her back to her room without authorization. Definitely. Moreover, during this night's sleep, that strange dream and the herself with rare eyes and fangs did not appear. This also gave her a rare good night's sleep. MMHG, it looked like everything was ready. Right now, it was finally time for the judgment of these parts groups tilde. Karenina acted Chunabu for once, and then began staring at that huge pile of neatly arranged wooden boxes. It seemed that they were indeed no different except for the numbers on the boxes, but the quality of the parts inside varied wildly. Afterward, she seemed to find one of the boxes rather pleasing to the eye. So she immediately hugged it over, and after opening the box, her eyes lit up. She felt as if she had pulled an SSR. Wow, this polish, this texture, how on earth did they pull this off? Karenina stared at the metal components inside the box reflecting the light of the magic lamp, and her mood instantly improved. She felt the cold touch of these metal parts, while stroking them over and over again, savoring the smooth sensation. This texture really made her feel like she was back in the past. A home just tidying up these fancy things is useless. If they are still unusable in the end, the result can only be getting thrown away. She forced herself to compose her thoughts, and then carefully took all these parts out of the box. These things, if looked at by him before he came here, should be quite ordinary and nothing to be surprised about. But right now these things were treasures. She was extremely careful, with high concentration, slowly installing these parts one by one into the interior of the huge machine that had been disassembled. Fearing that her negligence would cause irreparable damage to these shiny little fellows, and after a rare meticulous assembly, she finally closed the outermost casing, but she still left a small opening to facilitate her observation of the internal operation. Afterward, she gently wiped the bean-sized sweat beads oozing from her forehead. Her face was slightly flushed, and she didn't know whether it was from excitement or tension. Other things aside, she could only hope that this gadget could live up to its appearance. Thinking of this, she pressed the button, and the next instant, along with the sound of cascading water, appeared inside the room. The start-up sound of the seemingly not-so-large machine also slowly sounded. It seemed that the lubricating oil was quite sufficient, so there wasn't much noise. It was just rotating quietly, which was also proof of its smooth operation. This was truly quite rare. She swallowed her saliva, her eyes closely staring at the rotation of the gears and shafts. Her ears also carefully listened to the sound of this mechanical rotation. Smooth, no abnormal sounds, the machine was quite tight, and overall it was still quite stable. Karenina seemed quite satisfied with this, but this was under low-speed conditions. What if the speed was a bit higher? This thought suddenly appeared in Karenina's heart. After all, the current energy supply still relied on the high-level water tank at the top of the palace releasing water, and then using the kinetic energy the water possessed when it reached the basement to drive the machinery. This could only manage to drive this machine to operate at low speed. What if it was replaced with an internal combustion engine powered by magic crystals? The thoughts in Karenina's heart grew increasingly swollen. Then no sooner said than done. She seemed completely unable to suppress this thought. The sounds here are really a bit peculiar, and in another corner of the imperial city. Sophia was sitting on a chair, looking around the room she was in, listening to the sounds coming from outside the courtyard. Crackling sounds, explosions, the roar of warriors, piercing through the air, continuously transmitting towards them. However, well, just this volume wouldn't affect rest and sleep. As long as the window was closed, nothing could be heard either. However, Sophie wanted to listen carefully to what level these imperial guards of the cabbage India roughly possessed. However, analyzing from the current situation, they should be quite powerful. Just from the explosions containing powerful magic fluctuations, one should know that these guys were definitely not some weak, fragile little foot soldiers. If other combat units could also have this level. Suddenly it felt like surrendering right now, and choosing the Cabbage Empire was simply wonderful. She couldn't help secretly rejoicing in her heart. At the same time, her heart was also filled with curiosity. Exactly what kind of weapon was it? What on earth were they holding in their hands? Those crackling sounds, much smaller than the explosions. The sound was very dense. It should be a bunch of soldiers using them at the same time. But were these things just loud in sound? Completely don't know. Previously, when she was in the theocracy, she had only heard that the Cabbage Empire had equipped new weapons, but those intelligence officers kept quiet about their power. Whenever asked, they would just perfunctorily reply with a meaningless phrase like "under investigation." Thinking back now, were they scared? Sophia seemed to increasingly feel that this possibility was very high. This also showed that the weapons currently equipped by the Cabbage Empire could be said to be sufficient to cause damage or destruction to the knight armor she once cherished incomparably. She probably understood how panicked those old guys were when they learned about this matter. Then as for the living conditions here, it was still considered quite good. Everything that should be there was there, and the daily meals were quite exquisite. Except for not being able to go out at will, everything else could be considered perfect. At least in terms of treating surrendered personnel, they were still quite excellent. However, the main purpose was probably just to stabilize us. Sophia wasn't stupid enough not to even see through this kind of thing. It's just that it's probably within these couple of days. That Emperor should also send people over to ask us about intelligence regarding the interior of the theocracy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it was better to sort out one source a bit. Otherwise, answering stutteringly at that time will also make people look down on one. 257. Troublesome matters. Emma made she tell that I didn't expect you to actually agree with this idea of mine, and in a completely inconspicuous small corner of this continent, 3 people were walking side by side on this not-so-fat path. Among them, that silver-haired lowly was bouncing and skipping all the way, seeming to be in quite a good mood. Didn't you say yourself that you wanted to do these? As long as you don't drag out those extremely perverted props, other props that fit the current situation can be sold as you please. And the original black-haired man had changed into travel attire at this time, responding to the big lowly's question. MMHG, I still have the sense of propriety. Rather than saying I want to run out and open a shop, it's more like I just want to come out and stroll around. After all, having stayed inside for too long, I'm almost going to mold, the big lowly explained softly. If it's like this, I think Elder Sister can try. And the blonde maiden beside the black-haired man tried to offer some suggestions to the big lowly. Things like this kind of cult or religion are really unnecessary. Such things not to mention whether I want to do it. Even if you let me do it, I probably couldn't manage it. After all, I don't have a kind heart like yours. When I see something unpleasant, I just crush it to death and call it a day, completely lacking any thought of reconciliation. Before the blonde maiden could finish speaking, the big lowly had completely guessed what she wanted to say. After all, it had been so many years, if she still couldn't guess it, she must have rocks in her head. That's not right. Actually, what's interesting is not solving these problems one by one, but listening to the people from all over this continent recount what they've experienced and their sufferings, and then seeking guidance. And you only need to give a general direction, and then watch how things gradually develop in a good direction. That warm feeling is quite wonderful. The blonde girl revealed a satisfied smile once again at this moment. If I have to say, it's still the same as before. I completely don't think this kind of thing is fun at all. But the big lowly completely failed to understand the blonde maiden's thoughts. However, this was also normal. In this aspect, the brain circuits of the 2 people could be said to be completely different. Compared to dealing with these extremely troublesome trivial matters all day long, she was much more willing to lie on the sofa and act like a caterpillar. And even if she was truly startled to the extreme and wanted to go out and stir up some trouble, she would never make a huge fuss. Instead, she would seek out quietly, do some small business, and find some amusement. After all, she didn't make a living by doing business anyway. Every day she just opened a shop, lay there waiting for customers to come to her, and incidentally fostered some interpersonal relationships. This small circle communication mode was what she liked best. This probably could be considered a conceptual issue. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as no major problems arise in this world, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you want to directly carry out so-called humane destruction on those guys calling themselves Auschwitz. This point is still strictly prohibited. As he spoke, the black-haired man pulled the big lowly's cheek again, trying to make her completely abandon these unrealistic thoughts. And on the blonde maiden's face hung a helpless smile as she watched the scene before her. I knew. Until the big lowly completely behaved, the black-haired man released his hand. But if I have to say, these guys are very likely to repeat the same mistakes. If we don't intervene. But after the pain on her face subsided slightly, the big lowly raised an objection once again. Didn't you pull a labourer over from next door earlier? If he fails, it won't be too late for us to clean up that bunch of good-for-nothings. Section 115. The dark-haired man reached out and gave the big lowly a gentle tap on the head. He also stroked her long silver hair along the way. If one ignored the colour of her hair, they looked like the spitting image of a family of 3, but reality was just a tiny bit beyond everyone's expectations. As for where the three of them were headed, naturally, it was to casually find a small town with convenient transportation, buy a couple of houses on a whim, and remodel them along the way. After that, they would just display all kinds of relatively ordinary magic items that the big lowly had whipped up over the years, and naturally, that would count as opening for business. Anyway, there weren't any business licenses or anything like that here, so naturally it was just that simple. But to be honest, the tax on selling magic items was a bit high. However, they didn't care about these things, and the place closest to them right now that met their requirements would probably be Caitlina City in the Cabbage Empire, right? Although this region used to belong to the Thuroni Kingdom, just recently, wasn't this wretched country annexed? So its affiliation now naturally belonged to the Cabbage Empire, and their purpose was quite simple: to come out and do cough, 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 clear their minds. Honest, it looks like this thing is still quite usable. That settles it. First, record the number of this box in the little notebook till to then find that craftsman as long as we do this here. Inside the Imperial City, Karenina, who had completed her mechanical testing and had no idea what big trouble had already arrived in the country, once again wore a creepily enthusiastic smile. However, she couldn't really be blamed for this. After all, the current result was already beyond her expectations. Previously, she had still been wondering what she should do if not a single one in this batch was viable, and now that she had discovered usable parts, she naturally had every reason to smile. Even when driven by a magical internal combustion engine, it can still operate normally till just how good must the craftsman's eyesight and fingers be. Thinking of this, the image of an immortal-looking, white-bearded old man sitting at a desk, meticulously carving his individual parts, and then carefully polishing them, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A sense of reverence welled up deep within her heart. How should she put it? In this image, there were both correct and incorrect parts, and the misconceptions made up the majority. But well, since that was how she thought, let her be. Then let's dismantle these things first, and have someone move them back later. Anyway, the results won't be posted until the day after tomorrow. Let me see whether there are any parts in the remaining boxes that meet my requirements, Tilda. Feeling that she had already secured her baseline, Karenina was naturally in a great mood. After all, the question of whether there are any had already been resolved. What remained was solving the question of can there be more? She stared at the slightly dimming dusk, and her fighting spirit flared up once again. 258. Number. Very happy. In the dining room, Hedgel watched Karenina's smile while sipping his tea and asked in a low voice, "Of course I'm happy." After all the previous preparations weren't in vain. Karenina herself responded with a beaming smile. "Ooh, didn't I say before not to worry, and that we would definitely be able to find capable craftsmen?" Hedgel offered another hindsight remark, though he had indeed said such words previously. "Tusk, then tell me, why were you so certain beforehand?" Karenina blinked her large eyes, staring intently at Hedgel, seemingly feeling that he must have a good explanation. "That is only natural. The Cabbage Empire is vast and abounds in resources, possessing all sorts of wonders." But Hedgel had no intention of answering directly at all. Instead, he dropped an ancient saying. "I thought you were so confident and must have profound insights, but instead you utter such arrogant words here. I have never seen such a shameless person." Karenina naturally played along with Hedgel's performance. After all, if one had to act like an honest person to such a joke and bite the salty, straight talk, it would truly be too boring. However, since this dialogue was in a language that didn't belong to this world, the servant standing by the door could only tell that the two of them were smiling quite happily. Their relationship seemed to have gotten even better. They all thought to themselves inwardly, but none of them spoke out loud, merely watching quietly from the side. If they spoke out, Miss Karenina might restrain herself quite a bit out of shyness. In that case, wouldn't the things they could see become even fewer? No matter what, this was something worth rejoicing over for the entire nation. If because of my reckless action, the other colleagues could no longer see such a beautiful scene, wouldn't she be tantamount to committing a heinous crime? This was what they were thinking at the moment. After releasing a bit of that laughter, Hedgel handed a tissue to Karenina while wiping the tea that had spilled slightly from the corner of his own mouth. "Well, when all is said and done, how on earth did you know that there would be the talent I wanted in here? It couldn't possibly be just that line vast and rich in resources, with all sorts of wonders from earlier, right? That would truly make you arrogant and blind to everyone else, just like the rulers of a certain dynasty." Karenina wiped away the tea stains as she asked in a low voice. "Naturally, it's still information synthesis. I only discovered it while investigating some craftsmen with relatively high technical proficiency. Because their carving skills are exceptionally good, I felt there was a high probability that these two people could handle the job." This time, Hedgel didn't keep her in suspense. and honestly stated the reason. So these were made by two people. Karenina was also somewhat surprised. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the box number should be 64. One large and one small, one male and one female. This is a pair of blacksmiths. Wait a minute. Karenina interrupted Hedgel's speech before he could react. Huh? What's wrong? Hedgel was slightly bewildered. No, the box I just got has the number 66 on it. Because people always say things like everything goes smoothly with double sixes, I picked 66 to see if I could get any good stuff out of it, and as it turned out, I happened to hit the jackpot tilde. At the mere thought of this, the corners of Karenina's mouth began to turn upward unconsciously again. In other words, the one you've confirmed is usable right now is not the one I thought had the highest possibility. Hearing this, Hedgel immediately perked up. After all, this could be said to be a result that was outside his expectations, yet from another angle, within his expectations. Because the individuals he originally estimated might be usable were precisely the pair. As a result, a second group was found here instead. Hey, does this mean we can add 2 more labourers? Karenina's laughter grew even more eerie. I suppose so, Hedgel said uncertainly. 66, huh? I remember this person was just an ordinary girl with no prior experience as a blacksmith, right? He had thought she was just someone coming to try her luck, and letting her give it a shot was no big deal. But he hadn't expected this person to actually have some tricks up her sleeve. Rather interesting. The corners of Hedgel's mouth curled up unconsciously again. Then let's observe her a bit more later. Let's see if she truly possesses these abilities, or rather what is her limit. Perhaps even more value could be squeezed out of her. Since she could be squeezed, why not squeeze her? Hedgel's thoughts were increasingly leaning toward the bourgeoisie. Then, the modernization reform of the military can be accelerated. As long as we can get these two groups of people willing to keep working, producing more mechanical equipment, and then rely on this mechanical equipment to produce parts to manufacture even more machines and weaponry, this is an excellent method of reproduction. Karenina slowly put down her teacup with hands that were trembling slightly from excitement, then tried her best to speak in a calm voice. The reform of the military establishment is currently underway. As for the pilot project you mentioned regarding raising the knowledge level of the labor force, building transportation networks, and strengthening the nation's transportation capabilities, they're also in preparation. Hedgel lapsed into official jargon at this moment, calling the popularization of basic education raising the cultural level of the labor force. There's probably no one else who can spin it like you. Karenina stared at Hedgel, her eyes devoid of highlights and carrying utter disdain. If this goes on for long, you're bound to be overthrown by the angry proletariat. Oh, I don't think that will happen, because what we are doing right now is paving the way for the well-being of future proletarian labourers. Only when current productivity is extremely abundant can we possibly achieve socialism. Hedgel began his usual rhetoric once again. His empty promises were still as slick as ever. Then we'll just have to see how well you control people's hearts by then. Karenina silently sighed, not wishing to discuss these things any further. After all, when all is said and done, the one who was bound to lose in the end was definitely herself. She certainly didn't want to be crushed by higher dimensions once again in terms of knowledge level and debate skills. Rest assured, at least regarding the control of the military, I will never hand it over. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. This phrase will never go out of style. Hedgel seemed quite confident in himself. However, he had the capital to be so. After all, being able to pull off a practical coup under such a troublesome situation was already enough to demonstrate his ability. If someone who completely understood nothing about political maneuvers were to take charge, he probably wouldn't even know how they died. 256. The unknown truth. Inside that strange underground facility in the Highland Principality, Alice was closely following the doll that had already begun acting on its own. Although she didn't know what on earth this guy wanted to do, but following her was bound to be the right choice. Since she had been on standby here since goodness knows how many years ago, she should also know how to use quite a few of the equipment here. Sure enough, she quickly walked up to a large door. Then she quickly opened something box-like located beside the door, and inside it, a light green glow was still flashing. Section 116. I really do not know why these devices can still operate so normally even after such a long time. With a blank expression, she tapped on the glowing green panel, and the exact moment she stopped, accompanied by a strange ding-dong sound, the metal door slowly began to rise on its own. At the same time, the doll used her icy gaze to signal Alice to go in together. What is this fellow's goal anyway? Alice muttered inwardly, but in the end, she still followed along. As expected, Everything around was pitch black, but slightly different from the outside. There was almost no dust on the floor inside. This made Alice a little surprised, but the doll had completely no intention of stopping to wait for Alice. She silently walked to the very front of this spacious space, swiftly tapping on the control panel in the dark that still had a crisp rebound effect. Hearing this commotion, Alice also slowly approached, but accompanied by an ancient language completely unlike a human voice, seemingly coming from the loudspeaker on the ceiling. The surrounding space was instantly illuminated by this dazzling white light. This is... Alice's eyes narrowed slightly, involuntarily letting out this question. Emergency mode. The original energy supply system has been damaged due to Vasek's attack. Now, backup liquid mana is used as energy to supply the entire facility. And the doll replied in that stiff voice as before. Now I want to ask, what is your name? After recovering slightly from the dazzling light, Alice asked her, are you asking for the name of this doll, or the name of me? After a brief silence, she asked with a rare voice carrying a hint of doubt. You, Alice responded straightforwardly. After all, right now compared to this doll, she was even more interested in this conscious entity. Translated into the meaning of your language, it should be Zero. As for why I got this name specifically, I cannot answer the specific reason because it involves confidentiality. Even if the entire civilization has been destroyed, is this still classified? Alice said with a hint of puzzlement. Yes, because this might lead to the complete destruction of the current civilization. Therefore, the truth behind this name must continue to be sealed. Zero's answering voice was also quite serious and resolute. She should not be joking. Alice also did not want to continue dwelling on this issue. Then what do you plan to do next? Thus, she decisively began to change the subject. Didn't you previously want to control this doll? This can be handed over to you, but correspondingly, you are not allowed to mess with the glass tubes in those rooms at the end of this corridor. If you touch them, bear the consequences at your own risk. Zero's voice seemed even more serious than before. As for the reason, Alice could probably guess a part of it. The things stored in those test tubes were quite dangerous. If accidentally broken, she might be sent straight to see her grandmother. When she first saw them before, Alice had this thought, and now, here at Zero, it received a considerable degree of verification. Rest assured, I will not touch those things indiscriminately. Afterwards, she also replied with an extremely serious tone. Also, as long as I do not mess with those test tubes, can I occupy this underground facility? She asked tentatively. As long as you completely seal the rooms over there, you can toss and turn with the rest as you please. Since in your memory, Yahara has been destroyed, whatever they have left is naturally onerous. First come, first served, is that not normal? Although this sentence was a question, she said it perfectly in the form of a declarative sentence. And also, what does this usually rely on for power supply? Geothermal, but the control system was damaged, so the entire power supply system stopped operating. If you want to repair it, I can also help. Wait, why do you want to help me? Realizing that things were developing in a strange direction, Alice hurriedly asked this fellow who called herself Zirabajan. I said, first come, first served. Since you discovered me first and successfully defeated my built-in defense facilities, you are naturally my owner. Zero said expressionlessly. But are you not human? Why do you treat yourself as an object? Alice could not help frowning. Although I used to be human, after receiving the appointment from the biological engineering department, I became an object that obeys commands. What is the biological engineering department? Sorry, insufficient authority. She replied expressionlessly, and this voice sounded so harsh to Alice. Aren't you my property now? Why can't you even answer my question? Because you failed to provide the decryption key when opening the containment box. Therefore, only the manipulation authority for this type of doll entity and partial structural authority of the facility are provided to you. Other authorities involving higher secrets are not open. Zero answered coldly, as if she was simply informing Alice of a matter completely unrelated to herself. The doubts have increased. Alice cursed inwardly. What on earth is this biological engineering department? Is it a special department? Or rather were the fellows who created the giant beasts of Auschwitz originally them? But why did they intervene in the manufacture of dolls? Why? She only felt that she was approaching a dark truth from 1,000 years ago, that she could never lift its final veil. This feeling was truly unbearable. She gazed at the doll in front of her who called herself Zero. She could not help letting out a soft sigh. Well, let us tidy up this place first. Perhaps afterwards I will come into contact with even more bizarre things. She firmly believed so in her heart, without a single shred of doubt. 260. It really is exactly as that fella Hedgel said. This thing numbered 64 is not bad either. It is just that its appearance cannot compare to number 66. In the morning, Karenina fiddled with these small parts one by one, and her mood was naturally very good. After all, this also meant the starting speed when manufacturing various new equipment could be faster, and large-scale deployment would be easier. Just thinking about the firearms and artillery that could be mass-equipped in the future, Karenina could not help feeling much better. As the copper-cased bullets, I remember Kedge's copper reserves should be quite high, right? Anyway, let us just go with steel-core copper-cased bullets. Although the lethality to personnel might not be very high, after all, steel cores are unlike lead cores. They will not easily shatter in the human body and then cause larger-scale damage. But what they will face in the future are armored lizard men. Therefore, a steel core might be a better choice. Since the stamping machine can be put together, the bullet production line can also start being put together. And then it is to build more reliable transportation lines with high transportation efficiency. However, transportation tools currently still have to rely on animal power such as horse-drawn carriages and ox carts. After all, the previous tractor concept is not yet completed. Suspension facilities like tracks have not been completely finished yet. Even if it is finished, various subsequent debugging will definitely be indispensable. Karenina seemed to see her future of infinite overtime as expected. I still need to pay attention to resting. Otherwise, I might really collapse. Then that fellow will definitely run over again, under the guise of visiting a patient, to take advantage. And ma'am, it will definitely be like this. Karenina's direction of thought was rapidly shifting toward a bizarre direction. Fire prevention, lightning prevention, hedgehog prevention. This idea has gradually taken shape in her mind and what should be done with these remaining boxes. Do you want me to take them apart and put them back together again? After ending her wild fantasies, Karenina stared blankly at this row of wooden boxes behind her. Every time she took apart the machinery and then reassembled it, it was a torment. Not only did she have to keep turning screws, but she also had to pay attention to the order of sequence. Where could be disassembled first and where could not be disassembled? Where to be a little careful during disassembly, otherwise she would hear the sound of parts falling to the ground. Not only that, every time the disassembly was completed, her hands and clothes would always be stained with a layer of lubricating oil. This made one quite uncomfortable. I really want to take a bath. This feeling of oil stains all over the body is truly unbearable, she lamented inwardly. But in the end, she still honestly carried out the inspection. Anyway, this was also the result of their efforts. If she were to stop perfunctorily dealing with it just because of her own laziness acting up, that would be too disrespectful to these craftsmen. It looks like those fish have taken the bait, Hedgel said with amusement while looking at the report handed over by Vreel. Yes, from the current perspective, the nobles of the Kevila Empire are implementing their plan, and from the current perspective, they completely do not realize our existence. Section 117. Isn't this quite good? What about Kleena? Did she believe those nobles' nonsense? Hedgel put down the report and softly asked Vreel. I'm sure, but from the current perspective, the component of belief probably takes up a larger share. Because she didn't tear up that document submitted by the nobles, but instead kept it carefully. She might just harbor some doubts right now, but she will definitely believe those nobles' nonsense later on. Vreel expressed her own view unreservedly. Is that so? Then it's still a bit interesting. At least she still has the most basic suspicion. If she were just a naive girl who directly accepted the nobles' peace treaty that is completely an empty check, then she would be the true genuine idiot. She wouldn't even have the qualification to be used as a political bargaining chip, Hedgel said without leaving the slightest bit of mercy. Or rather, there was simply no need to show any mercy. However, if one really had to say it, one could not solely blame Kleena for her insufficient capability. After all, in that kind of environment, where dark secrets were constant and imperial power and noble power were inextricably intertwined, it was truly too hard on her. And now, there was also this tyrannical foreign enemy invading. It was also forgivable for her to treat these so-called surrendering nobles as a life-saving straw. Only did she really know what results her doing this would lead to. Hedgel felt that she definitely did not know. If she knew, then she would not hold any expectations toward this group of trash-named nobles. One can only say, fortunately Hedgel still needed the Kevila Empire as a large shield right now, allowing him to quietly make a fortune and strive to develop both industry and agriculture, while strengthening his military power. Otherwise he probably wouldn't care what happened to Kleena either, and might even seize the opportunity to hit a person who is down and annex a large piece of land on the border of the Kevila Empire. After all, since he was sitting in this position, he shouldn't consider too many meaningless benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Of course, internally he still had to use such pretexts to appease the people, and externally, he would use every possible means to achieve strategic objectives. However, toward guys who could be won over, he still had to give a little benefit. For example, the Kavila Empire shortly after. They're leaving soon. One could hear the horn sounds of the noble coalition's army launching an attack on Kavila's imperial capital, right? Hedgel was looking forward to the arrival of this day. After all, this was an important step in his strategy. Besides the matters over at Kavila, is there anything else to report? Hedgel stretched lazily and softly asked Vril, and there is currently the closure of the East City Gate has been completed and the road repair work is underway. The budget is being implemented according to what you calculated previously. It is expected to be completely finished within half a month. Isn't this quite good? Is there any problem? Hedgel furrowed his brow slightly instead. No, mainly, if excavation is carried out there, what the matter of those underground passages? Vril appeared a bit hesitant. Won't I have carefully studied the location covered by that section of the road? It just so happens there are no passages below. Excavation can proceed normally. As long as the road surface isn't expanded too much, generally nothing will happen. Besides right now, that passage generally won't be used anymore either. Hedgel said affirmatively. So that's how it is. Pardon my presumption. And Vril bowed deeply once more. If there's nothing else, you can withdraw first. By the way, help me prepare a set of official garments for an interrogator. I'm going to go check on the situation of those church defectors in a moment. Hedgel finally instructed Vril in a low voice. 261. Interrogation. This clothing. Although there's nothing wrong with the colour, it seems a bit too flashy. It should probably be a bit more concise. Hedgel surveyed his current attire, while even wanting to propose modifications. However, none of this was important. Right now, what he looked forward to the most was just how much useful intelligence these knights could provide him. Intelligence, such a thing, the more the better. Disliking having too much intelligence, that would truly be a big problem, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Hedgel's mouth curled up involuntarily again. Afterwards, with relaxed steps, he walked toward the room where that bunch of defectors was placed under house arrest. As for the previous notice, it had at most only said, an interrogator will come in a little while. Please prepare yourself to respond. Just to that extent. After all, if Hedgel were to question them directly in the identity of the supreme ruler, that would actually be bad. As for why he was unwilling to delegate others to interrogate them, it was purely because he was a little bit uneasy. 705u.com first published by the Reading Club. It wasn't that he was afraid they would leak secrets. It was just in terms of methods, they probably wouldn't be able to use the most efficient ones. Moreover, if these knights proposed any conditions, they would definitely have to report it layer by layer up to him. That would simply be equivalent to wasting time. Anyway, he had some free time right now, and since Karenina was working hard over there, it wouldn't be good for him to go and disturb her directly. After all, as long as he went over, the two of them would likely bicker again, affecting work efficiency. Rather than that, it was better to simply go do some work with more practical significance. Is anyone there? If anyone is there, please open the door. Hedgel came to the door of the room where the leader of this large brigade of knights was placed under house arrest, knocked on the door ceremoniously, and asked a sentence. After all, if there was no one inside, that would be the real big problem. Following a response that could not be considered loud, this heavy wooden door slowly opened, and appearing before Hedgel was a young girl with a head of dazzling golden hair. Tusk, but compared to Karenina's, the colour was still a bit lighter. Hedgel couldn't help clicking his tongue inwardly, but naturally wouldn't let this kind of thought show on the outside. Hello, Knight Commander Sophia. I am the official who has come this time to take charge of understanding your situation. Just call me Bude. Hedgel's face still hung with that ceremonial smile, and the words in his mouth didn't have any problems either. As for this Sophia's name, he had long since seen it from the documents. In summary, the current Hedgel looked no different from an ordinary minor official. Hello, I am Sophia, the former Knight Commander of the 13th Knight Brigade of the Riston Church. May I ask what you wish to inquire about? Sophia also wore that ceremonial smile and softly inquired, and Hedgel gently closed that heavy wooden door and locked it tight. Then, Miss Sophia, sensible people don't speak in riddles. How much do you understand about the situation inside the church? On Hedgel's face, the original smiling mask had already been removed at this moment, replaced by a calm face with a slight coercive pressure. This also explained that this so-called game of chess had already begun at this moment. Just what conditions would she propose? Money? High official positions? Or in the future becoming the actual controller of that region of the Riston theocracy? Hedgel already had a few conjectures in his heart at this moment, and he was already prepared with countermeasures for when she proposed these conditions. After all, right now it was just writing empty checks. No matter how high her asking price was, Hedgel could give a reply that satisfied her. But later on, whether this check could be cashed or not, that was another story. If her asking price was low enough and easy to satisfy, Hedgel would still be very willing to realize it. After all, she provided him with sufficient and useful information, which she deserved. And if she pushed her luck and asked for too much, then he could only let her know what it meant to be committed suicide. Two-handed preparations will never lose out. Yes, if it's the specific situation inside the night order, I still know quite a bit. At least, which area each night brigade is currently deployed in and what their specific combat strength is, I'm quite clear about. Sophia nodded quite affirmatively. Then as a condition of exchange, what do you need? We will do our utmost to provide it for you. Hedgel quickly tossed out the second question instead. We don't need anything else. As long as your army completely tears apart that bloody and decadent theocracy, just let me and my subordinate knights return to normal life. Just like ordinary commoners one by one, she was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and softly said to Hedgel, You really only want this. Whether it's money or power and feasts within an acceptable range, they can all be given, you know. Hedgel furrowed his brow instead. Indeed, the things this fellow wanted was simply too strange. Generally speaking, when having this kind of opportunity, wouldn't people usually want money and treasures? And for a larger one, they would want some power and some fiefs. Hedgel could understand all of these, and he would also satisfy them discretionarily. But this kind of craving for a normal life, what kind of operation was this again? Hedgel's mind suddenly couldn't quite wrap around it. This is our true thought, because if we continue to stay inside that church and act as those completely meaningless knight commanders and knights, that is precisely a desecration of the gods, an indifference to life, and the annihilation of human nature. Sophia answered Hedgel affirmatively and unerringly, using a firm voice. Can you tell me in detail? Why is this? On the exterior, Hedgel still maintained that sort of calmness, but in his heart, he had already been full of questions for a long time. Venturing the risk of being discovered, then being hunted down, and afterwards being hanged. Running into our country's territory and still having to be restricted in movement, enduring this kind of pain and trouble. In the end, not for money, not for profit, purely for a peaceful life. There really is some capable person here who left a trick up her sleeve. Hedgel had even begun a completely unstoppable internal monologue in his heart. If you want to listen, Sophia swallowed her saliva and answered softly. I'm all ears. Hedgel naturally answered immediately as well. He actually wanted to listen well to what kind of matter could make such a seemingly normal girl speak such a long passage of words that completely baffled him. In the view of the theocracy's believers, a knight commander should be an honorable and sacred position, right? After all, they are only beneath the commander of the knight order, which is equivalent to a general of your esteemed country. Using a self-deprecating tone, Sophia explained to Hedgel the reason for making such a move. 262. Forgotten? However, aside from those high-ranking personnel of the church, no one knows what kind of filthy and despicable things these so-called respectable people are actually doing. The more Sophia spoke, the more emotional she became. Please speak slowly. I will engrave everything I hear in my heart and report it truthfully. Section 118. Meanwhile, Hedgel offered words of comfort while wondering just how many heinous and atrocious deeds these fellows from theocracy had committed, leading the upper echelons equivalent to a Department of National Defense to feel repulsed, disgusted, and even want to flee. Tusk, tusk, tusk. It looks like this dirt is going to be absolutely explosive, and it will definitely bring a massive negative impact to theocracy. You should be aware that due to years of continuous warfare, a massive number of refugees are fleeing in all directions, right? Sophia suddenly questioned Hedgel. Yes, and because theocracy borders several small countries, there are even more refugees escaping, and the impact they suffer is greater as well. Hedgel gave a straightforward reply. After all, this wasn't any sort of secret, it was practically common knowledge. And those refugees would build villages and towns in relatively flat areas like the foothills. These people were already running for their lives just to make a living, but the members of Riston Church still wanted to levy heavy taxes on them to build a grand cathedral inside the town at their own expense. You must know, even the citizens of our own country have never faced such heavy taxation. At this moment, Sophia's emotions seemed a bit difficult to control. Then what happens if they refuse to pay taxes, cannot pay the taxes, or fail to build the church? Hedgel continued to probe. Although he said it like that verbally, he had already figured it out in his heart long ago. After all, how could he not know what kind of entity Riston Church was? Aside from squeezing believers and wasting resources, these so-called religious trash probably had no other use whatsoever, right? This wasn't directed at the original Riston Church, because when it was founded, they at least did some good deeds. What Hedgel was targeting was this current entity that had rotted from the inside out. That is, slaughtering and then burning the village. The members executing such missions are at least officers of Knight Commander rank. The name for this type of mission is called heretic suppression. Usually, members are informed the day before the mission starts, though there are sometimes exceptions where they can learn about this kind of mission a few days in advance. Then, what are the specific methods like? Hedgel had now firmly memorized every single word Sophia said, just as he had stated at the very beginning. After all, this was major dirt that was hard to come by. If he found an opportunity to throw it out, the effect would naturally be self-evident. Hedgel's inner heart was currently ecstatic, but on the outside, he still maintained that calm and composed attitude. Could this be considered an occupational disease? There are many. For example, directly impaling toddlers with lances, pressing red-hot iron blocks directly onto the villagers' bodies, or directly chopping off the villagers' heads with long swords that only bear the empty name of knight's sword. Whatever method you can imagine. Her breathing instantly became rapid, and her tone once again showed signs of losing control. It seemed that those shudder-inducing images, those scenes resembling purgatory, had appeared in her mind once again. Both her voice and her body were trembling. I understand a little now. And then, Hedgel didn't intend to stop right now. After all, the information collected so far was not enough. Far from enough. Right now what he needed was more of this kind of information. More. After all, this type of information was simply wonderful. This was an important credential to shake the prestige of Riston Church. The most terrifying thing isn't this point. It's their attitude of having no remorse whatsoever. They don't treat this kind of thing as a torment, nor do they treat it as trials that are difficult to endure time and time again. They think these are all entertainment, all games. Every single one of these vibrant lids is their toy, and those burning purgatories are their playground. Her emotions were already starting to spiral out of control at this moment. It seemed that whenever she recalled those images, recalled herself swinging the butcher's knife at the innocents back then, and recalled the demonic postures of those who laughed loudly while hacking off the heads of the innocents, she couldn't help but start feeling nauseous. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Hedgel also felt some emotion. He also recalled some things. He also recalled an army composed of demons wearing human skin. He recalled that coldest winter in all of Country C. He recalled the compatriots who tragically died under the butcher's knives of the enemy invaders back then. He recalled the arrogant postures of those demons. He recalled those ugly faces that refused to admit their crimes. And now, all of this overlapped with those horrifying images Sophia was recounting to him, without a single bit of difference. Some things, perhaps even if they crossed the barriers of space and time, could never be forgotten. Never able to be forgotten. I will report these matters word for word and truthfully to His Majesty, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory reply. Hedgel silently sighed, comforting the young girl in front of him who was weeping endlessly and constantly repenting. Presumably, her hands must have also been stained with the blood of these innocent people. But this probably wasn't her own wish. After all, one could imagine that if she hadn't obeyed the instructions from above, she probably wouldn't be sitting in this position right now, accusing these ghosts of hell to him. And every single character in these truths could become a sharp blade piercing into the heart of Riston Church. This could already be considered atonement, right? Thank you. May I ask, besides this kind of information, and the specific deployment details of the other brigades of the Night Order, is there any other information needed? As long as your side requires it, we will answer truthfully. Sophia slightly adjusted her mood, wiped away her tears, and asked Hedgel with a chirped voice. It's enough. It's already enough. We will definitely annihilate this terrorist organization named Theocracy completely, confiscate all its ill-gotten gains, and return a perfect reply to all the innocent wrongfully dead souls. Hedgel stood up and said sincerely. There was no falsehood in these words. Rather, real emotions were genuinely factored into them, although those being slaughtered were not citizens of his own country. However, he saw it. If these demons were allowed to continue, even he would definitely fall victim to them. Furthermore, such a thoroughly anti-humanitarian organization. What reason did it have to exist? What necessity was there for it to exist? It was far more appropriate to sweep these terrorist organizations straight into the incinerator. 263. Reporting upwards. It's a rare feeling of acting on impulse. After coming out of Sophia's room, Hedgel rubbed between his eyebrows while walking on the way back to the palace, sighing softly. Although he said that, but the feeling wasn't bad, or rather quite good. After all, judging from now, Sophia's idea of defecting was quite serious, and it corresponded with his own subsequent goals. It looks like things afterwards are going to be quite interesting, Tilda. Hedgel smiled, seemingly full of anticipation for what was to come. Hopefully things would develop just as he expected. Moreover, now that they could pretty much manufacture the mechanical equipment currently needed, the supply capacity for new firearms and ammunition should also see a massive increase. That way, when facing Theocracy, it should also be much easier. Right now, it just depended on how long Theocracy could hold out. Things were developing in the direction Hedgel anticipated. Right now they could only pray that it wouldn't derail. As for things like the military deployment map Sophia had just provided, they were just good to look at. After all, since they knew the person holding this information had already defected, naturally they wouldn't foolishly set up the same information to greet them. At most they were just a bit of reference. Furthermore, compared to this, Rachel cared even more about the situation over at Kevilla Empire. After all, the action of providing charcoal in snowy weather came at just the right time. It couldn't be too early, nor could it be too late. Too early, and others might still feel it unnecessary, mistaking goodwill for ill intent. Too late, and by the time they've already gone cold, what use is sending assistance then? Therefore, right now they had to do their best to keep an eye on the movements of these nobles as well as Plena's mood. They had to extend a helping hand when she was at her most desperate. Only in this way would her sense of gratitude be the deepest, and she would cooperate the most with their various subsequent actions. Under ma'am, useful tools were made this way. It has completely exceeded the expected time. Until now, Sophia and the others still haven't returned. Did something happen? Meanwhile, inside Central Grand Cathedral Papal State, Karina was currently staring at the report handed up by her subordinates, her mood like a tangled mess of hemp. May I ask, should we dispatch an inspection team to go check Knight Commander Sophia's drill grounds? The knight in charge of communications dropped to one knee while throwing out a completely unreliable, or rather, completely meaningless proposal. Do you think this is useful? Karina silently sighed, then raised her head, her light green eyes staring closely at the knight, her mood seemingly exceptionally poor. Apologies, this subordinate was not thorough in consideration. Noticing this case brimming with coercion, the knight hurriedly lowered his head even deeper, fearing that he would suffer a catastrophic disaster because of saying the wrong thing. All right, there's no need to put on this timid rat-like posture here. Pass down the order immediately. Command the 6th Night Brigade and 8th Night Brigade to surround the training grounds of the 13th Night Brigade at the fastest speed and conduct a comprehensive search. I want to see people alive or corpses dead. Not a single tiny flaw is allowed. Karina decisively issued the instructions. From this perspective, she still looked like a normal commander. As you command, I will immediately convey your instructions. Finished speaking, the knight immediately stood up and trotted out of the hall. The metallic clanging sound of the armor on his body sounded so harsh to Karina's ears. Things really seemed to be developing in the direction I least want to see. After confirming that the knight had left, Karina slumped limply onto the table, her eyes lifeless and hollow, completely lacking that previous dignity and solemnity. At that time verbally saying I didn't care. But in reality, once it came to this critical juncture, I was panicking like crazy. This Sophie, she wouldn't really have run off to Cabbage, right? If that's really the case, that would truly be too troublesome. Thinking of this, Karina slowly raised her head from the table, her eyes still staring fixedly in the direction of Cabbage Empire. It seemed she wanted to see clearly what on earth had happened, but unfortunately, she was not one of those illusory deities, and in reality, she herself was not the so-called saintess chosen by the gods, but merely a product of internal power struggles, lacking the ability to part the clouds and see that so-called truth. Woo, I completely don't know what to do. What if I tell the top man about this? That guy will definitely take it out on me, and if I don't tell him, then afterwards he can pin the label of concealing the truth from superiors on me. That would be even more disadvantageous for me. For a moment, Karina didn't know what to do. She clenched her teeth tightly, pondering over and over again how she could escape culpability. But no matter how one looked at it, these thoughts seemed to be all in vain. Section 119. After all, unless she also fled, otherwise there was simply no escaping these responsibilities and criminal penalties. But if she were to run, she simply couldn't make up her mind, because if she left this church, then she would be nothing at all. Lacking any martial strength, if she were to leave this church all by herself, coupled with her at least possible appearance, and figure she would likely be sold for a good price by those merchants. Rather than ending up like that, it would be better to just die straight away. As expected, does she still have to tell the Pope? In the end, she let out a soft sigh. It seemed this really was a helpless move. After all, this way she could at least survive. Preserving one's life is always the top priority. Having made up her mind, she rose from her seat once more and walked toward the main hall where the Pope was located. Along the way, her heart was filled with anxiety, until she pressed the intercom bell beside the main hall doors and heard the familiar, aged word come in. She then took a deep breath to ensure her current calmness. Lord Pope, your subordinate has an urgent matter to report to you. She bent down and spoke carefully to the Pope, trying her best to leave no flaws. Speak, what is the matter? The Pope's spirit seemed quite good today, and his tone was quite normal. There was no sense of anger from being woken up. This allowed Karina's mood to ease slightly. After all, the Pope should be in a relatively stable state right now. If it were this matter, the punishment she would receive should also be considerably less. My lord, that 13th Night Brigade we spoke of earlier. What about that Night Brigade? That Night Brigade has completely exceeded the expected return time at this point. We deduce that there is a high probability they have defected. 264. A double agent. The moment Karina uttered those words, it was as if all the air within this space had become unusually heavy, just as if this air was suddenly transforming into a solid, making it difficult for people to breathe. What did you say? The Pope asked at this moment with an incredulous voice. We deduce that Sophia von Knight Captain Nasitafen, the Knight Captain of the 13th Night Brigade, has now led all the knights under her command in a defection. Karina lowered her head, the fear in her heart having reached its peak, but she still had to report this matter to the Pope word by word, leaving no room for any misunderstanding. After all, she had no choice. She could only honestly report this matter up to him. Otherwise, she would definitely be made a scapegoat. Is this reliable? The Pope's voice was already beginning to tremble at this point. The probability is very high. Currently, I have already dispatched the 6th and 8th Night Brigades to conduct reconnaissance at the training location of the 13th Night Brigade. Karina replied in a low voice. She did not dare to raise her head, nor did she dare to meet the Pope's eyes directly, because she knew that the Pope's gaze right now must be quite terrifying. And if she were to meet his gaze now, there was a high probability he would take it as a provocation. Afterwards, she would definitely be subjected to all sorts of punishments. This is also what Karina least wanted to see. You must capture that Sophia and bring her back for me. Never let her escape into the territory of the Cabbage Empire. Absolutely not. The Pope's voice at this moment already had a somewhat hysterical feel to it. Even with his knees, he could figure out which surrounding country dared to accept such rebels, and they would certainly be extremely happy to receive these rebels. This was the most terrifying part. The Pope was still somewhat sober right now, and naturally understood what this meant. A defected knight captain. Her identity alone was enough to shake the prestige of the entire theocracy. Not to mention the huge stack of confidential information, she knew these were the most fatal things. Your subordinate understands, and will definitely further strengthen the guards at the passes to ensure they do not escape. Although Karina agreed to it verbally, in reality, her heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, if they wanted to escape, they should have already arrived within the territory of the Cabbage Empire by now. Still talking about interception. Intercepting air would be more like it, but in front of the Pope, she naturally couldn't say that. If she said it, it could only be described as courting death. Honestly, agreeing to it was the best way to respond. Right? Afterwards, have the church in the capital of the Cabbage Empire tactfully ask those officials of the Cabbage Empire and have them investigate whether there are any related news or personnel entering that Iowa city. Be quick. The Pope's emotions seem to be a bit out of control now. After all, he also knew what would happen if things really developed in this direction. Right now, he was truly panicked. Understood, I guarantee to convey your will to all places. Having said that, Karina immediately turned around and jogged out of this main hall. She could now be considered quite aware of just how terrifying that night was before her. However, she was quite lucky this time. At least the Pope didn't directly take out his anger on her. This was also something she felt exceptionally fortunate about. Alright then, now it's also time to think about what kind of retreat to look for. Her mood right now could be said to be exceptionally good. After all, the originally expected punishment was gone, and now she should think about how she could continue this wealthy and noble life once this theocracy was gone. How about I also find an opportunity to surrender to this Cabbage Empire? With my position, I would definitely manage to retain a decent status within the territory of the Cabbage Empire, right? This unreliable idea gradually took shape in her mind. After all, the fellow most likely to kick the theocracy into pieces right now was none other than this Cabbage Empire. If she could cling to it, she probably wouldn't have to worry at all about the predicament of having nowhere to go after the country fell. Karina's inner calculations could be said to be clattering loudly. Then, how on earth can I contact the liaison? Karina fell into a new round of thought once again, and her mindset was gradually becoming that of a double agent. However, there was one thing she seemed not to have considered. That was, could she really gain the trust of that extremely cunning emperor? Then these things can be considered to have all been tested. The result is obvious except for the parts inside those two boxes that had good luck and were directly picked out, which can be used. The things inside all the other boxes are completely useless. Within the imperial city, Karenina reported to Hedgel while changing out of their outer garment on her body that was already covered in stains. Completely within expectations, right? Hedgel also replied with a non-committal voice. Tilda. Tomorrow we can see what kind of people these two groups are. Hopefully they are fellows who are relatively obedient to commands. If they are the kind who think too highly of themselves and are unwilling to work honestly, then that would truly be too troublesome. Karenina also stated her concerns without any scruples. It shouldn't be. Judging from the information obtained from the investigation, roughly speaking that's how it is. Hedgel seemed to have considerable confidence in this. Tilda, then I shall wait and see. After changing into a daily casual outer garment, she stretched lazily, then spoke in a slightly expectant tone. Today, I also went to check out the situation of those fellows who escaped from the theocracy along the way. I feel it's a bit interesting. Hedgel suddenly steered the topic in a strange direction. What is it? According to her, they neither seek fame nor fortune, they just want a peaceful life. Hedgel said with a calm expression. Do these fellows have something wrong with their heads? Karenina also seemed unable to understand such a strange train of thought. After all, having paid such a high risk, they ought to have done it to obtain a corresponding reward. But a peaceful life? What kind of ghost situation is this again? To put it simply, it probably means that the church frequently organizes these night captains to purge heretics. And as long as they are fellows who do not pay heavy taxes to the church and build churches in their villages at their own expense, they will be judged as heretics by the church, requiring the massacre of the village or town. Hedgel explained in a low voice. Isn't this going too far? Most people inside the church feel this is completely normal, and even treat these operations as entertainment and play. There was not a shred of falsehood in Hedgel's voice. 265. Senior, treating slaughter as play? Treating it like an amusement park? Are these fellows crazy? After a brief silence, Karenina couldn't help but speak up and ask. After all, this really seemed to exceed her imagination somewhat. After all, in her view, this completely unnecessary slaughter was just a waste of effort. What's more, merely slaughtering civilians, what meaning does that even have? Section 120. Leaving aside what the reputation of the sect would become and what its followers would think, let's just talk about the benefits they could gain. How much money could those commoners possibly have in their hands? It's clearly a thankless task, and yet they treat this kind of thing as entertainment. Are their brains full of holes? I think so too. Such barbaric and crude behavior is probably something only this completely uncivilized trash could do. Not only that, but I also thought of some other things. Hedgel's words became a little more serious again. That thing? Karenina naturally knew what she was talking about. Although these things might not match up at all in terms of background in these people's attitudes and actions, I truly and clearly saw the shadow of those unrepentant scum. Hedgel's emotions were naturally completely stirred up along with those tragic images flashing through his mind scene by scene. Come to think of it, it seems there is one more reason to completely dispose of that group of scum. Karenina didn't deny Hedgel's thought at all. After all, this piece of history that did not belong to this world was still clearly and deeply imprinted in her mind. This history intertwined with blood and tears, this past portrayed with blood and life, this shared memory belonging to the entire nation, is something that must not be forgotten, tampered with, or abandoned no matter what. Neither changes in time nor space could completely erase this grief and indignation deeply imprinted in the deepest part of the soul. What do you plan to do? Use conventional means or unconventional means? Hedgel asked Karenina in a low voice. Then let's have a round of poisoning. Anyway, since we're dealing with scum, it can be said there are completely no restrictions. Anyway, didn't you plant a lot of secret agents inside that lousy country earlier? Just have them throw poison into the military camp's wells. Karenina's smile suddenly became quite dangerous. It could be said this was an expression she rarely showed. In that case, let's target the poisoning first. Then spread news within the theocracy such as a new plague is spreading within the theocracy, causing a large number of deaths. Afterwards, spread information like how can the theocracy, as the messengers of the gods, not even be able to deal with the plague? Is this because the gods do not exist or because the demons are too powerful? Hedgel made a new round of additions. Not only that, but we must also give priority to poisoning the clergy, making everyone in their country panic, and by the way, expose all the newly acquired dirt on those ruthless demons, saying this plague is the punishment of the gods for such treacherous and evil people. Finally, leak the matter of establishing the goddess church as the state religion, and then under the banner of this is the will of the goddess, send troops to crush the demon's base. Karenina made the final addition. Is this preparing to pull off a combo? And it's a combo with the posture of completely taking away the theocracy in one go. It seems the strategy has been completely planned out. Hedgel scratched his head and said with slight embarrassment, "I'm a major, ma'am. That's indeed the case. After all, this way, the operation to crush the theocracy can be accelerated by a huge margin. Furthermore, with the hearts of the people pointing the way in a righteous cause, how could we not win?" Karenina also raised her head, her mood rising higher and higher. "Then what poison do you plan to use?" Hedgel asked tentatively. "Simple, crude, and relatively easy to make. It's probably cyanide, right? As long as we have carbon and ammonia gas to make it ourselves, and have Teresa the magician stop work for a day to be my assistant, we should be able to see results very soon." She was full of confidence about this. "Then you must be careful too. Can the airtightness of the container work? There's no rubber here." Hedgel seemed quite worried about this. "No big deal, just a bit troublesome." Mainly the steps to get ammonia gas are a bit troublesome. Karenina recalled those strings of reaction equations and the various catalysts that were basically unavailable now and felt a sudden headache. "I do my best. Even if that fails, heavy metals are fine too. For example, making the copper ion or mercury content in the water body exceed the standard by many times, that should be relatively easy to do. Right. Speaking of this," Karenina blinked her eyes again, as if she had prepared 2 backup plans. "In that case then, I won't interfere too much. If you have any demands, just tell me directly." Hedgel just nodded and stopped nagging too much. Otherwise, this Karenina would definitely say that he was nagging like an old woman. "MMHman, it's best to leave some capable knights behind. After all, we can use them to test the combat capability of the new weapon." Karenina made a devilish remark at this moment. "I will. If we win too easily, it will also affect the morale of the troops. We can't let them become too arrogant and complacent. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later." Hedgel did not deny this either. "Then shall we go have dinner in a moment?" Taking this opportunity, Hedgel also extended an invitation. "All right, but well, I still have to go wash my face first. After all, I always feel like there's a layer of oil stuck on it, which is quite uncomfortable." Karenina naturally wouldn't refuse. Rather, she was already used to it. After all, although both of their lunches were solved at their respective workplaces, their dinners were basically eaten together, of course, except for special circumstances. "I really don't know how those guys will respond to this kind of attack. I'm looking forward to it a bit." Taking advantage of the time Karenina went to wash her face, Hedgel began to refine the strategy that had just been changed. Anyway, the general strategy hasn't changed. It's just that the content of the smearing was changed a bit. After all, CNN and BBC are always the best predecessors of fake news. As long as one holds the big stick of public opinion in hand, one can easily brainwash and color revolution them. However, Hedgel didn't want to touch the latter too right now. After all, this would sooner or later burn oneself. Just use it reasonably. 266. Different. MMHMM tilde using just a few small tricks, I can get such a big house in minutes tilde. And in Psychactylina City, a certain silver-haired big lowly looked around the spacious house with a look of satisfaction, a mood seeming unusually good. "You paid honestly, right? You didn't shortchange anyone, did you?" The black-haired man standing beside her blinked his eyes, patted the big lowly's small head, and asked softly, "Of course I paid properly. Do I look like that kind of person?" The big lowly replied with a slight sense of dissatisfaction. "No. Ever since the first few times we went out and you used mental control when purchasing houses, I've had doubts about your credibility in this regard," the black-haired man said ruthlessly. This is just a minor matter. Furthermore, when we left back then, we didn't take away any of the various potions stored inside at all. The original owner of that house could be said to have made a killing. After all, a panacea that cures all diseases is something you can't buy with any amount of money. The big lowly pouted and started quibbling again. "It truly cures all diseases. After all, once a person is dead, the disease is naturally gone." The man pierced through the big lowly's rhetoric without the slightest hesitation. "Indeed, judging by the energy content of the potions she left in that house, 2 drops would probably cause a person to burst and die. And that time you were just having a laziness attack. You didn't want to take them, right? How can a vampire's business be called a laziness attack?" Deeply inheriting the true teachings of Master Confucius, the big lowly naturally had to start a new round of sophistry. But judging from the results, it could be said to be her complete defeat. Fine. No, but having said that, where did you get the sign?" Subsequently, naturally, the black-haired man lifted the big lowly higher, hugged her, and comforted her for a bit. Then he immediately shifted the topic to that large, eerie sign reading Nahua Magic Shop. "Self-made. Since we're doing business, we definitely need a decent sign. Nothing wrong with that." The big lowly replied expressionlessly. Can't you change to a fake name? How many years has it been? Every time you throw out a fake name, you come up with the exact same one. Going on like this, I suddenly feel that whether you use a fake name or your real name doesn't matter anymore. There was plenty of helplessness in the black-haired man's voice. To be honest, even if I directly used my real name as a sign, there probably wouldn't be any issues. Anyway, there are hardly any people in this world who know my name anymore. The big lowly didn't shy away from this at all. It seems there really is no difference. Pondering for a moment, the black-haired man also seemed to think this matter made sense. After all, they had never intentionally wanted to spread their reputation, because it was meaningless. Instead, it would have a negative impact on their current outing for fun. Even that blonde girl with such a large shirt whom the big lowly called younger sister, hardly anyone in the world knew her real name either. When all is said and done, this is really quite interesting. Well, anyway, I plan to behave myself for a while. But I heard that to open a shop here, you have to pay protection money. I don't know if it's true or false. The big lowly suddenly brought up such a small matter. Protection money? Is it officially required? If it's the kind included in taxes, then just pay it. If it's privately collected, then dispose of them as you please, but still pay attention to one thing. Don't make too much noise. The solution given by the black-haired man was naturally quite casual. After all, he had seen quite a few such fellows over the long period of time. Even before Yaharaha was destroyed, he had seen fellows who said they wanted to forcibly demolish their home, which was tightly surrounded by a barrier. Naturally, those clueless things were all thrown to the big lowly's familiars as a midnight snack, and now although he didn't think the big lowly would pay honestly, it was still better to say this, for no other reason than to avoid attracting more trouble. Anyway, those tragic screams that seemed enough to tear the night sky apart definitely didn't sound comfortable to listen to, and the big lowly loved listening to this sound the most while carrying out her own exclusive slaughter. She even wanted to say, "This is my exclusive time, Tilda. I hope she won't go too overboard. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be some hooligans and local bullies till the local ruffians and the like have serious psychological pressure when dissected." Yet the big lowly had no such self-awareness at all. You originally had psychological pressure doing this kind of thing? It might be a bit different from the psychological pressure you understand. After all, the bodies of such rotten people can be smashed at will. Even if they are dissected into a complete mess, there won't be any pressure. Roughly that kind of feeling? The big lowly explained softly. "Should I say as expected of you now?" The black-haired man's mouth twitched as if he didn't know what to say. It looks like she really got cooped up badly during this period of time, and inexplicably developed so many strange hobbies. Sure enough, bringing her out to play now is a good option. Section 121. The black-haired man couldn't help thinking. "And mate chum, then let's hang the sign up first for now. Little sister should be cleaning a room right now. After a while, we'll just casually place a few ordinary potions and magic items on the shelf, and that'll be a complete success, Tilda." Big lowly stretched lazily and said cheerfully, "You'd better degrade all those items first before talking about that. Just look at what the current magical level is like and what people's ability to control magic is like nowadays. Selling these things directly will probably scare a few people to death." The man's mouth twitched uncontrollably again. "Indeed, leaving aside those recovery potions, just these 2 crystals used for recording images alone would be enough to make this small shop famous far and wide." But the problem was that they didn't want to attract attention right now. They just wanted to live like normal people. "Hey, really? Anyway, I don't think so." Big lowly pouted, quite dissatisfied with the man's words. "The objective fact is just like that. Hurry up and modify these things again, or swap them for another batch. Otherwise, we'll end up attracting attention again." The man knocked Big lowly on the head and admonished her. Fine. Then you go hang the sign, and I'll tidy all these gadgets up again right now. No problem, right?" In the end, she still chose to compromise. After all, she also knew how troublesome it was to draw attention, so she honestly began making modifications. This small city seemed to be no different from yesterday. At least for now, it was like that. 267. Anxiety. As expected. Outside the imperial capital of the Cabbage Empire, Hayaki looked at the names on the already posted list, seemingly without much ripple in her heart. 705u.com, first published by the Reading Club. Indeed, all of this was within expectations. If even she couldn't do it, then the facilities in this world capable of completing these parts should only exist in those devices from 1,000 years ago buried beneath the lowers, right? And do I have to report inside the imperial capital this afternoon? And I suppose the efficiency is quite high. While pondering what excuses she should use later to deal with the officials responsible for reviewing resumes, she squeezed her way out of the crowd and walked toward the inn she had been staying at for the past few days. In the meantime, she also heard quite a few sounds of lamentation. If nothing unexpected happened, these were the wails of the so-called failed candidates. But Hayaki didn't want to express much emotion about this. After all, things with this level of precision couldn't just be made casually. Therefore, even if someone failed here, there was nothing worth sighing over. Compared to this, what she cared more about were the two people on the list with her. These two fellows had actually used ordinary human limbs and vision to complete the assessment items proposed by that harsh examiner. MHM, it seemed there were still quite a few talents around. Presumably by the afternoon, she should be able to see what kind of sacred figures those two artisans really were. She thought to herself like this. Hopefully, no hitches would occur afterwards. At the same time, she should also instigate the Emperor to increase his efforts in opening that mine. She really didn't want to endure this body with reduced lubrication anymore, though if she were allowed to change into another posture, this discomfort would disappear. But that appearance was simply too conspicuous. It might even be treated as a natural disaster and hunted down by various countries. It's better not to get involved in such crappy matters. Speaking of which, just how long has it been since I lived this unfettered life? She asked herself. But that management system, which was completely useless at times like this and threw heavy punches over the tiniest little matter, gave not the slightest response. How should one put this? However, through recalling, she could still remember a small portion of these things. At least over 1500 years, right? She estimated and finally came to this conclusion. Ever since she broke out of the facility due to that inexplicable riot, was recaptured, and finally released once again by her creator, at least over 1500 years had probably passed in between, right? As for the specific time, that would probably require finding an opportunity to ask this management system that didn't know when it would appear again. It could be said to always operate properly. When it came to timing matters like this, it was still more reliable. Well, although she had never really liked the sky, it was inexplicably useful at times. She silently sighed. As for why she didn't have the ability to accurately record time like this, it was said to be for better simulating a human. This sense of fuzziness was also one of the differences between humans and mechanical equipment. A sense of fuzziness? Hayaki had also tried to understand this feeling. However, she always unusually felt that this kind of thing was quite inconvenient. After all, memories would fade with time, and they would also be beautified and polished unconsciously by the central processing system. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a good thing. Or rather, did this precisely fit the theory originating from humans? Only what is in memory is the most beautiful. She didn't understand. Although she really wanted to say that, objectively speaking, no one would give her a reasonable answer. On the contrary, saying such inexplicable words here would invite looks from them, as if they were looking at a madman. The system is imperfect and has to be made up for by practical experience. He really is something else. Frowning, she recalled the appearance of her creator, and the sense of irritation in her heart was coaxed out once again. Plain-looking, wearing thick glasses, slightly plump in build, and looking silly when he smiled. She really didn't know what on earth this guy was thinking to design such an extremely bizarre system. Well, scolding aside, no matter what, he was the one who created her, so the most basic sense of awe still had to be there. Although she always felt this fellow was a bit goofy, she just didn't understand why she always felt like this fellow had done some other things as well. For example, the memory of me being released from the facility, she could basically say that she had no relevant images stored in her head at all. She only knew that she was released, and then started wondering. That was all. This was also the part that made her feel most perplexed. But she couldn't find any relevant information within her stored memories. There was nothing that could be done about that. Perhaps it was to prevent her from going back, so this part of the memory was deliberately deleted. During this time of wild imagination, Hayaki had already arrived at the inn where she had been temporarily staying for the past few days. She could probably check out today. Very well, pack up all the luggage. Accommodation will be provided there anyway, so she should be able to slack off inside there from now on. Why did she always feel that being chosen wasn't a good thing after all? Such a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Indeed, I don't know if it's intuition or something else, but I always feel that as long as I go in, I encounter some bad things. Is this considered an illusion? Hayaki unconsciously frowned. But this should just be an illusion, right? After all, no matter what, these guys couldn't cause any substantial harm to her. If they really wanted to trick her in and then do some bad things, then she also had full confidence in escaping, and incidentally give them some sanctions. Then I might as well pack up these tools first, right? But well, maybe I can find even better ones later in that imperial palace. Hayaki unconsciously began letting her imagination run wild again. I hope this boss is relatively easy to talk to. If they are really as harsh and mean as the assessment content they proposed, that would truly be a big trouble. Hayaki, who was already mentally prepared to be a qualified tool person, silently let out a faint sigh again. Well, although she didn't demand anything like the minimum welfare requirements for laborers back in the Yahala Empire, with only this many gold coins a month, Vic didn't even cover work-related injuries and accidental expenses that would be way too troublesome. Most importantly, she still didn't know if there was overtime pay for working overtime. At the mere thought of this, her mood immediately and involuntarily became apprehensive. It seemed her sense of worry had climbed to its peak. 268. Agreement. Are these guys really reliable? Inside the imperial capital of the Kavila Empire, Trina stared at the intelligence personnel in her hand. A secret line punted among the noble coalition, occasionally raising her head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, her thoughts having drifted off to goodness knows where long ago. I always feel this is a bit too smooth. In the end, Trina placed this lightweight yet exceptionally heavy piece of paper onto the desk. The sound made when the paper collided with the desk was so loud in this extremely quiet room. Perhaps these fellows' brains have really cleared up, and the hardships I suffered before were endured for this assistance. She was now forcing herself to believe that every single word on this paper was true and reliable. Without any falsehoods, she lowered her voice as much as possible, inhaling and exhaling again and again, seeming to want to calm her mood. But this strong sense of incongruity disrupted her breathing rhythm once again. TCH, it's still a bit hard to place trust in these guys. Although at the very beginning I was indeed carried away by the document they submitted. But now that I've calmed down, I increasingly feel that this matter is quite unnatural. She slowly stood up from her chair, let out a long breath, seeming to want to use this to expel the distracting thoughts in her heart. But thinking carefully, it seems like besides those guys, I can't find any other helpers anymore. At the mere thought of this, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Indeed, apart from these completely unstable fellows, she had no one at all she could rely on. And those guys had never left her with even a shred of a good impression. Practically all the intelligence obtained about them was negative. How is this supposed to make me trust them? Should I agree or not? Section 122. The problem had returned to square one. However, whenever she thought of the frontline battle reports one after another, the hardship every time she procured supplies, and the frantic, frazzled way she stared at a map showing the increasingly worsening war situation in the end, she gritted her teeth. Agree to them? A temporary truce. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to hold out. Presumably, they had also given this thorough consideration. It should be fine. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. At the same time, she constantly comforted herself, persuaded herself, and granted them her trust. Agree to it first and see their concrete actions afterwards. Right. She didn't ask them for selfless dedication. She only asked that they provide a little assistance and not cause trouble. That would already be enough. She didn't hold extravagant hopes for these greasy fellows, because they truly had neither the qualifications nor the possibility of being expected to do so. Hopefully, they would abide by these so-called agreements. Having weighed the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to believe in the fat-headed and dark-minded nobles. Afterwards, she would definitely pay a heavy price for this foolish behavior of hers, and show her the past self who made such a naive action with the most vicious curses. Angli-Udini. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains and forests of the Kebaji Empire, Wu Tong, acting as an intelligence broker, was currently traversing peak after peak, dashing toward a small town that had originally belonged to the Thuroni Kingdom. If she were to walk along the main road, although it was easy to walk and safe, but how much time it would take to reach Juminghua, that really couldn't be said for sure. After all, that kind of road existed precisely to bypass several high mountains, sparing no effort to take extra turns and detours. As for Wutong, she cut directly through these mountains. If one could adapt to this kind of road environment, the speed would definitely be much faster than walking on the flat main road. For instance, right now, she was already approaching the small town that was her target. If she had maintained a conventional speed, she probably wouldn't even be close to the border of the Kebaji Empire right now. As for why she had to come to this small town, it was simply because the last king of the Thuroni royal family had met a female named Lenia Anliudini right in this town. Although it wasn't clear why this guy who was a king had appeared in this town, nor did she understand how these two had met, fallen in love, and incidentally gotten married and had children. However, since the intelligence obtained indicated it was around here, all she needed to do was investigate to the best of her ability. As for the rest, things that shouldn't be cared about, or rather, time spent on anything meaningless, it was best not to meddle in any of it. Meddling too much would only invite disaster. At best, one would be exiled to paths unknown, and at worst, one would likely have their head chopped off directly. She had truly seen quite a lot of such things. Hopefully, she could uncover some rather useful things. Otherwise, this trip would have been for nothing. Wutong thought to herself secretly. She still maintained a considerable speed, flying across this path riddled with jagged rocks where a normal person could completely not walk. Perhaps this was also a racial advantage. Without this ability, she probably would have already died when her village was gone. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. But just as her consciousness was about to sink into the blood-scented past, she gave a start and snapped back to reality. Fortunately, there haven't been any sudden situations during this period. Otherwise, rolling down the steep hillside at such speed, I'd probably die a sudden death right here in the wilderness. She sighed slightly and then slowed down. Forget it, I'd better rest for a bit first. Energy is still the most important thing. If I fall into that state again and then encounter how to handle matters, I'll probably drop dead on the spot. Afterwards, she slowly decreased her speed, slowing down until she came to a stop. I really don't know why this employer wants to investigate such an utterly obscure little family. Having adjusted her posture, she sat on a rock, slightly relaxing her somewhat fatigued body while replenishing her fluids. I made sure I'll be able to arrive by evening or night dusk should I rest for a night before going out to investigate, or directly take advantage of the night to carry out the investigation. Picking up her canteen and gulping down water, she softly asked herself, "Forget it. Let's investigate first. Isn't night a very good time? Peers are basically all out too. Maybe I can extract some information from their mouths." Rather than resting, Wutong ultimately chose money. Because in her view, money was the most important thing. Having decided on her next move, Wutong immediately put away her canteen, drove her limbs, and ran deeper into the forest. 266. Weird and wonderful speculations. Very well, you two groups must be the ones who passed this assessment, right? Returning our gaze to the imperial city of the Cabbage Empire, Karenina was in quite an excited state at the moment. After all, the two groups standing before her were quite excellent and could be easily exploited. Cough cough, lovely children upon whom the blessing known as 007 could be bestowed. Especially the silver-haired beautiful maiden over here who looked completely ascetic. Since her hair was already completely white, there was naturally no need to worry about white hair appearing and affecting her looks. It felt like Karenina's mind had been thoroughly corrupted by someone who had truly inherited a mantle of capitalists. "Yes, respected my lord, do you have any instructions?" As for Hayaki, she put on a show of etiquette. As for the group next to them, the rather strange combination of one tall and one short, they also bent their waists following Hayaki's movements, seeming to feel that this was necessary. Tusk, that level of thing isn't necessary. I can only say it's just getting in the way. Just call me Karenina directly when the time comes. Although Karenina herself knew that this didn't conform to the rules, she still spoke those words. After all, she was now completely too lazy to deal with such a massive pile of cumbersome and useless etiquette. As for dignity, she had never felt that she possessed any. Even if she had it now, it would sooner or later be exposed in the future. Rather than spending energy now trying hard to maintain this cloak called ability that looked glamorous on the outside but was utterly useless, it was better to invest the energy into more production and research. Not only that, her extremely troublesome past etiquette training had also left her with quite a bit of psychological trauma. She certainly didn't want to maintain such an awkward state towards folks who were going to work with her all the time. But this probably isn't very good, right? Hayaki was slightly surprised by this. After all, even in Yahara, for a subordinate to address a superior directly by name was, no matter how you looked at it, not very good. Moreover, this was still the aristocratic class that extremely valued this so-called etiquette. As for me, I feel like there's no problem with this. But when you encounter any guys wearing official uniforms later on, you still have to obediently call them Lord. Karenina, however, said straightforwardly. After all, there was completely no need to hide this kind of thing. Is this fellow intentionally testing me? Hearing this reply, Hayaki couldn't help but mutter inwardly. After all, no matter what, this kind of situation was still quite rare. Perhaps this is also part of the test, testing whether we have a sense of awe toward our superior. After 1 second of high-speed computation, Hayaki believed she had found the correct result. And if she really listened to the words of this exceptionally pretty miss in front of her, who inadvertently exuded a silly aura, perhaps afterwards she would be picked on for all sorts of reasons and given a hard time. Or rather, the silly aura was something she'd intentionally put on. And all of this was a test for them. Its purpose was to test whether they had prepared themselves to be made two people who only followed orders. The more she thought about it, the more coolant was secreted on Hayaki's forehead. This woman might be exceptionally difficult to deal with. Understood, Lord. Following the prompts given by her processing system, she responded neatly and decisively. Didn't I say not to call me Lord? Karenina's mouth twitched, thinking to herself, could this fellow really not understand what she said? No, some rules cannot be changed. If we address you the way you said, there's a high probability others will call us rude and lower their evaluation of us, right? Please forgive this humble one for being unable to comply with this instruction of yours. Hayaki seized the opportunity to throw out this pre-prepared speech, or rather, the answer derived via overspeed computation in that very instant. Well, this superior looks quite difficult to deal with. After all, this appearance and temperament that easily lower people's guard, along with this voice and tone, if there's even the slightest negligence, I'm afraid big trouble will break out directly. Heike sighed secretly in her heart, while feeling quite worried about her future life. However, it seems I really have no choice now. But in order to repair her body, she decided to enjoy it for the time being. Hayaki, as long as you keep moving forward, the road will keep extending. So don't stop. It really does seem to be that way. Then let's do it your way. Cough, cough, let's change the subject. Karenina cleared her throat putatively, as if to ease the awkwardness. You are called Hayaki, right? The parts you handed in previously should all be reproducible without any other major issues, right? Yes, and I can guarantee that all items of this category manufactured in the future will be able to maintain the standard of the ones previously handed in. Hayaki naturally gave a definitive answer. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Is this passing the first hurdle? However, she felt that there would definitely be more verbal traps waiting for her arrival later. This troublesome woman. Lowering her head, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at the bulging clothes on Karenina's chest, and this uncomfortable feeling deepened all the more. Then the two of you must be Mr. Tra and Miss Loyali, right? Welcome. Karenina then straightforwardly directed her gaze at the remaining two artisans who still kept their heads lowered and said, Yes, thanks to my lord's trust, this humble one and my younger sister will definitely forge the items you wish to obtain according to your requirements. The tall man named Tra answered Karenina's inquiry with propriety, while gently pressing down the slightly raised little head of his cousin, Loyali. If nothing unexpected happened, Loyali's curiosity must have flared up again. If her mouth wasn't kept in check now, it would definitely become quite troublesome in the future. Section 123. Troth thought to himself, It's fine, there's no need to be so reserved. Just maintain the same state you had back at the forge. If you're too nervous, your crafting standards will drop, you know. So follow me now, I'll take you to see the workspace. Karenina couldn't be bothered to pursue the issue of how she was addressed this time, and decided to just let them see the workspace directly. Saying that, she turned around and walked towards the interior of the Imperial City. The three people behind her followed closely. Well, anyway, the equipment is pretty much the same as before. You can just work here from now on. Under Karenina's guidance, they quickly arrived at the workshop that had been prepared for them in advance. Hayaki stared at the clean workbench, and the ominous premonition in her heart swelled once more. 270. Discoveries after infiltration. At night, within the remote area of the Kabujimpis town. At this time, there were not many figures to be seen on the streets anymore, and even those romantic establishments that were usually packed could barely be seen, with anyone wandering nearby. This was probably just the nature of the night in an ordinary town. However, Wutom had no intention of meddling in these matters. The only two things that could raise her interest were self-preservation and money. She had just managed to obtain some information about Anliudinia through exchanging intelligence with her peers. Although all this information was negative, for instance things like a playboy who only knows how to drink and gamble, a good-for-nothing who can't do anything, gluttonous, lazy, and committing all sorts of crimes. Most of the evaluations were probably like this. Other than that, information regarding them was extremely scarce. It was said that this news was obtained by that intelligence peddler purely by chance, and whether its authenticity could be verified was completely unknown. It seemed even harder to understand why the employer would want to trouble a guy like this. Fortunately, I also obtained some information about the remaining house of that family. Otherwise, this might have been even more tricky. But is this even true? Is this really the Anliudini the employer wants to find? Thinking of this, her mood grew increasingly apprehensive. However, she still decided to put all these doubts aside for the moment and carefully consider what she should really do if she happened to run into those clan members. Should she use some rather drastic means? For example, paralyzing smoke or something similar. Or careful observation, strike only after confirming the target's situation. She threaded through the silent dark night, running towards the foot of the mountain said to be located at the edge of the town. To be honest, I clearly came from here to the town originally, but why on earth didn't I run into the dilapidated huge mansion he just told me about? The closer she got to the foot of the mountain, the more she felt she had been deceived. Indeed, in such a steep place, how could there possibly be a huge mansion within an estate as he described? I should go take a look anyway. In the end, Wutong still decided to conduct a search of the surroundings. Perhaps it was precisely because of these anomalies that she had been targeted by that strange employer. Wutong suddenly conceived such a thought. There was no moon tonight, and the forest at night appeared even more gloomy and terrifying. However, as if she had long been accustomed to it, Wutong continued to slowly search within it. On the contrary, she believed that this dark night was her best camouflage color. Only in this hidden place could she find a true sense of security. I don't know if it's an illusion after getting this intelligence. Now I always feel like there's something around. She glanced around, but failed to find the source of this strange feeling. And the thick darkness around also seemed to be slightly different from darkness under normal circumstances. Even with her night vision ability, she seemed completely unable to see things within this darkness. This was truly becoming more and more bizarre. She swallowed, thinking secretly in her heart, "Then I'd better use the torch I prepared earlier." As the darkness around grew heavier, Wutong, who really couldn't see the surroundings clearly, had no choice but to choose to light a torch. As two crisp friction sounds of the flint rang in her ears, a light that could not be considered very bright completely pierced through this darkness. And when she held up the torch and completely came to her senses, she discovered that she was actually inside a cave. What kind of situation is this again? Wutong couldn't help wanting to exclaim, but out of survival instinct, she completely suppressed this cry. Because this sense of danger was warning her that if she made a sound, she would definitely die without knowing what hit her. Complying with this feeling, she immediately extinguished the torch in her hand, and then, using a recent memory, continued to grope forward. There must be something ahead that she wanted to obtain. This intuition stimulated her to take such an action. This strange darkness wrapped around her once again, giving her a sense of relief and an inexplicable feeling of anticipation. She slowly approached forward. A distorted and weird male voice made her body shiver, freezing her in place immediately. She was terrified of making even the slightest movement or sound, lest she attract the attention of the person who made the sound. Wutong tilted her head slightly. Appearing within her line of sight was a wisp of strange red light. That light was vividly red, thoroughly red, just like fresh blood. This caused Wutong's heart, which had just relaxed, to leap into her throat once again. And that weird sound still didn't stop. As for the specific reason, it was unknown. Wutong tried her best not to make a single sound as she approached the fork in the road emitting the red light. It seemed she wanted to find out what was going on inside. However, the scene that finally appeared before her eyes didn't seem as horrifying as she had imagined, because the thing emitting the red light was simply the bizarrely shaped magic array. And the person in the center of this magic array was chanting incantations in a strange language at this moment. Occasionally, they even let out two strange howls. This was probably the source of the sound Wutong had just heard, and that guy was completely unaware of Wutong's existence, still desperately chanting the incantation. Even though the cloth clothes on his body were already tattered, and his hair had long since clumped together from not being groomed for too long, he still chanted the incantation in that strange language. It seemed he was already very familiar with this incantation. Wutong listened to his voice and thought to herself. Although she couldn't understand it, she could infer it based on this level of proficiency. But what on earth was he doing? What was the point of setting up such a huge magic array here? Just as Wutong was pondering this question, a dazzling burst of red brilliance suddenly erupted and occupied Wutong's vision. Shortly after, the red light vanished completely as if it had never appeared at all. The surroundings turned pitch black once again. What was going on here? Wutong's doubts increased further, and a sudden outbreak of cursing immediately drew Wutong's attention. Damn it! The magic to summon the patriarch failed again. That voice seemed to contain boundless anger, and the originator of this voice was definitely that tattered-clothed man. Just who was the patriarch this guy kept talking about? Wutong couldn't help asking herself in her heart. 271. Matching wits. However, compared to this, it seems better to run out quickly. The longer I stay here, the more my sense of unease rises. Wutong completely concealed herself once again within this strange darkness. Although she realized that this wasn't ordinary black, she had no countermeasures for it and could only grope her way back along a path in her memory just like before. And from behind, footsteps suddenly sounded. This made her heart tighten. Who are you? That fellow seemed to have discovered Wutong. Wutong had no time to think any further. Since he had already been discovered, there was completely no need to maintain this quiet yet low-speed movement plan. Just run. She immediately increased the force applied to her legs. Her speed skyrocketed along with this decision. Right now, she could only pray that her sense of direction was good and that she wouldn't crash into a rock wall or something. Hey, what are you doing? But the man seemed to be able to see everything clearly in this darkness, continuing to shout loudly at Wutong and even chasing after her. Could it be that this entire area became so bizarre entirely because of him? Wutong cursed silently in her heart, while also increasing the power in her legs. Stop! Trespassing into someone else's territory without permission is not a good behavior. But judging from the conclusion, this man shouldn't be able to catch up to Wutong. After all, how long had it been? And he was already out of breath. And he even tried to persuade Wutong to stop immediately by appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Section 124. Is this guy out of his mind? Wutong did not think much about it, however. Shortly after, that eerie feeling of being enveloped by darkness completely vanished. She returned to the outside world once more. Her eyes beneath her hood scanned everything around her. Trees, rocks, roads, everything was exactly the same as normal, and that eerie feeling had completely vanished as well. She felt that everything she had just experienced was quite absurd and utterly inexplicable. And that man too, what on earth was he doing? She looked back behind her, only to find that there was clearly no cave at all. It looked no different from an ordinary path through the woods. Feeling that her doubts had grown considerably, Wutong merely shrugged and then, taking advantage of the night, quickly left the place that exuded an ominous aura everywhere. It is a new day. Inside the Imperial City, after completing the two things she must do upon waking up, being dragged out for morning exercise by Hegel, and then eating breakfast, Karenina briskly walked toward the rooms assigned to the two groups of artisans with great enthusiasm. Her mate Chem, well, after getting familiar with the environment yesterday afternoon and evening, is there any other equipment you need? If you need anything, I will do my best to provide it for you. Seeming to be in quite a good mood, Karenina could be said to have worn a gentle smile all day today as she asked these two groups of people. It is already enough. Thank you for your kindness, Lady Karenina. And the man named Tra immediately replied respectfully. After all, this was simply the truth, because the equipment here could be said to be quite complete and exquisite. Tra roughly estimated that the cost of these things alone was definitely no less than 15 gold coins. Then Miss Hayaki, Karenina tilted her head and asked softly to Hayaki, who seemed to be spacing out. Right. It is already enough. Thank you, Lady Karenina. Unlike usual, Hayaki was actually half a beat slow and replied with a hint of panic. As for what on earth this Hayaki was thinking, she has been wearing a smile right from the start of today. What on earth is the reason? Is it simply because she is in a good mood? From the very beginning, when she saw Karenina enter the door, she began to guess what on earth Karenina was thinking in her heart. Did she think of some new method to test us again? Or rather, have our flaws already been exposed? At this thought, Hayaki's heart suddenly tightened. After all, her motive for coming here was inherently impure. Her ultimate goal was originally to take the opportunity to enter the magic crystal cave to search the wreckage of Radiance and the maintenance pod. And with a woman as sinister and cunning, smiling on the outside while plotting within. Perhaps she has already seen that there are impure factors in my current thoughts, and even wants to ask about this matter step by step. Hayaki swallowed hard, feeling that this possibility was quite high, and a single question from that sinister woman had directly thrown me off balance, and she even tilted her head, putting on that innocent look. She is truly the supreme villain. Hayaki increasingly felt that coming here was the wrong decision, but she did not dare to snap back at her directly. After all, she really did not want to give up all the fruits of her previous efforts. Her mate Shem, then that settles it these next few days, continued to rush out a batch of work pieces according to the blueprints of the previous evaluation project. No problem, right? Still 7 days. Can you finish it with guaranteed quality and quantity? Karenina currently did not plan to let them manufacture anything else either, because there was no need for it at present. Understood, we will definitely complete the mission. And the three people in front of her did not dare to delay in the slightest, directly bowing and giving a positive answer to their future leader. Meanwhile, Karenina started scheming again in her heart. And now that the machine problem is solved, let us debug that thing in a moment, and by the way, call over a few skilled workers who make bullets to learn the manufacturing method of copper case bullets. Trial production should be able to start in a few days. Then we can slowly popularize it afterwards. Karenina seemed to have already planned out her future route, and such a Karenina, who was zoning out while occasionally letting out joyful laughs, made Hayaki feel quite uneasy. Could this guy have found some new method to make subordinates completely obedient? Combined with Karenina's various probing behaviors toward them earlier, Hayaki felt that this possibility was quite high. Even the judgment given by the system was suggesting cautious handling. What on earth is going on with this woman? Why does she harbor such deep hostility toward me? And why did she figure out so quickly that my motive for entering here was impure? Could it be that the ominous premonition after looking at the bulletin board yesterday morning referred to this? Her heart skipped a beat, feeling that this possibility seemed very high. How unfortunate! She could not help but wail in her heart, but what she did not know was that this was only just beginning. 272. Free, bro brother. A whole bunch of people outside, seemingly officials, have suddenly arrived. In the slums of some inconspicuous small city in the Kebach Empire, a little fellow covered in dirt and wearing ragged clothes was at this moment hurrying over to the side of the boy chopping firewood inside the dilapidated room. If one identified carefully, it could still be seen that this dirty little fellow should actually be a girl. Upon hearing this, the actions of the boy chopping firewood suddenly halted, and his weathered face, completely inconsistent with his age, gradually turned short and distorted. I clearly paid them the tax money 2 days ago. Why are they here again today? He anxiously asked his sister, who brought this news. Indeed, they had clearly just paid taxes to them 2 days ago, using up nearly 7 days' worth of food money. Therefore, he now had to work even harder to patch up this huge hole. Only why are these guys coming again right now? Could it be that they still feel the fees paid previously were not enough and now want to make them pay even more? At this thought, anger welled up inside the boy. He had previously witnessed how foul and ugly these officials were. He originally thought that after the new emperor rectified the corrupt officials in the imperial capital, it could still serve to execute a chicken to frighten the monkey. He never expected these guys to become even more aggressive instead. You must know that if they had to hand over another 2 copper coins in tax money, they would not even think about having dinner tonight. This was outright trying to starve them to death. Holding the rusted axe in his hand, full of anger, he wanted to go and reason with those beasts outside the door. But after seeing his younger sister, who was still completely unable to live on his own, he still decided to put down the axe. After all, if he really got arrested because of such a matter, what would happen to this younger sister who had relied on him all along? He truly would not know. He let out a slight sigh and then slowly and carefully placed the axe on the ground. Hopefully they could ask for a little less to be paid, a little less. A single copper coin would be about enough, no more than that. He clutched the remaining coins in his pocket tightly, tears seemingly about to burst through their dam immediately. But he did not want his younger sister to see this cowardly appearance of his. After all, ever since their parents passed away, he had always been his sister's most solid backing. He must absolutely never show such a weak appearance in front of her. He adjusted his mood, held back his tears, and walked step by step toward the tattered gate. At this moment, his footsteps seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, difficult to lift and difficult to set down. He adjusted his breathing and controlled his emotions. Walking haltingly step by step, he slowly arrived in front of the door and opened that gate. Outside the door was the familiar scenery of the slums. Dilapidated wooden houses or cloth tents were scattered around here without any regulation. In front of the thatched cottage next door, several guys wearing uniforms, who should be officials, were saying something to Mr. Woolan, who was the head of the household, although he could not hear clearly what these officials were saying to their dear neighbor. According to past experience, the boy felt that these guys must be dunning for taxes. After all, this was the only thing these officials knew how to do. He coldly glanced at these pretentious bastards and finally stepped back into the house. Tusk! He could only hope these guys would collect a bit less money. Otherwise, life would truly become impossible to live on. Just as he was praying that these useless officials could be a little merciful, they happened to arrive right in front of the boy's door. Hello, are you Mr. Hellos? An official holding a name roster asked the boy with a soft smile on his face. Yes, is there something you need? And the boy, who seemed to be called Carlos, responded coldly. Tusk, putting on a gentle expression, and then wildly extorting wealth. You guys really take the cake. There is indeed a small matter, may I ask? If you are here to collect money, there is none here. And Carlos directly interrupted the smiling man's words and said angrily, No, we are here to. Section 125. The smiling official seemed to want to defend himself. We really don't have any money here. It's just me and my little sister. 2 children, and making a bit of money every day by chopping firewood is already our limit. There's simply no money left over. Besides, didn't you people come over to collect taxes 2 days ago? Carlos's emotions were already showing signs of slipping out of control. He roared hysterically at the group of people in front of him, his voice filled with despair. After all, this tiny bit of money in his hands truly was their life-saving money. If they had to hand it over as well, they really wouldn't be able to survive. No, we really aren't here to collect taxes this time. The smile on that official's face did not disappear. He continued to ask in a gentle voice. To Carlos, this was simply unimaginable. Because under normal circumstances, if a tax collector heard such words, they might have directly started grabbing him and searching his body. Yet he was still smiling this time. "We will refund the taxes you previously paid. At the same time, we would also like to invite your sister to attend a nearby school," the official explained softly. "School? Studying?" Upon hearing this, Carlos was instantly dumbfounded. "But we don't have any money. We simply can't afford the tuition." All of this will be subsidized by the financial department, ensuring that every student can attend school for free. Furthermore, breakfast and lunch will be provided free of charge. "We hope that you and your sister will give this some serious consideration." As he spoke, he reached out towards an attendant behind him, and shortly after, a cloth bag was handed into the official's hands. "This is all the tax you paid recently. It is now being returned to you in full." Wait. Why are you doing this? Clearly, in the past it was always. Carlos seemed completely unable to snap out of this event. After all, the impact of this was simply too great. He took the money pouch, disbelief lacing his words. "This is the policy given by His Respected Majesty the Emperor, ensuring that the majority of school-aged children across the country can attend school. For the impoverished who are unable to pay taxes, the recently paid amounts will be refunded in full." The official still wore that smile on his face, explaining in soft, gentle tones. What had originally seemed like a demon smiling, Carlos's eyes now felt even warmer than an angel's. "Is it that lofty His Majesty the Emperor?" Carlos involuntarily swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice. "That's right, it is His Majesty whom each and every one of us should respect." And he gave an affirmative reply. "Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty." Following that, sincere and enthusiastic cheers resounded through this dilapidated thatched cottage. The painful tears in his eyes transformed into hot tears of joy at this moment. And scenes like this were happening all over the country. 273. Training? Can these things really be more useful than blades? Inside the military camp of the 3rd Army of the Cabbage Imperial Station at the border of the Riston Church Papal State, the non-commissioned officers who had just received the so-called new weapon stared suspiciously at this strange contraption pieced together from iron and wood in their hands. Or is it designed this way so that hitting people hurts more and causes death more easily? Meanwhile, a white-bearded man in a general's uniform who had been standing silently on the side asked with a puzzled expression, "General Hogg, that is not the case. This weapon is not meant for smashing people." The officer, who had come from the imperial capital to serve as the training instructor for this period, lowered his head and said softly to the old man in front of him, "Not swung out to smash people. Could it be that this blunt black iron pipe is thrown out to pierce the enemy? At the very least, the front end of it should be a bit sharper, shouldn't it?" The General called Hogg began a new round of questioning. "If we must say so, you could consider yourself partially correct. However, it isn't the entire gun that gets thrown out, but the bullet." As he spoke, he opened the tightly sealed large box next to the case containing the firearms. Upon opening it, bullets exuding a full sense of danger were neatly arranged inside. "Then how should this thing be used?" Hogg's curiosity was immediately piqued. He directly urged the Imperial Capital's officer and asked loudly, "Yes, this subordinate will now give you a demonstration." The officer squatted down and casually picked up several bullets while instructing the surrounding observing soldiers to disperse. He forcefully pressed the bullets into the magazine, chambered around, and pulled the trigger tightly while aiming at the distant wall, accompanied by a harsh, explosive roar that resounded through the training ground. Correspondingly, sand and gravel splashed from the struck wall, and when the dust cleared, a small indentation appeared on the hard wall surface, seemingly confirming the power of this weapon. After all, against such hard rock blocks, even if soldiers attacked them with spears or sharp blades, there would be no other result than chipping the blade and shattering the spear tip. Yet the projectile fired by this weapon directly blasted an indentation into it. Such power was something they had never imagined before. However, the demonstration was not yet over. How could a demonstration be called finished without firing all the ammunition in hand? Ejecting the shell, loading, aiming, shooting, done in one go. Amidst these rhythmic shots, the indentations on the thick wall grew more numerous, and the exclamations of the surrounding soldiers rose and fell in succession, until he fired the very last bullet from the chamber. This concept belonging to firearms finally came to a rest. Seems a bit interesting. While the surrounding soldiers fell silent due to the massive momentum and powerful might of this weapon, General Hogg nodded with great interest. This is one of the weapons equipped by the former Royal Imperial Guard's 6th Battalion, which directly annihilated the enemy vanguard during the suppression of Grand's rebellion. The officer, who had already leaned the firearms against the wooden stake, responded respectfully. Oh, I see. It was precisely because of this weapon, as well as another weapon capable of causing large-scale explosions, that His Majesty won that great victory, no different from a miracle. Upon hearing this explanation, Hogg immediately grew excited. Indeed, in his view, the victory of that battle was nothing short of a miracle, leaving the side winning against superior numbers with fewer troops. Just talking about 0 casualties while the opponent was completely wiped out. This nearly impossible battle result was enough to make ordinary people gasp in amazement, especially since he was an experienced, battle-hardened general deeply familiar with the brutality of war. Naturally, he would be quite interested in it. By the way, you just mentioned the former Royal Imperial Guard 6th Battalion. Has the internal organization of the Imperial Guard been completely reformed now? Yes, His Majesty said that it should first be piloted within the Imperial Guard and then reformed for the entire army. The officer responded truthfully. After all, there was nothing to hide about such matters. I see. According to His Majesty, subdividing like this is the only way to better bring out the effectiveness of this new weapon. Then we must also speed up. Hogg said softly, as if talking to himself. Right, will His Majesty allocate that explosive weapon to me later? At this instant, he seemed to have remembered a very important matter, his eyes wide open, looking just like a little child whose toy was about to be snatched away. Yes, please rest assured. As for this batch of weapons named rifles, they only serve a training purpose, which is why there are only a few hundred of them. According to Lady Karenina, firearms with even better performance will be produced in the future. Sensing General Hogg's anxious emotions, the officer immediately responded with sincere words. He had heard a thing or two about this general's temper. He had a strong sense of responsibility and quite liked collecting weapons. For example, his residence could be said to be an exhibition hall of swords and blades, and this new weapon he had never seen before. He would definitely treasure it well. So there are even improved models. Interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing this, Hogg clapped his hands excitedly. If one had to say, this looked just like a young child celebrating getting a new toy. However, this was only a sight he would display at times like this. On the battlefield, he was a guy who thought of nothing except the 4 words completely annihilate. It could be said that any army locked in his crosshairs could basically start writing their last wills and testaments. Of course, because of this hobby, he had suffered quite a bit when facing those folks from Auschwitz. After all, those guys could be said to be endless, and their reinforcements seemed ceaseless. Wanting to pull off an encirclement plus total annihilation? Such a picture only existed in dreams. And also, who on earth is that Lady Karenina? Is she the creator of this weapon? Catching wind of a name he seemed to have never heard before, Hogg slightly reined in his previous excitement and asked the officer of the Imperial Guard in a low voice. She could be considered a designer of this new weapon. Moreover, from the looks of it now, she can probably be said to be one of His Majesty's confidants, and he could only give this answer. Although he had also heard some even more heart-stirring news regarding the Emperor and Lady Karenina, spreading such unproven remarks would definitely cause trouble. So he didn't voice it. His Majesty's confidant? That would make sense after all. Talented people are everywhere around His Majesty nowadays. Hogg didn't want to probe too deeply into it. I must definitely find a chance to meet this weapon designer in the future. Well then, the training of this bunch of brats from here on will be handed over to you. As he spoke, Hogg pointed to the large crowd of soldiers round and said to the officer, "Understood." And responding to him was a heaven-shaking roar. 274. Preparation. Just as the day's training was coming to an end, the door to General Hogg's office was knocked upon. "Come in," Hogg said in a moderate voice toward the door, just like usual. Along with the sound of door hinges turning echoing in the space, the figure of the visitor also appeared before Hogg. Section 126. "Oh, Colliver, today's training has already ended. Is there anything you need to report to me? Or did some problem arise during training?" Seeing the newcomer, Hogg immediately broke into a smile. He asked softly, "There are no particular problems with the troops' training. Rather, there's indeed something I need to report to you," Colliver said with a serious expression. "Then speak. What is it? Is it a message from His Majesty?" Hearing this, Hogg's expression immediately became much more serious. This was because Colliver had been transferred from the Imperial Guard by Emperor Hegel as a trainer and popularizer of new weapons to come to the Third Army's garrison. At the same time, it was quite normal for him to carry some classified instructions to convey. "Yes!" Saying this, Colliver directly locked the office door and replied softly. Afterwards, he took out something resembling a medal from his jacket pocket and handed it to Hogg. General Hogg nodded knowingly, then drew the small knife from his waist. He gently made a cut on his finger. The blood followed the wound and dripped onto the medal. The next instant, a faint magical glow completely enveloped the medal. After the glow disappeared, what appeared in Hogg's hand was a piece of parchment covered in handwriting. Hogg immediately began reading its contents, and his expression grew increasingly excited. It seemed he had seen something exhilarating. I guarantee I will fulfill His Majesty's heavy trust and will definitely not let His Majesty down. Finally, he roared directly, with the most pious and excited voice. One can only say, fortunately, the room's soundproofing was good, and most of the officers around him were accustomed to this. Otherwise, this would likely cause big trouble. Colliver twitched at the corners of his mouth and sighed inwardly. Although he did not know what was actually written in this document, but judging from General Hogge's current excited and thrilled appearance, it should be a quite important mission. He hoped it could be properly implemented. Colliver prayed in his heart. If I guessed correctly, Hogge should have received the document I sent him by now, right? Then this can be considered taking the first step of the plan, right? Inside the Imperial City, Hegel, who had just finished handling the documents at hand, paced around the room, stretching his limbs sore from sitting for a long time, and asked Friel, who was currently standing in front of the desk. This morning it was already confirmed that dispatched instructors arrived at the Third Army's garrison. General Hogge should have known about these matters long ago, right? Friel did not deny this. And them, probably. I can only say that letting them serve as the main force for the attack is considered the optimal plan at present. Hegel also held considerable expectations for this. After all, his idea was to let Hogge's Third Army act as the main attacking force. Once the Empire declared war on the theocracy, they could simultaneously and immediately launch an assault on the theocracy, instantly tearing apart the theocracy's defense line. Afterwards, combining this fellow's characteristic of liking to fight annihilation battles that happened to coincide with Hegel's strategic goal this time to wipe out all hostile armed forces within the theocracy. As for those believers willing to offer everything to the true God although he wanted to shoot them, yet he could not pick them out, and they might cause harm to the soldiers through terrorist attack methods like human bombs. For this strategic goal, why do you only plan to annihilate the enemy forces rather than completely occupy them? Friel raised her question. As long as we clean out those fellows in Liston and uproot this so-called church, we will immediately withdraw our troops and watch them fight among themselves for power. Afterward, we can pick the tallest among the dwarfs and prop up a puppet government. In this way, not only do we get sufficient benefits, but we also earn a good reputation for not annexing other countries' territories. Why not do it? Hegel, as usual, calculated things loudly. But what if after seizing power, they are unwilling to obey our commands? Friel still carried a hint of worry about this. That won't be up to them. Since I am willing to give him the superficial title of the so-called supreme ruler, naturally I have already carried out a thorough infiltration of their country. We'll just find an opportunity to assassinate him directly, and then prop up a new one. Hegel did not care about this. After all, he had seen this kind of thing before. For example, isn't a certain Northeast Asian small country and its president known for the president taking the fall whenever something goes wrong? And in the future, Hegel was prepared to copy this assignment. Since predecessors had already paved the way for him, he only needed to follow suit. Since your Majesty is so confident, I will not prattle on too much. The money needed for this popular education. Although Friel temporarily set aside her doubts about Hegel's subsequent strategic goals, she raised another question. Is the budget exceeded? Hegel asked without turning his head. No, but suddenly having to spend this much money every day, isn't that too frightening? Friel's expression was a bit complex. This is already considered small, and although you can't see the effect now, a few years from now, you should understand how useful these investments are. This is investment. Yet Hegel still felt it was not enough. But where should this much money be taken from? Taken from the people, used for the people. Hegel remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. But our tax revenue probably isn't enough to support this kind of expenditure. Who told you it was tax revenue? Hegel interrupted Friel's words. Don't forget, where did Roland's money come from? That guy whose head was chopped off. And this time, Hegel directly stated the main reason. Is it their money? I'll understand. Thinking of the terrifying figures when confiscating the wealth of those beheaded ministers back then, Friel shuddered. She instantly felt that the money of such parasites was finally being used for proper business. 275. A long and arduous road. Using this money, which can to some extent be called dirty, to do things that benefit future generations is actually a bit interesting. Hegel looked at the scenery outside the window and said softly, however, receiving only 3 years of education probably won't yield much result, right? This is just to raise the literacy rate and rally popular sentiment. At the same time, this level is definitely not enough. Therefore, I also plan to hold an entrance examination every year starting from now. Those who rank in the top positions in academic knowledge will be able to receive more advanced education, and it will still be completely free. However, this will require the strictest control regarding fairness. Hegel seemed prepared to draw inspiration from the college entrance examination system named Arkau in Country C. Judging from the effects, it should be quite good. After all, It was precisely through this exam that he fulfilled his promise to a certain person. And without it, Hedgel right now would probably still be in some rural village in Country C, wondering how this year's harvest would turn out. He sincerely thanked that person. Judging by this, are you planning to establish more advanced academies? Hearing these words, Vril seemed to recall some intelligence from the north. Yes, cultivating technological talents is also necessary. Being willing to spend money and invest energy is the only way to get the expected harvest. Hedgel also affirmed this. Anyway, the documents and various contingency plans for this matter will be prepared by me very quickly. You can check where there are loopholes then. As for the money, I just want to say now, letting those fellows suck blood previously might have been the right choice. Speaking of this, Hedgel couldn't help letting out a chuckle. Understood, I will immediately go urge the implementation of your current education plan. I will do my utmost to use these allocated funds where they are most needed. Having said that, Vril quickly left the office. Although I never expected these fellows not to embezzle a single cent, but at least don't make your embezzlement so obvious. Confirming that Vril had left, Hedgel began talking to himself again. After all, he didn't hold many expectations for these lower-level officials to begin with. So he simply set the budget a bit higher, ensuring that even if some was eaten away by these parasites, the matter could still be implemented normally. And if these fellows had an insatiable greed that swallowed an elephant, and it already affected the implementation of the plan, then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless and uprooting all of these fellows' family fortunes. Hedgel had already made preparations for both outcomes at this time. Teresa, are these things really all standard equipment for alchemists? Meanwhile, in a relatively open field surrounded by emptiness on all sides, Karenina and Teresa were currently preparing to manufacture some chemical reagents. Although essentially they wanted to concoct a certain highly toxic white powder, yet reality often exceeded Karenina's expectations. Originally she was still calculating what container to use for the reaction, and then what pipeline to use to mix the two gases. Yet Teresa directly solved these problems. Yes, as I said before, I know a little bit about alchemy. Therefore the related equipment is quite complete. Teresa answered without any avoidance. I now roughly understand why alchemists are so rare. She looked at the huge pile of expensive magic props in front of her, feeling that wanting to learn alchemy, this kind of basic expenditure, was enough to bankrupt an ordinary family a dozen times over. At the same time, she grew increasingly curious about Teresa's family background. As long as we use this kind of jar with a barrier seal at the mouth, we don't have to worry about the toxic gas inside overflowing and hurting people. Teresa introduced these high-priced props one by one. Teresa, what did your family do in the past? No matter what, these things don't look like something ordinary people can afford. After memorizing the usage methods of these containers one by one, Karenina asked Teresa with an awkward smile, an impoverished magician family. And then my mom had the idea of letting me become an alchemist in the past, so she got this whole set of equipment. But the result was I couldn't learn it at all. Thinking of this, Teresa pouted unhappily. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked about this. Section 127. And Karenina was also slightly embarrassed. After all, asking about these things without authorization just happened to step on a mine. It's fine. Compared to that, may I ask if you want to learn alchemy now? If so, I actually have some textbooks here. Teresa didn't seem to care too much about this, and instead started pitching alchemy learning to Karenina. We can dispense with that for now. The things being made today have a fairly specific purpose, and whenever Karenina mentioned this, she perked up. Not only that, she also took a large pile of jars filled with white crystals out of the large box nearby. These are sodium hydroxide crystals made by using quicklime, water, and baking soda for half of last night. In a moment, we should start trying to produce ammonia. I just don't know how long it will take without a catalyst. And talking about this, Karenina's expression became subtle again, and Teresa listened to the speech with a completely blank expression. Sodium hydroxide, quicklime, ammonia, catalyst. What were all these things? Only the two words water and baking soda could register in her ears. Miss Karenina, what are you talking about again? She showed an awkward yet polite smile and whispered to Karenina. Let's put it aside for now. As for you, later on, you just need to hold tightly onto those two metal rods and then release lightning magic. Remember to maintain a continuous output and not stop. There are plenty of magic crystals for energy supply. Karenina also felt that continuing to explain would only become more and more troublesome, so it was better to directly assign her what work to do as a more reliable approach. And Teresa just nodded silently. To be honest, Karenina's heart was also not certain at this time. After all, reagents that could previously be obtained at will were basically impossible to find now. Not to mention ammonium salts and the like. Even sodium hydroxide had to be self-made, as for hydrogen it would be better to make use of what's already available and directly electrolyze water, right? Otherwise, if she really had to use active metal materials to reduce hydrogen ions in acid, she would have to exhaust all available materials on hand to figure out how to make this acid. It seemed that the path of chemistry here was a long and arduous one. Thinking of this, she couldn't help sighing. 276. The use of a gossip monger. By the way, have you heard? A few days ago, it was said that a large squad of knights from the Papal State went missing. In a certain grocery store in the imperial capital, a scruffy old man was currently talking to the female boss who sold all kinds of small snacks. Really? This is a big deal. After all, those knight lords are very precious. If they just die like that, those people in the church will definitely feel heartbroken to death. And this slightly plump female boss softly chimed in. After all, she didn't like other things, but she paid special attention to this kind of gossip. As the well-known gossip monger of this area, her influence was naturally astonishing. Hey, I heard that these guys aren't dead. They escaped. And the old man lowered his voice and said to the female boss in a heavy tone, Escaped. Are the treatments of those night lords quite good? A bunch of people are dying to become knights. How could they escape? And the female boss naturally couldn't make heads or tails of it. However, this was also true. After all, the fact that night lords had good treatment was not a matter of a day or two. Even the lowest tier knight got 1 gold coin a month, plus board and lodging. As for grand knights, needless to say, over 10 gold coins a month was supposedly casual, and these 10 gold coins were enough for a family like the female bosses to work hard for a year or two. Therefore, when she heard this news, she was so shocked. Were these gold coins no longer useful, or were the fine food and clothing in the church no longer appealing? With nothing better to do, why escape? What was there to gain? You also know that my grandson is in the city guard. I heard from him that these escaped knights have all been taken in by His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, from the mouth of their commander, he also heard some things. They said it was because inside the church, it was simply too disgusting, so they couldn't stay there anymore. And the old man naturally recounted the internal reasons step by step. Ran away just because it was disgusting? That's just being pretentious. If they don't come, I will. As long as you give me the same treatment as their top commander, no matter how disgusting it is, it's no problem. And this female boss naturally started her daily boasting. Yo Tilda, the one leading the defection this time, is actually the knight commander. Night commander? Hearing this, the female boss became even more unsettled. Both of her eyeballs widened into round circles, staring straight ahead. That is the position just below the Knight Order commander. She directly screamed out. After all, this impact was a bit too big. Indeed, it was that knight commander who led all the knights underneath to defect. And the old man reached out again, taking a small dish of fried broad beans from under the female boss's counter. But the female boss didn't stop him, because if she could trade these 2 dishes of broad beans for such explosive news, it would simply be a huge profit. What was knight commander? It was equivalent to the position of a general in the eyes of the commoners of the Cabbage Empire. Imagining the scene of the nation's general fleeing with all his subordinates to another country, the female boss felt that she must know this matter in detail. After all, this was likely something that would go down in history. Then tell me, why on earth did these guys escape? Just how disgusting is the inside of that church? Hurry up and tell me! And the female boss used her stout arms to shake the old man's body, her words full of eagerness. Hey, I'll say it right now. It's just a bit thirsty. As he spoke, the old man scratched his head sheepishly. Take this bottle of wine. It won't be counted toward your money. Hearing this, the female boss immediately tossed a bottle of liqueur from under the counter. Thanks. And the old man directly accepted the wine bottle. After all, this had already become a habit. It is said that this disgust is not only due to various corruption within the church, but because of external massacres. After accepting the wine, the old man naturally honestly poured out everything he knew. Massacre? Yes, it is said that as long as refugees enter the national border, they will be levied heavy taxes, and they must also build magnificent churches worshipping the true God at their own expense in the settlements. If they cannot pay the taxes or build the church, they can only be slaughtered by the whole town or village. There is no room for negotiation at all. 705u.com first release of the Reading Club. Fortunately, our country has not been ravaged by those monsters in the north. Thank His Majesty, thank the goddess. Saying this, she clenched the token of the goddess church hidden in her pocket, which radiated brilliance like the sun. Moreover, the ones executing these massacres are those knight commanders. Regardless of men, women, or children, as long as there are people in this village, all their heads are chopped off. Even the babies inside pregnant women's bellies are gouged out. Not only that, they even think these things are very interesting, feeling that they haven't killed enough. The old man's tone grew increasingly low. This is the real devil, right? Just thinking about that scene, the female boss couldn't help feeling a wave of stomachache. At the same time, cold sweat broke out profusely. Who's saying it isn't? I heard that every time they finish a massacre, they still hold some kind of celebration banquet to celebrate the smooth progress of the massacre. Afterwards, they divide out the money and wealth looted this time. Isn't this a living devil? And yet they stir up trouble here under the banner of the gods. The more they spoke, the sharper these words became, pointing directly at the Riston church. And that group of knights who escaped from the devil's stronghold chose to flee because of these things, right? Having figured it out slightly, Xiu also began to approve of these knights' actions. Indeed, this can be considered retaining some conscience, taking the initiative to leave and no longer killing more people. But the hell name the Riston Church still exists. I really don't know when they will be wiped out to return justice to the world, the old man also said indignantly. And the female boss also nodded. After all, how strong these church knights were was something they were also clear about. Even their own motherland, the Cabbage Empire, still had to be extremely wary of them. And some time ago, there were rumors that the theocracy had brainwashed General Grand who originally guarded the border. This made the female boss even more convinced that the Riston Church must have borrowed the power of the devil. Only then could they have done such an extremely filthy thing. And those dead people were their tribute to the devil. I'll go back first. Don't spread this matter outside, all right? Saying this, the old man left with the wine. And although the female boss agreed verbally, what about in reality? The #1 gossip mama of the region was no joke, and the Pope of the Riston Church still didn't realize that a great disaster was imminent. 277. Running away? As expected, do I still have to find a chance to run away? If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll really be caught and executed. And within the holy capital of the Riston Papal State, Karina, as the saintess, after carrying out a lot of reasoning, still felt that she had to find an opportunity to leave here. Otherwise she was afraid she would die without knowing why. Thinking of this, her body began to tremble involuntarily, but the problem has returned to the starting point. How on earth should I contact the people of the Cabbage Empire? But in the next second, she fell back into this difficult problem that had always plagued her. Although she heard that the intelligence capability of the Cabbage Empire was quite strong, she still didn't have much realistic sense of just how powerful it could be. Well, that was true too. If this made her have a realistic sense of this aspect, what phase would they have to be called the Powerful Intelligence Department? It would be more practical to just kick them out the door. Besides, Karina was inherently a fence-sitter. Whichever side had favorable conditions, she would directly lean toward them. This was also quite honest. After all, she was willingly sitting in this position for the sake of benefits, letting this Pope boss her around. Now since the Cabbage Empire had this strength, she would naturally want to cling to them. Perhaps she could even make use of her own outstanding appearance. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. After all, whether it was an emperor of a nation or common people, a man was a man. Section 128. Although she spoke so righteously on the surface. However, when it actually came to getting things done, she was more proactive than anyone else. Karina stroked her light green hair, seemingly feeling that this problem wasn't too big. If all she had to do to save her life was surrender her body to Hegel, then she would be quite willing. At least his country, which looked quite strong for now, would definitely be able to provide her with sufficient guarantees. Woo-hoo-hoo, if that fellow Hegel collapses as well by then, I'll just pick another place to look for a protective umbrella. Anyway, these guys are just things that can be discarded after use. Karina seemed very confident in herself. But well, you couldn't really blame her either. Her appearance, which perfectly matched the persona of a saintess, had indeed helped her a lot, so being a little conceited wasn't all that surprising. Coupled with her graceful figure, curvaceous body, and an elegant yet unsullied aura of holiness, no matter what, such an appearance and a temperament that even noble ladies couldn't compare to would definitely make her a true man-killer. However, judging from her current thoughts, she must have gotten the direction wrong, and she was terribly wrong at that. After all, Hegel is not the kind of guy who can be satisfied just by a flashy exterior. Yet Karina remained completely ignorant of this, still feeling pleased with herself and pondering what methods she should use later to flirt with Hegel and gain his trust. Hey, she hadn't even achieved the first step of finding a contact person, yet she was already pondering these random things aiming too high should also have a limit. One could only say she might as well offer prayers to your true God, which was either still in existence or had already been obliterated by some unknown entity, and pray to obtain a pain-free death in the future. That would be much more practical. The public opinion offensive mentioned by His Majesty has already begun. It's just unclear how much effect it can actually have this time. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Blackblade's subordinates were reporting to Blackblade. The effect should be even greater than the first time. After all, the previous grand brainwashing incident has already spread among the people and fermented for quite some time. Coming up with another major news now should push the people's disgust toward the Riston Church up several more levels. Blackblade seemed not to have reacted in the first instant, but after his subordinate's reminder like clear cough, he realized his unbecoming behavior and hurriedly answered the questions raised by his subordinate. If you put it that way, His Majesty should soon break completely with the Riston Church, and that subordinate habitually stripped his masked chin with fingers covered in black armor. It might not break openly on the surface anytime soon, because yesterday His Majesty issued a new round of instructions, saying he plans to first poison Riston's military camps, then spread propaganda within the country that a large-scale plague has broken out in the Riston Papal State, and subsequently spread news such as this plague is the gods' punishment for their brutal actions. Blackblade also immediately gave an explanation. It looks like His Majesty has the Riston Papal State completely in the palm of his hand. That subordinate wearing a mask resembling a ferocious wolf said with a hint of emotion. After all, according to His Majesty's words, in the past, Riston coveted our northwestern region and now it is time to strike back one by one. Blackblade responded softly while polishing his weapons. That is indeed His Majesty's style. However, with this counterattack, he's probably going to hack Riston straight to death. The wolf subordinate said bluntly. That's only normal, right? For guys like this, you really can only tear them completely to shreds. Otherwise, they will only bring endless disasters. Blackblade, however, quite agreed with Hedgel's thoughts, and after swallowing Riston, he will definitely advance toward the north. I'm really a bit worried the losses from fighting the monsters of the north previously was simply too huge. But we always have to face it, right? Indeed, let's hope those new weapons can deal strong and effective damage to the monsters. Speaking of this, Blackblade stood up again. Wait a minute, after the lights of that house turn on, according to the intelligence, a group of guys wearing black cloaks should appear. Then, after the oil lamps inside turn into magic chandeliers, that will be the time when this underground auction begins. By then we are going to storm in. He reiterated the details of this operation. I really wonder how many scumbags we can catch this time. I'm looking forward to it a little bit. The wolf subordinate also stared at the house in the distance that was still pitch black, feeling a bit concerned. It shouldn't be few. After all, last time in Ferris Town, we directly captured and killed 4 surrounding minor nobles. By the way, we also confiscated their assets. Being closer to a major city here, the amount of trash will definitely not be small. Blackblade, however, held considerable confidence in this. Then let's see how much funds these fellows could provide for His Majesty. The wolf also chimed in and replied, after all, once a pig is fattened up, it's time to slaughter it. Today is also a good day for pig slaughtering. 278. Time flies. Those guys from Cabbage Empire actually said they want to buy a batch of those green lizard scales and armor from us. This is really interesting. Inside the Cavilla Empire, Cleaner, the supreme ruler here, was reviewing documents submitted from various major functional departments across the country while speaking in a rare, relaxed tone. Those guys from Cabbage Empire, what on earth do they want these things for? Could it be that they still want to make clothes out of these large lizard scales and armor? Cleaner said with a hint of confusion. Although these things, truthfully speaking, weren't all that difficult to get. After all, it just meant having the Funland soldiers pay a little attention, drag back a few more lizard corpses, skin them, dry them, and then transport them back to deliver the goods. The main thing was, what on earth were the fellows from the Cabbage Empire planning to do with these scales and armor? That was quite thought-provoking. First of all, these scales and armor were quite bulky. If someone equipped them all over their body, there would be no flexibility to speak of at all, although it was a bit difficult for the lizard's teeth to bite through this armor. No matter what, it couldn't withstand the siege of several lizards. Without mobility, facing these monsters was no different from waiting for death, and the Cabbage Empire suddenly wanted to order such a large batch of scales and armor from us. Its underlying purpose was still quite difficult to fathom, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. TCH, can't guess it. She smacked her lips and said softly, forget it, since they want it and the price they offered is quite high, we might as well sell it to them. It doesn't matter. In the end, Cleaner simply agreed to the order proposed by Hegel. Anyway, she had no use for these things, and selling them to them would bring in money, which could just right replenish her empty national treasury, though very little. However, this was still better than nothing. Why not do it? And before that, she had also agreed to various agreements proposed by the nobles. Hopefully they could also give relatively suitable and appropriate responses. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel quite reassured. Even her shoulders felt a lot lighter. After all, they had at least decided to present a united front against external threats for now, so the pressure on her should correspondingly decrease a lot, right? At least for now, she still thought so. But things like reality were often even more unpleasant than ideals. After all, it basically wouldn't go entirely in the direction everyone envisioned. That was also the most troublesome point. Only, Cleaner was not yet aware of these problems right now. The speed at which time passed was always so secretive, making it completely impossible for people to catch hold of it. And when people began to notice this matter, time had already run off to goodness knows where, like a certain Hong Kong reporter answering the call of a certain elder. Before Karenina had even noticed it, 7 days had already passed, and during these 5 days she had only done 2 things. One was the so-called sodium cyanide used for poisoning, and the other was the bullet production line she had been longing for. After all, if things like bullets were not produced with the participation of machinery, it could be said to be quite troublesome, and now she could be considered to have found a good solution. MMHMM, the sorting speed over here can be a bit faster, but don't be too muddle-headed either. If you let a dead bullet leak out, that will affect your wages, you know. Karenina, on the other hand, sat beside the conveyor belt and acted as a supervisor and maintenance worker. If the machine broke down by then, she would still have to step up to repair it. As for the power source, it naturally relied on that large internal combustion engine driven by magic crystals. Anyway, what was being burned were just magic crystals produced in ordinary magic crystal mines containing some impurities, so she didn't feel distressed at all. As for who manufactured the remaining machinery that naturally belonged to those 2 groups of wonderful craftsmen who had already been run dry, moreover, they still looked quite hardworking. It was just that for some reason, the white-haired beautiful girl named Hayaki was always inexplicably worried of her. As if she carried a sense of ominousness on her body, this naturally made her feel a bit awkward. However, this wasn't important. What Karenina coveted about Hayaki was neither affection nor her body, but this ability to make the things she wanted. This could be said to be the most precious thing to Hilda. Anyway, even if it was exploitation, as long as they were given enough overtime pay, that would be completely sufficient. But even with overtime pay, the surplus value of the things they produced was still quite substantial. Karenina was also starting to like this feeling a little bit No matter what, she was a firm supporter of socialism. How could she sink into the filthy, decadent quagmire of capitalism? She immediately shook her head, wanting to throw this strange yet exceptionally comfortable feeling out of her brain as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a gaze that made her slightly displeased suddenly appeared. Section 129. You guys keep working hard for a bit. I'm going out for a moment. She immediately stood up from her chair and walked toward the outside of the shed. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a sneaky figure. What are you doing coming out? I just happened to pass by and came to take a look. And that figure was, naturally, Hedgel. Let's just consider it that way. Anyway, I haven't done anything with a guilty conscience. Karenina herself couldn't be bothered to dig too deeply into this. After all, this guy's behavior could still be considered normal. Where is it written that a guy who is an investor isn't allowed to visit his own factory? As for Karenina, it was equivalent to investing with technology's square root. Right now, how much is the daily output? Hedgel naturally asked her the question he cared about the most at present. Not much, just under 4,000 rounds of normal fixed ammunition per day. In the future, we'll need a few more of these equipment. But the next instant, Karenina fell into distress again. However, the main thing is that there are simply too few skilled workers. You must know, the output the day before yesterday could be said to be dismal. On average, we couldn't even make 1 per minute completely unfamiliar with the machine's operation mode. Although these past 2 days it looks like they've gotten familiar with it, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Thinking of the massive amount of ammunition that needed to be prepared in the future, and looking at the current actual production volume, Karenina couldn't help feeling that this was simply too lethal. Indeed, let's prioritize equipping the Third Army with metal bullets. They will be the main force later on. We only need to wait for the timing to become more mature, and we can launch an attack on the Papal State. Hedgel was now seeking Karenina's opinion. 276. Surprise. Speaking of which, are you already prepared to stir up trouble over at the Theocracy? Or are you planning to wait until the Army's weapons are fully equipped and the soldiers' training is finished before starting physical sanctions against the Theocracy? Not only did Karenina not answer Hedgel's question, but instead she turned around and started questioning Hedgel. If we really wait until all preparations are complete before starting, that would truly be too slow. Now the matter of the runaway knights of the Theocracy can be said to be spreading everywhere in an uproar, and just the day before yesterday, the clergy of the Riston Church in the capital already came knocking, saying they wanted us to control public opinion. Hedgel, however, shrugged and replied softly. Anyway, even if one thought with their feet, I could conclude Hedgel would definitely not manage those good-for-nothings. This conclusion, after all, who would personally resolve the good thing they cooked up themselves? Although this could be said to be heart-wrenching pain for the Riston Church, for Hedgel, it was a rare and good show. How is it? Did you snap back at them, or just block them back? Karenina, however, was quite interested in it, in front of them. Naturally, I wouldn't so clearly tear our faces apart by snapping back. The most exhilarating part isn't watching them look at me in fear. It's that look where they hate me so much their two throats hurt, yet they can't do anything about me. It's a pity that these matters were all handed over to Carls to handle, and I couldn't see the delightful expression of the theocracy's representative. What a pity. Speaking of this, Hedgel sighed with a strong sense of regret. However, I reckon you're definitely going to snap back even more harshly in the dark. Karenina, looking as if she had long figured out Hedgel's routine, looked at Hedgel with utter disdain. Indeed, calling poisoning a large-scale plague, and also calling it divine punishment, this can also be said to be inspired by two big shots in the fake news industry. Hedgel simply acknowledged Karenina's statement. After all, what he loved doing most was smilingly saying okay, no problem, on the surface, and then starting to crazily stab people in the back behind the scenes. 705u.com first published by the Reading Club. Should I say as expected of your style? According to what you're saying, those large jars of sodium cyanide powder, are they already prepared to be released? Just thinking about that extremely quiet military camp at that time made Karenina's brain start to tremble. After all, the super-strong complexation reaction of cyanide ions against ferric ions can directly block the cellular respiration process. The lethality rate is extremely high, and the lethality speed is also very fast. With the current medical level, it's definitely fatal. Moreover, it is said that inside the night strongholds of the theocracy, they all use dedicated wells, and the quantity is relatively small. This was equivalent to granting a prime opportunity for poisoning them. It's estimated that release will start tonight at midnight, and tomorrow we can see preliminary results. And the propaganda machine will naturally have to start up rapidly, doing its utmost to distort the event. Anyway, what people sometimes want is not the truth, but hotspots, handles for gossip. Even if later on the theocracy explains this is not a plague but poisoning, how many people would believe it? The phrase first impressions are strongest is quite terrifying. Hedgel naturally wouldn't deny it. If that's the case, then the troops for a direct frontal attack don't need to be too many. Anyway, you also said a couple of days ago that your strategy is hit and run, and then foster a puppet regime. Just collect all currently usable ammunition, give it to the Third Army, and have them form an elite force to directly start wreaking havoc on the holy capital on the mountain peak. Karenina was also exceptionally straightforward. After all, since there's no need to carry out a so-called comprehensive occupation, there's no need to spend great effort clearing out all the surrounding mountain tops and all opposing forces. This is just like the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, invading the capital, looting everything in the capital clean, leaving not even the dirt and utility poles, and then immediately retreating and running away. And Hedgel was planning to reenact a round of this. As for the follow-up, it's different from that self-defense counterattack, because Hedgel is also preparing to foster a puppet regime. This is technical work, and Karenina doesn't know how to do it. The idea is the same, but as for the later part, whether to take the initiative to launch an attack against them or wait for them to declare war actively, it will depend on their patience. Anyway, no matter what they say, we'll greet them with smiling faces and then backhand block it right back. But if they really plan to mobilize the believers within our country, then we can also take the opportunity to have a round of church cleansing. So, although the ending of death is already doomed, how this process plays out entirely depends on the choices of the theocracy's high-level officials, right? As soon as you open your mouth, you know you're an old gal game player. Karenina affirmed Hedgel's insidious and cunning behavior. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. It's all thanks to the seniors teaching well. If BBC and CNN both came over, that would truly be wonderful. Hedgel also started mocking the two seniors famous in the industry for fake news. Right, suddenly I also remembered. Which is how is the road construction situation going? Karenina seemed to suddenly remember an exceptionally important matter. Right now those cements have already been paved, and as you said, covered with wet straw mats to wait for it to harden. It's estimated that in 2 days it can be completely finished. Hedgel seemed to have anticipated what Karenina wanted to ask long ago, and immediately replied. And tonight there's still a surprise Tilda. He even wanted to incidentally keep her in suspense. A surprise? Is it a new tool person? Oh, Karenina's face showed an expression of doubt. No. Even more interesting than a tool person Tilda, you'll know when you come over then. Hedgel completely had no intention of explaining to Karenina what the surprise in his mouth actually was. After all, some things are only most interesting when your appetite is kept hanging all the time. Susk, can't you tell me first? Karenina pouted again and asked in a low voice. If I told you in advance, what would that be called a surprise? You must learn to be patient. Oh, Hedgel once again brought out that tone used to educate children. Clearly in terms of mental age, I am older. Karenina thought to herself secretly, I know. Let's see what kind of weird tricks you can pull off by then. I simply won't care anymore. Finally, she couldn't be bothered to entangle herself in these troublesome matters. Since this Hedgel said we'll see the truth tonight, she might as well wait until tonight to see. Could I possibly be afraid of him? But inexplicably that still feels a bit unsettling. Completely unable to figure out what this guy is thinking in his heart, Karenina stared at Hedgel's departing back, couldn't help feeling a wave of panic. 280. Cardiac arrest. Lord Prime Minister, being able to personally come and meet with us makes one feel deeply honoured. Inside the reception room of the Imperial City, a girl wearing a white robe, a veil on her face, with a crisp and pleasant voice, also carrying a sense of etherealness, was saying to the calm expressioned young man in all black sitting across from her. Without looking closely, just seeing the huge emblem-rich in Riston Church style on the girl's body, as well as the veil, was enough to judge that this was a believer of the Riston Church. This level of flattering words can be spared. May I ask what your intentions are for coming here and requesting an audience with His Majesty? Carls didn't want to entangle with these guys. After all, he still had a bunch of matters on hand waiting for him to handle. He definitely didn't want to waste precious time here dealing with these completely meaningless chores. Therefore, he chose to interrupt this flattering conversation and directly start questioning. Although expression-wise he was still icy cold, or rather, still devoid of any expression. Since you've said so, I won't hide things anymore either. The veiled girl was just preparing to continue mechanically using those so-called polite expressions she had learned not long ago, but was directly choked out by Carl's words. Being in a bad mood was inevitable, but she still wouldn't make a huge fuss over such a small matter. Recently, within your country, inappropriate remarks regarding our Riston Church seem to have begun to spread, similar to bewitching your country's military commanders to inflict slaughter upon common civilians, and having knight commanders lead their subordinate knights to flee outside, etc. These remarks are all untrue. They are all rumours. As the representative of the Riston Church on this trip, the veiled woman said with a face full of indignation. Even across a layer of veil, Carls could feel her anger when speaking this passage. Is that so? However, aren't these exactly the same as the topics from a couple of days ago? I also said I will definitely give everyone an appropriate explanation. Carls naturally just threw out this completely meaningless response. That's right, we'll definitely give an appropriate explanation. This sounded indeed quite sincere. Will definitely give, appropriate. Using these three words to make a statement truly manifested extreme sincerity. But the word attached at the end was explanation. The meaning is that after an unknown length of time, he will definitely give a verbal explanation, but in terms of actual action, will he carry out useful regulatory measures? That would be an unknown. And it was precisely this simple rhetoric that easily fooled the veiled woman around in circles during the last meeting, and she even went back all happy and beaming, wanting to find her most admired holy maiden to claim a reward. But the result was, reward money was not obtained, but instead it invited a scolding. This made her feel immensely aggrieved, with all her tears spinning around in her stomach. And this time, she encountered these exact same words as before. Then she definitely couldn't just stupidly agree like last time. Naturally, she had to bring out the results she had cultivated over these past 2 days. Lord Prime Minister, please have your country immediately produce corresponding solution measures to guarantee the legitimate rights and interests of our church within your country. Otherwise, we will use some extraordinary means. After the veiled woman spat out this long string of words, her mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. After all, this feeling of exultation was simply too great. May I ask, is your church applying threats against our side? Carls didn't think the statement was very clever. If it were against small countries, such a threat might have quite a bit of use. But facing a country with a massive volume like the Cabbage Empire, and where the main body of religious belief is not Christians, saying this would only invite trouble upon oneself. However, the veiled woman still didn't realize this difference in national conditions, and was still applying the tone previously used by the theocracy towards surrounding small countries to talk business with the Cabbage Empire. Section 130. The natural result was that things became impossible to salvage. Indeed, if your country is unwilling to swiftly take powerful measures to completely suppress rumors of this kind, our side will also have to take certain methods to prevent such remarks from spreading and diffusing. Yet this veiled woman still did not realize just how serious the problem was. She even tried to add fuel to the fire. In that case, there is no need to continue talking. Please return. We look forward to seeing what the methods you mentioned actually are. Having said that, Carl stood up from the bench, completely ignoring the attempts of the veiled woman who was in a state of utter bewilderment to make him stay. He quickly and silently left the reception room. What on earth is going on? She lowered her voice and anxiously asked her surrounding attendants. She never expected that such a situation would actually occur. It was just a tiny threat. Was there any need to get so angry? Oh, my lady, the words you just uttered seemed to be a bit too heavy in the nature of a threat. It upset the Prime Minister. Her attendants also completely failed to see why Carls chose to leave his seat. They even wanted to curse Carls for being petty and lacking magnanimity, abandoning the talks directly over just this little matter. It seemed they still had completely no awareness of why the situation had occurred. However, this could not really be blamed on them either. After all, the education they had always received was the rhetoric of the Western Church is invincible under heaven. No one can resist the will of the gods. Especially this phrase, which had always been deeply rooted in the depths of their hearts. And since they self-proclaimed as the proxies of the gods, they naturally believed that this church was stronger than all the nations in the world. To this point, they still did not realize what a foolish thing they had done, applying despicable threats to a major power that cared so much about pomp and face. Did they really think that this country would swallow its anger and immediately execute the conditions proposed by the church, just like those frail minor nations? Furthermore, this was the Cabbage Empire, which was currently thinking about how to completely destroy the Western Church. No matter how one looked at it, this was marching right into the muzzle of a gun, both in a spiritual sense and in a realistic sense. Let's head back first. My performance this time was simply extremely perfect. I just didn't expect that this petty Prime Minister would directly leave his seat. I really don't know how a guy like this managed to climb to the position of Prime Minister. Or rather, this emperor is also a mediocre talent. Sigh, having such a foolish leader is truly a misfortune for the country. Tilda. Even when leaving, she did not forget to inflict another round of mocking, fearing that she couldn't max out her hate meter, to be honest, let alone a reward. If Karina were to truly find out about this matter, she would probably suffer an immediate cardiac arrest. 281. Hysteria. TCH, I've searched for intelligence personnel of the Cabbage Empire for several days, but there are no clues at all. Or rather, did they not plant informants inside the Grand Cathedral at all? But this possibility isn't very likely either. Karina began to agonize over this once again. After all, during this period of time, she could be said to have constantly been thinking about how to cozy up to a major power and find a place of refuge for herself in the future. But judging from the current situation, she simply couldn't find anyone. How on earth did Sophia find him before? She couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled. After all, since one was going to defect, they definitely would have chosen a route and planned out which checkpoints they should pass through. It couldn't possibly be like going on a picnic, suddenly thinking, let's run for our lives right now, and then fleeing scot-free. The various checkpoints along the way must have also been greased. Furthermore, the entire process was quite covert, and they definitely must have communicated with the folks from the Cabbage Empire. Although she currently could not produce exact evidence that the Cabbage Empire had accepted these knights, no matter from which angle one analyzed it, the Cabbage Empire was their only possibility. Why could that Sophia find an intelligence operative? Yet why couldn't I find one? Karina fell into deep thought once more. She had originally planned to use the pretext of sweeping away internal spy factions to start a detailed search within the church, and then intend to express her feelings after finding the informant, subsequently looking for an opportunity to cooperate with the Cabbage Empire and surrender to them. But the result was that there was no result at all. This dealt her a heavy blow. Forget it, Tilda. Let's deal with these matters piled up in my hands first. If I end up being harshly scolded by this foolish poet and even demoted at that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. She recalled that over the past few days she hadn't really read through documents or handled various matters, as she was busy with searching for the informant. Thus, she immediately decided to get to work right away and handle the tasks at hand. If because of such a matter, a status dropped, it would also be unfavorable for the various negotiation conditions when defecting later. After all, status was precisely the bargaining chip. This bargaining chip could be said to be the most vital lifeline. Just as she reined all these thoughts back into her brain and used the most vigorous spirit to greet the papers piling up her desk, however, a knock on the door directly shattered her momentum of fighting a day and night battle with these documents. If you have business, come in immediately. Then dawdle. Karina forcibly suppressed the displeasure of being disturbed, gritted her teeth, and said toward outside the door, "Pardon the intrusion. This is a communication from the Iowa City General Church. Please answer it." A knight appeared at the doorway, holding a communication magic stone flickering with a purple halo in his hand. "Then just leave it here. You go outside fast." She looked at the magic stone placed on the desk and whispered instructions to the knight. And the knight didn't say a single word either. After completing the task, he immediately retreated from the room, tightly closing the door behind him by the way. The Iowa City General Church. She remembered that just 2 days ago, she had given the branch bishop over there a severe scolding. What are they contacting for again today? She perplexedly picked up that magic stone and softly called out to it. Can you hear me? I am the saintess of the Holy Church, Karina Winyar. Lady Saintess, this humble one is Lena Taylor, the bishop of the Iowa City Church. I hope to report some matters to you. And on the other end of the magic stone, a corresponding response was given. Is there anything you want to report to me? It's about a recent negotiation with high-ranking officials of the Cabbage Empire. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lena's tone on the other end of the magic stone immediately rose high, as if she felt she had done a quite correct and great thing. Didn't you already report to me last time? And I also said that there is no need to continue talking, just wait directly. Hearing this reply, Karina couldn't help frowning once more. After all, whoever lost their composure first right now would be equivalent to losing. Since the first probing failed, it was better not to stir up trouble. After all, who the hell knew what kind of trump card this Cabbage Empire had left behind? And she, Karina, was currently counting on this theocracy to hold out a little longer, to hold out for a bit more time, in order to buy precious time for her subsequent life-saving grand plan. No, my lord, we went again today, and the results were quite bountiful. Lena was already smiling, blooming like a flower at this moment, still believing that what she did was entirely without error. What on earth did you say? Hearing this reply, Karina instantly felt that the situation was ominous. After all, being able to pry results out of the mouths of that bunch of cunning old foxes from the Cabbage Empire was truly formidable. But just how foolish and stupid could this Lena be? Karina already had an understanding from the previous negotiations. Therefore, at this moment, she felt a chill creep up from her calves along her spine. We said that if they do not control the words and actions of these foolish citizens again, we will also take hardline measures. And this Lena seemed to think this matter was quite glorious, puffing out her chest and speaking with full confidence. After all, such threatening words could be said to be a perfect copy of the speeches predecessors used to educate surrounding minor nations. You actually said that? After listening to these words, Karina only felt her brain crash instantly. That chill had now completely climbed up her spine to her brain, then shocking her bone marrow. She was silent for quite a while before softly asking Lena, on the other end of the magic stone. That's right. Furthermore, that Prime Minister even tucked his tail between his legs and ran off in dismay. Our great deity, our powerful church, is truly invincible under heaven. As she spoke, she didn't forget to exaggerate to lament around about the church's power, or stepping on the weakness of the Cabbage Empire. It seemed she thought what she did was very right and without error, but what the actual situation was, Karina's heart was exceptionally clear about it. Get lost. Honestly, get lost and go apologize. She tightly gritted her teeth and said to Lena on the other end of the magic stone, word by word. Yet Lena completely failed to realize the severity of the problem. She was even waiting for praise or rewards from the saintess she respected, feeling that she had done extremely well. It's precisely get lost and apologize in the literal sense. Can't you even understand this much? In the end, Karina, who could finally no longer endure it, directly let out a hysterical roar. This sound echoed in the room, and at the same time, through the magic stone, it constantly stimulated Lena's eardrums, making her ears hurt fiercely. 282. Strange fantasy. Lady Saintess, why is this? She forcefully held back the tears about to gush up from her tear glands, softly asking with a voice carrying a crying tone. She genuinely did not understand what on earth she had done wrong. After all, she knew precious little about matters in this aspect and completely couldn't tell whether she had done right or wrong. You get an iron plate! Can't you even tell that much? Karina's tone still showed no signs of softening. After all, this could be said to be a fairly major blunder. Furthermore, if Hedgel were to find out about this open threat, there would undoubtedly emerge a whole bunch of negative news about the Riston Church once more. Just imagining the people within the Cabbage Empire gradually lose interest in the Riston Church, developing a massive amount of hostility, and the situation even having the trend of spreading to neighboring countries along with merchant caravans, this kind of picture was something she completely did not want to see. It wasn't to say that she, Karina, had how deep of an affection for this country. It was all just taking what each needed. It was simply because once these things occurred, it would naturally further affect the bargaining chips for negotiations. This was quite unfavorable to her. Therefore, she flew into a rage, disregarding her image to let out a hysterical roar at Lena, who was far away in the Cabbage Empire. Lena once again let out a sound symbolizing confusion. At this moment, Karina only felt her vision darken, feeling that she was going to be angered to death. Section 131. Can't this fellow tell the difference between a major power and a minor nation yet? Most minor nations would yield to our threats in order to survive. What about those ancient major empires? Their pride and sense of self-esteem are completely condensed within that country's name. If anyone dares to threaten them so blatantly, they will likely seize the first opportunity to return those words twofold in reality. Furthermore, this is the Cabbage Empire, which currently makes theocracy feel unprecedented dread. I really shouldn't have listened to her damned father and given her this regional bishop position after he died. This has completely impacted Karina's future layout. No, never mind. Don't move either. Stay in the branch church's confinement room, and you are not allowed to come out until I say you can be released. In the end, Karina also gave up struggling. After all, killing Lena wouldn't be of any use. On the contrary, it would cause major problems. Lock her up in solitary confinement for a while. Out of sight, out of mind. At the same time, it saves her from stirring up any more bizarre troubles. Karina suddenly felt physically and mentally exhausted, feeling as though she had aged decades in an instant. But why is this happening? Yet Lena was still speaking with a crying voice, saying words that were enough to make Karina's heartbeat stop abruptly. Go to the confinement room when I tell you to. Stop dawdling here. Get lost. She didn't give Lena a good look at all, though Lena herself truly couldn't see it anyway. After shouting out that sentence, Karina unilaterally hung up the communication. Afterwards, she collapsed limply onto the desk covered in documents, feeling the magic stone slowly loosen its grip from her hand. Finally, the magic stone slipped, colliding with the tabletop and making a crisp sound to Karina's ears. This sounded so grating. So tired. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. She really didn't know why there were so many good-for-nothings under her command. Why? Useless at everything they do, but number one at stirring up trouble. Sigh, sigh, sigh. This trace of her faint sigh drifted into the air, blending with it and making her involuntarily feel that this familiar air had also been tainted with a bitter taste and an uncomfortable aura. It's too hard for me. In the end, she could only force herself to cheer up, pick up the magic stone that had fallen onto the tabletop yet remained completely undamaged, and summon the knight who delivered the magic stone to put it away. As for herself, she forced herself to perk up and began dealing with these mountainous piles of documents. If because of this matter, her move was affected, leading to her current work being completely unable to be completed, and then she had to be scolded by that damn Pope once more, that would truly be losing more than she gained. So what on earth are those so-called surprises that fellow mentioned? Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Cabbage Empire, while Karenina was walking slowly down the familiar corridor, she was pondering what kind of trick Hegel was playing. Surprise! And he specifically insisted on it being at night. A bad premonition suddenly crept into Karenina's heart. What on earth does this fellow want to do? Her inner doubts deepened further. At night, inviting a warm cough, cough, cough? No, no. But if he were inviting a male, then there really wouldn't be any problem, right? If it is inviting a lady into the room with ulterior motives, that's one thing. But how should someone of my type be countered? Unwittingly, Karenina fell into a vortex of thought over this slightly delicate aspect once again. Let's just treat it as a female for now based on physical conditions. After a round of life and death struggle by the little person in her mind, Karenina finally chose this option that was closest to reality for now, even though to a certain extent, she didn't want to accept this so-called reality. So what on earth is Hegel's intention in inviting me to my own room at this time point? She stopped in her tracks, feeling that this matter was becoming increasingly bizarre and exuding a dangerous aura. Could it be? Karenina instantly recalled tropes that only existed in autumn games. For example, K-John and Princess Caris and the like. However, Princess Caris seemed to have already happened a few times before. At the mere thought of that scene, Karenina's cheeks burnt hot, steam rose from the top of her head, as she even wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. And this time she swallowed involuntarily, and the enthusiasm of her brain neurons was fully mobilized, starting to visualize pictures that might possibly appear. This also caused Karenina's body temperature to rise rapidly. Damn it. Why am I letting my imagination run wild with non-existent things? If he really dares to do that, see if I don't tear him apart. And then throw him into the crematorium, returning even his ashes to nature. In the end, breaking free from this wondrous pink fantasy, Karenina cursed inwardly, although her cheeks still bore that lingering trace of blush. So, what on earth is that fellow planning to do? Afterwards, harboring that sense of unease, she continued walking toward her bedroom. 283. Gentlemen, now is the time to reveal the answer. She walked slowly to the wooden door, Staring at this familiar wooden door, she swallowed and felt that as long as she opened this door, abnormal events would appear. But in the end, she still carefully placed her hand on the doorknob. Along with the not-so-loud yet exceptionally resonant creaking sound of creak tilde in this quiet environment, a ray of light also seeped through the open crack of the door. He should be inside, right? With this thought, she gently pushed the door open. And what appeared before her was not the familiar Hegel. This also left her increasingly puzzled. At the same time, she also noticed that right in the middle of the room, there was also placed a formal dress that she seemed to have seen somewhere before. Although it looked similar to ordinary evening gowns, it excluded a lot of bizarre lace, placing decorations only on specific parts. Concise, without the luxurious aura exuded by general formal dresses, it exuded a special sense of elegance from the inside out. In short, this happened to strike right at Karenina's preferences. Moreover, it seemed she had seen this outfit before, and just as she was recalling where she had seen this dress, Hegel appeared behind her sneakily. He had been hiding right next to the door all along, so naturally, when Karenina opened the door completely blocked him. As long as she didn't slam the door when opening it, letting this door pal have intimate contact with Hegel's nose tip, he would generally be hard to discover. He sneaked up behind Karenina, then bent his waist slightly and lowered his head a bit. Aiming at Karenina's ear, he gently blew air. Karenina, who was deep in thought, didn't care about this matter at all, only feeling a little itchy. Afterwards, Hegel directly took Karenina's earlobe gently into his mouth with a bite. This was probably whispering into each other's ears in a physical sense, right? Karenina was thoroughly frightened by this sudden slimy and warm touch. Subconsciously wanting to jump away, she suddenly discovered that two arms had wrapped around her waist at some unknown time. And those arms were wrapped tightly. What the hell? What are you trying to do again, you fellow? Karenina naturally knew who this was, and directly screamed, while vigorously pushing and shoving the fellow behind her. She even wanted to step heavily on his foot. Hegel naturally knew when to be tactful, relaxing his arms and quickly moving away from around Karenina. He even put on an expression of thanks for the treat. Do you have some bizarre hobby again now? Karenina looked at Hegel's current appearance, her mouth twitching, and then she pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her ear. No, I don't think this hobby is very bizarre. Hegel didn't intend to agree with the question raised by Karenina either. So, this is what you call a surprise? Furthermore, rather than a surprise, it's more like a scare. Her face was already full of disgust at this moment, and she glared at Hegel. Through this period of familiarity, she also understood that if she continued to drag on this issue, the one who would definitely lose was herself. Thus, she decisively chose to drop this topic for now. After all, this was a conclusion drawn from multiple similar lessons prior. I saw you looking quite entranced at that dress earlier, and it was clearly something you rather liked before. Yet Hegel didn't care at all about Karenina's ferocious stare, and even wanted to pinch her cheek. But if he really angered her, that would truly be losing more than he gained, so he still managed to control his restless hand very well. I liked it before. Karenina, however, found this sentence extremely baffling. But after she recalled the incident where Hegel took her out previously and bought clothes along the way, she immediately understood. Did you go pick up the clothes today? Karenina asked quietly. To be exact, I went both yesterday and today, Hegel said with a confident look. What's the point of going twice? It couldn't possibly be that it wasn't finished yesterday, right? This only left Karenina even more puzzled. It's just that when I went yesterday, I didn't think it was quite perfect, so I had to make a few minor adjustments. 705u.com Reading Club First Release. Hegel forcibly maintained this calm expression and said softly, I always feel that you're very unusual right now, really very unusual. Section 132. Karenina stared suspiciously at Hegel, feeling that this guy was acting exceptionally abnormal right now. It wasn't because she had read anything from Hegel's expression, but it was simply the feeling. A feeling that this guy was definitely plotting something bad, and something quite ominous at that. Yet I can't spot any flaws at all, she muttered softly. What did you say? Nothing, just talking to myself. Karenina immediately brushed it off. Instead of staring at me, how about going to try on these clothes? Hegel was still forcibly holding back his amused expression, but he was almost reaching his limit. Therefore, he immediately decided to continue guiding Karenina along the route he had planned. I always feel like you're being sexually suspicious right now. But Karenina still refused to let up. All right, staring at me won't yield any results. Why not try them on first? How's that? As he spoke, Hegel took Karenina's hand, dragged her over to the clothes rack, then quickly left the room and closed the door by the way. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Karenina muttered to herself involuntarily. Forget it, I quite like these clothes anyway. I might as well change into them first. However, things having reached this point, she simply accepted reality. Anyway, it wouldn't do her any harm. Or so she thought. Outside the door, Hedgel was leaning against the doorframe, the peculiar sense of amusement now completely unable to be contained, leaking continuously from the corners of his mouth and eyes. I really wonder what kind of sight it will be after she puts them on. I'm truly looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Hedgel couldn't help nodding happily. I just don't know, were the calculations back then actually correct? I'm really a bit worried. Yet Hedgel's brow suddenly furrowed tightly at this moment. Although the panties, stockings, gloves, and hair accessories that Karenina was now preparing to put on were all prepared by him. But when it came to the calculation of certain data, he didn't have much confidence. As for what kind of data, one can only say that Hedgel was marching towards becoming an excellent gentleman. Definitely, 284. Beautiful. That way, I'll know what style of clothing she's wearing all over her body when the time comes. Aha, that way. Just thinking about the scene of those clothes rubbing against her smooth skin right now made Hedgel's mood surge with excitement. How about paying a little attention to your image? No matter what, he was also a ruler of a country. Could he try to show some dignity in this aspect? However, Hedgel didn't want to care about these issues at the moment. Right now, he was only thinking about how to become an excellent pervert. Minus men being a bit perverted. What's wrong with that? Besides, he wasn't perverted towards all women, only towards this specific one. What's wrong with that? This so-called declaration of justice rang out in Hedgel's heart once again. So right now, all I can do is wait and finally confirm whether the previously calculated length matches the target. Hedgel took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. At the same time, he was hoping that his damn science knowledge could play a little role at this time. Soon, with a clear and pleasant voice calling out, "You can come," and penetrating the wooden door and reaching Hedgel's ears. His body trembled slightly as he gently placed his hand on the door handle. "Then I'm coming in." He adjusted his facial expression and responded softly. Afterwards, he pressed down the door handle and quickly pushed the door open, and what appeared before him was a sight far exceeding expectations. The pure white dress perfectly fitted her body curves, extending across her body like a layer of delicate white snow covering her. Under the radiance of the magical chandelier, it reflected a pristine white glow. The decorations on her body weren't many, but they were indeed just right. There was not a trace of redundancy, nor any missing element. This perfection brought out a wondrous and exceptionally charming aura without any reservation, and the hair accessory on her head, exquisitely carved into the shape of a lily, further enhanced this aura and this wondrous sense of lofty purity. Not only that, Karenina's evasive gaze, blushing cheeks, and small hands constantly rubbing against each other in a symbol of unease. This sense of shyness intertwined and set off against that grand sense of lofty purity. This sense of contrast was simply irresistible. Hedgel sighed like this in his heart. "Hey, why are you staring at me so fixedly? Are your eyeballs glued in place or something?" Karenina said to Hedgel with displeasure. After all, the feeling of being constantly stared at really wasn't pleasant. Let alone this was an acquaintance. Having an acquaintance stare at her appearance wearing a women's evening gown, Karenina's little face flushed significantly redder in an instant. "I just feel that this is very beautiful." And Hedgel directly spoke out what was in his heart without any reservation. At this moment, it was as if all other rhetoric was redundant. Only this genuine and simple praise was the best, because sometimes, the simpler the words, the better they could convey one's feelings and express intense emotions. This was probably some of the realization he had gained over these years. "Since you think these clothes are beautiful, how about you try wearing them too?" Karenina, however, had no intention of compromising just like that, although she also sensed that Hedgel's previous sentence was sincere. But still, she always felt that if she didn't suss back, it would feel uncomfortable in her heart, and she would always feel like something was missing. This feeling could be said to be quite ominous. "Me wearing it definitely won't do. If I were to wear it like this, I'm afraid it would scare a bunch of people out of their wits." Just imagining that scene made Hedgel want to shiver. Muscular hunk, cross-dressing online. After cross-dressing, conveniently flexing his muscles and striking a few poses. This can only be described as an eyesore, right? At this moment, Hedgel's gaze drifted toward Karenina's thighs. MHM, the same as calculated thighs that are half hidden and half visible, are simply fantastic. He thought to himself like this. The length of the skirt is neither too long nor too short. It's pushed up to just the right position. The angle of its light sway is also identical to the calculation. Hedgel entered the connoisseur mode once again. "What are you doing?" Karenina's mouth twitched slightly as she asked Hedgel. tracking and observing, perhaps. Hedgel didn't even think about it and directly blurted out the correct answer. Hearing this explanation, Karenina's confusion increased further. It's nothing, just confirming how the modification effect proposed back then turned out. While inwardly marveling that this absolute territory was simply amazing, Hedgel was simultaneously spouting nonsense with a straight face, although the improvement was indeed proposed by him. Since you say it looks good, then that's fine, I suppose. MHM, why do you say that as long as I think it looks good, then it's fine? Hedgel was immediately hooked by this sentence. After all, the saying a woman dresses for him who pleases her could be said to be quite accurate. And her saying this sentence, did it mean that I just feel that your aesthetic is quite mainstream? Since you think this has no problem and looks good, then it's fine. Yet Karenina's given answer was as cold as ever expected. Should one completely not hold expectations for her in this aspect? Hedgel thought to himself like this. And made Matilda occasionally taking advantage of these opportunities to seduce him, stir up his interests, and then immediately throw out an answer completely inconsistent with the conclusion he hoped to get. Watching him get deflated is simply wonderful. Karenina was exceptionally happy at this moment. After all, she could be said to have rarely won for once, and this time should it count as her victory, right? However, these clothes are very troublesome to wear, and they're all white, which gets dirty quite easily. So, the chances of wearing them out are still quite rare. Karenina also re-examined the clothes on her body at this moment and whispered to Hedgel, "Is that so? Then that's indeed a bit of a pity." Hedgel also sighed from the bottom of his heart. After all, not being able to frequently see such an eye-pleasing appearance was a huge loss. So you definitely didn't just want to come and deliver a piece of clothing tonight, right? Is there anything else you want to tell me? At this moment, Karenina suddenly turned around and asked Hedgel, Are there indeed is? But Hedgel's gaze was attracted by something else instead. This dress is really big. Cough, cough, cough. No, its these spheres are really white. After all, just now, when Karenina turned around, those two big spheres were also swaying from side to side with the movement of her body. Section 133. 285. Too big. Your expression is getting more and more lewd. Do you not want your eyeballs anymore? Karenina suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. After all, she could completely feel that gaze filled with indescribable desire. This is force majeure. After all, this is really too big. Hedgel, on the other hand, averted his gaze, cleared his throat as if to ease the awkwardness, and responded in a low voice, as if he was afraid he wouldn't be slapped to death by Karenina. It's not like I wanted this thing. Ghost knows how it grew to be this big, Karenina said helplessly. After all, this was indeed something she completely didn't expect. However, this soft texture is indeed quite good. No, saying her own breasts are very soft, no matter how you look at it, is something only a pervert would say, right? She immediately threw this completely abnormal thought out of her mind. The topic is drifting in a strange direction again. Hedgel nodded and said with a convinced expression, "Whose fault is this in the first place?" Karenina's sense of displeasure rose further after the two of them sorted out their moods again. Hedgel still decided to talk about business first. It wouldn't be too late to continue teasing her afterwards. The large batch of lizard scales ordered from the Cavilla Empire earlier should arrive very soon. By then, we can test whether these bullets can effectively inflict damage on them. Hedgel said earnestly, "Tusk, if the current bullets won't do, then we can only increase the propellant charge. However, since they are all steel core bullets, I personally think there shouldn't be much of a problem." After some thought, Karenina made a preliminary estimate that there shouldn't be much problem. The key point is whether it can effectively destroy their internal bodies after penetrating, causing them to lose mobility. Those lizards aren't very afraid of pain. On the contrary, the more pain they feel, the more excited they get, and the faster they move. Hedgel, however, still harbored quite a few concerns. That is indeed a problem after all. With a steel core, it won't shatter into multiple pieces directly inside a living organism like a lead core would. However, the temporary cavity should still be quite large. When the time comes, let's put those scales on some animals and run shooting tests. In the end, Karenina also felt it was better to give it a try. After all, practice brings true knowledge. No matter how perfect the calculated data is, as long as the actual effect in reality doesn't work, it's all for nothing. We can also take this opportunity to provide a blood transfusion to the Cavilla Empire and let them hold out a bit longer. Right now, time is the most precious thing. Hedgel, on the other hand, held other thoughts regarding this material transportation. After all, taking the opportunity to give the Cavilla Empire some benefits would let them live a bit more comfortably. Then, by using some means, accidentally tell the Empress of the Cavilla Empire these scales are actually useless. This aid was provided because the Cabbage Empire wanted to support you. I believe Cleaner will definitely hold feelings of gratitude toward it, which is also equivalent to providing better support for the comprehensive rollout of future strategies. You really know quite a few tricks for toying with people's hearts. It seems completely normal that the other fellows in the royal family can't defeat you. Karenina then started her verbal mockery of Hedgel again. Having said that, there was actually no malice in it. This isn't my fault. It's true that they are just too poor in this regard. Hedgel, however, shrugged and didn't deny it. Also, there is quite an interesting matter today. Hedgel sneaked up to Karenina's ear and whispered. Karenina was startled and gave a shudder by Hedgel's sudden movement. After all, when she just walked in, she had been blindsided by this Hedgel. She still remembered the moist and slippery touch on her earlobe clearly. After all, this matter had just happened a moment ago. What matter? In the end, she still swallowed her saliva and asked in a low voice. After all, since he said it was interesting, it definitely wouldn't be a small matter. Driven by curiosity, she temporarily disregarded this strange situation right now. That is to say, originally I was waiting for certain fellows to take the bait, but as a result, not only did they take the bait, they also ran right into the firing line themselves. Hedgel was still keeping her in suspense. It wouldn't be that bunch from the theocracy, would it? Karenina pondered slightly and could only find this most likely fellow. After all, the country Hedgel wanted to get rid of the most right now was this big tumor right next to them. Indeed it is them. I originally thought that when they came to negotiate, they had brought their brains with them. But judging from the conclusion, their brains must have been stuffed with indescribable things. Hedgel also unhesitatingly mocked them. What did they do again? They came to talk about the issue of domestic rumours, that I didn't expect that regional bishop to directly issue a physical threat against Karls. I really didn't expect them to be so brainless, Hedgel said helplessly. After all, he could be said to have completely not expected such an idiot to appear inside the church. In this way, more material can be added to the smearing in terms of public opinion. For example, a certain regional bishop of the Riston Church spoke wildly. Facing a high-ranking official of the empire, he actually resorted to threats of force and even wanted to punish innocent civilians. Is there still any need for such a religion to exist in the country? This thing can completely be issued from official channels and spread out. All those meticulously designed public opinion manipulation plans originally envisioned now seem to be pretty much useless. After all, this completely allows us to directly condemn the Riston Church through official channels and incite public hostility toward Riston. It's just that all those plans prepared in advance are now completely useless, which is quite unsettling. Hedgel showed a wry smile at this moment. Having backup plans isn't wrong, though. After all, nobody would have thought these fellows would exhibit such IQ-lowering behavior. It can be considered a huge help to us. Karenina herself, however, was quite happy. That's true too. Hedgel didn't want to keep lingering on these matters either. Nobody could have thought these fellows would be so wise. He now fully understood the reason for the gradual decline of the Riston Church. With fellows like this around, it must be hard not to decline, right? Oh, right. There is one more thing, Hedgel suddenly said with a serious expression. What is it? Karenina tilted her head and asked softly. Are these undergarments comfortable for you to wear? Hedgel stared at Karenina with a serious expression and said, 286. Atmosphere. The air instantly became exceptionally quiet. Silence. A prolonged silence. Only Karenina's gradually deepening breathing. I'll give you one more chance to phrase your words. She gritted her teeth and said word by word. Her articulation was exceptionally clear while also carrying a heavy load of anger. I just wanted to ask you how those undergarments feel to wear. After all, I didn't know your size or anything, so I wasn't sure if they fit you properly. Therefore, I wanted to ask about it now. Hedgel still maintained a calm poker face and asked Karenina, You fellow, are you sure your brain isn't soaked? You're asking me about this directly. And you bought all these undergarments. Karenina almost screamed out loud. After all, intimate clothing directly passed through his hands. Not only that, this also meant that this fellow now knew very well what style of undergarments she was wearing right now. Should she really silence him after all? An immature, yet seemingly very reliable plan gradually formed in Karenina's mind. I figured that precisely because it's you, I dared to ask like this. Hedgel simply gave his reply. To be fair, indeed, if it were an ordinary woman, you wouldn't know how many slaps you'd have already taken. Karenina didn't deny this either. After all, this was indeed an objective fact. However, I'm also quite curious. Why did you think of picking out undergarments for me? The corners of her mouth twitched as she lowered her voice and asked softly. It was just a sudden whim. Seeing that they happened to be sold, I simply bought a whole set including undergarments, stockings, and hair accessories back. Hedgel naturally tossed out this answer he had prepared long ago. Karenina just stared at his profile with suspicion all over her face. However, if she had to say, this answer was indeed correct. It was just incomplete. After all, he bought these indeed because he saw them for sale. Then in that familiar shop, he found black and white garters, as well as a full set of women's undergarments. And the lace trim on these styles happened to completely hit his fetish. Thinking further, if he bought them, this Karenina would definitely uphold the principle of not wasting anything and change into all of them. Isn't that equivalent to finding out in a roundabout way what colour that piece of cloth today is? So, without paying attention, he bought them all back. As for the latter part of the reason, he naturally wouldn't say it in front of Karenina. After all, if he really said it out loud, he'd probably have to take who knows how many slaps. Although her hand strength wasn't big, he was mainly afraid of affecting his impression in her heart. Thus, he could only let the matter rest, still unable to see any flaws. Karenina was now increasingly doubting her own intuition. When she heard this sentence, she had initially carried a skeptical attitude. But judging from the conclusion, she had observed Hedgel's expression and subtle movements for so long, and he really wasn't lying. Was her initial intuition wrong? She thought with a hint of doubt. What flaws are you talking about? Can the truth even have flaws? Section 134. But Hedgel had no intention of spilling all those words at once. At least, not right now. Do I really have to answer your question? Karenina's mouth twitched once more as she said to Hedgel, You must tell me. Hedgel gave a straightforward reply. If you really must know, everything else is fine. It's just that my chest feels a bit tight, like it's being squeezed all the time. Karenina averted her gaze and answered in a soft voice, especially her small face, which was gradually blushing, making one quite eager to protect her. Is it still because it's too big? Hedgel couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That size, it should be an E-cup, right? Regarding this, he couldn't be entirely sure. This isn't something I wished for, you know. Are we done talking? If we're done, hurry up and get out. I'm going to take another bath and go to sleep. Karenina ultimately decided to kick him out immediately, otherwise the subsequent conversation would likely become even more embarrassing. Without waiting for Hedgel to answer, she directly pulled him and walked toward the door. Hedgel naturally could only shrug and walk toward the door along with her movement. Well then, good night. With a soft farewell at last, followed by the sound of Karenina making a grimace and slamming the door shut. Is she still acting a bit sulky after all? Well, it's not a big problem. After a night's sleep, she'll probably stop caring about this matter, right? Hedgel, however, held considerable confidence in this. Afterwards, with light and cheerful steps, he walked toward his own bedroom. Woo, Tilda. So embarrassing. Really so embarrassing. Inside the bathroom, Karenina stripped off her pretty dress while her heart wailed continuously. Why did I discuss these things with him? Why? Clearly, whether it was loose or tight has nothing to do with him, right? And even if she knows my size, what use is that? Could it be that he plans to buy underwear for me in the future? Feeling more and more that something was wrong, Karenina's cheeks grew redder and redder. She even covered her face directly with her clothes. What on earth was I doing back then? Finally, inside the bathroom, she let out a despairing wail. New clothes. Very pretty. Underwear size. Breast size. What on earth is all this? If I guessed correctly, at that time it was just because I happened to be immersed in the atmosphere and blurted it out along with the conversation. This thing completely cannot be blamed on me. And thinking back now, the me at that time was truly a huge idiot. This pissed Karenina off quite a bit. Tusk, immersed in the atmosphere. Should I really raise my guard against him after all? He always takes advantage of certain moments to ask quite rude questions, and I inexplicably answered him foolishly. This must be not taking such questions seriously from the bottom of my heart, right? Karenina seemed to have discovered a very important problem. Tusk, it seems to be getting more and more troublesome. But from the perspective of normal males, asking each other these questions should be quite normal too. This really doesn't seem to be anything wrong. She recalled the days in university when she joked around with her roommates, and indeed felt that if it were between people of the same sex, such a thing would indeed be quite normal. And now the situation was simply too special. It was completely impossible to consider it with normal thinking. 287. Expectation. As expected, I need to pay more attention to these issues in the future. Otherwise, there's a high probability that even more embarrassing things will happen to me. She lay in the bathtub, thinking for a long time, but still failed to reach a proper conclusion. She could only arrive at the sole conclusion of guarded defense. She gently cupped the water in the bathtub with her hands, then watched the scene of it slowly slipping away between her fingers. Still can't guess what that guy is really thinking in his heart. She let out a slight sigh and then rose from the bathtub. The splashing sound caused by the disturbance of the calm water surface and the dripping sound of water droplets on her body constantly falling back into the bathtub due to gravity filled the mist-filled indoor space. Amidst all this, she wiped away the water droplets on her body. Her long golden hair was so conspicuous in this vapor-filled space, carrying a hazy sense of beauty. And that skin, flushed white with water droplets and seeming to emit faint fragrance, added an indescribable sense of allure in the mist. Although she had once realized that the sky might just be drooling over her body, but currently she still hadn't been able to obtain decisive evidence. Therefore, this could only be dropped. After tidying up everything on her body, she changed into a nightgown, thinking of organizing the information she currently grasped while her wet hair hadn't dried yet. However, a strange sound in her mind startled her into a shudder. How diligent! Actually still thinking about work right now. Isn't it comfortable to go to bed and rest right now? In this voice, there was also plenty of displeasure. Why can you come out right now? Weren't you always only able to drag me into dreams before? Karenina had no intention of answering the question raised by the other her. She only asked in a low voice. Tusk, there are just occasional opportunities like this. Especially seeing your stupid look when facing that guy just now. It was really too funny. And she started her merciless taunting once again. Although I'm very unwilling, I completely cannot refute it. Karenina gritted her teeth and said with displeasure. Right. For a guy like this, he should simply be humanely eliminated. She started instigating her to do some completely nonsensical things again. Hey, if I really killed that shameless and perverted Hedgel, I'm afraid I'd be strung up on the gallows. Karenina rolled her eyes and responded helplessly. Viewed from a third-party perspective, probably no one would know who this eye roll was actually directed at. So what if it's the gallows? As if that would matter. This voice, however, didn't care about it at all. Hey, you don't even have the most basic common sense, do you? You'll die, you know. Being hung up there will really kill you. Karenina herself spoke in an incredulous tone to that fellow who claimed to be herself. Doesn't matter, we can see who will actually die by then. After all, if their old ancestor sees their beloved direct descendant hanging up there, I'm afraid this rotten theocracy would cease to exist. After all, nobody can stop an enraged old ancestor. And this fellow started blurting out a bunch of incomprehensible words again. What on earth is this old ancestor you're talking about? Karenina twitched the corner of her mouth, feeling that what this other herself said was simply too nonsensical. I made sham Tilda, I think you'll understand in the future. After all, the old ancestor seems to have run out to play again. I can feel it, Tilda. But this fellow had no intention of explaining it at all, instead blurting out even more bizarre things. This is probably what you'd call chatting across servers, right? Karenina increasingly felt that her heart was so tied. This is a good thing. It means maybe in the future, we still have a chance to meet that lord. And that fellow claiming to be herself started endlessly recanting these matters again. She completely couldn't figure out what this fellow was talking about. And once key questions were asked, she would always say, you'll understand in the future. Looking at it this way, there was simply no possibility of ever understanding. All right. Stop talking. Anyway, if you keep talking about these things, I still won't understand. Better not say anything. Karenina waved her hand completely impatiently toward the air, seeming to want to interrupt this fellow's lengthy narration. However, judging from the conclusion, it was indeed a success. And that fellow rarely complained with a muttered, ungrateful, then quickly disappeared, completely unable to understand. After confirming that she had completely disappeared, Karenina slumped directly onto the desk. The mysteries had increased by quite a bit, but it was still unclear why. In the end, she also gave up on pondering these troublesome questions that were hard to get correct answers for. After all, the given conditions were too few, and if she started blindly guessing based on this tiny bit of possibility right now, wouldn't it be a massive loss if she guessed wrong later? Furthermore, judging by the tone in which that fellow spoke those words, it shouldn't be anything bad. Then it didn't matter anymore. However, regarding this evening's so-called poisoning, its symbolic significance is actually far greater than its practical value. To put it bluntly, it's still to build momentum in public opinion. After all, the country to be attacked is a religious nation, and at the level of a religious leader at that. This feeling is pretty much the same as declaring war on the Vatican or Iran in the previous world. She rubbed her brows, seeming a bit fatigued now after the bickering with that unknown existence just moments ago. After all, as for poison and the like, unless it directly contaminates the food supply, the effect it plays is still a bit low. And water and such, even if those few wells are polluted, they can still pump water directly from wells in nearby cities. She stretched lazily, touched her hair which was still slightly damp, and finally decided to go to bed and sleep. At worst, she'd just have a headache for a while tomorrow. No big deal. She was just a little bit curious about how many people among them would actually fall for that poisoned water. Karenina still cared a bit about the situation over there. Section 135. After all, this was the result of her hard work for an entire day, though she also knew that the purity of those white crystals wasn't very high. After all, with the current conditions, this was the highest purity she could manage. And then, I hope they drink plenty of water tomorrow morning. A cup of water in the morning, and they'll go straight to see their true god Tilda. Although she didn't hold much hope for how many people it would actually poison to death. But that didn't stop her from making a beautiful wish to send all these pieces of trash to their true god. Hey, I wonder what the effect will be. 288. The poison takes effect. Are you done on your side? All done. How about you? No problem. I poured it all in. At night, inside a hidden night order branch in the Riston Papal State, several figures dressed entirely in black were currently carrying out some rather interesting work. Evading the squads of knights on night patrol, they opened the tightly sealed jars in their hands, held their breath, and poured all of the contents into the well. The white crystalline powder poured down and rapidly dissolved into the clear well water. Looking at it from the outside, the well water seemed no different from normal water. It was still just as clear, still just as bright. But if one were to scoop up a ladleful and take a gulp, they would likely go straight to paradise. According to their habits, they should draw water in the morning as usual, and then perform their so-called morning baptism together. If this poison is really as potent as the Lord said, we might reap a bountiful harvest. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly, as if they felt this plan was highly feasible. After all, these guys had a routine every morning where each of them would draw a bucket of water and pour it over their own heads. Was this equivalent to some religious ritual? In any case, it was incomprehensible to the members of the Dark Guard. And as it happened, it was said that this poison could be absorbed through the skin. As expected of those lords, they even considered these things so thoroughly. They praised softly from the bottom of their hearts. Well, it looks like there's an extra bottle left here. Let's pour all of it into the large water vat in their kitchen. Not only that, but one of them even prepared to take it a step further to poison these knights. And his companion agreed. They were looking forward to the arrival of dawn, both the realistic and a spiritual dawn. Rouge, why don't you go draw water for us today? In the morning, the knights of the Night Order branch woke up from their sleep under the bright and somewhat dazzling sunlight. Seriously, it's my turn again. Saying that, the young knight named Rouge quickly changed into his white robe, picked up the massive bucket, and walked out of the barracks. Well, it wasn't unusual for the four of them to take turns drawing water every day and then performing their so-called morning baptism together. Besides, washing up could only be done after the baptism was completed. For some strange reason, like respect for the god comes first, personal matters come after. But whatever, it didn't matter. Once you got used to it, it was all the same. The other three also put on their own white robes dedicated to the baptism. These clothes basically didn't need to be washed. They only wore them once a day, got them wet once, hung them up to air dry upon returning, and used them again the next day. Today was just like any other day, with no difference at all. They could even guess what they would be eating for lunch today after all. The menu was on a rotation. Based on what they ate yesterday, they could roughly deduce what they would eat today. A boring life, but at least they got paid. That was probably about it. They tidied up their attire, took their basins, and slowly shuffled out to the open square outside the barracks. A large number of their colleagues had already gathered outside. They lined up, scooping up water with their basins. Now they were just waiting for the customary bell to ring, and then they would shout, "Long live the true God," and that would be it. The bell as usual, the loud shouts as usual, the water as usual. Wait, water as usual. He carefully tasted the droplets that had splashed onto the corners of his mouth and into his oral cavity. The taste seemed a bit off. This tastes why is there a bitter almond smell? Did you guys notice it? He asked his companion beside him in a low voice. Notice what? His companion, however, was a bit puzzled by this. I mean, the taste of this water seems a bit off. She recalled that strange taste. She felt more and more that something was wrong. She even felt her tongue go numb, her breathing grow slightly rapid, and her skin begin to feel a bit uncomfortable. The taste of the water. His companion didn't know what was going on either, so he directly scooped up a ladle of water and poured it down his throat. It really is a bit cough. He was only halfway through his sentence. The next second, he collapsed straight to the ground, unconscious. At the same time, several people around them experienced similar symptoms. All of them gasped for breath and then mysteriously collapsed to the ground. And those who had actually drunk the water died instantly, their heartbeats completely stopping. What on earth is wrong with this water? In an instant, they fell into a complete panic. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the knights who had poured the water on themselves gradually began to experience shortness of breath, skin discomfort, and splitting headaches. Knight Commander! As some soldiers had collapsed here too. At this moment, the supreme commander of this unit seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed over to inspect the situation. However, the smell of bitter almonds wafting through the air made him frown. Perhaps the water in the well has been poisoned. Stay away from the well. At the same time, carry the unconscious soldiers into the barracks immediately. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Report to headquarters immediately. State that our unit has been poisoned by unknown elements in the barracks well, and we currently need to rest and reorganize. We are now tallying the death toll. He calmly issued instructions to the adjutant beside him. At this point, he also couldn't help but feel a burning pain inside his nasal cavity, forcing him to cover his nose. Can this thing even disperse into the air and poison us? He's staring at the knights who were swaying as they walked, and even starting to vomit. He couldn't help but feel that the situation was extremely serious. And the sights of knights suddenly collapsing one after another made his fear rise by several levels. What should we do? What should we do? His heart grew increasingly anxious. Use the remaining water in the kitchen first, and don't touch the well water for now. In the future, we'll use water transported from nearby towns. Understood? Induce vomiting in all the poisoned individuals first. He bellowed at the soldiers around him, but there were very few responses, and those that did respond sounded half dead. This made his heart ache even more, as if cut by a knife. He even felt a bit dizzy himself. Who on earth would do such a thing to us? Covering his nose, he quickly left the area, terrified that he would also be poisoned. However, what he didn't know was that he had already made an exceptionally erroneous decision. 286. Making do. The effect was actually this good. Didn't those guys have any guard up even after discovering people were poisoned? That afternoon, Ketchel, who had received the intelligence report from the Dark Guard, was incredibly astonished. After all, this could be said to be an entirely unexpected result, directly inflicting heavy casualties on several battalions. The death toll was roughly estimated to be over 1,000. What kind of brilliant operation was this to cause such a situation? Hedgel couldn't help but recall the brilliant words and deeds of that regional bishop from before. He couldn't help but feel that this theocracy was probably beyond saving. This probably has to do with some of the ritualistic habits of the Rissin Church. This time, it was because every morning they draw fresh water from the well and pour it from head to toe to express their respect for the god. Only after that can they officially begin their day's work. Vril explained softly from the side. So that's how it is. I guess it was a stroke of blind luck. It just so happens that sodium cyanide can also penetrate through the skin, and its toxicity is extremely high. With this level of contact dosage, it really would be hard not to die. Hearing this explanation, Hedger understood a lot better. After all, cyanide could indeed be absorbed through the skin, and it directly acts on cellular respiratory enzymes, causing intracellular asphyxiation. In that case, should I be the one to write the smear piece against the Riston Papal State? After all, I believe I've learned a bit of the basics from those two great seniors. And Hedger naturally wanted to take this opportunity to make something of it. After all, with such a great opportunity, how could he not launch a round of smear campaigns? I just wonder how effective will it be? Will it make the Papal State declare war on us directly, or should we wait a bit and then declare war on them? Meanwhile, Hedger was once again calculating what decision the theocracy would most likely make. Section 136. But in the end, the conclusion he reached was inconclusive. After all, the upper echelons of the theocracy were creatures whose minds were filled with bizarre ideas. Heaven only knew what those guys would pull. Trying to discuss them using the logic of normal people was an abnormal thought in itself. In the end, does it mean we can only let them choose their own way to die? Hedgel's lips twitched as he thought displeasurably. Well, that was the original plan anyway. It's just having the choice out of my hands is still a bit hard to get used to. Then, he took up his pen and began writing furiously on the paper. He just didn't know how the theocracy was feeling inside right now. A massive portion of their own forces had been lured to their depths. Now, someone was going to force its mouth open, stuff a thunderous draft inside, force it to chew it thoroughly, feel the bitterness, and then swallow it down. This was truly too difficult. Yet another weird design has been added. Saying this, she looked at the anti-aircraft gun beside her. This thing still used air cooling for heat dissipation, rather than Maxim's water cooling. After all, its rate of fire was indeed not high. Before the barrel could overheat, the bullets stuffed in the magazine would be depleted first. If it really didn't work out when the time came, modifying it with water cooling shouldn't be much of an issue either. As for the original machine gun prototype, it was decisively relegated to being used purely as a ground-firing firearm, and the thing beside her could be considered a dual-purpose flat-fire and high-angle gun. Laughs! After all, firing an anti-aircraft autocannon horizontally was the most satisfying. If it hit, half of the target's body would simply vanish. Along with mounting two curved iron plates on it and setting up a sight, it would basically be that to the task for current combat. And next, naturally, it was time for a test fire. First, she picked up the large magazine dedicated to this anti-aircraft gun and loaded it with 10 special shells. That was the beauty of automatic firing. You just had to fill the magazine, slap it on, and pull the trigger. However, Karenina would not directly participate in this task. After all, with Karenina's current physique, facing the recoil of this thing would probably throw her back out. Therefore, the actual operation of this test was entrusted to 2 workers. As for the target, it was still that thick wall in the distance. Even though it was already riddled with holes from Karenina's long-term abuse, now Tilda prepared for the test. Seeing that preparations were complete, Karenina shouted loudly to the 2 men not far away. After confirming everything was ready, a whistle suddenly blew. A massive roar resounded through the vast space like a violent storm. At the same time, the terrifying rumbles of exploding shells penetrated Karenina's hands, covering her ears, rushing into her ear canals and stimulating her auditory nerves. The 2 workers also gritted their teeth. One held the trigger down tightly, while the other firmly pressed the magazine to prevent the muzzle from rising too much. They were desperately controlling the fierce beast in their hands, fearing it would break free of its shackles in the next instant and shower this rain of absolute death in other directions. Those few seconds of firing felt as though centuries had passed, so incredibly soul-stirring, both physically and mentally. It was an immense shock. It wasn't until the bullets in the magazine were completely depleted that the storm-like, deafening roar finally vanished from their ears. How was the effect? Karenina didn't care much about the state of the anti-aircraft gun after firing. Instead, she was exceptionally concerned about the wall that had been hit. After all, what kind of result would be produced when these dense, small explosive shells tipped with magic crystals directly hit the stick wall? She was, safe to say, quite curious. Once the dust cleared, what appeared before Karenina were hideous craters. At the same time, gravel and bricks kept crumbling down from above, kicking up layers of dust. She stepped a bit closer to the wall, trying to carefully verify the depth of the scars on the wall and the distribution of the impact points. 6, 7, 8. There were 8 craters that could be directly counted. And 2 craters were merged together. Unsurprisingly, they were from the first and second shots. At that moment, the muzzle was still pressed down relatively low, so the accuracy was comparatively high. The ones after that showed signs of slipping slightly out of control due to the heavy recoil. After a brief analysis, she quickly reached a conclusion. After saying thanks for your hard work to the 2 workers, she immediately put on heavy heat-resistant gloves and began to inspect the wear and tear inside the autocannon's chamber. It seemed the wear was acceptable since they used relatively soft copper casings. If they had used iron casings, the level of wear would probably be even higher. She believed with certainty. 260. A true villain. These are the parts needed next. I'll leave them to you. After completing the performance test of the anti-aircraft gun, she still decided to add water cooling. After all, she had discovered during her inspection that air cooling still couldn't keep its temperature within the optimal range. This would also seriously affect the barrel's lifespan. As for water cooling, it would significantly increase its weight. However, in the end, this bit of weight didn't really matter. Anyway, she had never expected to be able to engage in mobile combat while carrying this thing. So, she simply took the blueprints for the water cooling components she had prepared beforehand and came to the workshop specially set up for these few artisans. As for Hayaki, for some reason, she always remained quite wary of Karenina. As if she was terrified Karenina would swallow her whole in one bite, as you can see. That's all. I hope you can manufacture these components a bit after you finish your current work, Tilda. However, when it came to rushing the work, Hayaki was absolutely efficient. This saved Karenina a lot of worry. Excuse me, is that all? Hayaki asked tentatively, her voice carrying a profound sense of exhaustion. After all, their workload here was indeed far too heavy. Although the overtime pay was very generous, far exceeding their base salary. But what was the use of earning money if you weren't alive to spend it? What's more, Hayaki didn't really care much about money. The reason she wanted overtime pay was merely to seek psychological balance. After all, in her eyes, nothing was more painful than working hard and getting absolutely nothing in return. Yes, that's all. Karenina gave an affirmative answer. At the same time, she was wondering whether she should find an opportunity to give them a few days off. Otherwise, if something really went wrong with their health, it would be a huge trouble. After all, falling ill could lead to even greater, unnecessary losses in production. For example, giving them just 1 day off to rest and recuperate could allow them to work continuously for 6 days with full energy, producing 60 parts a day. But if she was tactless and kept forcing them to work overtime, it would cause their production efficiency to drop, yielding only 40 parts a day. And there might even be special circumstances like illness, which would further drag down production efficiency. Therefore, this 1 day buffer period was exceptionally important. Thinking of this, Karenina couldn't help but glance at Hayaki again. This immediately gave Hayaki a jolt. Could it be that she saw through my desire not to work overtime? She swallowed involuntarily and tried her best to remain calm. Calm down, Hayaki. You are the crystallization of Yahara's highest technology. How could a mere human of a low civilization possibly read your thoughts? She kept cheering herself up. By the way, would you guys like to take a day off? Karenina asked this question after careful consideration. This directly hit Hayaki's weak spot. Could it be she has already discovered our thoughts? Just thinking about what this malicious woman had done before made Hayaki's coolant run cold. Multiple tests, high-intensity overtime, and these component demands requiring extremely high technical skill. All signs pointed to the fact that this person definitely had some unspeakable, evil secrets, and now she had easily seen through her thoughts. This caused the fear in Hayaki's heart to deepen even further. Standing behind Hayaki, Tra and Loyali didn't think too much upon hearing this. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they seemed ready to agree to Karenina's idea right away. Oh no, we really don't. Instead, Hayaki roared flatly and decisively with a trembling voice. This roar actually gave Karenina quite a start. Hey, why? Balancing work and rest is clearly the best. There's absolutely no need to work so hard. Karenina frowned slightly and explained softly to Hayaki. Not only that, Tra and Loyali also cast puzzled glances at her, but they were led back fiercely by Hayaki. Did these two guys really not understand what was going on in this evil woman's mind? Hayaki sighed inwardly. It's really not necessary. We are still bursting with energy. Even if we continue with this intensity of work, we'll be fine for another month. Besides, you are so generous and pay us so handsomely, it is only right that we serve you like this. Hayaki explained the reason to Karenina in a sweet, gentle voice. It indeed sounded quite convincing. Section 137. But in her heart, Hayaki secretly spat again. HMPH, trying to deliberately lure us into a trap. Not a chance. If we agree, it would play right into Karenina's hands. Once our vacation is over, she'll use even more terrifying methods to squeeze us dry. I won't fall for it. Is that so? I understand. But it's still better to pay a little attention to your health. After all, your body is the most important thing. Karenina nodded, feeling slightly awkward. In that case, I will leave these to you all. Since they said they didn't need it themselves, she would naturally go along with their wishes. It was quite rare. They didn't even want to rest when offered. Do they really love having their surplus value extracted that much? Karenina shrugged, gave a slight bow, and quickly left the space that carried a distinct metallic scent. Miss Hayaki, if I may ask, why can't we rest? Tra scratched his head in confusion and asked Hayaki after making sure Karenina had completely left. Can't you see it yet? She's waiting for us to agree. Once we do, she'll definitely treat it as granting a request and give us a day off. But after the vacation, what awaits us will be even heavier labor. Hayaki explained to Tra and Loyali with a serious, solemn look. But if we don't have any days off, we can't go out and play. What's the point of earning money then? Loyali, like a deflated balloon, pouted and asked in a low voice. Let's endure until the end of this month, and then we'll decide based on the situation. We'll see how Lady Karenina's attitude is. If our workload is reduced after that, it means we did the right thing, and she is starting to gradually trust us. Hayaki said, convinced of her own correctness. And what if it's not reduced? Then it means our attempt to carry favor has failed this time. We'll just have to look for another opportunity. At this thought, the three of them sighed again. 261. Double act. Setting everything else aside, I've got some first-hand news. Want to hear it? In the evening, inside a restaurant in the imperial capital of the Caboge Empire, 3 or 4 young men in ordinary clothes were sitting around a table, chatting about recent news. From time to time, they would whisper to each other mysteriously in hushed voices, and then suddenly burst into excited laughter loud enough for the entire room to hear. They looked like a bunch of utter fools. Naturally, the people around them were drawn to their behavior. However, most people just rolled their eyes or gave them disdainful smiles, treating it entirely as a monkey show. However, the phrase first-hand news that suddenly slipped from one of their mouths did a rather good job of piquing the interest of quite a few people. After all, regardless of whether it was true or not, they might as well listen first. Anyway, if it was something interesting, it would serve as good conversation material when drinking and dining elsewhere in the future. Besides, listening to it wouldn't cost them anything or cause them any harm. So why not? You know, my uncle is the one in charge of allocating communication magic stones in the Imperial City. At noon today, I accidentally overheard him mentioning some things. The young man took a sip of wine first, his cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly a bit tipsy. Then he leaned into his buddies, pretending to be mysterious, and spoke in a voice that was just the right volume. As for how just right this volume was, it was naturally loud enough for everyone present to hear and understand clearly, yet still carrying a slight hint of secrecy. This was quite a skilled art. However, most of the diners present assumed the kid was just a bit drunk, so speaking a bit louder and slurring his words was only natural. They didn't pay it much mind and chose to keep listening. After all, an official in charge of communication magic stones in the Imperial City was basically the pinnacle of communication officers. It was a position so many desired but could never reach. Whether he was bragging or not, they might as well listen. After all, it sounded prestigious and had a certain degree of credibility, didn't it? Most of the diners present naturally listened even more intently after hearing this. That's true, but stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us what's so mysterious. Another stout young man at the same table casually chimed in with this remark. This made the words of the first young man seem even more credible, although there were some sharp-eyed people among the diners who suspected these guys might be putting on a double act. They still had to hear the content first before jumping to conclusions. It wouldn't be too late. Then I'll just say it straight. The young man cleared his throat pretentiously and opened his mouth. It's said that recently, a plague suddenly broke out within the Night Order in the Papal State, and the dead are already piled high like mountains. He lowered his voice and spoke in a chilling tone to his fair-weather friends around him. These words thoroughly frightened most of the diners present. A plague? This is a massive deal. If it really spread into our country, the ones dying might be you and me. Whether it was true or not, they had to listen first. At this thought, everyone around strained their ears and listened intently to what these guys were saying. After all, if it was fake, everyone would be happy. If it was true, then they had to be careful not to let those people from the theocracy in. At least, based on experience passed down from past civilizations, one must not make contact with infected people. Anyone who came into contact would, with a high probability, fall ill without exception. Since this was a matter directly concerning their own lives, they naturally focused all their attention on listening carefully. Really? This is a huge matter. It can't be made up. The young man who revealed such crucial news naturally felt a bit of fear himself. Even his voice was starting to tremble a bit. It's absolutely true. How could I lie to you? I heard that His Majesty is also going to start reducing trade with the theocracy recently. Maybe it's because of this, the young man replied with growing certainty. Then can you tell us what exactly is going on in the theocracy? The surrounding people couldn't help but gulp. Indeed, they had heard rumors about reducing trade with the theocracy over the past couple of days. Originally, they had thought it was because the theocracy had done something despicable, but they really didn't expect it to be due to such a terrifying reason. Sigh, don't even get me started. Corpses are being carted out by the wagon load. The clinics are overcrowded. Some people die and just lie in the clinic corridors. Even if they start to rot, no one cares. The young man waved his hand and, fueled by the alcohol, revealed even more shocking details. Hearing this, everyone around felt extremely anxious just imagining the scene. What is wrong with this theocracy? Why is it always the people who suffer? This must be a systemic problem. I can't help but fall into deep thought. After all, corpses are already being carted out in wagon loads, yet the theocracy is still trying to block the news. Most importantly, they haven't even informed neighboring countries of this danger. What are they trying to do? Isn't it obvious they want us to go down with them? These guys have enough shambles and dirt as it is, and instead of improving, they've actually gotten worse. Finally, a man in the corner of the restaurant stood up and began to loudly instigate the crowd. An immediate chorus of agreement quickly rose from the surroundings. With this, the instigation was basically a success. Next it would be about fabricating further rumors. This was exactly the situation Hedgehog wanted to see. Think about the news that spread a few days ago about the theocracy massacring refugees, and then look at the current situation. An idea that seemed very plausible, yet also implausible, was on the verge of being voiced. Could it be that this is heaven's punishment for their wicked deeds? And the answer slipped from the mouth of the fellow sitting across from the young man. At first listen, these words seemed to make sense. But upon closer analysis, one would realize it was complete nonsense. However, what the public needed was not the truth, but rather hype, topics, and conversation fodder. Now that this hypothesis had been proposed and the rumor spread, even if it was utterly absurd, it still had the soil to survive and room to grow. After all, those with the ability to think independently were few and far between, and their objective, straightforward words were often disbelieved by the ignorant masses. This provided Hedgehog's operation with an excellent opportunity. 262. Underground, significant results. At the dining table, upon hearing Hedgehog speak of what happened this morning in the various night orders of the Wrist and Papal State and explaining the combat effectiveness, Karenina almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Then again, she hadn't expected these things to be of much use in the first place. At most, they were just meant to help build momentum, but this sudden, massive success truly took her by surprise. It is indeed an unexpected situation. Hedgel stretched and let out a long sigh of relief. After all, I did forget that they have the habit of splashing water on themselves in the morning. I can only say it was a stroke of luck. That actually makes a lot of sense. After all, these highly toxic substances can be directly absorbed through the skin. I wonder what the church's high-ranking officials are thinking right now, Karenina said with a hint of anticipation. We should get feedback on that very soon. If all goes as expected, they should be shocked, followed by impotent rage, right? After all, they currently have no evidence against us, nor do they dare to rashly wage war. They can only swallow their anger. Section 138. Hedgel, however, had already somewhat anticipated their likely reaction. Tusk, you've probably already written the smear pieces, haven't you? Soon you can continue your disgusting offensive against the Liston Church here. Happy? Karenina asked Hedgel in a sarcastic tone. She relaxed her arms and gently placed her teacup on the table. Somehow, the crisp sound of the teacup clinking against the tabletop carried a hint of laziness at this moment. Of course I'm happy. This is an incredibly good opportunity. Right now, I'm quite looking forward to how they will defend themselves to the public. If they just play dead or take a hardline stance, it will only make outsiders feel like they're just putting up a front. Hedgel narrowed his eyes slightly, completely ignoring Karenina's sarcasm, and answered straightforwardly. Tusk, I get the feeling you're just playing around. Obviously, no matter what they choose, the final outcome will be the same. You're just enjoying their final struggles and despair before their demise. Karenina hit the nail on the head, exposing Hedgel's current thoughts. What's wrong with that? These corrupt and inhumane fellows should have been swept into the dustbin of history long ago, and we are currently acting as the cleaners. Hedgel still didn't refute this. After all, it was the truth. Watching these guys' death throes, seeing their meaningless resistance, and staring at their painful expressions as they racked their brains but couldn't find any solution. This was the ultimate pleasure. By the way, those scales should arrive tomorrow. Let's see if we can run a test tomorrow afternoon. Hedgel suddenly seemed to recall something very important. Let's see then. By the way, find me a few pigs, or some other large magical beasts. Have them put on the scale armor, tie them up, and then shoot them. That way, the results will be the most direct. Karenina put forward another request. Test them on live animals. Well, that works. It is indeed direct. After all, if they're armored and one shot stops them from moving, it proves these bullets are enough to deal with these monsters. Hedgel agreed with this idea as well. Unless those monsters' muscles were harder than scale armor. Otherwise, they would be destined to be gunned down by a dense rain of bullets. Tusk, speaking of which, I suddenly realized we seem to completely look down on the theocracy now, even though just a few months ago we were still quite wary of them. Hedgel scratched his head, feeling that the current atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange. Who told them to be so useless? Faced with firearms, they're like mice meeting a cat, getting ground straight into mush. It can't be helped. Karenina further belittled the strength of the theocracy. That may be so, but we've actually made a ton of preparations. Despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. That's a quote from a great man. Hedgel's words were indeed true. Underestimating the enemy is the greatest enemy, and according to their investigations, something seemed to be buried beneath the central grand cathedral of the theocracy. But it had been sealed off, and even the spies planted inside had no way of sneaking in, because the passage had been completely blocked off. Moreover, there were several Grand Knights guarding the blockage, leaving absolutely no opportunity to investigate. The only thing they knew was that strong magical reactions would occasionally emanate from within. What exactly it was remained unknown. This was probably the only variable. In any case, I believe that as long as we make steady progress and ensure the enemy can be effectively wiped out, there won't be any problems. Even if they have so-called magic, turning the tables will still be quite difficult given our current technological and numerical advantages. After a careful analysis, Karenina still offered a conservative suggestion. After all, reckless charges could indeed be effective at times. But when it was still uncertain whether the enemy had a trump card, this was the stupidest way to fight. They might even lose a lot of manpower, and I really don't get what is hidden beneath the Grand Cathedral, and why it has to be sealed off. Even if we ask Sophia, she can't give an explanation. She only said it's highly likely to be a ruin. Whenever Hedgel recalled that sealed underground area, his heart couldn't help but itch with curiosity. Since it's sealed, maybe there's something bad inside. If it were useful, they certainly wouldn't hide it at a time like this. Rather than that, I'm more concerned about how those strange mountainous terrains will hinder our troops' advance. As for Karenina, for some reason lately, she inexplicably wanted to contradict Hedgel. To each their own. Who knows, maybe this thing is just like the one in that strange cave from last time. Hedgehog recalled that eerie cave once again. Well, maybe. If it really is, that would be wonderful. It would be equivalent to saying, we won't have to worry about our future energy supply at all. After all, you can never have too much of such important energy resources, no matter what. If the mountain cavity really was stuffed full of magic crystals, just like last time, then they would have truly hit the jackpot. At least, it could play an exceptionally important role in our recent development. To be honest, instead of harboring designs on the ruins beneath the Grand Cathedral, you should think about whether that thing will pose a threat to us. Karenina suddenly shifted the topic. That is indeed an uncertainty that cannot be ruled out. But in my personal opinion, it's not a big deal. Hedgehog remained optimistic about this. After all, dealing with things as they come is the best way to handle these completely baffling matters. But then again, if one had to put it that way, isn't the theocracy still doing perfectly fine right now? Are those high-ranking officials still working peacefully right on top of these ruins? It doesn't look like they are very afraid of the thing underground. Nothing will go wrong, probably. Tusk, also, is there any news regarding the investigation into Anglu D near that fellow who calls herself me talk nonsense in front of me again? And this time, it wasn't in a dream, but while I was awake. Recalling the words of that strange fellow at the time, Karenina found the matter increasingly interesting.